Many new friends have arrived recently. Welcome. Welcome to join Luo Gu in pursuing his dreams, leaving no regrets. If you can please click the Wish Adaptation button in the lower right corner after reading. Due to replying to too many messages, the app has restricted my replies. I can no longer reply on the book and only in the author's backend. Replies may be delayed. Thank you again. I may not reply in time, but thank you again. I have 2 million words of completed football novel experience. Feel free to jump in. Sulu, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Late night in a luxurious villa worth over 100 million. All the lights are still on. Cristiano Ronaldo. The man once called CR7 is sitting alone on the leather sofa. The villa is huge, so huge it feels empty. In the living room, only he is alone. Joanna and the children are not with him at the moment. On the TV screen, Messi is holding his 8th Ballon d'Or trophy, smiling brilliantly. The media around the world are cheering for him, proclaiming the end of an era. The end of an era. Ronaldo mutters to himself, a reluctant curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. He turned off the TV, not wanting to watch anymore. He picked up his phone and habitually unlocked it, various notifications flooding in. The 8th golden ball. Messi crowned the historical GOAT. The era of the dual stars is over. Ronaldo has become a distant backdrop. Famous pundit Ronaldo's stubbornness prevents him from a graceful farewell. Then he opened a fan forum. A highlighted title hung on the homepage. Congratulations, Messi. Tonight the football world has only one name. The comment section below was a carnival. Ha ha ha, where's Ronaldo? Still counting money in Saudi Arabia? Don't be biased, my Ronaldo is preparing for the Saudi League, aiming to be the king of Asia. One enjoys championships and applause in Miami, the other is rumored to be terminated in Saudi Arabia. Clear difference. Admit it, your king has long been eliminated by the Times. Ronaldo's fingers scrolled unconsciously. He read each one, his chest feeling tight, making it hard to breathe. He knew he shouldn't be reading this. But the competitive spirit cultivated over 20 years made him unable to stop. Ring, ring, ring. The phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed the team manager of Al-Nassr. Ronaldo took a deep breath and answered the call. Cristiano, good evening. The voice on the other end carried a hint of businesslike coldness. Is there something? Ronaldo's voice came out hoarse. The club's board just held a meeting. Regarding your situation. We hope to have a talk with you. The manager paused as if choosing his words. Your recent injuries and your form. The club believes that your current salary and value are not commensurate with your contributions. Ronaldo's heart sank. Here it is. What was bound to come has finally come. Since the recurrence of his old knee injury, he had been benched for 3 consecutive games. The media's criticism, the club's doubts had long reached his ears. So you want to terminate my contract? Oh no. We prefer to solve the problem in a friendly way. The manager's tone was devoid of warmth, yet extremely irritating. For example, you could voluntarily announce that due to health reasons you are terminating the contract early. That way we both part with dignity. Dignity. Ronaldo wanted to laugh. He had given his career's last reputation for this team. In return, he got a dignified offer to leave. And if I don't agree, then the club might take some necessary measures. For example, sending you to the reserve team. Cristiano. You're a smart man. You shouldn't want your career to end this way, should you? A threat. A naked threat. Ronaldo didn't say another word. He ended the call directly. He threw the phone heavily onto the sofa. His body leaned back, sinking into the cushions. Suddenly, he felt discomfort all over. Even the joints of his bones ached. This feeling had not let up for a long time. The pain in his bones and joints had been persistent for a long time, never giving him peace. The matter at Manchester United surfaced along with Ten Hag's face, and the days of being betrayed and thrown out. He thought coming to Saudi Arabia was a fresh start, but he never expected he had only changed locations, repeating the same humiliation. A familiar sharp pain shot through his knee, a lingering injury from years of high-intensity matches. The doctor said the cartilage in his knee was worn to that of a 60-year-old man. Body aching, insults pouring in, the club wanting to cut ties. All of it twisted together, suffocating him. Is it really ending? In such a pathetic way. He clenched his fist. Why? Why can Messi be crowned king amid universal adulation, while I am swept out amid endless mockery? Why can those greenhorns run freely on the pitch, while I am held back by this cursed body? His chest felt tight and suffocating. The veins on his temples throbbed. Just then a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Host's intense resentment and obsession detected, binding conditions met. Welcome, Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo sat bolt upright on the sofa, looking around. Empty. Hallucination. Has the stress been so great that he's hearing things? This system is dedicated to helping the host make up for career regrets and reclaim the throne. Energy source collecting external skepticism, mockery, and hostility. The stronger the negative emotions from others toward you, the more power you gain. This simulator aims to compensate for every regret in the host's career. Current mockery value 20260,418. Overflowed first regret scenario, available 2004 European Cup final. Tears of Lisbon. The voice in his mind was crystal clear, not an illusion. A transparent blue light screen appeared before him, visible only to him. Host Cristiano Ronaldo, age 39, physical status, severely damaged knee edema, chronic muscle strains, a significant decline in explosive power. Ronaldo stared at those numbers, momentarily stunned. So many people in the world at this very moment are avidly mocking me. He laughed bitterly. Newbie mission released, start your road to revenge. Use mockery value to make your first ability exchange. Below the light screen, several options slowly lit up. Injury repair, eliminate full body edema, repair muscle damage, cost 10 million, mockery value, age reversal, rejuvenate body functions to peak age 33 during Champions League, 3-peat, cost 20 million, mockery value, skill exchange, tomahawk cruise, god leap, currently unavailable, requires level up or scenario completion. Ronaldo's gaze locked onto the first option, injury repair, and the description, eliminate knee edema. Could this thing that had plagued him for almost a decade really be eliminated? He didn't hesitate any longer. Exchange injury repair, he whispered in his heart. Exchange confirmed, injury repair, consuming mockery value. Repair program initiated. As the words fell, a warm current surged from his heart, spreading rapidly through his entire body. Wherever the warmth passed, the aches receded bit by bit. The accumulated hidden injuries were rapidly repaired. Especially his right knee. The piercing pain that had haunted him for countless days and nights was gradually fading. Strength and resilience returned to his knee. Ronaldo slowly stood up, cautiously testing the movement. No pain. None at all. He even performed a deep squat. The entire movement was smooth and fluid, with no discomfort from his knee. This is not a dream. Ronaldo's eyes lit up. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa, looking out at the Riyadh night scene. His own reflection was captured in the glass. Those eyes, a completely different person from an hour ago. Messi, the Ballon d'Or, the Saudi club, the world's mockers. And the World Cup. You think it's over? No. The game has only just begun. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains into the room, Cristiano Ronaldo was already awake. No alarm clock. This was a biological clock etched into his bones. It was more than 20 years of professional discipline. He instinctively felt his body. There was no soreness at all, especially in his knees. That light, easy feeling had returned. He felt as if he had returned to his 20s. Really, it's all healed, Cristiano Ronaldo whispered to himself, clenching his fists. This was not a dream. That thing called mending life's regrets was real. He immediately called out to the system in his mind. The blue light screen appeared before him once more. Host Cristiano Ronaldo, age 39, physical status, healthy, hidden injuries, repaired, remaining taunt points. Last night's news of Messi winning the award and his own dismissal was brewing, and the taunt points had increased a bit. Cristiano Ronaldo looked at that number, and he felt no anger. Instead, a strange feeling arose in him. It turned out that all those words that had once cut into his flesh had now become his fuel. This smells good. System, how is the taunt value calculated? Any clear, questioning, mocking, belittling, or hostile speech directed at the host on public online platforms, media reports, or real-life conversations will be converted into corresponding taunt points according to their influence. The greater the influence, the higher the conversion rate. Cristiano Ronaldo understood. In simple terms, the more people who cursed him, or the more fiercely they cursed him, the more benefits he could gain. This was tailor-made for him. He thought of all the criticism he had endured over the years, from diving Cristiano to ball hog, from cancer to stat patter. He was probably the most vilified superstar in football history. If this system had appeared 10 years earlier, he couldn't imagine how powerful he would have become. But it wasn't too late now. His gaze fell on the next exchange option. Time reversal, physical regression to peak age 33, Champions League, 3-peat period, exchange required 20 million taunt value. Still a few million short. Age 33, that was his last year at Real Madrid. It was the year when his body and experience were perfectly combined. That year he was unstoppable in the Champions League. If he could return to that state, Cristiano Ronaldo's heart began to race uncontrollably. He needed more taunt points. And now was the perfect opportunity. He picked up his phone and dialed his agent Jorge Mendes. The call was answered almost instantly, a professional agent's necessary trait. Cristiano, how are you? I saw the news. Those bastards at Al-Nassr, they really want to terminate your contract. Mendes' anxious voice came through the earpiece, still as hot-tempered as ever. As a partner of more than 20 years, Mendes knew better than anyone the situation he was in now. Jorge, I'm fine. Cristiano Ronaldo's voice over the phone was unusually calm. They called me last night, so it was probably an early notice. Those faithless bastards, how they begged you to come in the first place. Mendes fumed. Cristiano, don't worry, I'll handle this. They won't get away with paying a cent less in liquidated damages. Wait, money isn't important, Jorge. Cristiano Ronaldo interrupted him. Listen, there's only one thing I want to do now. Return to Europe. There was silence on the other end. After a few seconds, Mendes spoke in a complicated tone. Cristiano, have you thought this through? Now Europe is turning their back on you. And given your current form and age, those top clubs probably. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. No top club would want a 39-year-old has-been who had just been released by a Saudi league team. I know. So, I need you to contact them and tell them. I am willing to accept any form of short-term contract, even the league's minimum base salary. What? Minimum salary? Mendes' voice changed pitch. Have you lost your mind, Cristiano? Who are you? You're a 5-time Ballon d'Or winner. How can you accept a minimum salary contract? You're humiliating yourself. Rather than humiliation, I prefer not to end like this. Cristiano's voice carried an unshakable resolve. Jorge, just help me get the word out. Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Chelsea. Ask all the clubs that need a striker. Tell them I just need a chance to return to the pitch. Mendes let out a long sigh over the phone. He knew Cristiano too well. Once this man made a decision, Ten Oxen couldn't pull him back. Okay, I understand. Mendes' voice was full of resignation. I'll do it, but Cristiano, you need to be mentally prepared. The result may not be good. Don't worry, I'm ready for anything. After hanging up, Cristiano Ronaldo walked into the gym. He changed into his training gear and stepped onto the treadmill. Warm-up stretching. Every move was meticulous. Then he pressed the start button. The speed went from slow to fast, and his legs followed suit. Sweat soon soaked his forehead and slid down his cheeks. But he felt no fatigue, only an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. His body was like a supercar that had been dormant for a long time, refueled anew, every component craving to roar. Meanwhile, the Saudi club Al-Nassr officially released a statement. After friendly consultations with Mr. Cristiano Ronaldo, both parties have agreed to terminate the contract early. Thank Mr. Ronaldo for his contributions to the club and wish him all the best in the future. This statement exploded like a bomb, instantly detonating global sports media and social networks. The hashtag Ronaldo terminated by Saudi team rocketed to the top of trending lists across the blue planet. Mockery and celebration arrived on schedule. Famous Twitter troll Piers Morgan was the first to post, "Oh my god, my poor Cristiano, even the Saudis don't want him. Maybe he should consider the MLS or the Indian League. Or maybe playing retirement football with Messi wouldn't be bad. Oh, I forgot. Inter Miami or most teams probably can't afford his salary." Spain's Marca used a highly ironic headline. The King's wanderings from Madrid to Turin from Manchester to Riyadh were next. The King's wanderings from Madrid to Turin from Manchester to Riyadh were next. Fan forums exploded. Ha ha ha, joke of the year. The first person to be kicked out of the Saudi League. Nowhere left to go now. Football hobo confirmed. So tragic, the two superstars of an era. One crowned king, one jobless. Makes you think. Don't worry, my bro Ronaldo can still go to the Vietnam League for technical poverty alleviation. These vicious comments flew in from all over the world. In the villa in Riyadh, Cristiano Ronaldo watched the numbers jumping wildly on the light screen before him. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Taunt value 1,000, taunt value 5,000, taunt value 30,000. The numbers on the light screen were skyrocketing at a visible rate. Cristiano Ronaldo quickened his running pace. He thought, all right, curse away. Curse as much as you want. You think this is the end. But to me this is a gas station. Come on. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. Let the curses never end. The rhythmic thud of the treadmill echoed through the gym. Cristiano Ronaldo stood bare-chested, his bronzed skin glistening with sweat. His eyes locked onto the virtual screen before him, tracking the number that represented the mockery value. On the verge of breaking through the final barrier, the mockery value continued to rise relentlessly. Across the globe, haters and media alike would not cease their condemnations at this moment. Yet now they had transformed into his loyal energy suppliers. Just a little more, he thought. Keep cursing me a bit more. Cristiano Ronaldo gritted his teeth, increasing the treadmill speed by another notch. His legs moved so fast they seemed to leave after images, his heart pounding violently within his chest. He could not recall the last time he had undergone such high-intensity aerobic training. Since his knee injury worsened, the team's fitness trainer had strictly limited his exercise, fearing his joints would be completely ruined. But now he felt no restrictions whatsoever. His knees, ankles, and thigh muscles were brimming with vitality, supporting him as he pushed past his limits. Finally, through the collective effort of the world, the number crossed the threshold. Current mockery value, 20 million. Enough. Cristiano Ronaldo slammed the stop button, and the treadmill slowed to a halt. He did not gasp for air, though his breathing was rapid. It remained remarkably steady. System exchange for time reversal. He urgently issued the command in his mind. Confirmed exchange for time reversal. Physical function reverted to peak 33-year-old Champions League three-peat state, consuming mockery value. Body reconstruction program initiated. At the moment of confirmation, a warm surge 10 times stronger than the previous injury repair exploded from his heart. This was no gentle repair, but an almost violent reconstruction. He felt a slight cracking sound from every bone in his body, as if being recalibrated. Muscle fibers were repeatedly stretched, compressed, and strengthened by a force, becoming more resilient and explosive. His internal organs and nervous system underwent earth-shattering changes. The entire process lasted approximately 1 minute. After the warm flow fully integrated into his body, Cristiano Ronaldo slowly opened his eyes. The world seemed to have changed entirely. His vision grew clearer, his hearing more acute. He could even hear the ticking of the second hand in the next room. He looked down at his body. The muscle lines became more defined, exuding power without appearing bulky, as if every muscle had been born for the sport of football. He walked into the testing area of the gym and stepped onto a physical assessment instrument. A series of numbers flashed on the screen. Body fat percentage 7. Muscle content 50. Basal metabolic rate. All the data matched exactly with the physical examination data from when he was 33 at Real Madrid. Even stronger in some aspects. For now he possessed the body of a 33-year-old and the awareness and experience of a 39-year-old. Over these 6 years his reading of the game, timing of opportunities, and understanding of shooting techniques had reached a new realm. Like top-tier software paired with top-tier hardware, Cristiano Ronaldo approached the force-measuring device, took a deep breath, and suddenly exerted force with his right leg, kicking the target hard. Bang! A thunderous sound made the entire gym tremble. An astonishing number appeared on the screen. Shot speed 135 km per hour. This was infinitely close to the record he had set when he was young. Ha ha ha. Cristiano Ronaldo could not help but burst into laughter. Unprecedented freedom. Unprecedented exhilaration. This was him. This was the self he had imagined. This was the omnipotent Cristiano Ronaldo. He felt he could rush onto the pitch right now and play 120 minutes of extra time followed by another set of shuttle runs. At that moment his phone rang. It was Mendes. Cristiano Ronaldo composed himself and answered the phone. Cristiano, things are worse than I imagined. Mendes' voice was filled with fatigue and frustration. Speak, I'm listening. I contacted Bayern Munich and their sports director Kahn outright rejected me. He said Bayern's philosophy is to invest in the future, not to buy a veteran who will turn 40 soon. I contacted Chelsea. Owner Borland is interested in your commercial value, but their coach Porter rejected you, saying your tactical style does not fit his system. I also tried Atletico Madrid, but Simeone's stance was firm. He said he did not need another king in the dressing room. But he did commend your character. Mendes listed nearly a dozen club names, and the responses were almost identical. Rejection. Unremitting rejection. The reasons varied, but the core message was the same. Cristiano Ronaldo is too old, we do not want him. I even followed your suggestion and proposed a short-term contract with only a base salary. Mendes' voice was filled with helplessness. But they do not believe you. They think it is a trap, or that you are humiliating them. They think a player like you could never accept a base salary. There must be some conspiracy behind it. Listening to Mendes' report, Cristiano Ronaldo's face remained expressionless. All of this was within his expectations. In the eyes of those top executives, he was an outdated, troublesome potential time bomb that could explode in the dressing room at any moment. No one was willing to take the risk. I understand, Cristiano Ronaldo said calmly. Cristiano, shall we consider other options? Like returning to Sporting CP or joining the Brazilian League? Mendes asked tentatively. No. Cristiano Ronaldo refused decisively. My stage must be in the top 5 leagues. My goal is the Champions League, and also the World Cup. But no team is willing to give you a chance. Mendes was nearly pleading. Cristiano Ronaldo paused for a moment, then slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but full of power. No, there is one more place. Where? Real Madrid. Mendes was stunned. Real Madrid, but Florentino sold you back then. I know. Cristiano Ronaldo interrupted him. But the situation is different now. Their main striker Benzema has left. Can the new signings support the forward line? Who else is on their bench? Contact Florentino for me and tell him directly I only need a 6-month contract. He can set the salary however he likes, even if it is only 1 million euros. 1 million. Mendes doubted his ears. 6 months for 1 million. That is less than the average salary in La Liga. Yes, that is the price. Tell him I am not returning to retire. I am returning to help him win every championship. He is a businessman. He will calculate this account. After hanging up, Cristiano Ronaldo looked at himself in the mirror. In the reflection, his eyes were sharp, filled with a thirst for victory. Bernabeu. I, Cristiano Ronaldo, am returning again. The news spread swiftly across the global football landscape. Mendes leveraged every connection he had to leak the information that Cristiano Ronaldo was willing to join for a token salary, making it semi-public. The entire football world was stunned. What? Ronaldo was willing to accept a minimum wage? Are you kidding me? Is this some new form of publicity stunt? Trying to pressure a top club into this move? I'm laughing so hard he really thinks he's hot stuff. Even if he plays for free, who would want this locker room toxic? Major sports media outlets all featured this story on their front pages. The Sun reported with a tone of schadenfreude. From a weekly salary of £5 to volunteering for the minimum wage, Cristiano's fall has been beyond imagination. Francis Lequipe analyzed the situation with great clarity. This is clearly a PR strategy. Ronaldo's team is attempting to lower their stance to salvage their reputation, but top European clubs aren't that naive. Fans reacted even more directly. In a poll asking whether they hoped their home team would sign Ronaldo, over 80 of fans said they did not want him. The reasons were diverse. Don't come and ruin us, we've finally built up some chemistry, and he'll destroy it all with his arrival. He'll only complain about his teammates not passing him the ball, then take 100 wild shots himself. A 39-year-old veteran, he can only sit on the bench. He'll take up playing time from young players, what's the point for us? The mockery value saw a slight increase once again. Ronaldo watched the numbers fluctuate on his system panel, feeling secretly pleased, yet completely indifferent. He knew these comments were merely the last darkness before dawn. He only needed to wait calmly for one call. A call from Madrid. At the same time, in the office of the president of Real Madrid, Florentino Perez, known in football circles as the Old Pope, sat expressionless in his leather chair listening to the phone. On the other end of the line was Mendes. Hey dear Florentino, what I said is all true. Cristiano only needs a short-term contract until the end of the season. Salary is not an issue. He just wants to come back and help the team. Mendes' voice sounded earnest. But Florentino listened carefully without rushing to respond. He tapped his fingers on the desk. No one knew what he was thinking. Another person sat in the office. Carlo Ancelotti, the head coach of Real Madrid. Ancelotti's expression was complex. His feelings about Ronaldo were contradictory. He certainly knew Ronaldo's capabilities. They had fought side by side to win the 10th Champions League trophy. But he also knew Ronaldo's character. That pride and self-esteem weren't entirely positive traits. Moreover, he was now 39 years old. Carlo, what do you think? Florentino finally spoke, pressing the speakerphone button directly to let Ancelotti listen as well. Ancelotti cleared his throat and spoke into the phone. Hey Jorge, with Cristiano's current physical condition, can he adapt to the intensity of La Liga and the Champions League? His statistics from Saudi Arabia have little reference value. This was a very practical question. But Mendes answered decisively. Carlo, I'll risk everything to guarantee that Cristiano's physical condition is astonishing. He maintains top-level training intensity, and his body fat percentage is even lower than many players in their 20s in the team. All he needs is a chance to prove himself. Florentino interrupted him. Jorge, we both know what signing Cristiano means. He paused before continuing. The media spotlight potential issues in the locker room and the fans' reactions. These are all things we need to consider. Real Madrid is stable right now, we don't need a new celebrity. Mendes' heart sank. Florentino's words were almost a death sentence. However, just as Mendes was about to give up, Florentino changed his tone. But we are indeed facing trouble now. Florentino's gaze fell on Ancelotti. Ancelotti nodded helplessly. Real Madrid's front line had never faced such a severe injury crisis. Starting striker Joselu suffered a muscle tear in the previous match and would be out for at least a month. The much-anticipated Brazilian twins Vinicius and Rodrigo each carried minor injuries, and their form was inconsistent. The entire front line had only Diaz, who hadn't fully adapted to the team yet. The upcoming schedule was extremely congested. La Liga needed to close the gap with Barcelona, and the Champions League knockout rounds were about to begin. Without a reliable goal scorer, Real Madrid might win nothing this season. The club needs a temporary solution, Florentino said coldly. A low-cost player who can score and can step onto the pitch immediately. He looked at Ancelotti. From this perspective, Cristiano seems like a viable option. Ancelotti's brow furrowed. He understood Florentino's intention. This was a short-term speculation on both commercial and competitive levels. If they won, Real Madrid would solve their forward crisis at an extremely low cost. If they lost, Real Madrid wouldn't suffer much. The contract would expire in half a year, and they would part ways. All the public pressure would be borne by Cristiano himself. I need to talk to him. I need to make sure he understands what role he will play when he returns. Florentino nodded and said to Mendes on the other end of the line. Jorge, tell Cristiano to wait for my call. After saying that, he hung up. In the villa in Riyadh, after receiving Mendes' relay, Ronaldo simply replied calmly. Okay, thank you. Ronaldo was waiting. He knew Florentino would call, because in this world no one understood maximizing interests better than Florentino. Half an hour later, a strange number from Spain called. Ronaldo answered the phone. Cristiano. On the other end of the line came a voice he knew very well, but felt somewhat distant. It was Florentino. No small talk, no pleasantries. I'll offer you a 6-month contract until the end of the season. Florentino got straight to the point. A salary of 1 million euros. This number would be astronomical for ordinary people. But for Ronaldo, it wasn't even enough for his weekly expenses. It was an offer laced with humiliation. Florentino was telling him in this way. At this moment, you are only worth this much. Your role is to be the team's rotational forward. You must follow Carlo's arrangements completely, including sitting on the bench. You can no longer have unlimited shooting rights and a central tactical position as you used to. The last and most important point is to cause no trouble in front of the media. Florentino listed each condition one by one, each one stripping away Ronaldo's former privileges and pride. He wanted to see Ronaldo's anger or hesitation. However, the Ronaldo on the phone remained silent. Only after Florentino finished speaking did he slowly open his mouth. And only one word. Sign. When Mendes received the text message from Cristiano Ronaldo to sign the contract, he was sitting in his Lisbon office restlessly puffing on a cigar. He could hardly believe his own eyes. He checked several times, making sure he wasn't seeing things. He actually agreed. Mendes stubbed the cigar out viciously in the ashtray. A maelstrom of anger, heartache, and bewilderment surged within him. 6 months for 1 million euros. This wasn't a contract anymore, it was a pact of indentured servitude. That old fox Florentino. He had trampled Cristiano's dignity into the ground, grinding it under his heel. And Cristiano, the proudest player in the entire world, had simply accepted it. Mendes picked up the phone and dialed back with trembling hands. Cristiano, 6 months, 1 million. Not per month. He was almost shouting. I heard you clearly, Jorge. Ronaldo's voice was terrifyingly calm. Do as he says. Send the contract over as soon as possible and I'll sign. Why? Why are you debasing yourself like this? Mendes couldn't understand. I'm not debasing myself. There was a hint of cold mockery in Ronaldo's voice. I just need a ticket. A ticket to get back to the table. The price doesn't matter. Florentino thinks he has humiliated me, but he'll soon find out that with 1 million euros he has signed the fear of all Europe. Mendes fell silent. He heard something in Ronaldo's tone he hadn't heard in a long time. It wasn't obsession nor arrogance. It was an unshakable confidence, as if everything was under his control. All right, I understand. Mendes let out a long sigh. I'll handle the contract now. If you need anything, just tell me. Real Madrid officially announced Ronaldo's return in the afternoon Spanish time. A brief statement, an old photo of Ronaldo in the number 7 jersey. Welcome home, Cristiano Ronaldo. The moment this announcement was made, the entire football world exploded. Everyone thought it was an April Fool's joke. But when they saw the contract details leaked by the media beneath the announcement, the laughter died in their throats. No. Actually, everyone laughed even harder. Contract term 6 months, total salary 1 million euros. Am I seeing this right? Did they miss a decimal point? Isn't that just a temp's salary? My God, Florentino is a business genius. Signing a legend for a pittance to sell jerseys and solve the striker shortage, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ronaldo must have had nowhere else to go. Accepting a beggar's contract like this is so degrading. Haha, I feel ashamed for him. On social media, the topic of Ronaldo's €1 million return to Real Madrid shot to number 1 trending. The comments below were almost universally mocking. From king of the Bernabeu to security guard of the Bernabeu. LMAO is my man returning in glory or coming back in rags to beg. He doesn't really think he can still start, does he? Ancelotti probably just brought him in for a morale boost and some atmosphere. Real Madrid fans have mixed feelings. On one hand, it's satisfying to see him come crawling back after the way he forced a move. On the other hand, it's a bit embarrassing. When did Real Madrid stoop to signing players on a retirement plan? Even some former legends who once supported him expressed bewilderment. Gary Neville looked distraught on Sky Sports. I cannot understand Cristiano's decision. He could have retired with dignity or gone to a lower league to enjoy his football. But returning to Madrid to accept a contract like this, he will destroy all the beautiful memories he created here. The whole world seemed to be laughing at him. Everyone seemed certain this was a complete farce. A past his prime star desperate to prolong his pathetic career. Willing to discard his dignity, accept a humiliating contract, and return to a place that no longer belonged to him. Florentino, the mastermind, was watching his office. Because the news had boosted the club's stock price considerably. President, you are truly brilliant, his assistant flattered. Florentino smiled faintly. I just made a good deal. 1 million for 6 months of worldwide attention. And I can use him as a super sub in crucial moments. Why not? In his eyes, Ronaldo was no longer the superstar who could decide a match. He was just a commodity. A cheap, cost-effective product that came with massive traffic. In Riyadh, Ronaldo had already packed his bags. He ignored all the noise from the outside world, calmly handling everything. Before his eyes on the system interface, the mockery value had exploded after the news of his signing with Real Madrid broke. In just one afternoon, it had increased by over 10 million. He opened the skill exchange list. Options that were grayed out due to insufficient level were now lit up. Tomahawk Cruz absolute dead angle free kick ignoring distance and wall. Exchange cost 30 million mockery points. God's leap increases hang time by 0.5 seconds. Absolute aerial dominance. Exchange cost 50 million mockery points. King of adversity. When the team is trailing, all attributes are forcibly increased by 20. Exchange cost 80 million mockery points. A fiery glint flashed in Ronaldo's eyes as he looked at these 3 monstrously powerful skills. But he couldn't exchange them yet. Simply returning his body to the age of 33 was not enough to achieve his ultimate goal. He needed to level up. He needed to push his physical capabilities beyond human limits. To unlock the Lisbon regret instance, he needed a full 200 million mockery points. He knew he couldn't stop. He needed to score goals. And he knew that the more he scored, the more people would hate him. Joy. When I step onto the Bernabeu turf. When I put the ball into the opponent's net under the world's gaze. Then your mockery will turn to shock. He dismissed the interface and pulled his suitcase. Without looking back, he walked out of the mansion he had occupied for less than a year. His private jet awaited in the distance. Next stop, Madrid. The city he had once conquered but was now returning to as a failure. At Madrid Barajas Airport, when Cristiano Ronaldo's private jet touched down, the area outside was already swarming with reporters and fans, creating an impassable sea of people. Camera flashes flickered wildly, and the sound of shutters merged into a continuous roar. Cristiano, over here. Why did you accept such a contract? Is it because you're out of money? Back at Real Madrid, do you think you can still compete with Vinicius and Rodrigo? Reporters thrust microphones and cameras forward, each question sharp and merciless. Wearing sunglasses and escorted by a team of security personnel, Ronaldo walked through the crowd with an expressionless face. He remained silent, a stark contrast to his usual flamboyant demeanor. In the past, he would have stopped, smiled, and answered a few questions or flashed his iconic celebration pose for the cameras. But now he simply walked forward in silence. His chiseled face revealed no emotion, which only made the reporters more excited. See, he doesn't even dare to speak. He must be too ashamed. If it were me, I'd crawl into a hole. Behind his sunglasses, a faint, barely perceptible smile flickered in Ronaldo's eyes. In his mind, the system's notification chime rang incessantly. Taunt value 800, taunt value 1200, taunt value 3500, detecting a massive outbreak of negative media reports, taunt value accumulation accelerating. Excellent. Keep it coming. Among the crowd, besides reporters, there were also some Real Madrid fans who had come to greet him. Their emotions were complex. Some older fans showed excitement in their eyes at the sight of Ronaldo. Chris, welcome home. We'll always support you. But there were more younger fans. Holding up posters of Bellingham and Vinicius, they looked at Ronaldo with curiosity and scrutiny. To them, Ronaldo was a figure from a bygone era. He really looks so much older. Yeah, he seems so haggard without his former aura. Hope he just doesn't cause trouble and is content to be a substitute. These whispers were soft, but with his system-enhanced hearing, Ronaldo caught every word clearly. Taunt value 200, taunt value 150. His steps didn't falter as he headed straight for the club car, sent to pick him up. The car door closed, shutting out all the noise from outside. Ronaldo took off his sunglasses, leaned back in his seat, and glanced at the still rising numbers on the holographic screen. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The taunt value accumulation rate in Madrid was indeed much faster than in Riyadh. Real Madrid's Ciudad Real Madrid training ground at Valdebebas. When Ronaldo's car entered the base, there was no grand welcome, as one might imagine. Everything felt eerily quiet. Only the club's sporting director and a staff member were waiting for him at the entrance. No Florentino Perez, no Carlo Ancelotti. Cristiano, welcome back, the sporting director said with a professional smile, shaking his hand. Your medical is scheduled for this afternoon. Your locker is in the same spot as before. Thanks, Ronaldo replied simply. No red carpet, no president to welcome him, not even the head coach showed up. Last time he reported to Real Madrid, 80,000 people were waiting for him at the Bernabeu. This time it was just him, 2 people, and a car. Ronaldo followed the staff into the training building he knew so well. The hallway was adorned with photos of all the legendary players in Real Madrid's history. Zidane, Raul, Ronaldo, Nazario, Casillas. And of course himself. In that photo, he was brimming with confidence, kissing the Champions League trophy, his eyes filled with a pride that looked down on the world. Ronaldo stopped in front of his own photo, gazing at it silently for a few seconds. Then without a word, he continued walking. In the locker room, most players were still in the gym or physiotherapy room. Only a few younger players were present. Seeing Ronaldo walk in, they were startled. Awkwardly, they stood up and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Ronaldo. Hello. The atmosphere was tense. These young players, like Camavinga and Tchouaméni, had joined Real Madrid after Ronaldo had left. To them, Ronaldo was just a name from legend. They had heard countless stories about him and watched his highlight reels. But when the legendary figure reappeared before them as a low-paid temporary player, respect was definitely there, but it was overshadowed by distance and wariness. No one knew how to interact with the former king. Ronaldo didn't initiate conversation either. He found his locker, the one marked with the number 7. Opening the door, a brand new training kit was already hanging inside. He took off his casual clothes and put on the familiar white jersey. As he pulled the shirt over his head, he looked up at himself in the mirror. The eyes staring back from the mirror were completely different from the silent, middle-aged man at the airport. They were sharp, focused, and carried a sense of pressure. He turned around just as team captain Nacho, vice-captain Modric, and Cruz walked in together. These were his old comrades who had fought alongside him. Chris. Modric's face lit up with a genuine smile as he walked over and gave him a big hug. Welcome back, my friend. Long time no see, Luka. Ronaldo patted his back. Cruz approached, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, nodding and smiling at him. Never thought you'd actually come back. Neither did I. Only Captain Nacho's expression was complicated. He hugged Ronaldo and then spoke. Cristiano, welcome back, old friend. But there are some things I think we need to clarify beforehand. Go ahead. This team is very united now, and the atmosphere is great. Nacho looked him in the eye, speaking deliberately and seriously. We don't want anything to disrupt that. No matter how great your achievements were in the past year, you are just an ordinary player like everyone else. The locker room fell silent. Several young players lifted their heads, cautiously observing Ronaldo's reaction. Ronaldo looked at Nacho and suddenly smiled. Don't worry. I'm not here to take over. I'm just here to. He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the locker room. His voice was not loud, but it reached every ear clearly. Win back the championships that rightfully belong to us. Cristiano Ronaldo's first training session back was scheduled for the following morning. This single practice session drew the attention of nearly the entire Madrid sports circle. The club opened the first 15 minutes of warm-ups for the media, and a dense forest of cameras and microphones lined the training pitch. Every single lens was trained on one man, Cristiano Ronaldo. Everyone wanted to see what this 39-year-old veteran had left in the tank after being cast aside following a few years in Saudi Arabia. Carlo Ancelotti stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his expression calm, but his eyes never left Ronaldo for a single moment. He needed to see for himself one thing: whether this man truly possessed the quality, or if he was merely a faded icon with an indomitable will. The training began with a light jog around the field. Ronaldo ran in the middle of the pack, his stride steady, his breathing even betraying no sign of struggle. "He looks okay, at least he hasn't gotten fat," a reporter on the sidelines muttered. "Nonsense, how could a fitness freak like him ever get fat?" a colleague retorted with a sneer. "The real test is in the contact and explosive power. You can't tell anything from a jog." After the warm-up, Ancelotti's assistant fitness coach Antonio Pintus walked to the center of the field holding a tablet. "All right, boys, same routine. We'll start with the 30-meter sprint." This was a staple of Real Madrid's training, specifically designed to measure a player's explosive power and top speed. The younger players were all eager. In truth, who wouldn't want to flex their muscles in front of this legendary predecessor? Especially when that predecessor was now just a low-paid temporary worker. Vinicius Jr. was the first to go. The Brazilian planted his foot and launched himself forward, his speed so great that whistles erupted from the sidelines. 3:89 seconds, Pintus announced the result. It was an impressive time. Then Rodrigo, Federico Valverde, and the others took their turns with times hovering around the 4-second mark. Solid, but unremarkable. It was Ronaldo's turn. All eyes snapped to him. Jude Bellingham, who was drinking water on the sidelines, froze the bottle held to his lips as he stared intently. Everyone wanted to know the same thing: could this legend, who once built his career on speed and explosiveness, still run? "Don't push yourself too hard, Cristiano," Luka Modric whispered as he approached. "It's just a test. Take it easy." Ronaldo just smiled at him. Without a word, he walked to the starting line. He bent over, placed his hands on the ground, and assumed the classic starting position for a 100-meter dash. In that instant, his entire aura seemed to change. He was no longer the silent, middle-aged man from moments before. His eyes were alarmingly sharp, his back arched, every muscle tensed to its limit. The palpable sense of imminent eruption could be felt from over 10 meters away. Several reporters instinctively raised their cameras. The whistle blew. Ronaldo exploded forward, his starting speed incredible. His arms pumped vigorously, his calf muscles were taut, and each step he drove into the ground with terrifying power. The reporters on the sidelines couldn't even focus. A blur of white flashed through their viewfinders, and by the time they pressed the shutter, he was already at the finish line. "Holy shit, what kind of speed is that? Am I seeing things? How can he run that fast?" Everyone was stunned. Pintus, standing at the finish line, stared down at the number on his tablet. His mouth hung open for a long time. He rubbed his eyes hard. He thought the equipment was broken. Ancelotti strode over, frowning. "What is it?" Pintus swallowed hard, his hand trembling as he turned the tablet around for him to see. On the screen, a vivid red number: 3:61 seconds. A dead silence fell over the entire field. 3:61 seconds. What did that mean? The fastest on the team. Faster than Gareth Bale in his prime. A 39-year-old player had just run faster than every winger in their early 20s. How the hell was that possible? Vinicius and Rodrigo exchanged a glance. Neither spoke, but their eyes conveyed the same thought. Impossible. They had just run their hearts out. And Ronaldo? He didn't even look like he was trying. "The equipment is broken." "It must be the equipment," a young defender blurted out. Pintus himself found it absurd. He beckoned Ronaldo over, signaling for a second attempt. Without a second thought, Ronaldo turned and walked back to the starting line, crouching down again. The whistle blew, he launched and crossed the line. Pintus stared at the new number on the screen. 3:63 seconds. The two results were nearly identical. This time no one said a word. The entire training ground was so quiet you could hear the wind rustling the grass. The way everyone looked at Ronaldo had changed. As for Ronaldo himself, he casually walked to the sideline, picked up a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and took a long drink. His face was completely expressionless. He showed no sign of having just run a 30-meter sprint. That calmness was more intimidating than the result itself. Ancelotti stood rooted to the spot. His expression had changed too, but it wasn't shock or excitement. It was a look of instinctive wariness. He suddenly realized something. He, or rather Florentino Perez, might have misjudged this man from the very beginning. He hadn't come back to retire. Nor had he returned just to help the club sell jerseys. He was back to win titles. The subsequent tests were even more astonishing, one after another. The vertical jump. When Ronaldo leaped, the top of his head nearly reached the height of the basketball hoop. When the data came out, he surpassed Antonio Rudiger, the team's most explosive jumper. Rudiger himself took a second look, his eyes filled with a complex, unreadable emotion. The bench press test. Ronaldo's lifting numbers ranked among the team's best, falling just short of a few hulking defenders. Those defenders were all massive individuals. And Ronaldo was 39 years old. The final test was heart rate recovery after a series of shuttle runs. After the shuttle runs, all the players were bent over, gasping for air. But Ronaldo's heart rate dropped at a visibly rapid pace. His recovery speed was the fastest on the team. What did that mean? It meant his heart was incredibly strong and his stamina reserves were virtually inexhaustible. Soon one piece of data after another came out. Slap, slap, slap. These numbers struck the faces of everyone waiting to see him fail. When the training session ended, the young players' gazes at Ronaldo had completely changed. What was it when he first arrived? Curiosity? Scrutiny? Or a polite aloofness? Now, it was even tinged with a sense of dread. This man was no relic living in legend. At 39, his physical condition was absurdly strong. Not good for his age strong. He was genuinely dominantly strong. As soon as the training ended, Ancelotti called Ronaldo into his office. The door closed, shutting out all the noise from outside. Ancelotti sat behind his desk, staring at Ronaldo in the chair opposite him. His gaze was sharp, and he remained silent for several seconds. Cristiano. His voice was low, his tone laced with emotions he himself couldn't untangle. There was shocked suspicion and a rare hint of confusion from a man who had coached for 3 decades. Tell me, how did you do it? The atmosphere in Carlo Ancelotti's office was somewhat heavy. This Italian master coach who had weathered countless storms now had eyes filled with inquiry and bewilderment. In his decades-long coaching career, he had mentored countless superstars, yet he had never witnessed anything so contrary to the laws of nature. A 39-year-old player possessing physical data more terrifying than that of a 20-year-old youth. This had surpassed the limits of his understanding. But the man sitting across from him compelled him to take matters seriously. How did you do it? Ancelotti asked again, his tone stern. He needed a reasonable explanation. This concerned not only Cristiano Ronaldo himself, but also the integration of the entire team. If Ronaldo was maintaining his form through illegal drugs or other means, it would be a devastating scandal. Cristiano Ronaldo looked at Ancelotti's tense expression and naturally understood his concern. He calmly pulled out a chair, sat down, and then spoke. Carlo, do you want to hear the truth, or do you want a reassuring answer? Ancelotti was taken aback for a moment, then said, I need the truth. The truth is I don't know either. Ronaldo spread his hands, a helpless expression flickering across his face. Perhaps it's a gift from God, or maybe my 2 decades of unwavering discipline have finally moved him. He certainly couldn't reveal the existence of the system, but even if he did, no one would believe him. So he prepared to answer in a half-joking, half-serious manner. All I know is that after I left Saudi Arabia, I woke up one day and felt my body had returned to what it was 10 years ago. All the injuries were gone, and I was filled with strength. Believe it or not, but that's the fact. Ronaldo's eyes were utterly candid, showing no trace of deception. Ancelotti stared into his eyes intently for a good 10 seconds. He tried to find a flicker of evasion or guilt in Ronaldo's gaze. But there was none. Only calm and confidence. Ancelotti's brow gradually relaxed. He chose to believe. Or rather, he was willing to believe. Because Ronaldo's professionalism was universally recognized. A man of such pride would never stoop to underhanded methods. Moreover, the medical reports showed that all his indicators were normal with no signs of banned substances. All right, Cristiano. Ancelotti leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Whether it's a gift from God or not, your form has indeed astonished me. He paused, his tone growing serious again. In that case, some of our previous agreements may need to change. Ronaldo raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. My original plan was to have you as the 3rd or even 4th striker. To play in garbage time or cup matches to find your rhythm. But now that would be a sheer waste of talent. Your physical condition is fully capable of handling a starting role. No, in fact, you're in better shape than all our current forwards. Ancelotti stood up, walked to the tactical board, and picked up a marker. This weekend's league match against Villarreal is a tough one. Joselu is injured and Rodrigo is out of form. He turned to look at Ronaldo and said word by word, I plan to start you as the center forward. Any issues? A glint flashed in Ronaldo's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. No issues. His reply was short and resolute. Good. Ancelotti nodded. But I have my requirements. First, I need you to operate more inside the box as the team's finishing point. Instead of frequently drifting wide or dropping deep to receive the ball like before. Second, you need to build chemistry with Vinicius, Bellingham, and the others. After all, they are the future of the team. Your role is to help them, not to be above them. Can you do that? Ancelotti's words were straightforward. He acknowledged Ronaldo's ability while also clarifying his current role. You are strong, but you are no longer the sole king. You need to be a team player. Ronaldo smiled. Carlo, you might have forgotten. I played as a center forward during my later years at Juventus and Manchester United. As for teamwork with the others, as long as they can get the ball into the box, leave the rest to me. His words brimmed with overwhelming confidence. Ancelotti looked at him and smiled too. He knew that the familiar, invincible Cristiano Ronaldo had truly returned. All right, then, it's settled. Ancelotti clapped his hands. Go get ready. Let all of Europe see that the number 7 hasn't aged. When the news of Ronaldo's starting role began to spread through team channels after training, the entire squad erupted in commotion. The young players, especially those in the forward line, had the most complicated feelings. Rodrigo, standing by his locker, kicked it in frustration. He had indeed been in poor form lately, failing to score in consecutive matches. Being benched was something he couldn't argue with. But being replaced by a 39-year-old veteran left a bitter taste in his mouth. Hey, don't be upset. Vinicius walked over and patted his shoulder. Carlo must have his reasons for this arrangement. Did you see Cristiano's test data today? That guy is an absolute monster. I saw it. Rodrigo replied sullenly. But I'm still not convinced. Football isn't just about physical stats. Then we'll see on the pitch. I'm actually looking forward to playing with this legendary king and seeing what it feels like. Their conversation reflected the mindset of most young players in the squad. Shocked curiosity and a hint of defiance. They acknowledged Ronaldo's astonishing physical condition, but football is a game of 11 players. Could a 39-year-old veteran truly integrate into Real Madrid's current fast and fluid attacking system? They were skeptical. On the other side of the locker room, Modric and Kroos appeared much more composed. Looks like Carlo means business, Kroos said, touching his newly styled mohawk. Cristiano's form deserves a starting spot. I have a feeling he'll surprise everyone. I just hope he doesn't make things too complicated. Kroos shook his head. You know, wherever he is, there's never a shortage of headlines. Modric smiled and said nothing more. He simply glanced at Ronaldo's back as he silently packed his gear. He knew a storm was about to sweep through La Liga and the entire European football world once again. And at the center of the storm was still that man. Time flew swiftly and the weekend arrived. It was match day at the Santiago Bernabeu, where Real Madrid hosted Villarreal. 2 hours before kickoff, the club's official social media account released the starting lineup. Fans and media worldwide blinked in disbelief. The starting center forward was number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo. The name blazed unmistakably among the 11 starters. The internet erupted instantly. What's going on? Has Ancelotti lost his mind starting a 39-year-old? This has to be photoshopped, someone debunk it. It's over. With Ronaldo on the pitch, we're playing with 10 men. I can't watch this game. Maybe Ancelotti's been kidnapped and his doppelganger is tweeting. Real Madrid's fan forum was flooded with doubt and lament posts refreshing faster than Ronaldo's prime sprints. The vast majority simply couldn't fathom Ancelotti's logic. In their view, having Ronaldo on the bench for a token 10-minute cameo was already a generous gesture from the club. But starting him, that was either treating league points as a joke or showing blatant disregard for the opponent. Has Ancelotti been fed some crazy potion? Who taught him this disastrous move? I bet 5 packs of spicy sticks Ronaldo will cramp up and be subbed off by halftime. An old man just unemployed from Saudi Arabia stealing Rodrigo's starting spot. The dressing room is going to explode. Fine if we win, Ancelotti's a genius. If we lose, I'm storming the Bernabeu and flipping a table. Across the pitch, Villarreal's fans were jubilant. Ha ha ha, thank you, Ancelotti. A good man, may you live long. Real Madrid must think we're pushovers sending out a mascot as a starter. This is a gift. Steady lads, don't get cocky. 3 away points are in the bag. Extra chicken legs tonight. Pundits from major sports media rushed to offer their expert opinions. Almost to a man, no one believed in Ronaldo. Renowned Spanish commentator Josep was merciless on live television. This is a catastrophic decision. Ancelotti is paying for his arrogance. Ronaldo's pace, physicality, and stamina have long since fallen behind the tempo of La Liga. My prediction, he won't have more than 20 touches this match. 20 touches for a starting center forward. Just imagine that picture, ladies and gentlemen. In the Sky Sports studio, Gary Neville's expression was even more complex. I'm sweating for Cristiano. Starting means everyone will be watching him. If he underperforms, the criticism will be 10 times more brutal than ever before. This match could well be the end of his career. The whole world. Not a single soul believed in him. Every voice seemed to prophesy his failure. And this avalanche of doubt and ridicule was precisely transforming into leaping numbers on Ronaldo's system panel. Taunt value 200, taunt value 8,000, taunt value 15,000. The numbers raced, surging ever upward. In the away dressing room at the Bernabeu, Villarreal's manager Marcelino was delivering final tactical instructions. Boys, you've all seen Real Madrid's lineup. Marcelino picked up a marker, drew a heavy circle around Ronaldo's name on the tactical board, and wore an unreadable, cynical smile. Their number 7 is back. But he scanned the room, his tone laced with mockery. Don't be fooled by the name. He's no longer the unstoppable killer of 4 years ago. Now he's just a slow-moving target. His gaze settled on his 2 center-backs, Raul Albiol and Pau Torres. Hey, Raul and Pau. Your task is simple. Stick to him, don't let him turn, don't give him space to shoot. His physical ability has severely declined. Just apply normal defensive pressure, and he'll be in serious trouble. No need for anything extra. Just play your normal game. Albiol nodded. The veteran Spaniard who once wore the same white shirt as Ronaldo spoke with absolute confidence. Don't worry, coach. I know him too well. I know exactly how to handle him. He truly knew Ronaldo. Trained with him, played with him, shared a dressing room with him. He knew every one of Ronaldo's running habits, every shooting style, and every weakness. And now Ronaldo was 39. Though Albiol was no spring chicken either, he had been steeped in La Liga's high-intensity battles all these years, never losing his competitive edge. Shutting out a veteran returning from Saudi Arabia. That was an easy job. Good. Marcelino patted the board in satisfaction. Everyone else stick to the match plan. Focus on exploiting the space behind their fullbacks, and hit them hard on the counter. He swept his gaze across the room and added one last line. Today we're going to make 800 fans at the Bernabeu watch their king humiliate himself on his own turf. Understand? Yes. A roar of supreme confidence erupted from Villarreal's dressing room. Excitement gleamed in every eye. They could smell blood. Meanwhile, in the home dressing room, Ancelotti stood before the tactical board delivering his final pre-match address. He didn't say much that was rousing. He simply scanned each face in silence. Finally, his gaze settled on one man. Cristiano. Ronaldo looked up. Ancelotti spoke slowly. Out there they're all waiting to see you fail. They say you're old, you can't run, you don't belong on this pitch anymore. He paused. Now you have 90 minutes. Go show them that they're all wrong. The dressing room was silent. Ronaldo didn't reply. He simply rose in silence, looked down, and adjusted the club crest on his chest. His fingertips lingered on the badge for a moment. Then he turned and was the first to walk toward the player tunnel. The dressing room lights cast a long shadow on his back. The silhouette seemed lonely, yet every step was planted with unwavering steadiness. The entire world had passed judgment on him. 80,000 people were ready for a show. But Ronaldo was already prepared for everything. Welcome to the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium. You are watching a key match of this season's La Liga Round 17. Real Madrid hosts Yellow Submarine Villarreal at home. The biggest highlight of today's match is undoubtedly Cristiano Ronaldo, who has donned the Real Madrid No. 7 jersey after many years. He will make his return debut as the starting center forward. The commentator's voice spread across the world through the broadcast signal. The stadium was packed with seats. Over 80,000 fans turned the Bernabeu into a sea of white. When the host announced Ronaldo's name, reactions in the stadium clearly diverged. Half of the fans erupted in deafening cheers and applause. So, that was their most familiar celebration, sound a memory of their youth. While the other half, mostly younger fans, appeared relatively calm, some even letting out scattered boos. They couldn't understand why an aging veteran should occupy a spot meant for the young. Ronaldo stood at the exit of the player tunnel listening to these complex sounds without any expression on his face. The teammates beside him also showed varied expressions. Vinicius and Bellingham wore looks of excitement and curiosity. They were about to fight alongside this legendary superstar. But Modric and Kroos seemed much calmer. They simply patted Ronaldo on the shoulder to reassure him. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and both teams lined up to enter the field. As Ronaldo stepped onto the Bernabeu turf, all the flashlights instantly lit up like a starry sea. All cameras focused on him. He raised his head and surveyed the stadium, which felt both familiar and somewhat strange. The flags waving on the stands, those shouting faces. It all seemed like yesterday. Cristiano appears quite emotional. I wonder if his body can still withstand the physical confrontations of La Liga level. The match began officially. Real Madrid kicked off first. Kroos passed the ball to Ronaldo. Ronaldo did not perform any extra action, but directly tapped the ball back to Modric. Then he turned and ran toward the front court. The Villarreal central defender Albiol, as arranged before the match, immediately closed in on him. Hey old friend, long time no see. Albiol followed him and whispered in his ear. Are your legs still nimble? This was psychological warfare. He wanted to provoke Ronaldo and disrupt his mental state. Ronaldo ignored him, instead moving around in front of the opponent's penalty area, following Ancelotti's instructions to look for opportunities. 5 minutes into the match, Real Madrid took control of the game. Modric and Kroos controlled the pace of the match with their precise passing. However, it was difficult for the ball to move smoothly to the front court. Villarreal's defense was very targeted. They cut off the connection between midfield and the front line. Vinicius was double-teamed on the left flank, making it hard to gain breakthrough space. Meanwhile, Ronaldo was constantly guarded by Albiol and Pau Torres, almost having no chance to receive the ball. Do you see that? Ronaldo is almost invisible on the field. The TV commentator began his performance. He cannot keep up with the team's rhythm at all. His movements are completely out of sync with his teammates. Real Madrid is now playing 10 against 11. Ancelotti, standing on the sidelines, also frowned. The situation was more difficult than he had imagined. Villarreal's defense was even tighter than expected. 10 minutes into the match, Ronaldo finally got a decent opportunity for the first time. Fullback Carvajal delivered a high-quality cross from the sideline. The ball traced a beautiful arc toward the center of the penalty area. Opportunity. What will Ronaldo do with this opportunity? The commentator's voice suddenly rose sharply. Ronaldo started almost instantly as Carvajal passed the ball. He shook off Pau Torres beside him, rushing toward the ball's landing point. Albiol, experienced, immediately positioned himself in front of him, preparing to jump for a header. He knew very well that at Ronaldo's current age his jumping power must have declined significantly. As long as he held his position, he was certain to win this ball. But something unforgettable happened the next moment. Seeing Ronaldo behind him, his legs suddenly pushed off the turf fiercely. His entire body launched vertically into the air as if equipped with rocket boosters. His jump height was so terrifying. Albiol felt a black shadow fly over his head, barely even touching Ronaldo's shoes. In midair, Ronaldo stretched out his body, showcasing his abdominal strength to the fullest. He He seemed to defy gravity, pausing momentarily in the air. Then he slammed his head down hard onto the flying ball. Bang! A dull thud. The ball shot like a cannonball toward the corner of the goal. Villarreal goalkeeper Reina, facing this powerful header, could hardly react at all. He could only watch helplessly as the ball tore through the net behind him. Goal scored. 1-0. The entire Bernabeu stadium, after a few seconds of silence, instantly erupted into a tsunami-like roar of cheers. Goal. Goodness, what kind of jump is that? How high he jumped, his head nearly touched the crossbar. Unbelievable. Cristiano Ronaldo's return debut. Just 10 minutes into the opening, he opened the score for Real Madrid with a signature physics-defiant powerful header. The commentator had shouted until his throat was raw. Everyone on the field was stunned. Carvajal, who had passed the ball, opened his mouth wide, unable to believe what kind of assist he had delivered. Albiol, defending him, stood blankly in place. He looked up at the height from which Ronaldo had jumped, then at the ball inside the goal. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Could the one who had just jumped really be a 39-year-old veteran? After scoring, Ronaldo did not celebrate wildly. He simply ran slowly toward the corner flag, then leaped high into the air. Turning around mid-air, he made his signature celebration move. Su. This time, all 80,000 fans in the stadium agreed without any dissent. They followed along with him at the top of their voices, shouting out the slogan they had waited too long for. The king has returned. The roar of the Bernabeu was deafening. On the sideline, Villarreal's coach Marcelino's face was ashen. He abandoned all decorum, charging to the touchline, wildly waving his arms and bellowing onto the pitch. Luck, that was pure luck. Defense Albiol, what are you doing? Stick to him. In his eyes, this goal was merely a dying flash from Real Madrid's old warhorse. It was a textbook lucky goal. However, the tide of online opinion had completely turned. The livestream barrage, once filled with haters waiting to mock him, fell into collective silence. But after a brief lull, an even more vicious clamor erupted. A lucky goal, what else can he do besides head it? A 39-year-old geezer scores one goal, and they want to sing his praises. Let's see how many minutes he can last on the pitch. A defensive error, and they're hyping this up. Stop the spin. Real Madrid is still going to lose this game. Cristiano Ronaldo stood in the center circle, unable to hear these harsh keyboard warriors. But his ears, enhanced by the system, caught the whispers of a young fan in the stands about his waning stamina. On his retina, the system panel flashed rapidly. Taunt value 2,000, taunt value 8,000, taunt value 15,000. Watching the constantly jumping numbers, a slight smile curved at the corner of Ronaldo's mouth. Keep it coming. The fiercer your doubts, the more fuel I have. The match restarted. Villarreal was visibly anxious. They couldn't accept the reality of being scored on first by an aging veteran. Their tactical movements began to break down. The once tight defense, now off balance mentally, showed uncharacteristic gaps. Albiol's eyes were bloodshot. As a former teammate, he knew Ronaldo's pride better than anyone. Seeing that pride blossom so freely before him now brought an unprecedented sense of humiliation. In the 25th minute, with the ball out of play, Albiol, feigning a loss of balance while positioning himself, slammed viciously and covertly into Ronaldo's shoulder. Ronaldo didn't budge, not even a furrow of his brow. The bone spurs and muscle strains that had plagued him for years were long gone, repaired by the system. His body was now back to its peak condition. Albiol's face changed. In the past, Ronaldo would have been cursing up a storm. He had wanted to make Ronaldo lose his composure, or at least see a pained expression. But Ronaldo only gave him a cold glance, his eyes holding not anger, but a condescending disregard. This disregard was more hurtful than any insult. Trying to provoke me, Ronaldo muttered, his voice extremely low, yet it drilled precisely into Albiol's ears. You're not worthy. Soon Real Madrid launched a counterattack. Vinicius Jr. with the ball on the left flank looked helpless against a double team. He instinctively tried to take them on alone when a sudden roar came from behind him. Pass it here. The voice was incredibly piercing. Vinicius instinctively passed back. The ball rolled towards the top of the arc. Ronaldo didn't even stop it. With a flick of his ankle, a concealed through ball instantly tore apart the defensive line between Villarreal's two center-backs. The pass was breathtakingly precise. Vinicius, as if waking from a dream, burst into action instantly. The two executed a perfect 1-2. Although the resulting one-on-one was barely saved by the on-rushing goalkeeper, this brilliant sequence of play drew even more thunderous applause from the Bernabeu than the goal had. My God, is this really Cristiano? He can not only finish, but also orchestrate. The commentator's voice was filled with doubt. The imagination on that through ball was masterclass. In the 35th minute, Marcelino could take no more. With a wave of his hand, he immediately brought on two burly defensive midfielders. The tactic became purely about man-marking Ronaldo. On the Real Madrid bench, Ancelotti frowned deeply, watching the intensity on the pitch skyrocket. His fists clenched unconsciously. He understood all too well what that level of suffocating pressure meant for a 39-year-old veteran. Cristiano, Ancelotti murmured to himself, hesitating whether to make an early substitution to protect this fragile legend. At that moment, the mockery online reached its peak once more. They've made a sub-cent in the meat grinder. Ronaldo's true colors are about to show. Bet a pack of spicy sticks this old man will be cramping up before halftime. Once the physical contact ramps up, he'll disappear. Just wait and see. The taunt value on the system panel was still climbing frantically. At this moment, Ronaldo needed no skill boosts. A body restored to its peak at 33, combined with the match instinct honed over 20 years at the highest level. The chemical reaction created by these two elements was far more terrifying than any system reward. The opponent had brought on 2 defensive anchors. Good. More players meant a more congested formation. A more congested formation meant larger spaces behind. Ronaldo didn't understand this at 20, grasped it vaguely at 25, and knew it well by 30. Now at 39, he could read the entire pitch like a chessboard. He didn't need a god's eye view. A man who had played 1,000 professional matches was half a god himself. Villarreal's 2 new midfielders began their assignment. They flanked Ronaldo, one on each side. Wherever Ronaldo went, they followed. Even when Ronaldo jogged back to receive the ball, a hand remained glued to his lower back. Ronaldo didn't get anxious, nor did he engage in any physical tussle. He began to disappear. Not a disappearance due to fatigue, but a deliberate, premeditated concealment. He minimized his running range, strolling languidly in an innocuous position at the edge of the box. The 2 marking him momentarily thought their task was easy. Their breathing unconsciously relaxed, and their attention began to drift towards Vinicius, who had the ball. In the 42nd minute, Modric received the ball in midfield. He lifted his head, scanning the forward line. He saw Ronaldo's left foot take a half step outward, his body weight already shifting in the opposite direction. That was a signal to start. Modric didn't hesitate. With a push of his instep, the ball skimmed across the grass towards the left half space. The instant the ball left his foot, Ronaldo moved. His burst was utterly without warning. The 2 marking midfielders whose attention had just drifted hadn't yet refocused. Ronaldo shot out from between them like a rocket. The explosive power of a 33-year-old combined with the anticipation of a 39-year-old. He sliced into the vacuum between the 2 center backs at an almost absurd speed, appearing precisely at the landing point of Modric's pass. Albiol's pupils contracted violently. He had completely failed to predict this timing. Impossible. But the ball was already there. Ronaldo didn't stop the ball. He cushioned it with the outside of his right foot. The ball rolled less than half a meter forward along his foot. Albiol chased desperately, his outstretched foot almost touching the ball. But it was still too late. Ronaldo's second stride was already out. With a gentle push of his right foot, the ball passed between Albiol's open legs, while Ronaldo himself ran around Albiol's right side. A nutmeg. Clean and efficient with no fancy tricks. Only the ultimate mastery of timing and space. At that moment, the entire Bernabeu held its breath. Only the advancing goalkeeper Pepe Reina stood before him. Ronaldo gave him no time to guess, nor did he make any feints. From 12 yards out, he lifted his right foot, and with an almost arrogant demeanor pushed the ball towards the bottom left corner. The ball grazed the inside of the post and rolled into the net. 2-0. The Bernabeu erupted. Goal. Unbelievable. Cristiano Ronaldo scores a brace. How did he do it? For players around him, how did he disappear from that encirclement and appear in that spot? This is a man who has played 1,000 games, showing everyone what it means to read the game. Amidst the commentators' roar, Albiol fell to his knees on the grass. He didn't kneel deliberately after being beaten. His legs gave way midway through the chase. Not from physical exhaustion. It was psychological. He had strained every muscle to catch up, thinking he was almost there, only to realize Ronaldo hadn't even been sprinting at full speed. He was just waiting for Albiol to get close to make him see how slow he was. Time reached the stoppage time of the first half. Villarreal went all in, pressing high outside Real Madrid's box. Possession changed. Ronaldo dropped back to receive the ball. Albiol and another defender lunged at him ferociously. They formed a pincer movement, their tackles heavy and blatant. Go to hell. A flicker of malice flashed in Albiol's eyes. At the moment of impact, he raised his elbow with extreme subtlety and smashed it viciously into Ronaldo's ribs. It was a foul that would have sent an ordinary player straight off the pitch. Thud. The sound of the heavy collision was clearly audible. The crowd gasped. The referee's whistle hesitated for half a second. Ronaldo lost his balance in the air and crashed heavily onto the grass. Pain exploded instantly along his ribs. The agony was enough to make anyone writhe on the ground. Yet as Ronaldo slowly pushed himself up from the turf, he didn't look at the referee nor pay any attention to his approaching teammates. He only looked at the stunned Albiol. A grin spread across his face, a bloodthirsty, chilling smile. His eyes seemed to say, too weak. This pain isn't even enough for a warm-up. Finally, the halftime whistle blew. The 80,000 spectators at the Bernabeu looked at the man rising from the ground, his gaze still cold and sharp. A single thought surged in all their minds. This slaughter had only just begun. 3 days before the match, the Real Madrid training base in Madrid. Sunlight flooded the entire Valdebebas training center, the air thick with the scent of freshly cut grass. But beyond the walls, the world was still ablaze. That official UEFA data panel was still spreading like wildfire across the internet. 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 dribbles, 0 shots on target, the lowest rating on the team. The media, the fans, the haters smelled blood. They swarmed around Cristiano Ronaldo, tearing at the bone, the topic's readership already exceeding 3 billion. Yet within these walls not a single word of those sounds could penetrate. Ancelotti had given a strict order 3 days ago: cut the internet at the training base, only internal footage on the locker room TV, and anyone whose phone lit up during training would run 10 laps. Right now on pitch 1, the entire team was engaged in the highest intensity offensive and defensive drill. 11 versus 11, full speed, full power, holding nothing back. Vinicius Jr. took the ball, feinted continuously down the left flank, then suddenly cut inside and played a diagonal pass. The ball wasn't heading for the box. It was heading for the top of the center circle to the number 7 with his back to goal. Cristiano Ronaldo controlled the ball with his back to goal. He cushioned it with his chest, the ball obediently dropping at his feet. Pizzella, temporarily assigned to the opposing side in the training match, immediately closed him down from behind. Ronaldo didn't turn. He backheeled the ball with his left foot, threading it through his opponent's legs. At that same second, Kylian Mbappe sprinted full speed in from the right flank. This run wasn't from the coach's playbook. It was Mbappe's own instinct. The moment he saw Ronaldo get the ball, he knew where it would go. No secret signals needed, no prior communication. Not even a glance was required. The ball arrived, Mbappe received it, drove forward at full speed, and struck the goal from the right side of the box. It was a perfect finish. There were no cheers for the training goal. As Mbappe slowed down passing Ronaldo, he extended his right fist and bumped it against Ronaldo's. No one on the training ground discussed those 5 zeros from the data. No one consoled Ronaldo, no one defended him, no one even brought up the previous match. It wasn't callousness. It was because everyone on this pitch who had played those 90 minutes had personally witnessed Ronaldo after running 12.8 kilometers, standing in the center circle, barely out of breath. They didn't need a data panel to tell them who the true architect of that victory was. During another attacking sequence, Jude Bellingham received the ball and distributed it wide, habitually glancing towards the center. Ronaldo had already made his run. Not a drop back to receive, but a forward surge. He drove straight into the box. Bellingham hesitated for half a second. In the last match, Ronaldo's style was to drop deep and pull defenders, acting as the team's invisible tactical core. In this training session, he had changed his approach. But Bellingham didn't hesitate. He played the pass. Ronaldo received the ball with his back to goal in the box, turned and shot. A fluid, seamless motion, and the ball was in the net again. Luka Modric jogged over from midfield and patted Bellingham on the back of the head. "Don't overthink it," the 39-year-old Croatian said. "Wherever he wants to play, that's where you pass it." Bellingham opened his mouth, then finally nodded with a smile. During the break, the players gradually filed back to the locker room for water. The only exception Ancelotti allowed was on the big screen in the locker room. A recording of Batiste's pre-match press conference. On screen, Manuel Pellegrini sat behind the long press table, wearing a dark blue thin sweater. The veteran manager's silver hair was impeccably combed, his speaking pace slower than the air conditioning. But every sentence carried a barb. "I have studied Real Madrid's match footage against Arsenal." Pellegrini gave a slight smile. "Mr. Ronaldo's tactical value is indeed underestimated by many. Mikel Arteta made a fatal mistake. He stacked all his resources in the wrong direction." A reporter pressed, "And how will you respond?" Pellegrini's smile didn't waver. "I will not repeat his mistake." Few words, but the meaning was clear. "I see through you." A few players in the locker room glanced up at the screen, then lowered their heads to continue drinking. Then the image cut away. The next person to appear on screen instantly changed the atmosphere in the locker room. Antony, the Brazilian who transferred from Manchester United to Betis. 24 years old, meticulously styled dreadlocks, a diamond stud in his left ear. He sat back in the press conference chair, leaning comfortably. His first move was to run a hand through his hair for the camera. Then he spoke. "Cristiano Ronaldo." Antony let out a laugh, carrying that youthful, reckless arrogance. "I respect what he has achieved. But now come on, please." He spread his hands. "He's 39, his stats are all zeros, carried entirely by his marketing team. This is La Liga, not the Saudi Pro League. My pace will teach him a lesson." The locker room was silent for a second. Vinicius Jr. was the first to laugh out loud. Not a bitter laugh, but the kind that said, "This guy really has no idea what he's talking about." Kylian Mbappe leaned against his locker, a faint smirk on his lips, saying nothing. Luka Modric slowly screwed the cap back on his water bottle, without even looking up. This young man. His tone held no anger, not even sarcasm. Only a faint, almost transparent indifference born from seeing this kind of thing too many times. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in the corner, using a massage gun on his thigh muscles. From start to finish, he didn't glance at the screen once. The training session ended. At 4:07 p.m., the players gradually left the training ground and headed for the parking lot. The light was dim in the player tunnel, one of the fluorescent lights overhead flickering with a low buzz. As Ronaldo reached the middle of the tunnel, a voice came from the shadows. Carlo Ancelotti was leaning against the wall, holding an unopened bottle of water. Clearly the old man was waiting specifically for him. He handed the water over. Ronaldo took it, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Ancelotti didn't exchange pleasantries. Arsenal's tactic, using it once is a masterstroke, using it twice is a bit of a joke. Ronaldo didn't reply, just listened quietly, taking another gulp of water. Pellegrini is a wily old fox. Ancelotti's voice was low, unusually clear in the empty tunnel. He won't be led around by the nose like Arteta. If you try to drop deep and act as a playmaker from the center circle, he won't fall for it. Ronaldo lowered the bottle from his lips. I know. Ancelotti looked into his eyes, and then the old man smiled. It wasn't a professional smile. It was a grin laced with a uniquely Italian cunning and indulgence, the kind an old hunter wears when he sees the hound's ears perk up. Get back into the box. Get back to where you belong. Stop playing these invisible tactics. Take the ball, dribble, shoot, and score. In the simplest, most direct, most violent way. He reached out and patted Ronaldo on the shoulder. You shouldn't have forgotten what I said. After you score, I want to see you do that celebration. The whole world is mocking your stats, so shut their mouths with goals. Ancelotti withdrew his hand from Ronaldo's shoulder. Long-range shots are a luxury. The box is your battlefield. There aren't that many 35-meter missiles in the world that can save a team, but every touch in the box. He raised a finger. Could be the match winner. Ronaldo didn't nod. He saw the change in Ancelotti's eyes. It was a subtle shift. Having lurked in the shadows for too long, he had finally heard the hunter say go. His pupils contracted, just for an instant. But Ancelotti saw it clearly. He had been in the industry for 40 years, seen the eyes of countless players. Beckenbauer's eyes were calm. Zidane's were elegant. Maldini's eyes were resolute. But Ronaldo's eyes, at certain specific moments, were bloodthirsty, a pure extreme bloodlust. Unmixed with anger, resentment, or the desire to prove himself. Only the will to kill. Ronaldo finished the last sip of water from the bottle. He crushed the bottle in his hand and tossed it precisely into a trash can 3 meters away. He gave Ancelotti a slight nod, then turned and walked into the light at the end of the tunnel. Ancelotti leaned against the wall, watching the figure disappear. The old man pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was the latest message from the vice president. Remind Mr. Ancelotti win by 3 goals. Ancelotti stared for a few seconds. Then he put the phone back in his pocket. The noise was deafening, filling the air. Yet on the field, Cristiano Ronaldo seemed to exist in another world. He placed the ball on the grass, his gaze fixed on Villarreal's goal. He then slowly stepped backward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3. He spread his legs straight and took a deep breath. This scene felt strangely familiar. It was the axe preparation move that fans worldwide had watched countless times, once stunning half an era. When this ritualistic gesture was repeated once more, the bustling Bernabeu stadium instantly fell into an suffocating silence. Even 80,000 people held their breaths, afraid to disturb the airflow. He sprinted forward and struck. No fancy feints. This was pure ultimate brutality in aesthetics. At that moment, the system temporarily activated the force control and nuclear axe experience card. Bang! The ball emitted a thunderous cracking sound, exploding with a speed exceeding 140 km/h toward the goal. In midair, the ball had almost no spin, yet as it passed over the wall, it suddenly plummeted down. This curve-defying aerodynamics slammed against the crossbar and bounced into the net. 3-0. Cristiano Ronaldo. Hat-trick in his debut return. The entire Bernabeu stadium erupted with deafening cheers. That extreme release after suppressing for so long. On the sidelines, Carlo Ancelotti clutched his bald head tightly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Inside the stadium, Real Madrid's 2 young talents, Vinicius and Bellingham, rushed straight to Ronaldo. Without hesitation, they kneeled before him, performing the gesture of wiping his shoes in worship. Villarreal's goalkeeper Reina collapsed to the ground on the goal line, unable to even react to the save attempt. And the thug defender who had threatened to injure Ronaldo through foul play was now completely broken. Watching Ronaldo being surrounded by his teammates, his body trembled uncontrollably. Villarreal's entire defensive resolve was shattered by that nuclear axe strike from 38 meters away. At the 70th minute, the game entered a deadball state. Ronaldo did not linger on the field to rack up more statistics. He calmly walked toward the sideline and signaled for a substitution with a gesture. He knew clearly that he must not only win the match, but also dominate everything in an unbeatable form. Preserving energy was also the most reasonable tactical choice. As soon as the substitution card was raised, all 80,000 people stood up in unison, applauding. There was no other sound except the Sioux echo that resounded across Madrid's night sky, a farewell to their king. The post-match press conference hall was packed. Even the corridors were filled with reporters carrying cameras. As soon as he sat down, a notoriously sharp-tongued Catalan journalist stood up eagerly. With malice in his eyes, he deliberately posed a probing question. Cristiano, we have to admit this was a perfect personal show. But will this merely be a fleeting glow of a 39-year-old veteran overexerting himself? After all, the upcoming schedule will be even more intense, and high-level physical confrontations could overwhelm you. Hundreds of camera flashes flickered wildly at this moment. All media were fixated on Ronaldo's face, eager to see how this madman would respond. Yet Ronaldo showed no sign of anger. He leaned back lazily on his chair, extending his hand to gently adjust his suit cuff. Then he slightly raised his head, facing countless cameras with his signature arrogant smirk. A fleeting glow, he scoffed, then said in a deep voice that could fill the room. No, everyone, tonight was just a warm-up. The hall fell silent immediately. Then Ronaldo leaned forward slightly, a dangerous curve forming on his lips. Please convey a message to Barcelona. Next week's El Clasico let them prepare their bulletproof vests in advance. The phrase, bulletproof vests, topped global sports hot searches within 45 minutes after the press conference. Catalan media published articles overnight using 3 full pages to criticize Ronaldo's arrogance and disdain for others. Barcelona's official fan forum broke historical records for online users at 1 a.m. Every post title filled with anger. On the bus back to the Valdebebas base, Modric and Kroos whispered in the back row, occasionally casting worried glances. Vinicius wore headphones, scrolling through his phone, his lips twitching slightly when he reached the comments section. Ronaldo leaned against the seat, half-closed eyes. The system panel in front of his retina was frantically jumping. The mockery value numbers rolled so fast they couldn't form coherent sequences, tens of thousands of increments flooding in every second. Ding. Mockery value broke through 50 million. The system popped out a bronze door engraved with the Portuguese coat of arms. The tear patterns on the door were deeper than before, yet still sealed shut. Conditions for opening the Lisbon Tears major raid. Mockery value 200 million. Permanent attribute point allocation rights, and a mysterious badge as the clearing reward. Ronaldo glanced at the progress bar, his lips moving slightly. 50 million was still far from 200 million. But the El Clasico was next week, and all of Barcelona was helping him accumulate points. When the bus came to a stop, it was already 11 at night. As soon as Ronaldo stepped into the base corridor, fitness coach Pinchas rushed out from the medical room, grabbing his arm. Magnetic resonance now, immediately. Pinchas's tone was non-negotiable. Your ribs took a elbow hit in the first half. A 39-year-old body can't have no hidden fractures. You can fool the cameras, but not the imaging CT. Ronaldo didn't resist. He took off his coat and walked into the MRI chamber. 20 minutes later, Pinchas stood in front of the light box holding the printed report, his fingers trembling. Ancelotti arrived shortly after, standing behind him. What happened? Ancelotti asked. Pinchas didn't answer. He flipped the report to page 3, then back to page 1, then held up the entire stack to compare each sheet under the light. This is impossible. Pinchas's voice was dry. His bone density is 12% higher than his Juventus medical records and muscle activity indicators. In my 27 years of practice, I've only seen these values in elite athletes under 22. There was also no sign of high-intensity lactate metabolism from the first half. He turned to look at Ancelotti, confusion in his eyes. If this report had no signature, any sports medicine professor would believe the examined person was a 23-year-old top athlete. Ancelotti stared at the image on the light box for a long time. Then he walked to the wall, tore off the rotation schedule pinned to the corkboard, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Cancel all rotation plans. Ancelotti spoke quickly. Next week's El Clasico tactical focus shifts entirely to Cristiano. Pinchas from now on, his body data is classified top secret. Not a single word to be leaked to the outside. Pinus opened his mouth, but eventually nodded. The following morning, at the Barcelona training ground, the Barcelona coach stood before the microphone in the press area, a sneer on his face. It is a tragedy for La Liga that Real Madrid wins with a man nearing 40. Next week at Camp Nou, we will teach him how to retire gracefully through possession-based play. Within 2 hours, a young Barcelona defender renowned for his aggressive style posted a photo of his muscles on social media. The caption consisted of a single sentence. He should be the one wearing body armor. Next week, I will break his leg with my own hands. The comment section of that post flooded with over 200,000 messages, 2/3 of which were cheers from Barcelona fans. In response to the overwhelming taunts, Cristiano Ronaldo made no reply. Jorge Mendes' phone call came in that afternoon. Does Chris need a PR team to counterattack? The remarks of that Barcelona lad have crossed the line. No. Cristiano Ronaldo's tone was calm. Jorge, do me a favor. Edit a clip from my recovery training video and post it today. Select the segments that look the slowest, the most sluggish. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Are you sure? Confirmed. Mendes knew Cristiano Ronaldo too well. He did not ask another word. After hanging up, he took the editing into his own hands personally. That evening, a 47-second training video leaked from an anonymous account suspected to be an insider of Real Madrid. In the video, Cristiano Ronaldo moved slowly, his changes of direction were stiff, and there were even moments where he stumbled and nearly fell. Online haters ushered in their second round of revelry. His physical energy must be depleted. The previous match was just a final flicker of life. His true form is exposed. A 39-year-old's knees can no longer hold up. Barcelona can rest assured now. He's a useless man. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in the base dormitory watching the numbers on the system panel skyrocket. The mockery value surged from 50 million to 80 million even faster than on match day. He turned off his phone, changed into his training outfit, and headed toward the closed training field. Ancelotti arranged an intra-squad match to test the tactical framework for the Clasico. He assigned the starting center-back Rudiger to mark Cristiano Ronaldo closely. When Rudiger stood in front of Cristiano Ronaldo, he clearly held back. He kept a wide spacing between his steps and deliberately reduced the intensity of physical contact. Cristiano Ronaldo stopped, turned, and stared directly at Rudiger. Antonio, you're treating me like a porcelain doll. Rudiger was taken aback. Go all out. Cristiano Ronaldo's voice was cold. Otherwise this training match means nothing. Rudiger's eyes wavered. He was a defender who had emerged from the battlefields of Chelsea and the national team, and deep down, he feared no striker. Since the other side had spoken, there was no reason to be polite anymore. 20 minutes into the match, Real Madrid's left side delivered a corner kick. The ball arced high toward the far post. Rudiger had positioned himself early. With a height of 1.9 meters and a weight exceeding 100 kilograms, he was absolutely confident in dominating any aerial contest. At the same time, Cristiano Ronaldo started his run-up. His approach was only 3 steps, but the moment he jumped, the explosive power caused everyone around them to simultaneously narrow their pupils. Rudiger's shoulder crashed into Cristiano Ronaldo's body, first using all his strength to hold his position. But the next moment a raw force came from the point of contact and Rudiger was forcibly pushed back half a meter. Cristiano Ronaldo headed the ball at the peak of his jump, and the ball struck the ground and bounced into the net. Rudiger was knocked down by the impact, landing heavily on the grass. He lay on his back, his chest heaving violently, staring at the sky for several seconds without getting up. Ancelotti on the sidelines slowly took off his reading glasses without a word. After the training match, the usually arrogant Rudiger posted a message on social media. No picture, just one sentence. He's a monster. Don't try to provoke him. The post triggered wild speculation among outsiders, with haters stubbornly believing Rudiger was mocking Cristiano Ronaldo's bad temper, claiming he was a toxic element in the locker room. The comment section turned into a battlefield once more, but Cristiano Ronaldo just laughed it off. The day before the match, the Real Madrid team arrived at the Barcelona away hotel by bus. The sight outside the window turned the young players' faces pale. Tens of thousands of Barcelona fans blocked both sides of the street, holding up mocking caricatures of Cristiano Ronaldo, uniformly letting out deafening boos. Some people flipped off the window through their fingers, while others stepped on cardboard prints bearing Cristiano Ronaldo's face. Vinicius instinctively pulled the curtains closed while Bellingham frowned and leaned back. The bus came to a stop. The security team formed a human wall outside the car, waiting for the players to get off one by one and enter the side door of the hotel. Cristiano Ronaldo stood up first. He did not head toward the side door. He pushed open the front door of the bus facing the street and walked down directly. The security chief's face turned pale instantly. Cristiano Ronaldo stood on the bus steps facing tens of thousands of distorted faces and a torrent of curses. He slowly raised his right hand, brushed it behind his ear, and made that classic move that would be recorded in football history. He leaned his ear to listen. This caused the entire street to explode. Debris began to hit the security defense. Water bottles, scarves, even shoes. Millions of bullet comments poured into the live broadcast rooms online, even causing a brief lag in the platform's servers. Cristiano Ronaldo calmly walked into the hotel lobby amidst the chaos, still composed. The moment the room door closed, the curses outside were still clearly audible. Cristiano Ronaldo did not pull the curtains. He sat on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. In his mind, the system emitted a deafening sound. Ding. Mockery value has exceeded 100 million. The entrance to the Tears of Lisbon instance officially activated. On the system panel, the bronze door engraved with the Portuguese national emblem slowly split open to both sides. The light seeping through the crack was not golden, but a dim silver gray. Once the instance trial begins, the host's consciousness will be completely separated from the physical body. Upon entering the instance, you will experience 100 real physical exhaustion and mental depletion. If the trial fails, the spirit will suffer heavy damage, directly affecting the match status the next day. There are 15 hours until the Clásico kickoff. Enter. Cristiano Ronaldo opened his eyes. The curses from the Barcelona fans outside continued, distant and muffled. But what rang in his mind was another sound. It was July 4, 2004, at the Estadio da Luz in Lisbon, where 80,000 Portuguese fans fell into silence after the final whistle. Then came the crying. At 19, he knelt on the grass, covering his face with his hands. Tears gushed from between his fingers, impossible to stop. It was the first and only time in his life that he cried openly in front of the whole world. Portugal lost 0-1 to Greece. On his own soil, in front of his own fans, he handed the championship to a team that no one had ever expected. That match was the only thorn in his 20-year career that could never be pulled out. Cristiano Ronaldo looked at the half-open bronze door, his breathing steady. This time I will not cry again. He pressed the confirmation key. White light instantly swallowed everything. Consciousness plummeted violently, in intense dizziness, plummeting and then plummeting again. When Cristiano Ronaldo opened his ears again, deafening sound waves mixed with Portuguese flooded into his ear canal. The air was filled with the stifling heat of midsummer July, mixed with the scent of grass and sweat. He looked down. He was wearing the red and green Portuguese national team jersey with the number 17 on his chest. His legs were young and strong, the hidden pain in his knees completely gone. He looked up and saw the giant scoreboard of the Estadio da Luz. Portugal 0-1 Greece. Match time 85th minute. The system's cold voice sounded. The clearance condition is to reverse the score and win the championship before the match ends. Remaining time 5 minutes. The desperate groans of over 80,000 people flooded his eardrums. The sultry air was thick with the scent of turf and sweat. Cristiano Ronaldo looked down to see a system panel flashing a countdown in the upper right corner of his vision. For minutes and 57 seconds, the red numbers began to tick down relentlessly. He lifted his head to scan the field positions. The entire Greek team of 10 had retreated to their own half, forming two impenetrable defensive lines. Ronaldo jogged toward the midfield as Figo was advancing with the ball. He approached to call for the pass, but the moment his first touch connected with the ball, he sensed something was off. The feel of the ball under his feet was half a beat slower than the version of himself he remembered. The system displayed a line of gray text. Dungeon difficulty adjusted. Host's technical attributes have been calibrated to your actual 2004 level. Any skills acquired after that point are unusable. There was no cutting inside for a shot, no instinct for off-the-ball runs honed over 20 years, and certainly no trivial curve. All that remained was the raw technique of a 19-year-old winger. In the 86th minute, Ronaldo received the ball on the left flank. The Greek right-back Shatters was a completely different player from the one in his real memories. His reactions were unbelievably fast, and his physical duels were maxed out. Ronaldo used a step over to carve out half a yard of space. Just as he was about to change direction and burst past Shatters' knee drove precisely into the outside of his thigh. Ronaldo stumbled, nearly falling. The system prompted him again. In Dungeon, opponent attributes have been fully enhanced to legendary difficulty. The Greek defensive line's overall defensive stats are increased by 40. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Deco sent a long pass to him from the center circle, the ball flying towards the edge of the box. Center back Dellis had already positioned himself. Ronaldo used his body to muscle into the challenge. But Dellis stood firm. Ronaldo was sent flying, crashing onto the turf. The referee didn't blow his whistle. As Ronaldo got up, his mouth was filled with the taste of blood. He had bitten his tongue. He wiped the corner of his mouth. The look in his eyes shifted from initial shock to a cold calm. The rules of this dungeon were clear. You have to use the body of that 19-year-old boy to fight opponents 10 times more brutal than in real history. No system cheats, no trial cards. Just you. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Ronaldo stopped trying to beat the defense on his own. He started using the game intelligence of a 39-year-old to direct his teammates. He shouted in Portuguese for Figo to hug the touchline, told Deco to make a forward run, and called for Nuno Valente to overlap. The teammates responded to his commands, but their execution was always half a beat slow. Figo whipped in a cross from the right. The ball flew towards the far post. Ronaldo sprinted at full speed to attack the ball and jumped. But an elbow precisely struck his temple. A dull thud. His vision went black for an instant before returning. Ronaldo staggered 3 steps upon landing before steadying himself. Blood began to seep from the cut above his right eyebrow, streaking down half his face. The dungeon referee pulled out a yellow card. No penalty. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Ronaldo wiped the blood from his face with his jersey, but it immediately began to seep out again. The pain from the brow wound was 100% real. Sharp stabs washed over him in waves, blood blurring half his vision in his right eye. In the stands, some fans began to cover their faces and cry exactly as they had 20 years ago. Ronaldo stood in the center circle, blood dripping from his chin onto his jersey. He closed his eyes. In the scene before him, the 19-year-old version of himself was kneeling on this very turf, sobbing uncontrollably. Figo patted his shoulder in the locker room, telling him he was young and there would be other chances. But he waited 20 years, and Portugal never won a trophy on home soil again. Ronaldo opened his eyes. Using his blood-stained fingers, he wiped away the bloody streak over his right eye. He roared at every teammate wearing the red and green jersey on the field. "Give me the ball. Give me every single ball." Then he started to run. It was no longer the reckless charge of a 19-year-old boy, but precise movement distilled from reading tens of thousands of matches. He drifted from the left flank into the center, deliberately vanishing from Dellis' sight for a few seconds. Deco was nearly dispossessed under pressure in midfield, but managed to poke the ball through to an advancing Figo at the last moment. Figo didn't cross. He played a cutback as Ronaldo had instructed moments ago. The ball arrived at the edge of the box. Ronaldo was there, his timing precise to the millisecond. This was 20 years of off-the-ball movement experience piloting a 19-year-old body. But 2 Greek defenders were still converging on him. 53 seconds remaining. Ronaldo didn't control the ball. He didn't adjust. He used that raw, explosive right leg of a 19-year-old to lash a shot directly. The ball struck a defender's leg, deflecting and changing its trajectory. Goalkeeper Nikopoulos misjudged it. The ball flew over his fingertips, struck the inside of the post, and rebounded into the net. 1-1. It wasn't a beautiful goal. Ronaldo had managed to scuff the ball while off balance just as he was about to be fouled. The shooting motion lacked any aesthetic grace. But the stadium of light erupted. Ronaldo lay on the pitch, his face a mask of blood and sweat, his right eye almost shut. His teammates piled on top of him, some were crying, others laughing. When Figo embraced him, his shoulders were trembling. Ronaldo's gaze cut through the crowd to the system panel. The countdown had reached 0. The score was 1-1. But a draw wasn't a comeback. The system displayed a new prompt, the font turning from gold to blood red. Regular time has ended. The score does not meet the comeback conditions. Now entering extra time penalty stage. Extra time duration 30 minutes. Additional penalty hosts energy consumption rate increased to 3 times normal. Current energy remaining 61. Ronaldo stared at the words, 3 times consumption. At this rate he wouldn't last until the end of extra time. In the first half of extra time Ronaldo reduced his running range, lurking just outside the opponent's box waiting for a chance. But the Greek players showed no signs of fatigue, they only grew more aggressive. 3 defenders took turns engaging him in close quarters combat, elbows stamping on feet, pulling his shirt. They used every trick in the book. Energy remaining 38. In the 97th minute Ronaldo received the ball in the box, turned and shot, but Dellis blocked it with his body. As he landed, the back of his right thigh spasmed. It wasn't an injury, it was a muscle cramp from excessive energy depletion. He went down on one knee gasping for air. The team doctor ran over, but Ronaldo pushed him away. Don't touch me. I can still play. The first half of extra time ended. The score remained 1-1. Energy remaining 29. During the 2-minute break Ronaldo didn't sit down. He knew that if he did his legs might not get up again. He stood in the center circle leaning on his knees, sweat mixed with residual blood dripping onto the turf. Figo walked over and patted him on the back. Kid, you've done your best. No one will blame you. Ronaldo looked up at this face. In real history, Figo retired from the national team after this final. He never had another chance to win a title for Portugal. Luis, Ronaldo's voice was hoarse. There are no more chances. There's no more time. Perfection can't wait. We have to win this game. The second half of extra time. Energy dropped below 20. After every sprint Ronaldo needed 3 or 4 seconds to catch his breath. But his mind remained sharp. The consciousness of a 39-year-old was forcibly driving this young body beyond its limits. In the 112th minute Portugal broke from midfield on the counter. Figo drove into the box and crossed. Ronaldo jumped for the header at the far post. But his leap was only 2/3 of his normal height. His header went wide, skimming the post and flying out for a goal kick. He collapsed to the ground and took 5 seconds to get up. Energy remaining 14. Still no reward by the 117th minute. Energy 7, red. Ronaldo's legs were no longer fully obeying his commands. His knees buckled with every step. He dragged himself over to Figo, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Next time you get the ball, pass it to my feet. Don't play it into space and don't lead me. Just to my feet. I only have the strength for one last shot. Figo looked at the eyes beneath Cristiano Ronaldo's bloodstained face. After a moment of silence, he nodded decisively. He was getting older, henceforth the red-green army belonged to this 19-year-old boy. The 119th minute. Only 1 minute remained in extra time, and a penalty shootout did not satisfy the condition for overturning the score. This was their last chance. A lateral pass from the Greek midfielder was desperately blocked by Deco, the ball bouncing toward Figo in the attacking third. Figo took 2 strides and looked up. Cristiano Ronaldo stood on the penalty line, tightly marked by 2 Greek defenders. His stamina had dwindled to 4, he couldn't even turn to evade them. But Figo remembered his words and passed the ball down. The ball skittered along the grass to Ronaldo's left foot. Ronaldo did not control it or feint. Through the closing gap between the 2 defenders, he pushed the shot with the inside of his left foot. The shot lacked power, speed, and spin. It was the crudest shot a boy drained of stamina could muster. It even looked like a mishit. The ball rolled low along the grass toward the bottom right corner of the goal. Nikopoulos dove out his fingertips, grazing the ball. It slowed for an instant, then rolled between the goalkeeper's fingertips and the goalpost through a gap of less than 20 centimeters. 2-1. Ronaldo's stamina hit 0 the moment he shot. He fell face first onto the grass in the penalty area, his face touching the ground, his vision filled only with grass and blurred system text. The roar from the Estadio de Luz seemed unreal. Teammates pulled him up, some wept, others laughed. When Figo embraced him, his shoulders shook. The final whistle blew. The system panel popped up indicating mission completion, Ronaldo's consciousness already fading. Before losing consciousness completely, he saw the scoreboard at the Estadio de Luz slowly transform into a line of golden text. The tears of Lisbon mission had been cleared. He saw his 19-year-old self standing on the grass instead of kneeling and weeping. Though bloodied and bruised, he stood. His consciousness drifted in the void, and for the first time the system's voice was no longer mechanical, but carried a solemn tone. The host has cleared the mission under 0 stamina, 0 external aids, and maximum penalty conditions. Willpower rating SSS. Permanent passive skill, body of steel, unlocked. Effect 1, stamina recovery rate increased to 4 times that of an ordinary person. A stamina no longer degrades linearly during matches. Effect 2, muscle and bone impact resistance permanently enhanced to the highest protection standard within the mission. This skill is permanent and passive, requiring no activation. It takes effect immediately. Cristiano Ronaldo snapped his eyes open. The ceiling of the Barcelona away hotel came into view, gray morning light filtering through the window. He was drenched, the sheets soaked through with sweat. His temples throbbed, his limbs felt weak. The bedside clock read 6:15 a.m. He moved his shoulders, knees, and ankles. The sensation was different. This was not the temporary boost from an experience card, but a profound change embedded in his bones. Cristiano Ronaldo walked to the bathroom mirror and lifted his shirt. The muscle lines on his abdomen and side ribs were firmer and more defined than the day before. The system panel appeared in his view, the stamina bar full. Following, it was the golden shield icon for body of steel. He stood before the mirror for a long time. A faint red mark sat above his right brow, the spot struck by an elbow in the mission. The mark seemed to tell him it was all real. He reached out and touched the red line. He finally won that final from 20 years earlier. Ronaldo changed into his training uniform, opened the door, and the sounds of teammates waking up echoed down the corridor. The phone screen lit up with a message from Mendes. Across the nation, betting odds for the El Clasico placed Ronaldo's goal probability at 1 in 4. 5 of the highest among Real Madrid starting players. No one believed a 39-year-old could sustain high-intensity output for 2 consecutive matches. Ronaldo flipped the phone over, placing it face down on the table. He pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor, his steps light and steady. Body of steel was quietly running through his blood. At 7:00 a.m., the entire Real Madrid squad gathered for breakfast in the closed dining room on the hotel's first floor. Cristiano Ronaldo carried a plate of boiled chicken breast and avocado to a seat by the window, took a bite, and began chewing. The passive effect of Body of Steel was more pronounced than he had imagined. The extreme exertion from last night's mission had almost fully recovered. The weakness in his limbs was replaced by a swelling power seeping from deep within his bones. Vinicius sat opposite him with a tray in hand, a banana dangling from his mouth, his eyes stealing glances at Ronaldo's face. "Hey, you didn't sleep well last night." Vinicius's tone carried a probing edge. Ronaldo lifted his eyelids slightly. "I'm fine. Above your brow." Vinicius pointed to his own right brow. "There's a red mark. It wasn't there before." Ronaldo brushed the spot with the back of his hand, without flinching. "A scratch from shaving." Vinicius's gaze went blank, and he pressed no further. A muttered complaint came through. "Shaving the beard, but not the eyebrows." But his eyes lingered on Ronaldo's face for a few seconds longer. The man's eyes were different from yesterday's. Yesterday's Ronaldo had been sharp, radiating aggressive confidence. But this morning those dark brown eyes held something deep and heavy, so quiet it bordered on silence. Vinicius could not name it, but the feeling made him instinctively straighten his spine. After breakfast, Ancelotti called the team together for a tactical briefing in the analysis room on the second floor of the hotel. A projection screen displayed clips of Barcelona's defensive positioning from their last 5 matches. Ancelotti stood beside the screen, laser pointer in hand. "Today's tactical core is one rule only." Ancelotti's voice was low, but each word struck heavily. "Every final pass in an attack must go to Cristiano Ronaldo." A brief silence filled the conference room. Rodrigo, seated in the second row, moved his lips, but said nothing. Bellingham's expression remained calm. He had witnessed Ronaldo's performance firsthand in the previous match and had no objections. "Vinicius, your task on the left flank is to stretch wide and drag their right back to the sideline." Ancelotti drew a red line on the screen with his laser pointer. "Bellingham, shift your forward route from the center to the left flank to create space for Cristiano Ronaldo in the middle. Modric and Kroos will control the tempo, passing only when Cristiano Ronaldo has created space." "What if he's double-teamed?" Rodrigo finally spoke, his tone neither challenging nor deferential. "Barcelona is not Villarreal. Their pressing intensity is completely different." Ancelotti glanced at him. "If he's double-teamed, it means openings will appear elsewhere. Cristiano Ronaldo will judge when to shoot and when to pass." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the entire team. "You must trust his judgment." The head coach had spoken, and Rodrigo dared not say another word. He leaned back in his seat, his gaze falling on Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo had not turned around throughout, nor did he add anything to Ancelotti's tactical instructions. He sat in the far right seat of the first row, arms crossed, motionless, silent and stern. He seemed to conceal all his sharpness, not letting a single trace slip out. The tactical meeting ended, and the entire team returned to their rooms for pre-match preparations. Ronaldo locked the door, drew the curtains tightly, and sat on the edge of the bed. The system panel materialized before his eyes. The taunt value had been depleted after opening the dungeon, now only a few 100,000 remained. The conditions for unlocking the next dungeon were not yet displayed. But the attention of El Clasico was there, and no matter how tonight's match went, this number would skyrocket. However, before that he could accumulate taunt value to exchange for something. He glanced at the corner of the panel. The golden shield icon of steel body glowed quietly, showing no sign of dimming. The other reward from clearing the Tears of Lisbon, a badge engraved with Latin, was still gray. The system noted a line of small text: requires completing subsequent dungeons to unlock. Ronaldo did not linger on the panel. He closed the interface, changed into a clean set of underwear, lay flat on the bed, and closed his eyes. This was something he did before every big match. To let his mind enter a semi-dormant, tranquil state. In that space, there was no system, no taunt value, no abuse from trolls. Only him and the upcoming 90 minutes. In his mind, he began replaying Barcelona's defensive footage frame by frame. They had a young center back who was fast, but his turning had a noticeable lag in center of gravity. A fake run could lure him out of position. The right back had been repeatedly beaten by Vinicius last season. In one-on-one situations, he habitually stuck out his foot early, a psychological scar from being tormented. The midfield rhythm control was entirely shouldered by one key player. If Modric could cut off his passing lanes in the midfield battle, Barcelona's progression from back to front would directly slow down by a level. As for that young defender who had boasted on social media that he would break his legs, the corner of Ronaldo's mouth twitched slightly in the darkness. He didn't need the system to teach him how to deal with a cocky young defender, crushing the confidence of such people. He had been doing that for 20 years. In the afternoon, Mendes's phone rang. The pre-match discussion heat across the entire internet has broken the La Liga historical record. Mendes's voice tried to suppress excitement, but failed. Globally, it's estimated that over 400 million people will watch tonight's broadcast, setting the highest viewership for El Clásico in nearly a decade. What about Barcelona's side? Their head coach gave another interview this morning, still playing the same old tune about tiki-taka, making sure you won't touch the ball for 90 minutes. Mendes paused. That young defender who made the post, Barcelona's PR department urgently deleted it. But screenshots are everywhere, can't be cleaned up. Let it spread more. What? The screenshots of that post. Don't have them taken down. Ronaldo's tone was calm. The more people see it, the better. Mendes was silent for 2 seconds. Then he let out a laugh. You're deliberately cultivating a monster, cooking up some plan, aren't you, eh? Ronaldo did not answer. He hung up and closed his eyes again. The taunt value in the corner of the system panel jumped a few times. These numbers were silently accumulating in the background. What he needed to do was not stare at them, but wait for them to rise to the right level. What's the rush? The whole world was helping him accumulate. At 4 p.m., the entire team gathered in the hotel lobby. The bus, escorted by a security convoy, drove toward Camp Nou. The streets of Barcelona outside the window were crazier than last night. Red and blue flags hung from apartment balconies. Every screen in the bars along the street was broadcasting pre-match analysis. Ronaldo's name and face appeared in almost every frame. But the accompanying text was uniformly scorn and disdain. The bus was still 800 meters from the stadium when its speed was forced down to walking pace. Large crowds of fans flooded the streets, police struggling to maintain order. Dozens of giant banners unfurled among the crowd, the largest of which was written in Catalan. The retirement home is in Madrid, not at Camp Nou. Bellingham saw the banner through the gap in the curtains, frowned, and turned to look at Ronaldo. Ronaldo had his eyes closed, ignoring everything outside. But in his system panel, the taunt value was surging upward at tens of thousands per second. Every insult, every banner, every tweet from this city was helping him accumulate taunt value. Barcelona, truly a treasure trove. The bus stopped at the players' tunnel entrance. Security did not let Ronaldo go through the main door. They directly opened the side door for the players to pass quickly. Ronaldo was the second to get off, following behind Captain Nacho. The tunnel was dimly lit with a dull vibration from the stands above. Tens of thousands of people were stomping. That rhythmic roar, deep and powerful. In the Real Madrid dressing room, white jerseys hung neatly in each player's cubby. Ronaldo walked to his spot and looked at the jersey with the number 7 on the back. He didn't hurry to change. He took his boots out of the bag, checking the wear of each stud one by one. Then he put on the shin guards and tied his laces tightly. Finally, he pulled on that white battle jersey. The entire process was quiet and focused. Every movement carried a sense of ritual. Ancelotti gave the final team talk 45 minutes before kickoff. The talk was very brief. He didn't mention Ronaldo's name, nor did he mention tactics. He only said one sentence. You know what to do. Go out there and don't lower your heads. The dressing room door opened, and the players walked into the tunnel one by one. Ronaldo walked in the middle of the team, neither ahead nor behind. From the opposite tunnel entrance came the voices and laughter of Barcelona players, red and blue figures appearing one after another. Ronaldo didn't look at them. His gaze was fixed straight ahead on the dazzling green at the end of the tunnel. The Camp Nou pitch. The two teams lined up at the tunnel entrance, waiting for the signal to enter. Real Madrid and Barcelona players stood facing each other in 2 rows less than a meter apart. That young defender who had boasted about breaking Ronaldo's legs was standing in the 4th position opposite. 87 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and strong. His face wore the typical ferocity of youth eager to prove himself. His gaze locked directly onto Ronaldo, chin slightly raised, a provocative smirk on his lips. Ronaldo felt that stare. He slowly turned his head. His gaze settled calmly on the other's face. There was no anger, no arrogance, not even that trademark smirk. He simply looked at the young man. That gaze was so light, so dismissible. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked forward again. Not a single word throughout. But the young defender's expression cracked at the moment Ronaldo looked away. His Adam's apple bobbed. His center of gravity unconsciously shifted from the balls of his feet to his heels. It wasn't quite a retreat, but it was certainly not the demeanor of someone ready to break an opponent's legs. The entry whistle blew. The two teams' players walked out of the tunnel one after another. The voices of 980 spectators at Camp Nou exploded simultaneously, a deafening roar. And the moment Ronaldo's figure appeared on the pitch, the entire stadium's boos instantly drowned out everything. As soon as the referee's whistle blew, Camp Nou erupted. 98,000 voices roared in unison, a tangible wave of boos cascading from the stands to saturate every inch of the stadium air. Inside the broadcast truck, the audio engineer cursed and immediately lowered the microphone gain by 3 levels. The waveform spiked crimson, filled entirely with distorted white noise. The commentator at the Spanish national television booth shouted twice to announce the kickoff, but his voice was completely drowned out. The audience could only see his lips moving. This was Camp Nou, the most intimidating home ground for visiting teams in all of Europe. Barcelona took the first kick. A defender passed sideways to midfield, who then returned the pass sideways to another midfielder. The ball seemed tethered to an invisible thread, tracing precise geometric patterns beneath Barcelona's feet. In the first 5 minutes, Real Madrid touched the ball only 7 times. Barcelona touched the ball 63 times. This wasn't a match, it was more like playing with a monkey. Barcelona's possession system operated like a precision instrument that had run for decades, its gears meshing perfectly. 2 defensive midfielders rotated to receive passes, while 4 defenders stretched the width of the field, the midfield triangle constantly rotating and shifting. The ball tapped rhythmically beneath their feet, unhurried and composed. Cristiano Ronaldo stood near the center circle in the opponent's half, with no teammates within 2 meters. He was isolated. Barcelona's strategy was clear: keep him from touching the ball. The sensation was akin to being forced to stand penalty, making the world watch a 39-year-old man simply stand on the grass. In the 7th minute, Luka Modric attempted to receive the ball in midfield, but Barcelona's 2 defensive midfielders closed in like pincers, cutting off his passing lanes. Modric was forced to pass backward, and Ancelotti touched his nose on the sidelines without saying anything. In the 9th minute, Toni Kroos received the ball to attempt a long pass, but the opposing forward pressed back. Kroos struggled to hold possession and lost it again. Real Madrid's midfield had been completely strangled. Their tactical core, the final pass to Ronaldo, couldn't even get started against Barcelona's possession system. The commentator's voice finally emerged through the boos: Real Madrid is in a very passive situation. Ronaldo hasn't touched the ball for 9 minutes. The system panel quietly illuminated in the corner of Ronaldo's vision. He glanced at it without moving. He had to wait a bit longer. In the 12th minute, Real Madrid finally earned a backline throw-in. Nacho threw the ball near the center circle. Ronaldo turned sideways to receive it, preparing to make a simple layoff. Before the ball hit the ground, a figure closed in on him. Barcelona's young center back. 87 centimeters tall with broad shoulders and a muscular build, his face bore the excitement of a predator spotting prey. He didn't go for the ball. As the ball touched the ground, his right knee discreetly pressed against the outer side of Ronaldo's thigh. The angle was too sharp for the referee to see, but replay cameras would capture it clearly. This was one of the most vicious tactics on the field, a precise strike to the dead muscle on the outer quadriceps. At worst, it would cause muscle cramps affecting mobility, and at best, it would leave him limping for the remainder of the match. Anyone would instinctively step aside to protect themselves. But Ronaldo didn't dodge. He even took a half step forward. Knee against knee. A dull thud. Like 2 stones colliding. Ronaldo remained motionless while the young center-back's body suddenly lurched backwards, stumbling 2 steps before managing to steady himself, his expression shifting from excitement to confusion. A tingling numbness spread through his knee. Something felt wrong. It wasn't like hitting a thigh, it felt more like hitting a fire hydrant. How was this possible? He was 39. How could his muscle density be this hardness? The system panel flickered in the corner of his vision. Millions of Barcelona fans worldwide were furiously posting on social media. Tags like "Ronaldo deliberately colliding, an old thug can't play, so he resorts to violence" instantly surged onto trending topics, with mockery values climbing tens of thousands per second. Ronaldo turned his head, his gaze settling on the young center-back's face. No anger, no provocation. Just a glance. An expression so light and faint it was as if he were looking at a roadside utility pole. He then retracted his gaze, turned, and ran forward to join the attack. Not a single word was said throughout. The young center-back stood still, his atoms apple-bobbing once. He couldn't distinguish whether that feeling was anger after being provoked or a sense of terror, as if in this man's world, he wasn't even worth a response. This feeling of being ignored was more painful than any trash talk. The match continued. Barcelona's manager stood at the edge of the technical area, hands in his pockets, lips pressed tight. The previous physical collision had furrowed his brow for a moment, but it soon smoothed over. A random clash meant nothing. His tactical framework was the deciding factor for the night. Cut the connection between their number 7 and number 8, he shouted toward the field, gesturing toward Modric and Kroos's positions. The instruction reached the field, and Barcelona's 2 defensive midfielders shifted forward again. They weren't just controlling possession anymore, they began closely marking Modric. As soon as the Croatian received the ball, someone would immediately cut in from the side, using his body to block Modric's turning path. Ancelotti's pre-match tactics had been completely stifled. Without Modric's long passes, Ronaldo was an island in the attacking third. Vinicius tried 2 solo breaks. Once on the left, he beat 2 defenders, and entered the penalty area, but a defender slid in from the side and brought him down. A yellow card for a free kick, but the position was too far off to be threatening. The second time he received the ball in the middle to cut inside, the defender didn't even attempt a foot tackle. Instead, he grabbed Ronaldo's jersey and pulled him down for another yellow card. Bellingham received the ball on the right flank, but as soon as he turned, he was hugged from behind and tackled. Foul, yellow card. Barcelona's strategy was simple and brutal. You want to speed up? Fine, but every time you try, you'll pay with a foul. Yellow cards didn't matter. Trading one yellow card for stopping Real Madrid's counterattack was a worthwhile deal. The match had descended into a meat grinder rhythm. Most of the time, the ball stayed slowly under Barcelona's control. Occasionally, Real Madrid won possession and prepared to counter, but immediately a technical foul would be called to stop them. The scene was dull and ugly, filled with sounds of muscle collisions and bodies falling to the ground. This wasn't what fans wanted to see in an El Clasico match, but it was the most authentic El Clasico. The clock reached the 30-minute mark. The scoreboard showed 2 big zeros. On social media, Barcelona fans and Ronaldo's haters celebrated as if it were a festival. Bullet comments and comment sections were flooded with the same content. Haha, a 39-year-old man standing at Camp Nou. Ancelotti's tactical core is this: he can't even touch the ball. Ronaldo has 0 touches, 0 shots, 0 threats in half an hour. Suggest he go sit on the bench and drink water. Where's the peak form you promised? The energy you had when playing Villarreal? Those who understand know it's just the honeymoon phase. Maybe you should go retire in Saudi Arabia and not come out to embarrass yourself again. 3 days before the match, the Real Madrid training base in Madrid. Sunlight flooded the entire Valdebebas training center, the air thick with the scent of freshly cut grass. But beyond the walls, the world was still ablaze. That official UEFA data panel was still spreading like wildfire across the internet. 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 dribbles, 0 shots on target, the lowest rating on the team. The media, the fans, the haters smelled blood. They swarmed around Cristiano Ronaldo, tearing at the bone, the topic's readership already exceeding 3 billion. Yet within these walls, not a single word of those sounds could penetrate. Ancelotti had given a strict order 3 days ago: cut the internet at the training base, only internal footage on the locker room TV, and anyone whose phone lit up during training would run 10 laps. Right now on pitch 1, the entire team was engaged in the highest intensity offensive and defensive drill. 11 versus 11, full speed, full power, holding nothing back. Vinicius Jr. took the ball, feinted continuously down the left flank, then suddenly cut inside and played a diagonal pass. The ball wasn't heading for the box. It was heading for the top of the center circle to the number 7 with his back to goal. Cristiano Ronaldo controlled the ball with his back to goal. He cushioned it with his chest, the ball obediently dropping at his feet. Pizzella, temporarily assigned to the opposing side in the training match, immediately closed him down from behind. Ronaldo didn't turn. He backheeled the ball with his left foot, threading it through his opponent's legs. At that same second, Kylian Mbappe sprinted full speed in from the right flank. This run wasn't from the coach's playbook. It was Mbappe's own instinct. The moment he saw Ronaldo get the ball, he knew where it would go. No secret signals needed, no prior communication. Not even a glance was required. The ball arrived, Mbappe received it, drove forward at full speed, and struck the goal from the right side of the box. It was a perfect finish. There were no cheers for the training goal. As Mbappe slowed down, passing Ronaldo, he extended his right fist and bumped it against Ronaldo's. No one on the training ground discussed those 5 zeros from the data. No one consoled Ronaldo, no one defended him, no one even brought up the previous match. It wasn't callousness. It was because everyone on this pitch who had played those 90 minutes had personally witnessed Ronaldo after running 12.8 kilometers, standing in the center circle, barely out of breath. They didn't need a data panel to tell them who the true architect of that victory was. During another attacking sequence, Jude Bellingham received the ball and distributed it wide, habitually glancing towards the center. Ronaldo had already made his run. Not a drop back to receive, but a forward surge. He drove straight into the box. Bellingham hesitated for half a second. In the last match, Ronaldo's style was to drop deep and pull defenders, acting as the team's invisible tactical core. In this training session, he had changed his approach. But Bellingham didn't hesitate. He played the pass. Ronaldo received the ball with his back to goal in the box, turned and shot. A fluid, seamless motion, and the ball was in the net again. Luka Modric jogged over from midfield and patted Bellingham on the back of the head. Don't overthink it, the 39-year-old Croatian said. Wherever he wants to play, that's where you pass it. Bellingham opened his mouth, then finally nodded with a smile. During the break, the players gradually filed back to the locker room for water. The only exception Ancelotti allowed was on the big screen in the locker room. A recording of Batist's pre-match press conference. On screen, Manuel Pellegrini sat behind the long press table, wearing a dark blue thin sweater. The veteran manager's silver hair was impeccably combed, his speaking pace slower than the air conditioning. But every sentence carried a barb. I have studied Real Madrid's match footage against Arsenal. Pellegrini gave a slight smile. Mr. Ronaldo's tactical value is indeed underestimated by many. Mikel Arteta made a fatal mistake. He stacked all his resources in the wrong direction. A reporter pressed, and how will you respond? Pellegrini's smile didn't waver. I will not repeat his mistake. Few words, but the meaning was clear. I see through you. A few players in the locker room glanced up at the screen, then lowered their heads to continue drinking. Then the image cut away. The next person to appear on screen instantly changed the atmosphere in the locker room. Antony, the Brazilian who transferred from Manchester United to Betis. 24 years old, meticulously styled dreadlocks, a diamond stud in his left ear. He sat back in the press conference chair, leaning comfortably. His first move was to run a hand through his hair for the camera. Then he spoke. Cristiano Ronaldo. Antony let out a laugh, carrying that youthful, reckless arrogance. I respect what he has achieved. But now come on, please. He spread his hands. He's 39. His stats are all zeros, carried entirely by his marketing team. This is La Liga, not the Saudi Pro League. My pace will teach him a lesson. The locker room was silent for a second. Vinicius Jr. was the first to laugh out loud. Not a bitter laugh, but the kind that said this guy really has no idea what he's talking about. Kylian Mbappe leaned against his locker, a faint smirk on his lips, saying nothing. Luka Modric slowly screwed the cap back on his water bottle, without even looking up. This young man. His tone held no anger, not even sarcasm. Only a faint, almost transparent indifference born from seeing this kind of thing too many times. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in the corner, using a massage gun on his thigh muscles. From start to finish, he didn't glance at the screen once. The training session ended. At 4:17 p.m., the players gradually left the training ground and headed for the parking lot. The light was dim in the player tunnel, one of the fluorescent lights overhead flickering with a low buzz. As Ronaldo reached the middle of the tunnel, a voice came from the shadows. Carlo Ancelotti was leaning against the wall, holding an unopened bottle of water. Clearly the old man was waiting specifically for him. He handed the water over. Ronaldo took it, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Ancelotti didn't exchange pleasantries. Arsenal's tactic, using it once is a masterstroke, using it twice is a bit of a joke. Ronaldo didn't reply, just listened quietly, taking another gulp of water. Pellegrini is a wily old fox. Ancelotti's voice was low, unusually clear in the empty tunnel. He won't be led around by the nose like Arteta. If you try to drop deep and act as a playmaker from the center circle, he won't fall for it. Ronaldo lowered the bottle from his lips. I know. Ancelotti looked into his eyes, and then the old man smiled. It wasn't a professional smile. It was a grin laced with a uniquely Italian cunning and indulgence, the kind an old hunter wears when he sees the hound's ears perk up. Get back into the box. Get back to where you belong. Stop playing these invisible tactics. Take the ball, dribble, shoot, and score. In the simplest, most direct, most violent way. He reached out and patted Ronaldo on the shoulder. You shouldn't have forgotten what I said. After you score, I want to see you do that celebration. The whole world is mocking your stats, so shut their mouths with goals. Ancelotti withdrew his hand from Ronaldo's shoulder. Long-range shots are a luxury. The box is your battlefield. There aren't that many 35-meter missiles in the world that can save a team, but every touch in the box. He raised a finger. Could be the match winner. Ronaldo didn't nod. He saw the change in Ancelotti's eyes. It was a subtle shift. Having lurked in the shadows for too long, he had finally heard the hunter say go. His pupils contracted, just for an instant. But Ancelotti saw it clearly. He had been in the industry for 40 years, seen the eyes of countless players. Beckenbauer's eyes were calm. Zidane's were elegant. Maldini's eyes were resolute. But Ronaldo's eyes, at certain specific moments, were bloodthirsty, a pure extreme bloodlust. Unmixed with anger, resentment, or the desire to prove himself. Only the will to kill. Ronaldo finished the last sip of water from the bottle. He crushed the bottle in his hand and tossed it precisely into a trash can 3 meters away. He gave Ancelotti a slight nod, then turned and walked into the light at the end of the tunnel. Ancelotti leaned against the wall, watching the figure disappear. The old man pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was the latest message from the vice president. Remind Mr. Ancelotti win by 3 goals. Ancelotti stared for a few seconds. Then he put the phone back in his pocket. The numbers on the system panel went wild. The taunting value surged like a runaway horse. 30 million. 35 million. 40 million. This calm celebration gesture was transmitted via global broadcast signals to every screen. Barcelona fans, see haters, all those who bet he would embarrass himself tonight. Everything exploded in that instant. 45 million. 50 million. It blew up completely. Vinicius rushed over first and hugged C from behind. Bellingham followed closely behind, patting C on the back of his head. Modric ran the slowest, but arrived shortly after, simply placing his hand on C's chest, his eyes full of laughter. He understood the meaning of this action too well. After the celebration crowd dispersed, the camera found another person. The young Barcelona center back. He didn't get up. He held his right ankle curled up on the grass before C's shot. The expression on his face wasn't pain anymore. It was fear. He had used all his strength in that tackle. The studs hit C's shin directly. The angle and force were enough to break anyone's tibia instantly. But it wasn't C's leg that broke. It was his own ankle. As expected, force is reciprocal. Kicking at an iron wall with all your might, all the impact bounced back unchanged. The team doctor rushed onto the field, checked for less than 30 seconds, then stood up and made a substitution gesture toward the coaching bench. The young center back was carried off the field by two team doctors, each step requiring him to bite through the excruciating pain radiating from his ankle. As he passed by, his head remained bowed continuously, not daring not to look into that person's eyes. A post that had been urgently deleted yet screenshot and spread wildly on social media. "I'll break his leg." This became the biggest joke across the entire network. He didn't break anyone's leg. He broke his own ankle and was carted away from his home ground. The broadcast feed gave a close-up shot of the Barcelona coach. He stood at the edge of the technical area, both hands already pulled out of his pockets and clenched into fists. His complexion turned even darker green. Matches continued, but Barcelona's rhythm was disrupted. Without their starting center back, the defensive positioning showed visible chaos. A substitute center back came on hastily with almost zero chemistry between him and his partner. Real Madrid smelled blood. Vinicius began charging fiercely down the left flank, while Bellingham's forward runs became bolder still. C retreated to the edge of the penalty area, serving as the hub for offensive organization, every touch precise like a scalpel during surgery. Barcelona spent 10 minutes desperately chasing possession after losing the ball, but they didn't concede again. Finally, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. 1-0. Real Madrid led away from home. Players walked into the tunnel. Barcelona's locker room was on the left, Real Madrid's on the right. C stepped into the tunnel with steady steps and even breathing. He glanced down at his left calf. Bleeding marks scraped by the studs on his shin had already begun to scab over. Body of steel. Physical recovery speed 4 times normal. He felt no pain at all. On the other side, the door to Barcelona's locker room slammed shut violently. When the coach entered, all players kept their heads lowered. No one dared speak. He didn't approach the tactical board. No picked up a pen to draw formations. His gaze skipped straight past all starting players, settling on a chair tucked deep in the corner of the locker room. Someone sat there. 33 years old, 1 meter 85 tall, 92 kilograms heavy. Face full of flesh, a scar above one eyebrow, muscles on both arms stretching the short sleeves nearly to bursting. This man received 9 yellow cards and 2 red cards last season in La Liga. Fouls ranked 3rd in the entire league. Fans nicknamed him Black Shop Butcher. He wasn't originally on the match sheet. 2 hours before kickoff, the coach suddenly added him to the bench. Now the coach approached him bending down. The hum of air conditioning could be heard throughout the locker room. The coach lowered his voice so low only 2 people could hear it. But everyone read the meaning in his lip movements and eye expressions. "You're going in for the second half. Don't worry about where the ball is. Mark number 7. He paused, then twitched the corner of his mouth. "If a red card makes him get carried off on a stretcher, that red card will be your only task for tonight." The man with the flesh-filled face slowly rose from the corner. He neither said yes nor explained clearly, just started moving his neck, turning left and right twice, producing 2 sharp cracks from his cervical vertebrae. A young substitute player in the locker room bowed his head, staring at his shoe tips. He dared not look at the coach's eyes or at the standing man. Only minutes remained until halftime at Camp Nou. In Real Madrid's locker room, Ancelotti adjusted defensive positioning for the second half on a whiteboard. C sat in his position, took a sip of water, then put the bottle down. He didn't know what was happening in the opposing locker room. But he didn't need to know. What comes will come. And he was always ready soon. Time slipped by quickly. The player corridor dimly lit, both teams lined up on either side waiting for the referee group signal. C stood at the front of Real Madrid's lineup, arms crossed, gazing straight ahead. Peripheral vision caught a figure. That person was nailed firmly to C's left calf, like a snake measuring the most vulnerable joints of its prey. C slowly turned his head. The person leaning against the wall opposite the tunnel was completely different from any Barcelona player in the first half. 1 meter 85 tall, at least 90 kilograms heavy. Short-sleeved jerseys stretched almost out of shape by muscular arms, neck as thick as a calf, a scar above one eyebrow intensifying the ferocity of his whole face by 1 level. Butcher. This nickname wasn't fan jokes. 9 yellows, 2 reds last season, fouls ranked 3rd in the league. 3 forwards who faced him ended up in hospital afterward. But C only looked at him 2 seconds. Then withdrew his gaze, continuing to stare at the green turf light seeping from the tunnel end. That indifference proved more lethal than any provocation. The butcher's temple pulsed, knuckles whitening around his clenched fist. He was ignored. Completely, thoroughly emanating from within your very bones. Like you snarling furiously before a tiger while the tiger doesn't even bother looking your way. The referee's whistle sounded. Both teams re-entered the pitch. The broadcast feed gave the butcher a 5-second facial close-up the moment he stepped onto the turf. The commentator's tone immediately shifted. "Watch out. Barcelona made a substitution in the second half. It's him." Brief pause. This player received 9 yellow cards and 2 red cards last season in La Liga, ranking 3rd in fouls. His arrival likely means Barcelona has abandoned playing with feet. Another commentator took over, voice tinged with unease. "To be honest, I'm very worried about C's physical safety given this player's style. I don't want to assume the worst, but the intention behind this substitution is too clear." But the barrage on social media told another story. "The butcher's here, let's crush him." Spent half the game showing off time to deal with this old guy in the second half. Break his legs, mess with him. A whistle blew, signaling the start of the second half. After several passes in Barcelona's possession, the ball reached the right flank near the opponent's penalty area. A simple back pass allowed Modric to regain possession near the center circle. Modric dribbled sideways for 2 steps, searching for Ronaldo's position. Ronaldo moved back a few steps to receive the pass. But before the ball arrived, the butcher was already there. He didn't even attempt to steal the ball. No lunge, no blocking stance. He simply accelerated with all his might like a truck with failed brakes, crashing shoulder first into Ronaldo while taking him down with him. The microphone clearly captured the dull thud. Bang! Ronaldo stumbled back 2 steps. Nearly 1,000 Barcelona fans erupted in a roar of cheers, the volume so intense it seemed to threaten to rip the roof off Camp Nou. The referee rushed over. Everyone expected him to pull out a card, but instead he blew his whistle once and pointed toward the sideline. Out of bounds. Not even a verbal warning. A suppressed sigh echoed from the commentary booth. Only an out-of-bounds call. At Camp Nou in front of 1,000 booing fans, this decision clearly. Ancelotti had already reached the 4th official at the sideline. The Italian veteran's face flushed crimson, his finger nearly jabbing into the 4th official's nose. Is this football? This is murder. Did he touch the ball? Did he even touch the ball? The 4th official remained expressionless, blocking his hand and gesturing for him to return to the technical area. On the other side, Barcelona's manager stood in his technical area, hands deep in his pockets. A faint smirk played on his lips, unmistakable on the broadcast feed. This was Camp Nou. This was Barcelona's home. Ronaldo patted the grass clippings from his jersey. His expression never changed from start to finish. The butcher approached, leaning close enough that his breath nearly touched Ronaldo's ear. 30 minutes. His voice was low, thick, with a heavy Catalan accent, each syllable forced out as if from the throat itself. Within 30 minutes you'll leave here on a wheelchair. Yet Ronaldo didn't even lift his eyelid. He stretched his neck, slightly rotating it left and right, producing a faint cracking sound. That air of effortless indifference more piercing than any retaliation. Veins bulged one by one on the butcher's forehead. The next 10 minutes transformed the match entirely. It was no longer football. It became a meat grinder, as if this plot had played out before. At the 52nd minute, Ronaldo received the ball just outside the penalty area and turned. The butcher closed in from behind and to the side, using physical contact as cover, driving his knee precisely into Ronaldo's lower back. The referee didn't see it. At the 55th minute, Ronaldo leaped to contest a corner kick. The butcher stepped on his toes the moment he landed. The studs pressed into the top of his foot, grinding down hard. Still, the referee saw nothing. At the 58th minute, Ronaldo received the ball with his back to goal, protecting it. The butcher closed in from behind, delivering a solid elbow strike directly onto the shoulder blade area. This time the referee saw it. But he only walked over and said a few words verbally. No yellow card issued. Ancelotti was barely containing himself on the sideline. The entire Real Madrid coaching staff protested furiously toward the 4th official. But the noise at Camp Nou drowned everything out. Whenever the butcher landed a successful physical assault, the stands erupted in wild cheers. The social media feeds went completely wild. Nice work, do it again. How long can this old guy last? Look at Ronaldo's expression. He's about to cry, haha. The system's mockery gauge surged from 60 million to 72 million. But Ronaldo knew something no one else did. He felt no pain whatsoever. The passive defense of his steel body absorbed every impact completely. With maximum bone protection and 4 times the recovery rate, the butcher's underhanded tactics felt to him no more than being patted with a pillow. Yet he showed nothing. He deliberately slowed his pace. His running frequency dropped by 20 compared to the first half, and he deliberately stretched out his breathing rhythm. Even after falling, he lay down for a full second and a half before getting up. He was acting like a 39-year-old veteran being violently worn down. Acting for the butcher. Acting for Barcelona's manager. Acting for the 980 Barcelona fans in the stadium. You want to see me suffer? Fine. I'll give you what you want. At the 62nd minute, Barcelona got their chance. Real Madrid's attack stalled, and a back pass was intercepted by Barcelona's midfield. The moment possession changed, Barcelona's tiki-taka machine roared to life. A through ball from midfield sliced through Real Madrid's defense before it had time to reorganize. The winger received the ball and raced down the right flank. Carvalho chased desperately, but remained half a body length behind. At the final step before the goal line, the winger kicked with his left foot before Carvalho could block, curling a shot toward the far post. Lewandowski, the Polish striker, leaped high at the far post. His jump height and timing were textbook perfect. Rudiger was completely boxed out behind him, unable even to touch the ball. Bang! The header struck the bottom right corner of the net. Courtois dove full stretch, his fingertips grazing the ball, but it was too late. The ball spun into the net. 1-1. Camp Nou erupted. Over 9,000 fans shot to their feet, the sound wave so powerful it shook the broadcast feed itself. Barcelona players rushed wildly toward the corner flag, piling on top of each other. Players and coaches from the bench poured out onto the field to celebrate. Scarves waved through the stands. Team anthems poured in from all directions. Meanwhile, every single boot, every middle finger, every malicious intent, all focused on one person. Ronaldo standing at the center circle preparing to take the kickoff. The broadcast zoomed in on him. He stood with hands on hips, head bowed, looking down at the ball at his feet. The Catalan commentator shouted almost hysterically. His stamina has reached its limit. That calmness in the first half was just a final burst of energy. This 39-year-old man facing Barcelona's steel fortress at Camp Nou. He can do nothing. The social media feed scrolled too fast to read individual messages. Showtime is over. Calma my ass. A 39-year-old playing in El Clasico is a joke. But the numbers on Ronaldo's system panel were skyrocketing. 75 million. 78 million. 80 million. Ronaldo stood at the center circle. The mockery from around the world crashed over him like waves. He remained motionless. The butcher returned after celebrating his teammate's goal passing by Ronaldo without deviating. He slammed his shoulder hard into Ronaldo's shoulder. Turning his head, the butcher's brutish face twisted into a mocking grin. Old man. He lowered his voice. Your performance is over. Cristiano Ronaldo finally turned to look at him. Not with anger nor disdain. It was the kind of look you give a reptile in a glass enclosure at the zoo. Calm, distant with a hint of pity. Ronaldo's lips moved. For words. You are too slow. The butcher's smile froze slightly. He did not understand the meaning of those 4 words. But a voice deep within him whispered that he should never ever find out. The 68th minute. After Barcelona equalized, the match descended into a tense stalemate. Both sides clashed in midfield. Every pass was followed by a foul, and every foul was followed by an argument. Luka Modric received the ball near the center circle. 2 Barcelona defensive midfielders charged at him simultaneously, one cutting off the passing lane, the other pressing tightly. Modric was trapped. All space to turn was sealed. But just a fraction of a second before he lost his balance, he used the inside of his foot to poke a short pass. The ball rolled toward Ronaldo, who had dropped deep to receive it. The butcher's eyes lit up. He had waited 23 minutes. For this very moment. The instant Ronaldo received the ball, his focus would be on his feet. With his back to him, he couldn't see what was behind. The butcher struck. He didn't reach for the ball. He raised his right arm, elbow bent at 90 degrees, the bone of the elbow joint as hard as an anvil. Using the momentum of his full sprint, the elbow hurtled toward Ronaldo's face, specifically the very center of his nose bridge. If that elbow had landed with full force, it would have shattered his nasal bone on the spot. The commentator's voice changed pitch. This is utterly disgraceful. The broadcast director cut to a slow-motion replay. Hundreds of millions of viewers gasped in unison. The iron elbow whistled through the air. 15 centimeters from Ronaldo's nose. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. Then, Ronaldo's body made an impossible reaction. Without any warning, his right foot gently pulled the ball backward. Simultaneously, his upper body leaned back with a range of motion that seemed utterly impossible for a 39-year-old human. The iron elbow whistled past a mere centimeter from the tip of his nose. It grazed the fine hairs on his skin. The butcher had struck nothing but air. The momentum of the full sprint and the elbow swing completely destroyed his balance. His upper body pitched forward with tremendous force. But his legs couldn't keep up. Like a sack of cement, he slammed face first into the turf. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst was this. In the same instant Ronaldo leaned back to evade the iron elbow, he flicked his ankle. The ball followed a devious trajectory, threading precisely between the butcher's legs. A nutmeg. In front of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide. In front of 98,000 Barcelona home fans. 56 minutes after he swore he'd put Ronaldo in a wheelchair within 30. He had been nutmegged. A collective involuntary gasp erupted from the Camp Nou. This gasp belonged to no single side's fans. Ronaldo didn't stop. In the next instant after the nutmeg, he was off. At full speed. That acceleration simply wasn't that of a 39-year-old. It was more like Cristiano Ronaldo at 23. The one from his Manchester United days, the first time he wore the number 7 jersey, the monster who made the world tremble at his feet. He drove straight down the center with the ball. His speed was so great that the white lines on the turf blurred into streaks in his vision. Barcelona's defense panicked. 2 defenders urgently converged toward the center, attempting to shut the gate. Their positioning wasn't wrong, nor was their timing. But in the midst of his full-speed sprint, Ronaldo suddenly began to step over the ball. Left foot around the ball, right foot immediately following. The frequency was as rapid as a sewing machine. Both defenders had their balance completely fooled. The one on the left leaned right, the one on the right leaned left. The two collided solidly at the top of the penalty arc, then fell like dominoes. Ronaldo slipped between them, the ball unstoppered, his speed undiminished. Only one man remained in the box. Marc-Andre ter Stegen. The German goalkeeper charged out. His positioning was still textbook perfect. He compressed the angle, blocked the near post, his body weight shifting slightly downward, ready to dive in any direction at any moment. Ronaldo, near the byline on the left side of the box, raised his right leg high. When everyone, ter Stegen, the commentators, the 98,000 fans in the stadium, the 400 million watching on screens, expected a thunderous strike. Ronaldo's right foot came down. No power. No blistering shot. He gently caressed the ball with the inside of his foot. The ball rose with a lazy, almost mocking arc floating slowly into the air. It sailed over ter Stegen's already prostrate body, over his desperately outstretched fingertips, toward the far post, where a figure in a white shirt had ghosted into position. Vinicius Jr., facing an open goal. He didn't even use his foot. A gentle touch with his thigh. The ball rolled into the net. 2-1. Real Madrid took the lead once more. In 1 second the Camp Nou plunged from a boiling frenzy into an ice cellar. 98,000 people fell silent in unison. That silence carried a physical weight, making the very air tremble. Vinicius went wild. He ran to Ronaldo, dropped to one knee, grabbed Ronaldo's right foot with both hands, and performed the shoe-shining gesture once more. The meaning of this celebration was clear to everyone in the world. It was an act of submission, the highest respect a younger generation could pay to a legend. Ronaldo smiled. Not a flamboyant, arrogant grin. A very faint, soft smile carrying a trace of warmth. He bent down, pulled Vinicius to his feet, and patted the back of his head. Then his gaze passed over all the celebrating teammates swarming around him. He looked into the distance. The butcher. He was just picking himself up from the turf, covered in dirt and shame. Covered in grass clippings and mud, his hair a tangled mess, his expression caught between fury and bewilderment. Ronaldo's smile vanished. Expressionless, he raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and pointed at his own temple. Then that finger turned toward the butcher. Gently, slowly, he tapped the air twice. The gesture made no sound, but everyone understood its meaning. Not only is your football lousy, your brain is even more useless. The number on the system panel flickered. Taunt value 92 million, 95 million, 98 million. The flickering grew faster, the sound of surging numbers merging into a continuous stream in his mind. 99 million, 99.5 million, 100 million. Ding. The system notification exploded, clearer and louder than ever before. Like a steel nail striking crystal. Taunt value officially surpasses the 100 million mark. Stage hidden achievement unlocked, myriad taunts converge. Reward unlocked, temporary buff, heavy cannon thunderbolt. Effect next shot from outside the box. Power and ball speed increased by 150. Single use. Non-stackable. The corner of Ronaldo's mouth lifted by a millimeter. 100 million. He accepted all their malice. Every last bit. And he would return it multiplied. On the sidelines, Barcelona's head coach stood at the edge of the technical area. His hands were already out of his pockets. He then kicked a water bottle at his feet. The bottle flew off, hit the advertising board, and water splashed everywhere. The match continued. Time ticked away second by second. After struggling to equalize only to be overtaken again, Barcelona's team morale was visibly crumbling. The precision of their passes declined, the synchronicity of their runs fell apart. The once seamless possession system began to show more and more cracks. But the butcher's eyes grew redder. His mind no longer held the score. No tactics. Not even the football. Only one image looped repeatedly. Ronaldo raising his finger, pointing at his own temple, then pointing it at him. That gesture. That look. That contempt radiating from the very core of his being. It hurt more than any punch. The 85th minute. The butcher's sanity snapped under the last straw. Someone in the stands called his name, followed by a burst of laughter. He knew what they were laughing at. Laughing at him for being nutmegged. Laughing at him for eating dirt. Laughing at how his boast of "I'll have you in a wheelchair in 30 minutes" had become the biggest joke on the internet. Even his own teammates were laughing at him. The butcher's teeth ground audibly. Only one voice remained in his mind. It was what the head coach had whispered in his ear in the locker room before the second half began. Even if you get a red card, make sure he's carried off on a stretcher. That was an order. That was the sole purpose of his existence tonight. The 87th minute. Real Madrid cleared the ball from the back, the ball soaring high into midfield. Cristiano Ronaldo moved a few steps with his back to the goal near the center circle, preparing to chest the ball down. He jumped. His body rose into the air. At that precise moment, the butcher moved as well. From 5 meters away, completely ignoring the ball in midair, he drove his legs off the ground and launched his entire body into the air. His right leg kicked high, the sole revealing all 6 metal studs. His left leg followed the scissor kick motion, fully extended in midair. Like a human cannonball. The target was not the ball. It was Cristiano Ronaldo's unprotected lower back. It was his spine, his kidneys, the most vulnerable core of the torso. If that kick landed solidly, ending Cristiano Ronaldo's career would be the best-case scenario. The worst case was paralysis. The commentator's voice cracked. My God, what is he doing? 400 million viewers around the world held their breath simultaneously. In the slow-motion replay, the 6 studs gleamed coldly. Approaching at over 60 kilometers per hour, they hurtled toward Cristiano Ronaldo's waist, which was suspended in midair with no way to dodge. Thud. The dull impact was absurdly loud, like flesh crashing against steel. And inside Cristiano Ronaldo's body, a flash of golden light silently flickered. Extremely brief and covert, perceptible only to himself. The passive defense of the steel body, skeletal maximum protection, instantly maxed out. The immense force twisted Cristiano Ronaldo's body half a turn in the air, and he crashed heavily onto the grass. He rolled once, then propped himself up on one knee. He actually stabilized. Blades of grass clung to his jersey and hair. A sensation of heat radiated from his lower back, not pain, but more like a burning warmth. As if you had slapped a steel wall with all your might. The wall vibrated slightly, but remained unscathed. The one that hurt was your hand. And on the other side, the butcher's scream ripped through the air of Camp Nou. It was a sound that didn't seem human. Sharp, shrill, carrying a despair that made one's scalp tingle. He collapsed onto the grass, clutching his right knee with both hands. His entire body curled into a ball. His face was completely twisted in agony. He felt as if he had kicked not a person's body, but a solid titanium alloy wall. Every ounce of the impact rebounded without loss. It ricocheted into his right knee. In that instant, the cruciate ligament snapped with a crisp sound. He heard the pop himself, like a wire stretched to its limit snapping with a sharp crack. Then came the surging tide of excruciating pain. The referee sprinted over at a 100-meter dash pace. In his hand, it was not a yellow card. It was a red card. Straight red. No hesitation, no room for negotiation. The referee's hand was trembling, because he had also seen the slow-motion replay. Both feet off the ground, studs fully exposed, aimed entirely at the man, not the ball. A scissor kick lunge that could end a career. This was not a foul. This was deliberate assault. Camp Nou fell silent. Not the silence that comes after an equalizer. It was the silence of 98,000 people realizing at the same moment that things had gone too far. But what was even more terrifying was this. Cristiano Ronaldo stood up. He brushed the grass off his jersey, twisted his waist a little, then looked down at the butcher on the ground. The butcher was still writhing. His right knee had already swollen, the angle looking unnatural. Two team doctors sprinted onto the field, kneeling beside him for an emergency check. In less than 20 seconds, the team doctors' faces changed. One of them stood up and made a substitution gesture toward the coaching bench. Then he added another motion, crossing both arms above his head to form a big X. A stretcher. The Barcelona fans in the stands were silent. As the two team doctors lifted the butcher onto the stretcher, his right leg dangled over the side. Every jolt made him clench his teeth, emitting a muffled groan. The stretcher passed by Cristiano Ronaldo. The butcher turned his head the other way. He dared not look, dared not meet those eyes. Cristiano Ronaldo stood still, watching the stretcher pass before him. He did not speak. No mockery, no unnecessary gestures. He simply stood there, looking down from a height at the man who 30 minutes earlier had vowed to put him in a wheelchair. With a silent, almost pitying gaze. Like a mountain looking down at a pebble that had rolled to its feet. It was not hatred. It was pity. You are not worthy of my hatred. You do not even qualify to make me angry. You are merely a pawn sent to die. And the one who sent you. At this moment, standing in the technical area, his face was as white as paper. The broadcast cut to the Barcelona head coach. His hands had gone from fists to open palms, his fingers trembling slightly. That substitution. That order. Even if you get a red card, make sure he's carried off on a stretcher. Now it was the pawn he had sent in who was being carried off on a stretcher. And the man who was supposed to be crippled was in the center of the pitch, stretching his waist, not a trace of pain on his face. The commentary booth was dead silent. After a few seconds, someone spoke. His voice was as dry as sandpaper. Judging by the angle and swelling of the butcher's right knee, I'm afraid it's the cruciate ligament. No one picked up the thread. Because everyone was thinking the same thing. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. You kick a steel wall with all your might. The wall remains intact. What breaks is your own bone. Cristiano Ronaldo turned around and looked up at the electronic scoreboard by the pitch. 21. 87th minute, 43 seconds. There was still stoppage time. He narrowed his eyes, then looked down at his right foot. In his mind, the golden text on the system panel still glowed silently. Thunderous cannon next shot from outside the box, power and ball speed increased by 150. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. So subtle, it was almost invisible. Then he shifted his gaze back to Barcelona's half. That territory now plunged into utter chaos. Two central defenders missing. Formation shattered. Morale collapsed. Like a city wall with two huge holes blasted open. Cristiano Ronaldo took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He knew what was about to happen. The whole world did not know. But he knew. Camp knew. The final judgment had arrived. The match resumed. With only 2 minutes left in regular time, Barcelona, playing with 10 men, did not retreat, but went all out. Both center backs pushed forward across the halfway line, shifting the formation directly from 4-3-3 to 2-4-3. Only 2 players remained in the backfield. This was not tactics. It was a gamble for life. The stands at Camp Nou resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, with the roar of nearly 100,000 people shaking the very air of the stadium. They urged and screamed, injecting adrenaline into their team in the most primal way, as if sheer volume alone could turn the tide. Ancelotti stood on the sideline, exhaling deeply. He pressed his hands down repeatedly and firmly. The message was clear: retreat completely. Stay inside the penalty area. No one should go forward. Real Madrid began to retract. Players flooded back to their half like a receding tide, forming a human wall just outside the penalty area. Barcelona's possession-based system began to unravel under this intense anxiety. Short passing passes were no longer time enough. Their choices grew increasingly brutal and direct long balls, aerial bombardment, chaotic fights in the box. Every pass carried resentment. The fourth official approached the sideline. He raised the added time sign. The number on it was 8 minutes. The roar of Camp Nou surged an octave higher at the sight of that number. 8 minutes was enough. Enough to score 2 more goals. Enough to create a miracle. That's what they believed. The commentator's voice was completely drowned out by the stadium noise. He shouted almost into the microphone. 8 minutes. The official has added 8 minutes of stoppage time directly related to injuries in the match. Camp Nou is now a pressure cooker, and the lid could blow off at any moment. And now inside the Real Madrid penalty area. It was packed body to body. Every cross came down like a small-scale melee. Shoving, pulling, elbowing, full-blown fighting. The referee's whistle barely stopped. This was no longer football, it was street warfare. Added time 4 minutes. Barcelona's left winger received the ball, made no feint, and cut past Carvajal before speeding down the wing. The cross came low and flat, like a sweeping blade. Lewandowski jumped inside the small penalty area. Ruddick gripped his jersey tightly, the fabric stretching out of shape. But Lewandowski still headed the ball. The ball shot straight toward the bottom right corner. Too tight, too close, too powerful. But Courtois moved. He flew sideways, his right arm stretched to the limit, a dull crack echoing from his shoulder joint. Finger to fingertip. The last knuckle of his 5 fingers at the very last moment before the ball crossed the goal line, snapped upward like a spring. The ball was parried away. It flew just outside the post and out of bounds. Courtois slid 2 meters on the grass, his back number smeared with turf. He rolled over onto his stomach, slamming the ground hard. Just a centimeter off, and it would have been over. Courtois, what a save. Is this even humanly possible? Lewandowski's header, that angle. Did the goal have magnets installed? Barcelona took a corner kick. A tactical corner. A quick one-touch pass, then a cross toward the edge of the penalty area. Cruz was already positioned perfectly. He headed the ball with pinpoint accuracy. Straight and true toward the outer arc of the penalty box. Second touch. Modric. The Croatian controlled the descending ball with his chest, settling it perfectly. The ball lay still at his feet, like a tamed cat. 2 Barcelona midfielders immediately closed in around him. Normally, he would protect the ball, turn, and wait for teammates to position themselves before distributing. But this was not normal. Modric did not look down at the ball. He lifted his head. His gaze passed over the 2 approaching players in blue-red jerseys. He looked past the halfway line toward the center circle. There was someone there. A white figure like a leopard waiting in the grass, poised to pounce. While everyone fought desperately inside the penalty area, while every white jersey player risked their life defending, he had already sprinted toward the halfway line. Like a dagger poised above Barcelona's throat. What did Barcelona's full advance mean? It meant the space behind was wide open. A vast, undefended expanse. Enough to make any striker dream and wake up smiling. And there at the entrance to that open field stood Cristiano Ronaldo. Modric flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot. No wind-up, no big motion. Just a subtle flick of the ankle. The ball skittered across the grass fast as a green bullet fired from a gun. It passed between the legs of the first Barcelona midfielder, then spiraled unnaturally around the outstretched foot of the second. It rolled toward Ronaldo, already in motion. At the moment he touched the ball, his body moved with acceleration utterly inappropriate for a man of 39. He did not stop. With the inside of his right foot, he pushed the ball forward 5 meters. A split of man and ball, a long-range run. Barcelona's half revealed its most fatal truth at this moment. Empty. Completely empty, nothing there. Both center-backs were still buried in Real Madrid's penalty area, hadn't come back. The entire backfield had only one left-behind defender. One man. Facing Cristiano Ronaldo sprinting at full speed. The defender's steps retreated. He was not defending. He was fleeing. He dared not engage. His body instinctively refused to face him one-on-one. He even split his attention to the sides. Vinicius surged forward on the left, Bellingham charged ahead on the right. Both created vast gaps. The defender's choice was to block the passing lane. In his mind at this position, the logical move was to pass. Only a madman would choose to shoot. Ronaldo had advanced to 35 meters from the goal. That distance, in the entire football world, could never be considered a reasonable range. Vinicius waved on the left. Bellingham waved on the right. Both were in perfect positions. Any pass from Ronaldo would leave him one-on-one. All remaining Barcelona players on the pitch sprinted back. Ter Stegen slightly left the goal line, ready to block any through pass. Ronaldo did not slow down. He did not look at Vinicius on the left. He did not look at Bellingham on the right. His eyes never left the goal. Only the goal. Left foot landed. Pressed into the turf. This step was heavy. So heavy it kicked up a small cloud of dirt and grass. The entire left leg was driven into the ground like a nail, bearing the full weight and momentum of his body. At that moment, his right leg swung high upward. The muscles on his thigh bulged one by one. Like a fully drawn crossbow. Deep in Ronaldo's mind, the golden phrase that had lain dormant throughout the second half flashed to life at that very second. The heavy artillery was ready. An extremely subtle golden radiance flashed across the instep of his Cristiano Ronaldo's foot. It was so swift that no broadcast camera could capture it. Then he struck. Thud. This sound was not the normal impact of a ball. The microphone's needle instantly jumped into the red zone upon receiving that audio. Nearly 100,000 spectators simultaneously felt a faint tremor emanating from the turf. It was as if something had exploded. The ball lingered on Ronaldo's instep for less than 5,000ths of a second. In that 5,000ths of a second, the sphere underwent a visible violent deformation. The round ball was flattened into an oval, then rebounded. It launched like a cannonball. Power increased by 150. Speed increased by 150. Velocity 185 kilometers per hour. Indeed, it was that ferocious. The ball exhibited no descent during its flight. No curve. No spin. This was no longer a football. It was a guided missile. The air was violently torn apart around the sphere, emitting a low whistling roar. It was like a steel wire being dragged at high speed right next to your ear. 35 meters. Converting at a speed of 185 kilometers per hour. From Ronaldo's foot to the goal line, the ball took only 0.68 seconds. 0.68 seconds. Human average reaction time is 0.25 seconds. A professional goalkeeper requires 0.4 to 0.5 seconds to complete a standard side dive, from bending the knees and gathering power to fully extending the body. The total is 0.65 to 0.75 seconds. Theoretically just enough, but only theoretically, and that's assuming you know where the ball is heading. Ter Stegen did not know. He had positioned himself to block a through ball. His center of gravity was shifted to the left. The ball was flying toward the top right corner. He needed to shift his weight from left to right, then bend his knees, push off, and leap. But by the time his knees had barely bent, the ball was already past him. A gust of wind brushed past his right ear. He could even feel the airflow churned by the ball's surface pattern, stirring his sideburns. Then came the sound of the net being struck. Not a soft swish, but a heavy thud. A dull, violent thump, like a fist hitting a sandbag. The net was pulled backward to an impossible angle. Several of the fixing ropes connecting the net to the goal frame were stretched taut in that instant. One of them emitted a creak as if about to snap. The ball bounced a few times in the depths of the net before finally settling. Ter Stegen knelt on the turf. He slowly turned his head and looked at the goal behind him. The ball lay quietly in the net. He opened his mouth. No sound came out. Only one thought occupied his mind: even if I had been standing right in the middle, even if I had jumped half a second earlier, I still couldn't have saved it. 3-1. The Camp Nou died in that second. Not silence. Silence has sound, silence has breath, silence has a heartbeat. This was not silence. This was death. 100,000 vocal cords lost their function at the same moment. Mouths were still open, hands still raised, scarves still floating. But no sound. Not a single syllable. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button on this stadium. In the commentary booth, the lead commentator's mouth was half open, frozen, in a state of about to speak, but never quite. He remained like that for several seconds. Escaped like the last breath squeezed out of his lungs by a punch to the chest. 2 more seconds passed. 35 meters. His voice was hoarse beyond belief. Speed 185 kilometers per hour. A pause. This is not a shot. Another pause. This is an execution. Ronaldo did not sprint. No knee slide. No SIU. He stood still for 2 seconds. Just stood there, as if waiting for something. Waiting for the entire stadium to digest what had happened. Waiting for the brains of 100,000 people to accept that this was real. Then he moved. He walked toward the nearest broadcast camera. His pace was neither fast nor slow, almost a leisurely stroll. The cameraman instinctively stepped back 2 paces, then steadied himself and aimed the lens at Ronaldo's face. Ronaldo didn't look at the camera. He lowered his head. He reached his hands to the cuff of his right shorts leg. Then slowly, inch by inch, he rolled up the pant leg all the way to the top of his thigh, revealing that right leg. The quadriceps contour looked as if cast from steel under the stadium lights. Every muscle fiber was clearly visible, every line casting tiny shadows in the light. This was not a human leg. This was a machine. This was a weapon. Ronaldo raised his right hand and lightly tapped his thigh muscle with his index finger. Then he lifted his head and looked into the camera. His gaze was calm. No anger. No pride. No arrogance. It was as if he was stating a fact. You say I'm old. You say I can't run anymore. You say it's time to retire. Look at this leg. Then tell me, are you sure? The system panel roared in the depths of his mind. The notification sound wasn't a ding-dong, it was a rapid-fire da-da-da, like a machine gun. Taunt value 12 million, taunt value 8. 7 million, taunt value 15. For million, the numbers scrolled so fast that Ronaldo couldn't even make out the specific values. He didn't bother to look anyway. After all, 400 million viewers worldwide were witnessing this scene simultaneously. The social media servers felt the full force of a traffic tsunami at that moment. Ronaldo turned and walked back to the center circle. As he passed by the Barcelona players, their eyes averted. No one dared to look at him. Every face wore an expression of having just witnessed a supernatural event beyond comprehension. 35 meters. 185 kilometers per hour. Human beings cannot do such things. But he did. The Barcelona head coach's body uncontrollably slid downward. His hands pressed on the tactical board, his head shaking continuously. Then he collapsed into his seat on the bench. His assistant coach stood beside him, lips moving as if to say something. But after seeing the coach's state, he closed his mouth. What was there to say? Nothing mattered anymore. On the pitch, some Barcelona players knelt on the turf, hands covering their faces. Some lay flat on their backs, motionless, staring at the night sky above the stadium. Others bent over, hands on their knees, gasping for air like drowning men. It wasn't fatigue. It was shattered belief. Formation, tactics, mentality, faith, all shattered. The referee glanced at his watch. Then he put the whistle to his lips. No one had the heart to play those final minutes. BBB. The long whistle signaled the end of the match. Real Madrid 3-1 Barcelona. The Camp Nou lights were still bright, but when they fell on the faces of Barcelona fans, each one looked ashen, like a painting that had lost its color. Barcelona fans rose from their seats and silently filed out along the corridors. No one cursed. No one booed. No one even threw anything. They didn't even have the strength for anger. Only silence remained. The silence of 100,000 people. It spread from the stadium to the parking lot, from the parking lot to the city streets. The entire city of Barcelona fell quiet that night. In the Real Madrid locker room, champagne sprayed everywhere. Vinicius Jr. stood on a bench gesticulating wildly. Bellingham spun Modric around in circles. Carvajal belted out an off-key Spanish song. Courtois sat in the corner, still wearing his soaked goalkeeper jersey, a relieved smile of survival on his face. He was reliving that save. After reliving it, he shuddered. Never again. Ancelotti stood at the locker room door, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. He said nothing, just gave Cristiano Ronaldo a heavy pat on the shoulder as he passed by. Ronaldo nodded slightly. He did not join the celebration. Weaving through his teammates' revelry, he walked to his own spot at the far end of the locker room. Once seated, the noise around him seemed muffled by a thick pane of glass. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The system panel unfolded silently in his vision. Taunt value settled. Total 120 million. Ronaldo stared at the number, then tapped the panel lightly. The list of redeemable items automatically popped up. His gaze locked onto one option with precision. No hesitation. No comparison. 120 million taunt value. Redeem Tomahawk Cruise unlocked. A warm current surged from the system panel, precisely flowing through his neural network toward both ankles. It was not a burning sensation. More like something rearranging itself deep within the ankle joints. The gaps between ligaments, tendons, and bones were filled with a brand new power. Ronaldo gently rotated his ankles, feeling a flexibility and precision he had never known. The system panel displayed the skill description. Tomahawk Cruise. While sprinting at high speed, the user can execute a devastating knuckleball with a sharp downward trajectory. The ball undergoes a rapid descent at the end of its flight. When combined with thunderous cannon, it enables multi-dimensional variations in long-range shooting trajectories. Long-range shots, no longer limited to pure power in a straight line. From now on, the area outside the penalty box would be his private execution ground. The corner of Ronaldo's mouth twitched slightly, but before the smile could fully form, the panel changed. Without any warning, the entire system interface was suddenly engulfed in a thick crimson red. Like blood, like rusted mist, like the color that oozes from an old wound violently torn open. Ronaldo's pupils contracted sharply, because in that crimson there were images. Rain, torrential rain, the kind that stings like needles against the face. Old Trafford, the substitute's bench on the West Stand. He sat there, wearing Manchester United's red training kit. But he never played. The coach did not look at him once all match. His teammates did not say a single word to him. He was like a non-entity, sitting on that bench, sitting in the downpour. Behind him the roar of 76,000 people. But that had nothing to do with those cheers, nor with victory. He was merely a forgotten, discarded, deliberately humiliated symbol. Then came that familiar face at the press conference. The man sat behind the microphone, speaking in a dismissive tone. Cristiano, he is not in my plans. Betrayal, cold violence, media slander. Using the most civilized means to cast out a legend. That was the darkest page of his career. Not because of a lack of ability. Not because of age. Because someone did not want him to stay. Someone found him too conspicuous. Someone needed a scapegoat. And that scapegoat happened to be Cristiano Ronaldo. The images faded. The crimson slowly receded. The system panel returned to its normal deep blue interface. But in the very center a line of text appeared. Cold. Utterly devoid of emotion. Dungeon preview: the sorrow of Manchester type, 5-star regret. Dungeon activation condition: accumulated taunt value reaches 2 billion. Current taunt value 0.02 billion. 2 billion. Ronaldo stared at that number for a long time. 2 billion. Today at Camp Nou, he had given everything, humiliating Barcelona from top to bottom, inside and out. He gained 120 million taunt value. Still needed 1,980 million. At this rate, he would need 15 to 20 matches of the same caliber, delivering performances of equal or greater dominance. 15 to 20 matches. The opponents must be giants. The stage must be the highest level. The performance must be overwhelming. What did that mean? It meant that what he had to face next was not just one team. It was everyone. Champions League group stage opponents must be crushed. League title rivals must be crushed. International tournament opponents too. Every stadium, every stand, every crowd that dared to boo him would become his taunt value ATM. All of Europe. He had to shatter the pride, dignity, and confidence of the entire European football world one kick at a time. Then collect the fragments. Redeem them for a ticket to Manchester. Ronaldo slowly leaned back against his locker. He closed his eyes. He was silent for a full 10 seconds. Then he opened his eyes. A corner of his mouth curled up. Very faint, very subtle. If anyone saw that smile up close, they would instinctively step back. Because it was not a smile. It was the expression of a hunter who had marked all his prey on the map. A look of determined, patient cruelty. 2 billion. Fine. 2 billion it is. Cristiano Ronaldo was born to love challenging the impossible. The cheers of his teammates continued in the locker room. And Ronaldo sat in the deepest corner of the locker room, quietly staring at the line of text on the system panel. The light fell on his face, half bright, half dark. The bright half was the god of football who had just been canonized at Camp Nou. The dark half was a madman planning to trample all of Europe underfoot. He exhaled softly. With a tap of his finger, he closed the panel. It vanished. He stood up and walked into the midst of his teammates' celebration. Someone sprayed champagne in his face. He laughed, wiped the liquid from his face. No one knew that behind that smile. The rain in Manchester had already begun to fall. That long-range shot by Camp Nou remained a headline on global sports platforms for 3 full days. With a speed of 185 kilometers per hour from a distance of 35 meters. The goal net nearly exploded. Every headline used the most exaggerated language to describe that moment. The king of football has returned with an audacious long-range strike, and Cristiano Ronaldo announced his reign as the supreme king through a single shot. Even the head editor of ESPN went to the extreme of photoshopping an image. Cristiano Ronaldo's right leg was replaced with a mortar cannon aimed directly at the campus stadium. The caption consisted of only 4 words: human cannon. The comments section exploded, shares skyrocketed, and the world discussed that shot. But at the Bernabeu office of Real Madrid, the atmosphere was strangely tense. Florentino sat on his leather office chair valued at 60,000 euros. In front of him, a row of phones had already rung over 20 times from agents, sponsors, and brand representatives. Almost all of them asked the same question. When will Mbappé be able to play? The French star had twisted his knee in training half a month ago. Although not serious, it was enough to make him miss 3 key matches, including the El Clasico. During these 3 matches, Cristiano Ronaldo took his place. 1 goal, 1 assist, and a legendary long-range shot. The statistics were impressive, but statistics could not change one fact. Mbappé's annual salary was the highest in the team. The transfer fee was the highest in club history. Jersey sales ranked among the top 3 globally. He was the cornerstone of the next decade, as Florentino had said. And Cristiano Ronaldo belonged to the past. He was merely a firefighter. That afternoon, Florentino and Ancelotti closed the door in the tactical room at the training base for 40 minutes. No one knew what was said inside. But when Ancelotti came out, his expression was not good. The next day at the Valdebebas training base, Mbappé had returned. As soon as he arrived, all the spotlights, cameras, and gazes precisely locked onto this Frenchman. When the team doctor helped him into the training field, Vinicius ran over first to high-five him. Bellingham patted his shoulder, and even the usually stern Rudiger greeted him proactively. The treatment was quite grand. The group training match began. The coaching staff placed Mbappé as the striker in the starting red team. Vinicius on the left, Rodrigo on the right, with Modric and Kroos as the double pivot behind them. Almost all offensive routes revolved around Mbappé. Cristiano Ronaldo wore an orange vest, standing in the front of the reserve team. 3 days ago, he had silenced 10,000 people at Camp Nou with a long-range shot. 3 days later, he jogged near the sideline in the reserve team's orange vest. No one passed the ball to him intentionally. It was a shift in tactical focus. The running routes, support points, and shooting opportunities arranged by the coaching staff all favored the red team. The orange vest group existed solely as practice partners, as imaginary opponents. Cristiano Ronaldo ran for 40 minutes in this training. He touched the ball about 7 or 8 times. 0 shooting attempts. Yet his expression never changed throughout. He actively responded to every run, defensive challenge, and retreat. After training, Cristiano Ronaldo walked alone back to the locker room. As he passed the celebrating red team group, someone called out to him, "Hey, Cristiano." He did not turn his head. He sat down in the locker room and picked up his phone. A notification popped up on social media. It was a post from Barcelona. The young super talent of Barcelona, Yamal. He posted a photo of himself in the gym for rehabilitation on Instagram with the caption, "The loss at Camp Nou was just an accident. See you in the league's second leg when I return. I'm looking forward to facing a legend, but football is not won by brute force alone." Followed by a smiling emoji. The comment section went wild. Barcelona fans all tagged Cristiano Ronaldo's account with uniformly mocking captions. "You're not afraid of a young rookie, then what right do you have to stay at Real Madrid?" You deceive the world with a brute force long-range shot. When Yamal returns, you won't even dare to sit on the bench. Cristiano Ronaldo read these comments. He scrolled down 2 screens, then locked the screen. The system panel in his mind glowed quietly. The mockery value jumped at a slow but steady frequency. Current mockery value 0. 22 billion. Each mocking comment was a grain of sand. 2 billion was a mountain. He needed many grains of sand. Enough to make the whole world curse him. Cristiano Ronaldo put his phone back in the locker and stood up heading toward the shower. Yamal's provocation from Barcelona did not linger in his mind for even a second. A child. Probably not even grown hair yet. Wait until you grow up before we talk. Wednesday. The last tactical meeting before the Champions League group stage. All the players sat in 2 rows in the locker room. Ancelotti stood in front of the tactical whiteboard. The whiteboard displayed the formation 4-3-3. 3 names were written on the attacking line. Vinicius on the left, Mbappe in the middle, and Rodrigo on the right. Cristiano Ronaldo's name was at the top of the substitutes list. The locker room went quiet. Over half of the players secretly looked in the same direction. Cristiano Ronaldo lowered his head to tie his shoelaces. His movements were slow, each knot tied meticulously with full concentration. Ancelotti watched him, his lips moving slightly, as if he had something to say. Cristiano Ronaldo looked up. That tone was exactly like discussing what was for lunch in a cafeteria. Ancelotti's words were stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth, but only managed to squeeze out one sentence. Get ready. You may need to be called up at any moment. Cristiano Ronaldo nodded slightly. All right. Then he continued, tying the other shoelace, a small curve at the corner of his mouth. So small that it would be missed unless one looked closely. But if someone really looked closely at that curve, they might feel a chill down their spine. Because it was not resentment, not endurance, not pretending to be strong. The starting lineup was leaked to social media 3 hours before the match. The entire European football world's public opinion instantly boiled. The man who had become a legend at Camp Nou 3 days ago was benched. The British Daily Mail reacted the fastest with a large headline on the front page. The afterglow has ended. Cristiano Ronaldo returns to where he belongs. The accompanying image was a photo of Cristiano Ronaldo flexing his muscles after scoring at Camp Nou, but edited with a gray filter. Next to it was a poster of Mbappe wearing the Real Madrid jersey. Vivid colors, stark contrast. The message was clear: the old era makes way, the new king ascends. The former Manchester City stars were also active. Vieira spread his hands in the Sky Sports studio, his expression carrying the French people's characteristic polite disdain. Cristiano Ronaldo's performance at Camp Nou was admirable. But that was in the Spanish league. Tonight he faces the team with the best defensive discipline in the world. At 39, do you think he still has a second long-range shot like that? Richards added from the side. To be honest, it was wise for Ancelotti to put him on the bench. Let the old man rest properly on the bench. The two exchanged smiles and laughed. The laughter in the studio was transmitted globally via satellite signal. Cristiano Ronaldo did not look at these, but the system detected them. Deep in his mind, the numbers on the panel shot upward rapidly. Mockery value 17 million. Mockery value 23 million. Continuous notifications poured the world's mockery, skepticism, and schadenfreude into the system's counter. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in his hotel room with his eyes closed, listening to the beeping sounds in his mind. The more he heard, the more comfortable he felt. Pre-match press conference. Pep Guardiola of Manchester City sat behind the microphone. He wore a deep blue City jacket, his bald head gleaming under the lights. His expression was relaxed and composed, exuding an air of unshakable calm. In tomorrow's match against Real Madrid, which opponent concerns you the most? Guardiola leaned forward slightly, tapping the microphone stand twice with his fingers. Without a doubt, Mbappe. He began to analyze Mbappe's explosive acceleration, his off-the-ball movement, and his frontal impact force. He spoke for a full 2.5 minutes. Then came Vinicius Jr. Vinicius's change of direction, his one-on-one dribbling, his threat on the flanks. Another 2 minutes passed. After he finished, someone raised a hand from the back of the press section. Pep, what about Cristiano Ronaldo? He just scored an incredible long-range goal at the Camp Nou. How will you deal with him? Guardiola paused for a few seconds. The corner of his mouth twitched oddly. Oh, Cristiano. His tone suddenly softened. He's a great veteran, we respect history. And of course we acknowledge his prowess. 2 sentences. No analysis, no tactical deployment, no special attention. Respect history. Those 4 words translated to he is a thing of the past. After the press conference, this clip went viral across major sports media. The headlines were strikingly uniform. Guardiola, Cristiano Ronaldo, we respect history. The comment sections were filled with laughter from fans. Respect history, ha ha ha, this is the most high-level diss I've heard all year. Pep's vision is too grand, he can't be bothered to even look at CR7. One sentence defined Ronaldo. He's a museum piece. But on the system panel, the taunt value increased by another 23 million. Cristiano Ronaldo turned over in his hotel bed, adjusting his pillow. Guardiola. Thanks, man. Champions League night. The Santiago Bernabéu Stadium. 81,000 seats completely full. As the Champions League anthem poured from the 4 corners of the stadium, the entire arena trembled. That melody, that resonance. It made every spectator in the stands sing along. This was the sound of the pinnacle of Europe. Real Madrid's starting 11 walked out of the tunnel. Kylian Mbappé led the way, chest puffed out, chin slightly raised, his stride carrying the distinctive arrogance of youth. Vinicius Jr. was on his left, Rodrygo on his right. The trident. The broadcast camera followed them for a full few seconds. Then, without warning, the image cut. The substitutes bench. The lens focused on one person. He wore a white Real Madrid training jacket, hands resting on his knees, sitting in the farthest corner of the bench. Cristiano Ronaldo. The camera lingered on him for over 10 seconds. His expression was very calm. No discontent, no anxiety. Not even the sense of, I'm ready for battle, that one might expect. He just sat there quietly. The lead commentator looked at Ronaldo's face on the screen, paused for a second, then spoke. His voice carried a hint of regret. He hadn't even realized himself. Cristiano Ronaldo. 3 days ago he delivered the most incredible strike of the season at the Camp Nou. 3 days later he's sitting on the bench. He paused again. This is an era where commerce reigns supreme. Even heroes must make way for market value. The co-commentator chimed in. But it's understandable. Mbappé's ability and form are crucial for Real Madrid's future. Ancelotti needs to give him time to adapt. Perhaps, the lead commentator interrupted. But it feels like something is missing. The match began. Manchester City showed their hand within the first 3 minutes. Possession football, extreme possession. But it was different from Barcelona's style. Aggressive possession. Kevin De Bruyne controlled the midfield, each pass so precise it drew admiration. Jack Grealish repeatedly stretched the play on the left flank, while Bernardo Silva weaved through the half spaces in midfield. The ball was glued to the feet of Manchester City's players. After a few passes, Real Madrid's midfield defense was peeled away layer by layer. Toni Kroos ran himself ragged. Luka Modric's tackles were a fraction too slow. And up front, Mbappé was completely neutralized. Ruben Dias and Kyle Walker sandwiched him without giving an inch. When he tried to accelerate, Dias's body blocked him. When he tried to change direction, Walker's long legs were there. The 35-meter sprinting space was compressed to less than 10 meters. And 10 meters of space for Mbappé was essentially no space at all. His speed needed distance to build up. Manchester City wouldn't give him that chance. By the 15th minute, Mbappé had touched the ball 4 times. His pass completion rate was 0%, and he had been dispossessed twice. Real Madrid's attack was practically invisible. The 23rd minute. De Bruyne got the ball. He stood near the center circle, lifted his head. Just for a moment. He spotted an opportunity. A gap in Real Madrid's midfield, an almost invisible seam between Antonio Rudiger and Eder Militao. And at the end of that seam, a player was accelerating. Erling Haaland. De Bruyne struck the ball. It skimmed the grass, threading perfectly through the triangular gap formed by 3 Real Madrid midfielders. The pass wasn't fast, but the angle was impeccable. By the time Rudiger reacted, the ball was behind him. Then Haaland arrived. The 194-meter Norwegian muscled his way past Rudiger, using his shoulder to shove the German defender off balance. Then his left foot. No adjustment, no feint. Bang. The ball flew inside the near post. Thibaut Courtois guessed the right direction. But the shot was too fast. His fingertips missed the ball by 3 centimeters. 0-1. Manchester City took the lead away from home. The Bernabeu fell silent instantly. The roar of 80,000 people vanished in that single second. Only the roar of 3,000 traveling Manchester City fans in the corner of the away section remained. Haaland ran to the corner flag and performed his signature meditation celebration. He sat cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, eyes closed. At Real Madrid's home ground, the provocation was palpable. After conceding, Real Madrid grew frantic. Not tactically frantic, but psychologically frantic. Everyone was thinking the same thing: we have to equalize, and quickly. The method was also strikingly uniform. Feed Mbappé. Modric launched long balls to Mbappé. Kroos played through balls to Mbappé. Vinicius's first instinct upon getting the ball wasn't to dribble himself, but to look for Mbappé in the center. The entire attacking system revolved around one man. But the problem was that man was out of form. He had no touch at all. Finally, in the 31st minute, Jude Bellingham delivered a brilliant pass from the edge of the box, slicing open City's defense. Mbappé was one-on-one with Ederson. He was unmarked on the left side with an excellent angle just 12 meters out. 80,000 people rose from their seats simultaneously. Mbappé took the shot. A left-footed drive. The ball flew a meter wide of the far post. Off target. Woefully off target. A collective groan of 80,000 people sucking in air echoed through the Bernabeu. In the 40th minute, it happened again. This time it was a cutback from Vinicius after a dribble down the flank. The ball arrived at the edge of the 6-yard box. Mbappé shot on sight. But he skied it. The ball sailed 2 meters over the crossbar and into the stands. The Bernabeu fell silent once more. Then the whistles came. Not loud, not from the whole stadium, just scattered. But everyone heard them. Who were they whistling at? At the man with the highest salary. Kylian Mbappé's expression began to change. He pursed his lips into a thin line. The sharpness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a peculiar confusion and anxiety typical of a young player under immense pressure. He started frequently dropping back to collect the ball. Then he lost it. Then he dropped back again, then lost it again. Like a spinning top, he was busy with futile effort. The halftime whistle blew. 0-1. Real Madrid was 1 goal down. As the players walked dejectedly toward the tunnel, the Manchester City fans in the corner of the away section suddenly began to sing in unison. The lyrics were not very polite. The gist was Mbappé only cries Cristiano is old and should F off Real Madrid's bench is his coffin. The English lyrics echoed several times under the Bernabeu night sky. The entire stadium heard them, and Cristiano Ronaldo naturally heard them too. Yet he remained seated in the farthest spot on the bench, his hands resting on his knees, exactly the same posture as before the match started. The song poured in through one ear and out the other. But the system panel in the depths of his mind was in chaos. The numbers skyrocketed. Taunt value 32 million. Taunt value 28 million. Taunt value 41 million. The barrage from live audience real-time comments on social media. The mocking songs from the stands, the aftermath of the press conference, the continuous fermentation of pre-match public opinion. All these negative emotions converged and poured into the system's counter. The sorrow of Manchester, instance progress bar, jumped sharply from 2 billion to 1 billion. Cristiano Ronaldo lowered his head and glanced at his boots. The leather was gleaming, the studs brand new, not yet touched the turf of tonight. But it should be soon. Let the bullet fly a little longer. Second half. Manchester City began to play more relaxed. They pushed their attacking line into Real Madrid's half. Then they started passing the ball around. Left to right, right to left, midfield to defenders. Defenders to goalkeeper, goalkeeper booted it long to the front, then the front received, and passed back to midfield to continue the cycle. If you had to describe it, it was like playing keep away. At the Bernabeu at Real Madrid's home in front of 80,000 white shirt fans. Manchester City's possession rate began to skyrocket 68-71. Real Madrid's players were always half a step short, never able to touch the ball. The boos from the stands had spread from targeting Mbappé alone to dissatisfaction with the entire team. Carlo Ancelotti paced back and forth on the sideline. He was no longer pacing, he was circling. Cold sweat also appeared on his forehead. He glanced at the scoreboard on the field. 0-1. Then he looked at the time's 61st minute. Then he turned his head and looked at the bench. His gaze passed over all the substitute players. It went through the reserve goalkeeper, through the youngsters from the youth team, through the returning midfielder who had recovered from injury. All the way to the far end. That man was still sitting in that same posture, hands on his knees. Ancelotti met his eyes for a second. Cristiano Ronaldo's eyes moved slightly, then he looked at the pitch. In that gaze there was no plea, no urgency of "Coach, let me play." Nor was there any schadenfreude like, "See what happens when you use that guy." There was only a confirmation that I am ready. Ancelotti took a deep breath. He turned around and held up 3 fingers to the fourth official. The 65th minute. The giant LED screen at the Bernabeu lit up. The substitution information appeared. Off no. 11, Rodrigo. On no. 7, Cristiano Ronaldo. The moment the Bernabeu saw the number 7, it erupted. 80,000 people stood up simultaneously. Applause, cheers, screams, and stomping mixed together. The stadium's decibel meter jumped to 112 decibels at that moment. That was the volume of a plane taking off. Cristiano Ronaldo stood up. He took off his training jacket. The number 7 on his back was exceptionally clear under the lights. As he walked to the sideline, the cheers grew louder with each step. Rodrigo ran off the field and high-fived him at the touchline. In Rodrigo's eyes there was relief, guilt, and a hint of indescribable awe. In fact, from the previous match, he had been completely won over by Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo stepped onto the turf. His studs touched the Bernabeu grass for the first time tonight. He looked down. The grass was good, soft, and firm, neatly trimmed. But more suitable for cutting people. On the Manchester City bench. The moment Pep Guardiola saw Cristiano Ronaldo step onto the field, the composed smile on his face disappeared. What replaced it was not tension but alertness. His pupils slightly contracted as if he smelled something off in the air. He knew that pre-match trash talk wasn't very useful. To win the match he needed all means. He turned around and waved his arm vigorously toward the pitch. He brought his mouth close to the sideline microphone and shouted loudly, "Rodri, come back. Stones block the middle for me." The tactical instruction was clear. The focus was to cut off Cristiano Ronaldo's long-range shooting routes from beyond 30 meters. Because he had studied the new camp footage. The conclusion was clear: Cristiano Ronaldo's ultimate weapon now was an unreasonable straight-line cannon. Great power, straight speed of 185 km/h. No spin, no curve, all brute force. The method to counter brute force was the simplest. Block with people. Block with a lot of people. If you shoot from 35 meters, I'll stand 2 walls in front of you. After Guardiola finished this arrangement, he put his hands back into his pockets. Part of his composure returned. He thought he understood Cristiano Ronaldo. What he didn't know was that Cristiano Ronaldo had recently gained something new. The kind he had never seen. The first 10 minutes after Cristiano Ronaldo came on. Quiet. Quiet to the point of being abnormal. He didn't ask for the ball, didn't accelerate, didn't run off the ball desperately like in the El Clasico. His movement range on the pitch was very small, basically strolling slowly near the center circle. Occasionally, he would receive a pass, take a look after stopping the ball, then pass it to the nearest teammate. The pass speed was slow, power low, and completely harmless. In the 70th minute, Manchester City right back Kyle Walker carried the ball forward, and Cristiano Ronaldo approached from the side to press. Walker easily got past him with a simple change of direction. Cristiano Ronaldo was even half a beat slow in turning to chase. Facing the intensity of Premier League-level competition, the 39-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo indeed seems a bit out of his depth. The co-commentator was straightforward. He can't keep up with the pace at all. Manchester City's speed is a level above La Liga. Cristiano Ronaldo might be okay at the new camp, but in a game like this, where brute force meets brute force. He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Cristiano Ronaldo is not good enough. Too old. On social media, the global live streaming comment section was also unanimous. Is this it? Is this it? I must have entered the wrong channel. Ancelotti's substitution is hilarious. He brought on a tourist. Is Cristiano Ronaldo sleepwalking or taking a stroll? It's over. Real Madrid is going to crash tonight. I feel like he's paying tribute to Messi. The taunt value was jumping up at a rate that even the system could barely keep up with. After being beaten by Walker on the pitch, Cristiano Ronaldo didn't chase. He stood still to catch his breath. He bent down slightly. His hands rested on his knees. He looked genuinely tired. But if anyone could see his eyes when he lowered his head, they would find no fatigue in those eyes. Only clarity, calmness, and sharpness. Wait a little longer. Let them laugh a little more. At the 82nd minute, Real Madrid launched their final attack, a rare opportunity. Modric received the ball in midfield and swiftly shifted possession. Kroos advanced with the ball into the attacking third, then passed it to Vinicius on the left wing. Vinicius cut inside only to be squeezed between Walker and Diaz at the 45-degree angle on the left side of the penalty area. He had no angle to shoot. Trapped in a dead end. Vinicius passed the ball sideways to Mbappe, who received it with his back to goal. 3 Manchester City defenders closed in within seconds. Mbappe couldn't turn. He felt the crushing pressure of 3 walls closing in behind him. No shooting angle, no space to break through. His peripheral vision flicked to the middle, 30 meters away. There stood Ronaldo, standing somewhat alone. A vast open space lay ahead of him. Rodri and Stones had already dropped back near the 25-meter line, ready to block any long-range shot from Ronaldo. Yet the space between midfield and the penalty area was suddenly empty. Mbappe gritted his teeth and passed the ball back. It wasn't meant for Ronaldo. There was no other option. The ball reached Ronaldo's feet. 30 meters directly in front of the goal. The most awkward position. Because 2 walls stood before the goal, Rodri and Stones. The 2 stood shoulder to shoulder facing Ronaldo, knees bent, weight lowered. Their positioning perfectly sealed off both lower corners of the net. Guardiola pumped his fist on the sideline. Shoot at me. Shoot at us. Ronaldo controlled the ball. The leather rolled slowly under his right foot, then came to a perfect stop. 30 meters. 2 walls. The gaze of tens of thousands. The eyes of 400 million viewers around the world. That second stretched into eternity. Everyone waited for his next move. All expected him to blast a low straight drive like in the El Clasico. Rodri and Stones thought the same. Their calf muscles were already taut, ready to dive simultaneously the moment Ronaldo struck the ball, using their bodies to block every possible path. Ronaldo's right foot lifted. Rodri and Stones jumped at once, their bodies fully extended midair, perfectly blocking the trajectory of the ball. But Ronaldo's right foot didn't strike the ball squarely. At the moment of contact, his ankle dipped unnaturally downward, then flicked upward in a swift motion. The outer edge of his foot grazed the bottom of the ball. Not a strike, but a slice. Like a knife shaving a thin layer off the base of an apple. The system skill axe cruise activated. A faint golden glow flickered deep within his ankle joint. Then the ball rose, but not forward. It rose upward. The ball ascended at an incredibly steep angle. Over Rodri's head. Past Stone's fingertips. Over the perfect wall of bodies they had formed with their flesh. It soared 2 meters above their heads. Rodri and Stones crashed hard onto the turf. Their bodies blocked the air, but not the ball. Manchester City's goalkeeper Edson saw it all. He saw Ronaldo strike, saw his teammates leap to block, saw the ball rise above them. Then he saw the flight path. High. Too high. After ascending, the ball continued upward. The arc was enormous. Nearly a vertical angle relative to the ground. According to any physics textbook formula, this angle, this speed, this initial height would determine the final landing point. The final destination should be at least 8 meters above the crossbar. A plane. An absolute bomb. Edson didn't move. Not even the preparatory motion to jump. His body relaxed from its alert stance. Knees straightened, arms fell to his sides. A faint smirk curled his lips, just a hint of mockery and a touch of relief. He'd been terrified it was a cannonball. Instead, it was a high shot that flew wide. Even in his mind, he had already started planning where to distribute the goal kick. But as the ball reached its peak, its flight path changed. It stopped. Not truly still. Its upward velocity suddenly dropped to 0. All upward lift vanished at a moment, defying physics. The ball began to plummet. Not a normal parabolic descent. Not an arc. Not a diagonal. A straight line. Vertically nearly 90 degrees. straight up and straight down. Like a guillotine descending from the sky, the ball accelerated as it fell. Air was forcibly split, producing a sharp, whistling sound from the ball's surface. Edson's smile froze on his face. His eyes struggled to recalibrate reality. His brain reminded him the ball was falling. His muscles instinctively pushed him to jump. His right hand stretched desperately upward, but he jumped too late. His hands were half a meter away from the ball's trajectory. The ball fell between his palms, then smashed into the top right corner of the net. With the violent impact only possible from a fall from great height, the sound of the ball hitting the net wasn't a swish, it was a thud, a heavy weighty boom. 1-1, the Bernabeu. Absolute silence. 81,000 people lost the ability to speak in those few seconds. Not that they didn't want to shout. Their brains hadn't processed what had just happened. The ball flew up, then fell down. Straight down. What the hell? After a few seconds, the Bernabeu erupted from silence. 80,000 voices all at once released 82 minutes of pent-up fear, anxiety, anger, despair. Then transformed them all into pure, violent, ecstatic joy that made the steel structure of the entire stadium hum. The sound wave rippled down from the stands layer by layer. Some cried, some jumped. Some hugged strangers, shaking them desperately, while others threw beer cups into the air. The commentator's voice had completely cracked. Go. Cristiano Ronaldo, 30 meters. He paused for a second, not to catch his breath. There's a 30-meter shot. This isn't a long-range shot. This isn't any known form of shooting. The ball fell straight down. It paused midair, then fell straight down. I've commentated football for 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen a ball change its physical properties mid-flight. What is this? A dipping ball. No dipping balls have arc. This one has no arc. It goes straight up and straight down. He swallowed. This is an axe. An axe falling from the sky. Manchester City's bench. Guardiola. His hands were clutching his head, fingers digging into the non-existent hair on his bald scalp. His knees bent, not kneeling but nearly so. Before the match, he had studied every frame of the Camp Nou match. Ronaldo's straight cannonball. A flat shot at 185 km/h, no spin. All defensive setups were based on that conclusion. But the shot he just fired, completely different from the one at Camp Nou. Guardiola slowly straightened up. His face turned pale. He lifted his gaze toward the center of the pitch, toward the man in the white number 7 jersey. Ronaldo stood in the center of the pitch. No sprint, no slide, no tearing off his jersey, no charge to the stands. Not even a SIU. He simply stood there, amid the roar of 80,000 people, under the gaze of 400 million viewers around the world. He stood calmly. Then he turned his head. His gaze swept across half the pitch, settled on one person. Mbappe. The Frenchman stood at the edge of the penalty area. He had witnessed it all. The 30-meter shot flew upward. The ball fell. It smashed into the net. The goalkeeper hadn't even raised his hands in time. His mouth was slightly open. Not surprise. Horror. Ronaldo met his gaze for a second. There was no provocation, no defiance in his eyes. Didn't you see? This was the true elegance of shooting. There was only a faint sense of superiority, not contempt. It was the difference in height. Pure height difference. Then Ronaldo retracted his gaze. He lifted his head. He looked toward the Bernabeu stands. At the 80,000 people going wild for him. Deep in his mind, the system notification rained down again like a storm. Mockery value 38 million. Mockery value 52 million. Mockery value 41 million. The wails of Manchester City fans. The global social media storm. Guardiola's pre-match respect for history was brutally mocked. English media pundits' faces were slapped. Manchester suffering dungeon progress, 150 million, 2 billion. Ronaldo turned his gaze away from the stands. On the field ahead, Manchester City players were retrieving the ball from the net, preparing to restart from the center circle. Their movements were slower than usual. Not because they were tired. Because they were glancing at each other's faces, trying to confirm one thing from others' expressions. Was that shot real? Could anyone really kick something like that? No one answered. Because everyone's expression was the same. 6 minutes remained in the match. With stoppage time, perhaps 10 more. That was enough. He lowered his head and gently rotated his right ankle. The warm power still deep within his ankle. Axe cruise. Used for the first time tonight. Felt good. The match resumed. Something in the Bernabeu had shifted, not the formation, nor the positioning, nor the arrows drawn and erased on the tactical board. It was the atmosphere, an aura emanating from Manchester City's defensive line teetering between vigilance and dread. The 85th minute. Modric collected the ball in midfield, advanced a few paces, and scanned the forward line. Cristiano Ronaldo stood roughly 32 meters from goal, his body angled slightly toward the right flank. Then something intriguing happened. Rodri abandoned his mark on Modric and sprinted toward Ronaldo. Stones moved almost simultaneously, stepping up from center back to press tightly against Ronaldo's right side. Shoulder to shoulder, they clung to him like shadows. Every time Ronaldo stepped into the final 30 meters, they followed. When he feinted left, they chased left. When he drifted right, they blocked right. They ignored the space behind them, entirely oblivious to Modric roaming the midfield unopposed. The aftershock of that tomahawk strike lingered far longer than Ronaldo had anticipated. That single shot had triggered a reflex in City's defense. All tactical discipline, all defensive schemes, all the positional diagrams Guardiola had drawn countless times on the board, crumbled before Ronaldo, because they were afraid, not of conceding a goal, but of the ball's trajectory. That trajectory defied physics, soaring straight up and down, leaving the goalkeeper with no time to raise his hands. That strike had been etched into their minds. And as two men clung to Ronaldo, a vast chasm opened in Real Madrid's forward line. Modric saw it. Kroos saw it. Ronaldo saw it too. He received Modric's pass 30 meters out. Rodri and Stones pressed him simultaneously. Their breath nearly hit his face. Everyone expected another strike. 400 million viewers held their breath before their screens. 80,000 at the Bernabeu clenched their fists. City's goalkeeper Ederson had already stepped half a pace off his line, knees bent, center of gravity at its lowest. This time he wouldn't stand still. But Ronaldo didn't shoot. In the instant his right foot met the ball, he didn't swing forward. Instead, he knocked it backward. A heel. A concealed heel-through ball. The ball slipped between the converging bodies of Rodri and Stones. Threading the needle, literally. They were so close together that the gap between them was barely 40 centimeters. The ball squeezed through that crevice and landed precisely behind City's left flank. There Vinicius Jr. was sprinting at full speed. No one marked him, because his markers had all gone to Ronaldo. When Vinicius received the ball, only one man stood before him. Ederson. A one-on-one. A textbook one-on-one. The roar at the Bernabeu reached its crescendo. 80,000 rose to their feet. The sound of seats springing up echoed in a dense wave. This ball was destined for the net. Vinicius dribbled into the box. Fast, steady on his feet. Ederson rushed out, but his timing was late, his weight already shifting left. Most of the right side of the goal was exposed. Just tap it in. A simple push would do. He didn't even need to strike it. A mere touch would roll it over the line. But Vinicius didn't shoot. He chose a nutmeg. With most of the goal wide open, he opted to slip the ball through Ederson's legs. The move was flashy. Or it would have been if it succeeded. Vinicius's right foot poked the ball between Ederson's legs. Ederson went down. In the final fraction of a second before his body hit the ground, the tip of his right boot grazed the ball. Its trajectory veered slightly. Just a fraction. Then it rolled agonizingly past the outside of the post. Real Madrid earned a corner. Not a goal. A corner. The vocal cords of 80,000 at the Bernabeu experienced a violent break from goal celebration to groan in the same second. That groan was so unified. So unified that it echoed. So unified that it startled several pigeons circling above the pitch. Ronaldo stood in midfield, having witnessed everything. He had delivered that heel-through ball, placed it at Vinicius's feet, and then watched as Vinicius squandered a certain goal with a flashy trick. He said nothing, his face betraying no emotion. No complaints, no gestures. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. He simply lowered his head, glanced at the turf, and slowly jogged back to his position. But in that second when he lowered his head, deep within his mind the mockery value increased by 12 million. From the furious global barrage of comments condemning Vinicius's wastefulness. More than half of them cursed what good was Ronaldo's brilliant pass when his teammate couldn't finish. Ronaldo didn't even blink. Let the bullets keep flying. Time reached the 90th minute. The fourth official raised the electronic board. For minutes of stoppage time. The 91st minute. Real Madrid's last chance. Kroos launched a long pass from the back to the right flank. The ball landed at Ronaldo's feet. He controlled it near the right touchline. Then three blue shirts charged at him simultaneously. Walker from the front, Diaz from the side, and a midfielder from behind. A triple team. They wouldn't even grant him a sliver of breathing room. Ronaldo's body began to lose balance. Walker's shoulder collided with his chest, Diaz's arm hooked around his waist. He was about to fall. Everyone thought so. But in that moment of backward lean, his left foot moved. The outside of his left foot, his weaker foot. In a posture almost at a 45-degree angle to the ground, defying ergonomics, the outside of his left foot gently scooped the ball from its lower right side. The ball lifted. Not high, just clearing Ruben Diaz's desperately stretched head. Then it traced a tender arc. It landed in the center of the 6-yard box. There on the 6-yard line, empty. Mbappe had arrived. No one noticed when he started his run. But he was there. With his trademark world-class speed, he appeared in the center of the 6-yard box facing the goal. Most of the net was open. Ederson had been completely drawn to the left side of the goal by Ronaldo's outside foot chip. The entire right side was practically empty. The ball was descending. Slow with a gentle curve. The landing point was precise to the centimeter. Ronaldo had delivered the ball to the perfect spot. Mbappe only needed to touch it, and it would go in. 80,000 at the Bernabeu rose again. This time more unified than before, because everyone saw that this goal was inevitable. Mbappe jumped. He chose a header. No, that wasn't a header. He chose a volleyed blast. With most of the goal gaping, needing only a gentle touch to change the scoreline. He chose a volley. Full power. Maximum force. The instep of his right foot struck the ball squarely. The power was there, but the angle was off. The ball grazed the underside of the crossbar, perhaps less than a centimeter, and soared into the stands, hitting a fat man's beer cup in the 12th row. Beer splashed across his face, but he didn't wipe it off. Like the other fans, his mouth hung open in disbelief. A sound erupted over the Bernabeu. Not a groan. It was a guttural roar from 80,000 people. A roar laced with anger. A roar laced with despair. A roar that screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" Ancelotti stood on the sideline. He didn't roar. He slowly covered his eyes with both hands. Through the gaps between his fingers, bloodshot eyes peered out. He didn't want to watch anymore. Truly, he couldn't bear it. My grandmother plays better than both of them. On the Manchester City bench, Guardiola exhaled deeply. That breath had been held for several minutes, during which his heartbeat may have surged to 180 beats per minute. He discreetly wiped his forehead. The architect of both these match-winning opportunities, Cristiano Ronaldo, stood near the right touchline. That previous kick had completely unbalanced him, leaving him sprawled across the grass. He slowly rose to his feet, brushing turf debris off his shorts. Glancing toward Mbappé, he saw the Frenchman crouched in the penalty area with his hands clasped over his head. Ronaldo withdrew his gaze, expressionless, without complaint or shrugging. Emotionally blank. It was impossible to tell that pass had come from him. As though those two pinpoint assists meant nothing to him at all. He simply stood there awaiting the opponent's goal kick. But the system disagreed. Taunt value, 26 million. Taunt value, 31 million. Taunt value, 44 million. Global chat and social media erupted simultaneously. Ronaldo's pass was sublime, yet Mbappé's response. My heart was about to explode. The pass went right to his mouth. And he spat it out. Cristiano Ronaldo, thank you so much. So who was truly holding them back? Good heavens. Who was the real De Bruyne? Finally, the referee's whistle sounded. The score remained fixed at 1-1. The group stage rankings appeared on the large screen. Real Madrid and City shared equal points. However, thanks to the away goal advantage, City had scored one at the Bernabeu. Real Madrid had failed to score at the Etihad, yet they had stolen first place from Real Madrid themselves. Boos erupted at the final whistle. Not sporadic boos. The entire stadium, from bottom to top, south stand to north stand, boos echoed from every angle, 360 degrees, without exception. 80,000 voices merged into a resonant hum under the Bernabeu's dome that sent chills down their spines. They could not accept it. On their own turf, at the Bernabeu, having lost first place, Ronaldo walked toward the midfield circle. He patted Modric on the back. He exchanged a fist bump with Cruz, whispered something to Vinicius, who looked visibly annoyed. Then he approached Mbappé. The Frenchman stood near the midfield arc. Alone. He did not exchange jerseys with any Manchester City player. He did not speak to any Real Madrid teammate. Just standing there, Ronaldo walked up to him and extended his right hand. It was merely the customary post-match handshake. The kind of encouragement teammates offer after every match. Mbappé's eyes landed on Ronaldo's outstretched hand. He paused for a second. Then his gaze shifted downward to the grass beneath his feet. He stared intently at that patch of turf. He did not shake hands. His hands remained hanging loosely by his sides. Not one hand raised. Then he walked around Ronaldo, strode toward the player tunnel without uttering a single word. He didn't even glance at Ronaldo. Ronaldo's hand remained suspended in midair for several seconds before retracting. His expression didn't change, but the broadcast camera wasn't so kind. The main camera on the sideline had focused on this spot from start to finish. Ronaldo extended his hand. Mbappé looked down. Mbappé walked away. Ronaldo retracted his hand. For frames, each one crystal clear. The director switched between 3 camera angles within those 4 seconds: front view, side view, close-up, no blind spots. 400 million viewers worldwide witnessed everything on their screens. Social media exploded instantly, not gradually, but all at once. The hashtag surged to the top of global trends within 15 minutes. Mbappé ignores Cristiano Ronaldo after Champions League match. Storm brewing in the Real Madrid locker room. As Ronaldo walked toward the player tunnel, his taunt value climbed by 80 million. He didn't check his phone, but the panel deep in his mind had lit up to maximum brightness. Post-match press conference. Guardiola sat behind the long table. His tie hung loosely. His expression was relaxed, as if everything was under control. Mr. Guardiola, Cristiano Ronaldo scored a goal in the second half that seemed to defy the laws of physics. How do you evaluate it? Guardiola took a sip of water from his glass and set it down. I believe what deserves the most attention tonight is Manchester City's defensive resilience. He didn't mention Ronaldo's goal, not even once. Facing Real Madrid's counterattack at the away venue, my players demonstrated world-class discipline in the final moments. Our defensive system perfectly controlled the flow of the match. A draw was entirely within our tactical expectations. We secured first place in the group, which was our goal here, and clearly the mission has been accomplished. And Real Madrid will face even more challenging opponents. A chuckle erupted from the press section, not because it was funny, but because it was absurd. Your 2 center backs had been ripped apart by Ronaldo's heel. Your goalkeeper hadn't even raised his hand before the ball went in. Your tactical setup had been cleaved into pieces by a single axe kick. And yet you claimed it was entirely within your tactical expectations. But no one pressed further. Because Guardiola had already stood up and walked away. He moved quickly, leaving behind a scene of commotion and murmuring voices throughout the press conference. The next day, early morning, Madrid's sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Ronaldo's apartment bedroom. But Ronaldo paid little attention to the weather that day. His focus was on his phone, more precisely on the dense stream of news alerts displayed on his screen. British media began moving. The Sun's front page featured the headline in bold red, font 72 points toxic veteran. Ronaldo's substitute appearance completely disrupted Real Madrid's tactical system, becoming the primary culprit behind Mbappe's loss of goal-scoring intuition. The accompanying image was a screenshot of Ronaldo entering the field. Next to it, Photoshop added a potion labeled with a skull. Sky Sports echoed the exact same narrative, almost written by the same person. Ronaldo's selfish performance dismantled Ancelotti's tactical design. His presence caused a complete breakdown in the attacking chemistry of Real Madrid. There was a direct causal link between Mbappe's missed shot and Ronaldo's deliberate shift in the team's offensive focus. Those 5 words, direct causal link. When Ronaldo read it, the corners of his mouth twitched, not in bitter amusement, but in some subtle reaction. He continued scrolling down. Former Premier League stars lined up to criticize him. Ronaldo should accept reality. At 39, you can't keep doing this. He scored a goal. Well, but he destroyed the team's cohesion. 1 goal for a draw. The math doesn't add up. Mbappe needs trust and space, not an old man stealing the spotlight beside him. The comment section was even busier. Premier League fans and Barcelona fans joined forces. These two groups, usually eager to strangle each other, found common ground today in condemning Ronaldo. He was a poison in the locker room, just as he had been at Manchester United and now again at Real Madrid. 37 is legendary, 38 is veteran, 39 is just a passenger. Mbappe is only 25. His future matters 10,000 times more than Ronaldo's past. What's the point of Ronaldo's goal? Fancy tricks. No legitimate shots, just random nonsense. The entire internet seemed to reach a consensus overnight. Real Madrid must blame Ronaldo for the draw. Not because he played poorly, but precisely because he played too well. He played too well, so well that he made Mbappe vanish into irrelevance. So well that Real Madrid's future strategy crumbled. Thus he had to be condemned. He had to be suppressed. He had to be branded the toxic one. Cristiano Ronaldo put down his phone. The morning light of Madrid outside the window was beautiful. Yet his mind was anything but calm. Ding. Taunt value, 22 million. Ding. Taunt value, 37 million. Ding. Taunt value, 48 million. Ding 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 ding. The chimes merged into a continuous line so dense that it was impossible to tell how many there were. Reports from the British media, taunts from legends, slander on social platforms, abuse from fans, all the malice, all the distortion of truth, all the calling a stag a horse. All captured precisely by the system, all converted into numbers. Sitting on the sofa, the morning light fell on his face. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a curve. A very small curve. If anyone saw it, they would think he was enjoying the sunlight. But that was not the expression of someone enjoying the sun. It was the expression of someone who had reaped more than expected. The sorrow of Manchester dungeon progress, 230 million, 2 billion. The increase was fast enough, but not enough. Far from enough. That afternoon, at the Valdebebas training ground in Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo arrived on time. When he came out in his training kit, he saw several figures already on the pitch. Mbappe was surrounded by a group of people: team doctors, fitness coaches, assistant coaches, and 2 men in suits. Those were from the club's marketing department. They were saying something to Mbappe. Mbappe seemed very happy. The Frenchman who had crouched in the small box, head in his hands the night before, was gone. In his place was that young, confident face. He was smiling. Smiling at the marketing people. Teeth very white. Cristiano Ronaldo walked past him. The distance between them was less than 3 meters. Mbappe's smile did not stop. Cristiano Ronaldo wanted to greet him, but he didn't even glance his way. Left with no choice, Cristiano Ronaldo walked straight to the other end of the training ground. The quiet corner. He had just started his warm-up stretches when he saw a staff member jogging over. Mr. Cristiano, a high-ranking representative, would like to speak with you in the manager's office. Okay. He then followed the staff member into the main building of the training base. The corridor was long. The walls were covered with Real Madrid's historical photos. There was Di Stefano. There was Raul. There was Zidane. And there was also himself. The one from the 2018 Champions League final bicycle kick. The frame was polished, very bright. But Cristiano Ronaldo noticed a new one next to his photo. Mbappe's official signing photo. It was one size larger than his. The manager's office door was at the end of the corridor. The staff member opened the door and Cristiano Ronaldo walked in. The door closed heavily behind him. A man sat in the office. A high-ranking representative of Real Madrid's board. Suit immaculate. The color of his tie was the official white of the club. His face wore an expression that Cristiano Ronaldo had seen 10,000 times. The expression that appears at business negotiation tables, at power transition meetings, in all occasions where commands need to be wrapped in smiles. Cristiano, please sit. Cristiano Ronaldo sat down. The leather sofa was very soft. First of all, last night's goal. The high-ranking representative smiled and gave a thumbs up. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The whole of Real Madrid is proud of you. When he said the word proud, his tone was light and airy. Cristiano Ronaldo said nothing. But, here it comes. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. The but was the key. Everything before was just a prelude. The high-ranking representative's expression transitioned from a smile to seriousness. The transition was smooth. It was obvious he had practiced it. Cristiano, Real Madrid is going through an important transitional period. Kylian is the cornerstone of the club for the next 10 years. His confidence, his form, his central role in the team. These are all unshakable. Last night's match, your performance was indeed outstanding. But, he paused. Cristiano Ronaldo knew those words had been carefully chosen long ago. Probably written down at 3 in the morning. Your presence to some extent affected Kylian's performance on the pitch. He needs space, trust, and to be the absolute center of the spotlight for the team. And you? The high-ranking representative looked into Cristiano Ronaldo's eyes. You are too bright. Those 3 words. You are too bright. In another context, this could be a compliment. But in this office behind this desk, from the mouth of this man in a white tie, it meant something entirely different. Dim yourself. You stole someone else's thunder. After hearing this, Cristiano Ronaldo's face showed no change in expression. We hope that you will reduce your individual displays on the pitch. Do more drawing of defenders, more movement off the ball, and give the ball to Kylian. Your experience, your movement abilities, you can contribute to the team without being the focus. Cristiano. The high-ranking representative leaned forward slightly. His tone lowered, putting on a posture of thinking for the other's good. But the meaning in his eyes was the complete opposite. Real Madrid needs a smooth transition. The young talent is the center of the spotlight. I hope you understand your position, just as you agreed initially. Cristiano Ronaldo's right hand rested on the armrest of the leather sofa. His fingertips tapped twice lightly. Then he leaned back into the sofa. He crossed his legs and spread his hands. He made a shrug motion. Okay, 2 words. His tone was utterly flat. I fully comply with the club's tactical arrangements. The high-ranking representative was stunned for a second. He had anticipated at least 7 possible reactions from Cristiano Ronaldo: rage, Cold War, rebuttal, interrogation, silence, negotiation, or even threatening to leave. He had not anticipated this one. Complete acceptance. No resistance. This was not like Cristiano Ronaldo, but he didn't think too much about it. As long as the result was good. I'm glad you understand, Cristiano. The high-ranking representative stood up and extended his hand. Cristiano Ronaldo shook it. Then he turned and walked toward the door. The high-ranking representative sat back in his chair with satisfaction. And in the second the door closed, when the corridor light and the office light were sliced into a thin line by the door gap. Deep in Cristiano Ronaldo's mind, a scarlet light exploded. Not the previous flickering at the notification level. It was the highest level alarm. The text on the system panel burned a deep red. The entire interface trembled. Warning: highest level triggered. Host has suffered systematic backstabbing and mandatory demotion from management. Malice value has exceeded the critical threshold. The sorrow of Manchester dungeon progress advances by leaps. 300 million, 2 billion. The numbers jumped. From 270 million directly to 300 million. An increase of 30 million. From a few words spoken by one man in one office. But the concentration of malice recognized by the system was higher than all the British media combined. Because those media were outsiders. The malice of outsiders is visible. But the malice of one's own people is often worth more. The system panel continued scrolling. Temporary stage, special reward triggered. Skill unlocked, Omni Vision Eagle Eye. Effect: during skill activation, the host can perceive in real time the movement intentions of all players within a 50-meter radius, predict passing routes, and identify optimal shooting angles. Vision penetration continues to strengthen as taunt value accumulates. Cristiano Ronaldo stood in the corridor. Behind him was the closed door. In front of him was the long hallway lined with historic photos. And Mbappé, one size larger. He looked at that photo of Mbappé for a few seconds. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued walking. He stepped out of the main building. The sunlight fell on him. On the training ground, Mbappé was still surrounded by that group. Cristiano Ronaldo walked toward the bench by the training ground. He sat down, took out his phone, and a push notification just popped up on the screen. The Champions League round of 16 draw rules were announced. Group runners-up would face stronger opponents in the draw. And Real Madrid, because of last night's draw, was exactly the group runner-up. Cristiano Ronaldo looked at the dense draw rules on the screen. Which teams were seeded? Which teams could become their opponents? His fingers slowly slid across the screen. The sunlight was beautiful. Laughter came from the training ground. Mbappé was juggling the ball with his teammates. The juggling was flashy. The onlookers were applauding. There was no warmth of the sun in Cristiano Ronaldo's eyes. Only something cold. He turned off his phone. He stood up and walked toward the training ground again. When he passed Mbappé, he even gave a slight smile. A very polite smile. The smile of an old veteran who fully complies with the club's arrangements. But if anyone could see through that smile, they would find a pair of extremely cold eyes. If you want to use me as a stepping stone, then let's see if your bones are hard enough. The Bernabeu Stadium. Match day. The air conditioning in the locker room was set to a comfortable chill. Ancelotti stood before the tactical board. White magnets filled half of it. Only a few sparse ones remained on the opposite side. The opponent, Real Sociedad, bottom of the league, with just 4 wins this season. Naturally, such a match didn't require much planning on the tactical board. Yet today Ancelotti drew with meticulous care. Every arrow pointed toward one name. Mbappe. Kylian is the offensive core. Ancelotti's voice wasn't loud, but the locker room was quiet enough to hear the hum of the air conditioning. Vinicius stretches the play on the left. Bellingham pushes into the middle for support. On the right, his gaze swept over Cristiano Ronaldo. He paused for a fraction of a second. Then his eyes moved away. Rodrigo provides width on the right. Ronaldo's name wasn't listed in the starting lineup. Not even mentioned on the tactical board. Not even spoken by Ancelotti moments earlier. He sat in the deepest corner of the locker room. His jersey folded neatly beside him. 15 minutes after the tactical meeting ended, players began leaving the locker room for pre-match warm-ups. As Ronaldo stood up, Ancelotti entered through the side door alone. No assistant coach, no tactical analyst. The door closed behind them, leaving only the two of them in the locker room. Ancelotti leaned against the tactical board. He didn't speak immediately. He looked directly into Ronaldo's eyes. Ronaldo met his stare. They held eye contact for several seconds until Ancelotti finally looked away first. He lowered his head, staring at the tip of his leather shoes. Cristiano. If you play today? As he said those words, his right hand unconsciously rubbed the back of his left hand. Ronaldo noticed the telltale gesture that preceded a lie. The club expects you to focus more on playmaking and supporting roles. He didn't say I want. He said the club wants. Ronaldo remained silent. Ancelotti raised his head, looking directly into Ronaldo's eyes once again. But there was something strange about that direct gaze. Not commanding, merely relaying someone else's message while waiting for a response. Don't take shots from outside the penalty area. With that, silence returned. The locker room grew so still that even Ancelotti's breathing became audible. Then Ronaldo smiled. Not mocking, not bitter, but the kind of smile a 187-meter-tall man who'd scored over 900 career goals might give when told not to shoot. Gentle, unnervingly so. All right, coach. His tone was flat. Ancelotti stared at his face for a few seconds. He couldn't read anything on that expression. No anger, no resentment, no bitterness. It was perfectly clean. No weakness whatsoever. And precisely because there was nothing visible, a chill ran down Ancelotti's neck. He had seen furious Ronaldo. Depressed Ronaldo. Ronaldo gritting his teeth, determined to prove himself. But never this. This emotionless version. He couldn't explain why. But that calm, all right coach, unsettled him far more than any shouting ever could. At the Bernabeu, 780 seats were all occupied. A banner unfurled in the south stand, white background, gold letters declaring, defend the top spot, crush everything. Real Madrid led Barcelona by 1 point in the standings. 1 point they absolutely needed to win today. Their opponents, Real Sociedad, sat last in the league with only 2 points away from home. Even the fans at the Bernabeu discussed goal margins on social media before kickoff. 3 or perhaps 4 wins. Conservatively 5 would suffice. The whistle blew. Real Sociedad retreated deep into their own 30-yard zone. A 4-5-1 formation with a lone striker planted near the center circle, unwilling to advance past halfway. A textbook defensive block. They weren't here to play football. They were here to work. By the 10th minute, Real Madrid's possession rate had already soared to 78%. But possession doesn't fill stomachs. Against the defense-in-depth tactic, Real Madrid attacked from multiple directions without a focal point. Mbappe received the ball. Today he played as a forward. At least 2 defenders shadowed him ahead, sometimes 3. Real Sociedad's backs refused to race against his speed. They pressed shoulder to shoulder, elbows digging into his flanks. Before he could turn after receiving the pass, a foot would slide in from the side. Not trying to steal the ball, attempting to cleat both the ball and his ankle simultaneously. The referee whistled several times, but issued only 1 yellow card. Mbappe's expression darkened further. In the 23rd minute, feinting repeatedly near the penalty box, he encountered a third leg attempting to intercept, sending the ball rolling out of bounds. He slammed his thigh in frustration. 35 minutes later, cutting inside from the left flank, he was squeezed out of bounds by 2 converging defenders. He rose and appealed to the referee without response. 41st minute, Vinicius received the ball on the right wing. He performed a step over. The Real Sociedad left back remained immovable. Another step over. Still motionless. On his third step over, another midfielder slid in from the side, poking the ball away cleanly. Vinicius froze for a second. He began gesturing emphatically toward the 4th official, arguing for an extended period. The implication being clearly obvious: they're fouling. Can't you see it? The 4th official stared blankly at the field. Pretending deafness and blindness is a craft referee's master at halftime. 0-0. The Bernabeu crowd began restless. Not excitedly restless, but the kind of restlessness born from paying €200 for half a century of scoreless tedium. After halftime, Real Sociedad adjusted their strategy, or rather they didn't. Their single word-long approach remained unchanged from start to finish. Defend. But in the 58th minute, they managed a rare opportunistic break. A long pass from deep, the striker turned and faced the Real Madrid defense directly. Long-range shot. The ball struck the post. A sharp thud echoed through the stadium as 7-0 hearts clenched simultaneously. The rebound came loose. It flew to a Real Madrid defender. Yet that dull thud lingered in the air long after impact. Even substitute room Ronaldo heard it crystal clear. He sat there, arms crossed, expression neutral, but his eyes never left the pitch, watching constantly, tracking Mbappe's running patterns, observing spacing in Real Sociedad's defensive setup, measuring how quickly opposing formations contracted during every transition of possession. 70th minute. Still 0-0. The big screen displayed possession stats: Real Madrid 74%. 18 shots taken. 2 on target. 2. 18 attempts, only 2 hitting the frame of goal. Whistles erupted from the Bernabeu stands. Not aimed at anyone specific. Directed collectively. At everyone at this 74% possession, 11% on target spectacle. Called from the bench, Ronaldo stood up and began warming up. An assistant coach approached and handed him a training vest. Then, leaning close to Ronaldo's ear, voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying every syllable clearly: remember, no shooting. More passing, more movement create chances for Kylian. Ronaldo took the vest, pulled it on, adjusted the hem. Understood. Just 2 words. Then he walked toward the fourth official. The 79th minute. The fourth official raised the electronic board. Ronaldo replaced a defensive midfielder. The moment his foot touched the turf, the Bernabeu fell silent for an instant. It was not a deliberate silence. It was an instinctive reaction. 78,000 people simultaneously focused their attention on this one man. The broadcast camera held a 5-second close-up on Ronaldo's face. His expression was utterly blank. Utterly blank. But the moment he took his first step, deep within his mind a crimson radiance bloomed silently. It was not an alarm. It was not a notification sound. It was an entirely new visual experience. 0-hour omniscient vision, eagle eye activated. The world in Ronaldo's eyes transformed. 21 players on the pitch. A translucent trail of light materialized upon each one of them. Those were the paths they were about to run. Even the goalkeeper was no exception. This was not a prediction. It was perception. The right center-back of Real Sociedad was preparing to shift 3 meters to the left. His center of gravity had already begun to shift, even though he himself was not yet aware of it. The left-back's recovery run had a gap of 1/10 of a second. In the moment of his turn, a passage less than 2 meters wide would open behind him. Mbappe was prowling the forward line. His movement intention was to drift wide to the left. But within Ronaldo's eagle eye, Mbappe's most lethal receiving point was not on the left. It was in the center, in the slowly widening fissure between the 2 center-backs. Ronaldo's pupils contracted slightly. A 50-meter radius. All the runs, all the passing lanes, all the shooting angles. They all transformed into a clear data network, spreading out before his eyes. All the answers were laid bare. The 81st minute. Ronaldo received the ball in midfield. The Real Sociedad defensive line immediately pushed up 3 meters. They had clearly watched the footage from the last match. That Warhammer strike from 35 meters out. That goal which had gone in before the goalkeeper could even raise his hands. The bodies of 6 opposing players tensed simultaneously, their weight shifting forward, ready to block a long-range shot. But Ronaldo did not even glance at the goal. The inside of his right foot caressed the ball. Then he pushed it. A ground pass. Not fast. Not much spin. Just an ordinary through ball. The ball skimmed past the outside of the first midfielder's right foot 4 centimeters from his studs, then threaded the gap between the second midfielder and the right center back. That gap was less than half a meter wide, and it existed for only an instant because the right center back was shifting inward. 1 second later, that gap would vanish. The ball went through, clean and crisp. Then it emerged from the blind spot of a third defender. He did not even know where the ball had come from. The ball arrived at the edge of the 6-yard box. The landing point was precise to the extreme. Mbappe was nearby, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. A textbook one-on-one. The moment the Bernabeu saw the ball pierce the defensive line, the roar exploded. It jumped from a hum to a thunderous boom. But Mbappe was slow. His action was half a beat late. Perhaps he had not anticipated the pass arriving. Perhaps he had never imagined Ronaldo would play such a ball. Having been told not to shoot, he was truly acting as a playmaker in midfield. In any case, when he reached the ball's landing point, the momentum of his body made his first touch a little loose. The ball bounced. The rhythm was completely disrupted. His stop step threw off his balance. When he looked up again, the shooting angle was already mostly covered by the goalkeeper. But he shot anyway. A side foot push. Not enough power. Not enough angle. The goalkeeper went to ground and gathered the ball into his chest. The roar of the stadium plummeted from cheers to sighs within a second. That sigh dispersed, and everyone's expectations were dashed. Ronaldo stood in midfield, watching it all. His face was utterly expressionless. Taunt value 14 million. The 85th minute. Real Sociedad made a passing error in their own half. Ronaldo intercepted the ball in a slightly deeper midfield position. The moment he won the ball, eagle eye unfurled a complete attacking and defensive diagram within his mind. Vinicius was sprinting at full speed down the left flank. His path, his speed, and the recovery angle of the opposing left back transformed into 3 trajectory lines in Ronaldo's vision. The intersection point was near the left corner of the penalty area. Vinicius would arrive first. Ronaldo lifted his foot without looking. He did not raise his head either. There was simply no need. His right foot's outside a lofted diagonal pass. The ball soared, traveling 60 meters. It cleared the midfield. It sailed over the head of the opposing defensive midfielder, tracking back. Then it landed precisely 2 meters ahead of Vinicius's full-speed sprint. Timing, power, landing point, flawless. When Vinicius received the ball, there was only one defender ahead of him. A half one-on-one. He dribbled the ball into the box. Very fast. If he had just taken the shot immediately, whether a push or a strike, there was a probability of over 70% that it would go in. But Vinicius did not shoot. He wanted to beat his man. He attempted a step-over feint to shake off the last defender. He stepped over with his left foot. He stepped over with his right foot. The defender did not bite. Because the defender was not watching his feet at all. The defender was watching the ball. In the gap between Vinicius's second step over, the defender's right foot shot out precisely. The studs touched the underside of the ball. The ball bounced and rolled over the byline. A corner kick for Real Madrid. Vinicius crouched in the box, hands clasped behind his head. He knew he had messed up again. Ronaldo stood near the center circle. The momentum from his 60-meter pass carried him a few steps forward. He stopped. He looked down at the turf. His breathing remained steady. The numbers deep within his mind were jumping. Taunt value, 18 million. Taunt value, 22 million. Taunt value, 29 million. The barrage of comments flooded in. The emotions of tens of millions of viewers across the globe were utterly detonated in this moment by 2 godlike passes and 2 absurdly wasted chances. Ronaldo's long pass was insane. Vini is showing off again, not shooting, filming an Adidas commercial. Please, Ronaldo, just shoot yourself. These people don't deserve your passes. Ronaldo spoon-fed the ball to them, and these 2 are complaining the chopsticks aren't pretty. Why doesn't he shoot himself? Is it because he's afraid? He has become a coward. Ronaldo's expression was blank. He slowly jogged back to his position. The numbers kept rising. 3 minutes of stoppage time. The 92nd minute. Real Madrid won a free kick. An excellent position. Slightly left of center, about 24 meters from goal. Ronaldo stood beside the ball. He looked down at it. 24 meters. In his life, he did not know how many free kicks he had scored from this distance. With his eyes closed, he knew exactly how to generate the power, the angle at which to curl it over the wall, and the exact moment it should begin to dip. The Bernabeu faithful knew it too. Ronaldo, Ronaldo, Ronaldo. The South Stand started the chant first. Then the North Stand joined in, and soon the entire stadium was chanting. The voices of tens of thousands merged into a single name. Ronaldo stood beside the ball. The wind blew, the stadium lights cast his shadow long across the pitch. Then Mbappé walked over. He strode purposefully to the free kick spot. He bent down. He picked up the ball. He placed it down again. He adjusted the angle slightly. Throughout the entire process, he did not glance at Ronaldo. The roar of the stadium abruptly cut off in that moment. It was not silence. It was as if everyone had been choked at the same time. Mbappé stood before the ball. His back blocked Cristiano Ronaldo's vision. Yet Ronaldo did not challenge. He did not argue. Not a word was spoken. He struck Mbappé on the back of the head. Then he turned and retreated beyond the edge of the penalty area. On the Real Madrid bench, Ancelotti stood by the sideline. He naturally witnessed this scene. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, his gaze no longer drifted toward the free kick spot. He looked at his own leather boots. Mbappé began his run-up. His right foot struck the ball with full power and spin, but it was too high. The ball sailed over the defensive wall. It cleared the goalkeeper. It cleared the crossbar. It cleared the advertising board behind the goal net. Silence descended upon the Bernabeu. Absolute stillness lasted for roughly 2 seconds. Then the referee's whistle blew. 3 short blasts. Beep, beep, beep. Final score 0-0. Real Madrid at home against the bottom of the table team. 0-0. The stadium's giant screen switched to the live league standings immediately after the final whistle. Scores from other matches were updated simultaneously. Barcelona 3-2 Atletico Madrid with a last-minute winner. Barcelona overtook Real Madrid by 2 points in the table. The top spot changed hands. As those words appeared on the screen, the Bernabeu erupted into the loudest boos of the season. It was not aimed at any single person. It was for everyone. For the entire team, the entire tactic, the entire night. A torrent of anger poured down from the stands onto every player wearing a white jersey. Cristiano Ronaldo walked among them, head bowed. His expression remained placid. None of this concerned him. But his system panel lit up. Brightly, painfully. Late that night in Madrid, Ronaldo sat on the sofa. A glass of untouched water sat on the coffee table. His phone screen glowed. Notifications piled up one after another. The front page of Marca Ronaldo had 0 shots all match. The goal-scoring machine had become a passing robot. The striker's instinct was dead. The accompanying image was a still from the game beside which a large bold red 0 loomed. Sky Sports offered a deep analysis. Ronaldo's decline was irreversible. At 39, he had completely lost his thread inside and outside the penalty area. He had taken no proper shot all night. ESPN commentators linked in Live Tonight Ronaldo looked more like a playmaker than a world-class forward. Perhaps he had realized it himself. His era of scoring was truly over. Ronaldo looked at those notifications. One by one. He read them carefully. They had written that he was not allowed to shoot, as if he could not shoot. They had written that he was ordered off the field as if he had lost his firepower. They had written that a man not permitted to shoot was a useless man who could not shoot. 0 shots. Those 3 words became the headline of the entire internet that night. No one mentioned those 2 passes. No one mentioned that through ball that sliced through 4 defenders. No one mentioned that 60-yard long pass. Worse still, no one asked the question, why did Ronaldo not shoot all match? Was it inability? Or was it forbidden? No one asked. No one cared. Because the conclusion that Ronaldo was old sold far better than the truth. Far better. Ronaldo put down his phone. Outside Madrid's night was deep. In the depths of his mind, numbers flickered. Mockery value 34 million. Mockery value 51 million. Mockery value 72 million. A full-scale assault from English media. A kick went down from Spanish media. An onslaught from hundreds of millions of voices on social platforms. All captured by the system, all converted into numbers. The Manchester suffering dungeon progress, 420 million, 2 billion. A draw. From 300 million to 420 million. Malice from every corner of the world poured in. The harsher their curses, the faster the numbers rose. Ronaldo leaned back against the sofa. The Madrid night air came in through the half-open window. A bit cool. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his gaze was icy. Not enough. Still not enough. 1,500 million more was missing. But the direction was correct. The rhythm was right. The path lay beneath his feet. And at the end of that path, he was thinking when his phone buzzed again. A notification. Not a curse this time. An official UEFA announcement. The draw for the UEFA Champions League round of 16 had been announced. Ronaldo picked up his phone and opened it. A matchup table appeared on the screen. Group first place Arsenal versus Group second place Real Madrid. At the Emirates Stadium in London. He stared at that red crest for a few seconds. Images surfaced in his mind. Those days at Old Trafford. Those bloody battles against Arsenal. Vieira's sliding tackle. Keane's roar. Boos from the Emirates stands. England. His second home. The place where he had been betrayed. On his phone screen, the notifications kept coming. British media had exploded. The Daily Mail, fate has arranged it. Arsenal will end Ronaldo's Champions League journey at the Emirates. The Mirror, welcome back to England, Cristiano. This is your graveyard. Sky Sports commentator, this is a gift from heaven to Arsenal. A 39-year-old Ronaldo with 0 shots all match. Arteta would laugh in his sleep again. 0 shots. Those 3 words again. They had made them Ronaldo's new tag. A permanent tag. Ronaldo looked at those notifications. One by one. The British media's revelry, the Arsenal fans' mockery. Tickets for the same Emirates Stadium had been resold at 6 times their original price. Everyone waited to see him crushed by the Premier League's rising star on his own turf. Mockery value 26 million. Mockery value 38 million. Mockery value 51 million. The numbers kept rising. Rising wildly. A slow curve formed at the corner of Ronaldo's mouth. Not a smile. An uncontrollable excitement. At the Emirates Stadium in England. He turned off his phone. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Madrid's night view spread beneath him. Countless lights, but he was not looking at Madrid. He was looking farther away. London. Somewhere in that city's stadium in 10 days' time, 60,000 people would be waiting to boo him. 60,000 was enough. He turned and walked toward the bedroom. Passing the coffee table, he picked up that glass of water he had never drunk. And he drank it all in one gulp. He put it down and turned off the lights. In the darkness, his eyes still glowed. That glow was not from light. It was because he had finally found the fastest path. The path to 2 billion. England, come on. One by one. The whole world was talking about Arsenal. As soon as the Champions League round of 16 draw was announced, the English media exploded, the fervor spreading to every corner of the globe. Tickets for the Emirates Stadium were being sold on the secondary market for 6 times their original price. The headlines in the English press echoed the same sentiment for 3 consecutive days. Ronaldo returns to England, the coffin is ready. Arteta's Christmas gift, a 39-year-old with 0 shots on target all game. London is ready, come on, let us send him off on his final journey. The frenzy on social media was even more exaggerated. A parody video made by Arsenal fans garnered over 200 million views in 48 hours. In the video, Ronaldo, wearing a Real Madrid jersey, was pushed into the Emirates Stadium in a wheelchair. The soundtrack was a funeral march. The comments section was a chorus of mockery. Is that it? Arteta probably laughed for 3 days when he saw the draw. The biggest suspense of the Champions League round of 16, can Ronaldo last the full 90 minutes? Real Madrid should just forfeit to save face. The whole world was waiting to see Ronaldo get crushed in London. But no one paid any attention to the match that was still 3 days away. The Copa del Rey round of 16. Real Madrid at home against Girona. Girona was a mid to lower table team, having stumbled their way into the round of 16. Their progress was due to luck, not strength. This kind of match was usually beneath notice. But Real Madrid, having lost the top spot in the league, could not afford to lose another. Fighting on 3 fronts, they were 2 points behind Barcelona in the league. Finishing second in their Champions League group meant a tough away game against Arsenal. If they also stumbled in the Copa del Rey, then this season would truly become a laughingstock. But often the biggest jokes aren't written by outsiders. They are written by your own people. 3 days before the match. On the second floor of the main building at Valdebiba's training ground, Ancelotti stood at the door of the boardroom. He took a deep breath. Then he knocked. The office was not large, but the decor was exquisite. A dark wood table, leather swivel chairs, and a wall adorned with a photo of Real Madrid's Champions League trophies. 15 big ears trophies lined up, gleaming gold. The club representative sat behind the desk. The president Florentino was not there. The man was in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back perfectly. He held an espresso cup and gave a slight nod when he saw Ancelotti enter. "Carlo, have a seat." But Ancelotti did not sit. He placed the iPad he was holding directly on the desk. The screen was lit, displaying a datasheet filled with dense rows of numbers. Over the last 4 matches, Ancelotti's voice was calm, but each word carried immense weight. Real Madrid has scored only 1 goal from open play. He tapped the screen with his finger. Shot accuracy is 9.30, a 7-year low. He tapped again. Average expected goals XG is 0.77, a statistic worse than that of a newly promoted team. The club representative sipped his coffee in silence. Ancelotti looked up, meeting the man's eyes directly. "I need to lift the restrictions on Cristiano." He used his full name. "Let him be part of the core attack. Give him the license to shoot. Otherwise this team's offense will be completely paralyzed within 3 months. The office fell silent for a few seconds. The hum of the air conditioning was clearly audible. Then the club representative set down his coffee cup. The bottom of the cup made a soft click against the desk. He didn't answer Ancelotti. He turned and opened the computer behind him. The screen lit up, displaying a spreadsheet. It wasn't a tactical chart. It was a merchandise sales report. Neatly organized columns: jersey type, price, sales volume, inventory, profit margin. The representative clicked on the first row with his mouse. Kylian Mbappe's number 7 jersey, retail price, €120. Global sales last quarter 1.87 million units. Currently sold out on all channels. Pre-orders in North America are scheduled until next March. Then he clicked on the second row. Cristiano Ronaldo's new number 7 jersey. His finger paused on the screen. In the discount section, priced at €20. He turned to look at Ancelotti. His expression wasn't a sneer. It was something more unbearable. It was a condescending look, as if he were about to give a lecture. "Carlo, you are an excellent coach. You understand tactics, but you don't understand business." He stood up, placing his hands on the edge of the desk. "This year Mbappe's number 11 jersey is still €120, sold out globally. Ronaldo's jersey is €20, hanging in the discount section, and it doesn't sell. This isn't me saying it, it's the market's performance." A vein pulsed on Ancelotti's temple. "Are you telling me that tactical decisions should be based on jersey sales?" "I am telling you that this club spent €200 million to sign Kylian Mbappe." The representative's voice was low, but every word was distinct. 200 million, a figure greater than the sum of all your coaching salaries combined. And the club made this decision not for him to play a supporting role to a 39-year-old player. He paused. "Your tactical arrangements, your substitution decisions, every word you say in the dressing room should revolve around this fact." Ancelotti stared at him. He stared for a long time. The veteran coach's right hand clenched into a fist under the table, but he did not slam the desk. In his decades of coaching top clubs, he had seen too many of these men in boardrooms. He knew that slamming the desk was useless. "Let me put it another way." Ancelotti's voice dropped even lower. "If we continue like this and we collapse on all 3 fronts, your 200 million investment will become the most expensive joke in the world." The office fell silent again. This time the silence stretched on. The representative sat back down. He picked up his coffee and took a sip. Then he spoke. His tone had changed, no longer condescendingly patient. It was now a concession laced with extreme impatience. "We have noticed Mbappe's recent form. The player needs help, and we should do everything we can to help him. To help him find his confidence. Of course he can be involved in the attack." Ancelotti's eyes flickered with a faint glimmer of hope. "But..." The representative raised a finger. "First, he cannot be the tactical core. Ball distribution must still center on Kylian." His finger remained raised. "Second, no more high-profile long shots are allowed. That 35-meter goal last time went viral on social media. All the data traffic was about him. Kylian's team has already expressed their dissatisfaction to me." Ancelotti opened his mouth to speak. "Carlo," the representative cut him off. "I have already made a concession for you. Don't mistake a concession for a negotiation." After those final words, Ancelotti knew there was no more room for discussion. He stood up. He picked up the iPad from the desk. As he reached the door, he paused without turning back. "In 30 years of coaching, this is the first time I've heard someone use jersey prices to decide the starting lineup." Then he pulled the door open and walked out. The door closed. Inside the office, the representative glanced down at the sales report on the screen. He snorted coldly and switched it off. Match day. The Bernabeu dressing room. On Ancelotti's tactical board, there were a few more arrows than before. But the core hadn't changed. Mbappe's name was still at the center. Ronaldo's name was still not on the starting lineup. The tactical meeting ended. The players filed out of the dressing room in 2s and 3s. Ancelotti called Ronaldo back. It was the same scene again. Only the 2 of them remained in the dressing room. The door was closed, just the hum of the air conditioning. This time Ancelotti didn't lean against the tactical board. He walked up to Ronaldo and stood very close. So close that Ronaldo could see the fine lines around his eyes and the bloodshot veins. The veteran coach hadn't been sleeping well lately. Today, coming off the bench, Ancelotti chose his words carefully. You have permission to take moderate shots on goal. The head coach did not explicitly forbid taking shots from outside the penalty area, nor did he say they could not fire. Cristiano Ronaldo looked at Ancelotti, observing the exhaustion in the eyes of this 65-year-old man. It was an exhaustion earned through arguments and disputes with certain individuals. Ronaldo understood everything. He knew that Ancelotti had met with the club's hierarchy. He knew exactly what had transpired inside that office. He could even guess the words exchanged. Yet he asked nothing. Thank you, coach, Ronaldo said softly. But the weight of those 3 words was clear to Ancelotti. The coach nodded and said no more. Perhaps silence itself was the most complete conversation. 3 hours before the match, Spanish sports media suddenly erupted, all speaking almost simultaneously. Marca published an in-depth analysis. The night the DNA of the Girona killer awakened at the Bernabeu. The article cited Girona's history of stunning victories at the Bernabeu. It hinted at a toxic power struggle among veterans in the Real Madrid locker room, pointing out that this internal friction was eroding the team's fighting power. El País followed suit. The headline was more direct: internal strife in Real Madrid when a 39-year-old fading star attempts to kidnap the locker room. No names were named, but everyone knew who it referred to. The commentator on SER Radio spoke with exaggerated tone during the live broadcast. The Bernabeu tonight may witness history. Not the history of Real Madrid winning, but the history of them losing. Girona has nothing to lose, while Real Madrid has already lost too much. On social media, the discussion about Real Madrid being upset tonight actually surpassed the hype of the Champions League draw. The handicap data on betting websites was also quietly changing. For the home match at the Bernabeu against Girona, Real Madrid's handicap dropped from 2 goals to 1.5. People were betting on Real Madrid losing, and quite heavily. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in the lounge at the training ground. His phone lay on the table. Notifications popped up one after another. But the system panel in his mind was far more direct than the phone screen. Mockery value 4.8 million. Mockery value 7.2 million. Mockery value 11 million. The numbers steadily climbed. Neither fast nor slow. Ronaldo glanced at the figures. Then he turned off the phone. The Bernabeu was packed again tonight. The King's Cup 8th final match, though less popular than a Champions League night, never lacked for attendance at the Bernabeu. The banners in the stands had changed again. No longer the slogan from last time, defend the top spot, crush everything. Instead, a more direct 8-character message: the King's Cup cannot be lost. Real Madrid's starting lineup was announced, still using their potent 4-3-3 formation. Mbappe as center forward, Vinicius on the left wing, Rodrigo on the right. The midfield trio was Valverde, Tchouaméni, and Bellingham. And once again Ronaldo was on the bench. He sat at the very edge of the substitutes bench. His arms crossed over his chest, wearing a training jacket zipped all the way up. His face showed no expression, but his eyes remained fixed on the pitch. As soon as the opening whistle blew, Real Madrid began attacking from the very first minute. Possession, wide play, cutting inside, very triangular patterns. The spectacle was beautiful, yet no goals were scored. Mbappe received the ball as the center forward. His first reaction was always to dribble, to cut inside, to shoot himself. It was as if Real Madrid had been possessed. In front of the penalty area, Mbappe beat the first defender with a change of direction. He then shuffled past the second defender by half a body length. Then a defender's thigh deflected the ball away. Mbappe shook his head. He muttered something no one heard. In the 12th minute, Vinicius delivered a precise through ball from the left wing to Mbappe. The pass was high quality and perfectly placed. Mbappe received it, and facing the charging goalkeeper, chose a nutmeg. But the ball was caught between the goalkeeper's closed legs. Mbappe stood still, hands on his hips, looked at the goalkeeper, then turned and slowly jogged back to his position. In the next 3 minutes, Real Madrid created 2 more chances. Bellingham headed the ball wide. Rodrigo's shot inside the penalty area was blocked by a defender and deflected out. Then the 15th minute arrived. Mbappe received the ball in the attacking third. Facing Girona's defensive midfielder, he once again attempted a nutmeg. This time the ball did not pass between the opponent's legs. The defender had already closed his legs, and the ball bounced off his shin. Girona's midfielder stepped forward and pushed the ball. It went to the right wing. A long pass switched the play to Girona's forward in the attacking third. There was only one Real Madrid defender in front of him. Not a clear one-on-one, but almost. The forward took 2 steps forward with the ball, and the Real Madrid defender chased relentlessly behind. But the forward had entered the penalty area, and it was a low shot. The ball rolled along the grass, not particularly fast, not especially sharp an angle, but Courtois' judgment was half a beat too slow. His fingertips touched the ball, but the spin slipped past them. Then it rolled into the net. The Bernabeu fell into a deathly silence. It lasted about 2 seconds before the boos began. Sparse at first, then growing into a wave. 0-1. Real Madrid at home counterattacked by Girona. The counterattack was directly caused by Mbappe's unnecessary nutmeg attempt. Ronaldo sat on the bench and witnessed the entire sequence. From Mbappe's pointless nutmeg to the Girona midfielder's tackle to the long pass switch to the forward's acceleration and low shot into the net. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Fast, precise, ruthless. His face still showed nothing but the number in his mind flashed. Mockery value 8. 6 million. After conceding, Real Madrid's attack became more ferocious yet more impatient. The front players acted independently. Mbappe demanded the ball in the center, while Bellingham also sought it in the center. Vinicius received the ball on the left and passed it to the center to Mbappe, who failed to control it, and it bounced to Bellingham's feet. Bellingham tried to pass back to Mbappe, but Girona's midfield stole the ball. The three men stood within 15 meters of each other. They looked at each other. Each believed the ball should not have been lost, each thinking it was not their fault. In the 33rd minute, Mbappe was fouled and fell to the ground. As he rose from the turf, he spread his hands toward Vinicius. The meaning of the gesture was clear: your pass was too slow. Vinicius saw it, turned around, and ignored him. The 40th minute approached. Real Madrid's attack became utterly constipated. Girona's defense retreated to their own penalty line with 5 defenders lined up and 4 midfielders ahead of them. Real Madrid's ball was passed sideways in front of the penalty area, then back, then sideways again, and finally back to the defender's feet. The boos from the Bernabeu stands were no longer sporadic. They were continuous, sheet after sheet of sound. Fans began throwing water bottles into the air. When the halftime whistle blew, the score of 0-1 appeared on the big screen. Real Madrid had 69 possession, 11 shots, 1 shot on target. On the bench, Ronaldo lowered his head. His right hand unconsciously flicked a water bottle cap on his knee. Flip it over. Flip it back over. Flip it over and back again. 3 days before the match, the Real Madrid training base in Madrid. Sunlight flooded the entire Valdebebas training center, the air thick with the scent of freshly cut grass. But beyond the walls, the world was still ablaze. That official UEFA data panel was still spreading like wildfire across the internet. 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 dribbles, 0 shots on target, the lowest rating on the team. The media, the fans, the haters smelled blood. They swarmed around Cristiano Ronaldo, tearing at the bone, the topic's readership already exceeding 3 billion. Yet within these walls, not a single word of those sounds could penetrate. Ancelotti had given a strict order 3 days ago: cut the internet at the training base, only internal footage on the locker room TV, and anyone whose phone lit up during training would run 10 laps. Right now on pitch 1, the entire team was engaged in the highest intensity offensive and defensive drill. 11 versus 11, full speed, full power, holding nothing back. Vinicius Jr. took the ball, feinted continuously down the left flank, then suddenly cut inside and played a diagonal pass. The ball wasn't heading for the box. It was heading for the top of the center circle to the number 7 with his back to goal. Cristiano Ronaldo controlled the ball with his back to goal. He cushioned it with his chest, the ball obediently dropping at his feet. Pizzella, temporarily assigned to the opposing side in the training match, immediately closed him down from behind. Ronaldo didn't turn. He backheeled the ball with his left foot, threading it through his opponent's legs. At that same second, Kylian Mbappe sprinted full speed in from the right flank. This run wasn't from the coach's playbook. It was Mbappe's own instinct. The moment he saw Ronaldo get the ball, he knew where it would go. No secret signals needed, no prior communication. Not even a glance was required. The ball arrived, Mbappe received it, drove forward at full speed, and struck the goal from the right side of the box. It was a perfect finish. There were no cheers for the training goal. As Mbappe slowed down, passing Ronaldo, he extended his right fist and bumped it against Ronaldo's. No one on the training ground discussed those 5 zeros from the data. No one consoled Ronaldo, no one defended him, no one even brought up the previous match. It wasn't callousness. It was because everyone on this pitch who had played those 90 minutes had personally witnessed Ronaldo after running 12.8 kilometers, standing in the center circle, barely out of breath. They didn't need a data panel to tell them who the true architect of that victory was. During another attacking sequence, Jude Bellingham received the ball and distributed it wide, habitually glancing towards the center. Ronaldo had already made his run. Not a drop back to receive, but a forward surge. He drove straight into the box. Bellingham hesitated for half a second. In the last match, Ronaldo's style was to drop deep and pull defenders, acting as the team's invisible tactical core. In this training session, he had changed his approach. But Bellingham didn't hesitate. He played the pass. Ronaldo received the ball with his back to goal in the box, turned and shot. A fluid, seamless motion, and the ball was in the net again. Luka Modric jogged over from midfield and patted Bellingham on the back of the head. "Don't overthink it," the 39-year-old Croatian said. "Wherever he wants to play, that's where you pass it." Bellingham opened his mouth, then finally nodded with a smile. During the break, the players gradually filed back to the locker room for water. The only exception Ancelotti allowed was on the big screen in the locker room. A recording of Batist's pre-match press conference. On screen, Manuel Pellegrini sat behind the long press table wearing a dark blue thin sweater. The veteran manager's silver hair was impeccably combed, his speaking pace slower than the air conditioning. But every sentence carried a barb. "I have studied Real Madrid's match footage against Arsenal." Pellegrini gave a slight smile. Mr. Ronaldo's tactical value is indeed underestimated by many. Mikel Arteta made a fatal mistake. He stacked all his resources in the wrong direction. A reporter pressed, and how will you respond? Pellegrini's smile didn't waver. I will not repeat his mistake. Few words, but the meaning was clear. I see through you. A few players in the locker room glanced up at the screen, then lowered their heads to continue drinking. Then the image cut away. The next person to appear on screen instantly changed the atmosphere in the locker room. Antony, the Brazilian who transferred from Manchester United to Betis. 24 years old, meticulously styled dreadlocks, a diamond stud in his left ear. He sat back in the press conference chair, leaning comfortably. His first move was to run a hand through his hair for the camera. Then he spoke. Cristiano Ronaldo. Antony let out a laugh, carrying that youthful, reckless arrogance. I respect what he has achieved. But now come on, please. He spread his hands. He's 39. His stats are all zeros, carried entirely by his marketing team. This is La Liga, not the Saudi Pro League. My pace will teach him a lesson. The locker room was silent for a second. Vinicius Jr. was the first to laugh out loud. Not a bitter laugh, but the kind that said this guy really has no idea what he's talking about. Kylian Mbappe leaned against his locker, a faint smirk on his lips, saying nothing. Luka Modric slowly screwed the cap back on his water bottle, without even looking up. This young man. His tone held no anger, not even sarcasm. Only a faint, almost transparent indifference born from seeing this kind of thing too many times. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in the corner, using a massage gun on his thigh muscles. From start to finish, he didn't glance at the screen once. The training session ended. At 4:17 p.m., the players gradually left the training ground and headed for the parking lot. The light was dim in the player tunnel, one of the fluorescent lights overhead flickering with a low buzz. As Ronaldo reached the middle of the tunnel, a voice came from the shadows. Carlo Ancelotti was leaning against the wall, holding an unopened bottle of water. Clearly the old man was waiting specifically for him. He handed the water over. Ronaldo took it, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Ancelotti didn't exchange pleasantries. Arsenal's tactic, using it once is a masterstroke, using it twice is a bit of a joke. Ronaldo didn't reply, just listened quietly, taking another gulp of water. Pellegrini is a wily old fox. Ancelotti's voice was low, unusually clear in the empty tunnel. He won't be led around by the nose like Arteta. If you try to drop deep and act as a playmaker from the center circle, he won't fall for it. Ronaldo lowered the bottle from his lips. I know. Ancelotti looked into his eyes, and then the old man smiled. It wasn't a professional smile. It was a grin laced with a uniquely Italian cunning and indulgence, the kind an old hunter wears when he sees the hound's ears perk up. Get back into the box. Get back to where you belong. Stop playing these invisible tactics. Take the ball, dribble, shoot, and score. In the simplest, most direct, most violent way. He reached out and patted Ronaldo on the shoulder. You shouldn't have forgotten what I said. After you score, I want to see you do that celebration. The whole world is mocking your stats, so shut their mouths with goals. Ancelotti withdrew his hand from Ronaldo's shoulder. Long-range shots are a luxury. The box is your battlefield. There aren't that many 35-meter missiles in the world that can save a team, but every touch in the box. He raised a finger. Could be the match winner. Ronaldo didn't nod. He saw the change in Ancelotti's eyes. It was a subtle shift. Having lurked in the shadows for too long, he had finally heard the hunter say go. His pupils contracted, just for an instant. But Ancelotti saw it clearly. He had been in the industry for 40 years, seen the eyes of countless players. Beckenbauer's eyes were calm. Zidane's were elegant. Maldini's eyes were resolute. But Ronaldo's eyes, at certain specific moments, were bloodthirsty, a pure extreme bloodlust. Unmixed with anger, resentment, or the desire to prove himself. Only the will to kill. Ronaldo finished the last sip of water from the bottle. He crushed the bottle in his hand and tossed it precisely into a trash can 3 meters away. He gave Ancelotti a slight nod, then turned and walked into the light at the end of the tunnel. Ancelotti leaned against the wall, watching the figure disappear. The old man pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was the latest message from the vice president. Remind Mr. Ancelotti win by 3 goals. Ancelotti stared for a few seconds. Then he put the phone back in his pocket. Bellingham's shot was a pity. The ball struck the goalkeeper's lower leg. It rebounded toward the edge of the penalty box. Chaos erupted within the area. Players from Real Madrid and Girona instantly tangled together. Feet, legs, and bodies all intertwined. Yet one foot extended from the heap. Extremely concealed and low-key. His left foot, experienced and precise, needed no power to prod the ball. It rolled along the inner side of the goalpost and into the net. It was Luka Modric of Real Madrid. He ended the chaos. Then he collapsed on the grass in front of the goal, covered in mud. His left foot remained in the position of having touched the ball. The Bernabeu erupted. The suppressed roar of 75 minutes was released at this moment. The shouts of tens of thousands formed a physical shockwave. 1-1. Modric lay on the ground, pausing for a few seconds before rising. Teammates rushed to surround him, and Cristiano Ronaldo approached as well. Arriving before Modric, he patted the back of his old partner's head. Modric looked up at him. His face was a mix of sweat and mud, gray in color. But those eyes were bright. Two veterans, both 39 years old. No embrace needed, no extra words needed. After the 1-1 score, Girona adjusted their tactics quickly. From a stable defense and counterattack, they shifted to a full retreat. They retreated completely. All 10 players withdrew into the penalty box and the area just outside it. An iron wall defense, an impenetrable iron wall. Ronaldo's Hawkeye now on the field was still in operation. But the density of the iron wall defense made those gaps even narrower, and they vanished faster. Even so, in the 79th minute, Ronaldo still seized an opportunity. Girona's right center back, while chasing back, stepped on his teammate's foot, causing his body to wobble. The two players' positions overlapped. In that fraction of a second, Ronaldo's pass was already out. This time it was a through pass through the only gap between the two bodies. The ball reached Mbappe. A one-on-one opportunity. Mbappe received the ball and adjusted to shoot. But the ball still went wide, brushing past the far post and out of bounds. Mbappe walked back with his head down. He showed no expression. No shrugging, no slapping his thigh. Just with his head down, he quickly returned to his position. 83rd minute. A similar situation occurred again. Ronaldo received the ball in the middle of the field and delivered a diagonal pass to the left wing in front like a surgeon's knife. The ball landed exactly on Mbappe's running path. Mbappe charged forward at high speed, but faced the goalkeeper. His shooting angle was small, but the shooting space was sufficient. This led him to choose a chip shot. The ball flew up over the goalkeeper, but it also went over the crossbar. The ball was about 10 centimeters too high, and the Bernabeu emitted the heaviest sigh of the night. The sighs of tens of thousands of people gathered together, sweeping across the entire stadium. Ronaldo stood near the center circle. He twice gave Mbappe the knife. Wasted twice. Exactly like the last match. But there was no expression on Ronaldo's face. He only looked down at his own cleats for a moment. Then he looked up and ran back to his position. Taunt value 1. For million. Taunt value 3. 1 million. 88th minute. Real Madrid was awarded a corner kick on the right side. Everyone knew this might be the last chance in regular time. Ronaldo ran into the penalty box, and Girona's two center backs looked at him simultaneously. Both of them were just over 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall. One was young, one was strong. One was in front of him, one behind him. Pincer attacked the center front, pressed his chest with his shoulder. The center back behind used his arm to hold Ronaldo's waist. The body contact was very tight, so tight that it affected Ronaldo's breathing. The corner kick was taken. The ball flew through the air, rotating and drawing an arc. The landing point was slightly to the right in front of the penalty box. Ronaldo moved. His first step was not upward jump, but he took a half step back, behind the center back's chest. The center back behind instinctively pushed forward with both hands. This push gave Ronaldo a support point, and it gave him the reaction force to jump. Then he jumped, and the center front also jumped. Two young men of 1 meter and 90 centimeters, their jumping ability was not bad. But Ronaldo's jumping height was exactly one head higher than theirs. This is not an exaggeration, it is literally one head. He hung in the air. Time seemed to stretch at this moment. The top of the center front's head was just at Ronaldo's chin position. The center back behind had not yet reached the highest point, and Ronaldo was already falling down. No, he had not yet fallen. His body performed an extremely unreasonable action in the air. His waist and abdomen suddenly exerted force. His neck thrust forward, his forehead precisely hit the ball in the center. Just hit, not header. The ball changed direction from high to low, along a nearly vertical trajectory. It slammed into the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper's hand was raised high enough, but the ball was coming from top to bottom. His hand passed over the top of the ball. It did not touch it. The ball hit the grass inside the goal line. It bounced once, then rolled into the deepest part of the net. 2-1. In this second, the Bernabeu experienced the ultimate drop from silence to extreme joy. Tens of thousands of vocal cords were torn at the same time. That sound was not cheering. It was a roar. It was the roar of tens of thousands of people towards the sky, all the emotions suppressed for 90 minutes. Ronaldo landed, his 2 feet firmly planted on the grass. The two 1 meter 90 center backs had not yet recovered from the previous scene. They looked up, watching Ronaldo's back. They did not understand. That jump, that height, that hang time. This person was 39 years old. How could a 39-year-old jump so high? Ronaldo did not make any celebration action. No sliding, no taking off clothes, no pointing fingers, no shoe. He only turned around and pointed to Modric, who took the corner kick. Then he slowly ran back to the midfield. In the VIP box, the representatives of the high level sat on leather chairs, and he saw that goal. He wrinkled his nose. Header in chaos. He turned to the people next to him and whispered, "Not out of line, header from a corner kick, anyone tall can score." The people next to him nodded. On the mobile phone screen, the comments on social media were also updating simultaneously. Just a header, what's the big deal? He can't score with his feet anymore, he can only rely on the head to eat pancakes. At 39, his footwork is all gone, only his head is left. Taunt value 0. 78 million. Taunt value 1. 2 million. The fourth official with stoppage time raised the electronic board. 5 minutes of stoppage time. The Bernabeu fans began to sing a song of victory, celebrating in advance. 2-1. As long as they hold on for these 5 minutes, Real Madrid can advance. In the 91st minute, Girona won a throw-in near the front. No one paid it any mind. It was just a throw-in. In the 92nd minute, Girona passed the ball to the midfield. A few unhurried passes and Real Madrid's defense began to retreat. They retreated deep. Everyone fell back within their own 30-meter zone. A primal instinct to turtle. When ahead, you shrink back, safety first. But in the 93rd minute, a Girona midfielder picked up the ball about 28 meters from goal. The ball was at his feet. No one pressed him. Within a 5-meter radius, there wasn't a single Real Madrid player, because all of Real Madrid had retreated to the edge of the penalty area. A vacuum in midfield. The player looked up at the goal. Then he struck. No unnecessary movements. No feints, no adjustments, no hesitation. Just a powerful shot. Full force with the instep of his right foot. The ball soared. Fast and swirling with immense spin. It carved a bizarre arc through the air, curving from left to right, then suddenly dipping in the final meters. Courtois sensed danger. He dived, stretching his arm as far as it would go. His wingspan was perfect, but he couldn't reach it. The ball flew past the right side of his fingertips and nestled into the top right corner of the net. The net bulged and then snapped back. Clang. The goal frame let out a faint tremor. The ball rolled twice in the net and stopped. The stadium fell silent. Utterly silent. So silent it felt like tens of thousands had stopped breathing. The shift was too abrupt. The numbers on the big screen flickered. 2-2. 2 seconds later, the Bernabeu crowd's emotions shattered. Boos and furious shouts. Someone threw a scarf into the air. Someone covered their face with both hands. Someone else rose from their seat and headed straight for the exit. Couldn't watch anymore, couldn't bear it. Real Madrid at home against Girona in stoppage time had been equalized by a 28-meter long shot. Ironic. Deeply ironic. A team that had restricted long shots all match was leveled by 1. The distance of that shot was almost identical to Cristiano Ronaldo's Tomahawk cruise missile from the last game. The referee checked his watch and blew the whistle. Regular time ended 2-2. Both teams would need extra time. The big screen cut to live post-match comments. Not the standings. It was the live commentary subtitles. Unbelievable. Girona has equalized in stoppage time with a thunderous long-range strike. Real Madrid hasn't had a single goal from open play. They only managed to claw back with a corner kick header and a scramble in the box. The Spanish commentator's voice brimmed with a distinct excitement. That excitement wasn't joy for Girona. It was the thrill of witnessing a disaster. The English commentator was even less restrained. Girona just taught Real Madrid a lesson in long-range shooting. Does anyone remember where Real Madrid's long-range ability went? Alright, I heard they banned long shots. Because the man who could take them is 39 years old this year, and they thought he was too old. And then a 23-year-old from Girona showed them how it's done. Social media exploded instantly. Countless comments from around the world simultaneously. Whose face did that Girona long shot slap? Ancelotti's. No, the Real Madrid boards. The ultimate self-sabotage. You have a long-range cannon, but refuse to use it, then get blown away by one. Cristiano Ronaldo's long-range ability is dead. No, you strangled it to death. Laughable. Real Madrid had 0 open play goals. 0. Mockery points 12 million. Mockery points 18 million. The numbers surged out of control with no sign of stopping. Not from high to 0, but from high to even higher. During the break before extra time, the entire Real Madrid squad gathered in the substitute area. Their morale had hit rock bottom. Kylian Mbappe sat at the very edge staring at his shoes. Vinicius Jr. leaned back in his seat, eyes vacant. Jude Bellingham gulped down water. Luka Modric rubbed his knee. Ancelotti stood in front of the group speaking. But his voice felt distant in that moment, so far that no one, including Cristiano Ronaldo, could hear it. Because Cristiano Ronaldo's focus wasn't on him. Ronaldo was drinking water in large gulps, draining most of the bottle in seconds. He set the bottle down and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. The system prompt sounds in his mind stacked together, merging into an unbroken hum. They were no longer separate prompts. They had converged into a high-frequency alarm, piercing his eardrums. Mockery from England, mockery from Spain. Mockery from France, from everyone on social media watching this live stream, posting comments ridiculing Real Madrid and Cristiano Ronaldo. The world's malice in that moment converged into a river. It flooded into the system, and the mockery points broke through a threshold. The number on the system panel jumped, then stabilized at a new height. Cristiano Ronaldo lifted his head, his gaze passing over the crowd on the sideline, past the substitutes, past the dark sea of heads in the stands, all the way up to the direction of the VIP box. The men in black suits sat behind the glass, the lights reflecting a hint of gold on their suit buttons. Cristiano Ronaldo stared for a few seconds. Then the corner of his mouth slowly curled. It wasn't a laugh. It wasn't a smile. It was a curve that stretched from the corner of his mouth to his cheekbone, cold and cruel, carrying a sharpness that had been honed for a long time, finally ready to be unsheathed. He crushed the empty water bottle. The plastic let out a crack. In the quiet rest area, the sound was particularly clear. Modric heard it. He turned his head to look at Cristiano Ronaldo. And then he saw that curve on Ronaldo's lips. Modric froze for a moment. He had been teammates with Cristiano Ronaldo for many years and had seen every expression of his rage, elation, dejection, resentment. But he had never seen this expression. This expression was saying one thing. Extra time. No more holding back. Ancelotti spoke from the bench, yet no one seemed to be listening. Modric rubbed his knee, Bellingham drank from his bottle, Vinicius stared at the sky, and Mbappe checked his shoes. Everyone's eyes were blank, lost in the confusion of having just been leveled by a long-range strike. Or perhaps it wasn't anger nor resentment. It was the numbness of a human being. The body bound by tactics for 90 minutes, spirit drained by meaningless possession, and finally exhausted by a 28-meter strike in stoppage time. Ancelotti's voice seemed distant, faint, elusive, lacking focus. He knew it himself, the tactical adjustments he was making. What use was talk about counterattacking during extra time? What use was talk about maintaining a solid formation? All nonsense. Nonsense couldn't save this team. Ancelotti stopped speaking. He stood before the group. In his hand, he held a marker. The tactics notebook was covered in arrows and circles. Red represented Real Madrid, white represented Girona. Those arrows were densely packed, tangled together. But none of them pointed from outside the penalty area to the goal. Under the rules, long-range shots were forbidden. Cristiano Ronaldo was not allowed to fire from outside the penalty area. Ancelotti stared at the tactics board for dozens of seconds. Then he raised his hand. He threw down the tactics notebook and stomped on it. Not symbolically, but truly. The notebook flew off its stand and crashed onto a bench in the substitute area. Red and white magnets scattered everywhere. Clatter. Shattered into pieces. The fragments slid in front of Mbappe's shoes. Everyone lifted their heads. Ancelotti's face flushed red. He had endured too long and finally snapped. Veins bulged on his neck. I lead this team. His voice wasn't loud, but every word carried weight. I've won the Champions League, the league. I've won every damn championship I should have. He raised his hand toward the VIP box. That direction lay behind the locker room wall, unseen. But everyone knew whom he meant. Then those people sitting behind glass told me not to attack from distance. They forbid good players from shooting. Everything revolves around one man, because his jersey is valuable. Ancelotti's hands trembled. A valuable jersey. Can a valuable jersey buy that 28-meter strike just now? Can a valuable jersey buy the humiliation of being drawn by a relegation-threatened team at home? The substitute area fell completely silent. Not even breathing could be heard. Media cameras nearby seemed to notice something. Click, click, click. Ancelotti spoke slowly and deliberately. From now on, all bans are void. All of them. All that nonsense is void. His eyes were bloodshot, not from anger. Blood rushing to his head. This is Bernabeu. He punched the metal of the bench, leaving a dent. This is not a marketplace, not a stock exchange, not a place where whoever has the valuable jersey gets to call the shots. Forget all those bloody tactical restrictions. 30 minutes of extra time. Any opportunity. He looked at everyone. Modric, Bellingham, Vinicius, Mbappe. Whoever gets the ball, shoot at the goal. 30 meters if you can hit, 25 meters if you can. Damn it, if you're confident, from 40 meters, swing away. The echo of his last words hung in the air. Ancelotti turned around. He grabbed Cristiano Ronaldo's jersey, pulling it hard. The collar was crumpled in his grip. Cristiano Ronaldo. He looked into Ronaldo's eyes. You take the lead. Unlimited shooting rights. No restrictions. Understand? Ronaldo didn't speak, but he nodded lightly yet with intense determination. There was something in his eyes, something indescribable. But Modric saw it. Bellingham saw it. Mbappe saw it. Everyone saw it. That thing was called confidence. The whistle for extra time blew. Real Madrid kicked off. From the first pass, everyone felt the difference. It was different, completely different. The sticky, meaningless possession of the second half was gone. No more back passes to the goalkeeper to rebuild, no more sideways passing to find space. Instead, there were knives. Every pass was a knife. Forward, all forward. Cruz, who came on as a substitute, received the ball in midfield and delivered a straight pass that sliced through Girona's midfield line. Modric received the ball without stopping, immediately turning to face the forward field. Bellingham surged from behind, moving faster than his usual pace. It wasn't a change in running coverage. It was a change in spirit and energy. His eyes were red, truly red. What Ancelotti kicked away wasn't just the tactics board. It was 90 minutes of suppressed frustration. 92nd minute. Modric received the ball 32 meters out on the left side. He didn't pass, he didn't dribble forward, and certainly didn't pass back. He swung his right foot, striking the ball with the instep at full power. The ball flew toward the goal at incredible speed. The Girona goalkeeper made a save. The ball missed the left post by about half a meter. It didn't go in, but the sound of the shot exploded in Bernabeu. Bang! The dull thud of a ball struck with full force. 3 seconds later, Bellingham received the second ball 28 meters out on the right side. No extra movements. He kicked immediately. His left foot, the ball passed through the gap between 3 defenders. The goalkeeper reacted this time, punching the ball away with both fists. The ball was deflected. But what mattered wasn't the result, it was the sound. Bang bang. 2 long-range shots less than 10 seconds apart. Bernabeu's stands began to shake. It wasn't cheering, it was stomping. Tens of thousands stomped in unison, causing the entire stadium's concrete structure to resonate. Girona's iron defense shook from those two long-range shots. They weren't afraid of possession, not afraid of crosses, not afraid of one-on-one breakthroughs. But they feared this. They feared heavy artillery bombardment. They feared shooting without any rules. They feared this irrational style of shooting from 30 meters out. Because an iron defense can block penetration, but it can't stop cannonballs. 95th minute. Chaos in the attacking area. Girona's clearance didn't travel far. The ball bounced twice in front of the penalty area, and several players rushed to grab it. Legs intertwined, bodies colliding. The ball rolled out from the crowd, rolling to Ronaldo's foot at the top of the penalty area. Girona's three defenders reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the same moment the ball reached Ronaldo, all three pounced simultaneously. One from the front, one from the left, one from the rear right. Three directions, three bodies pressing down simultaneously. No gap, no angle to pass, no time to adjust. In the VIP box, high-level executives sat in leather chairs. They saw this scene. A slight curve appeared at the corners of their mouths. Three players double-teaming at the top of the penalty area. This shot couldn't be taken. It couldn't be passed, it couldn't be shot. At best it would be intercepted or fouled for a free kick. He picked up the coffee cup beside him and took a sip. Then he saw Ronaldo's right foot. Ronaldo didn't adjust, didn't protect the ball, didn't evade. He didn't do anything a normal player would do when double-teamed. He shot immediately. Right foot instep. From the moment the ball reached his feet to completing the shot took about 1 second. The closest defender's knee was less than tens of centimeters away from Ronaldo's right leg. But the ball had already left. Before his knee touched Ronaldo, the ball passed through the gap, less than 40 centimeters wide between the three bodies. With a piercing whistling sound. Not a curved ball. A straight line. Almost perfectly straight. The ball traveled about 23 meters. When the goalkeeper saw the ball, it had already covered half the distance. His hand had just risen, not yet fully extended when the ball arrived. It smashed into the top right corner of the goal, precisely at the intersection of the goalpost and the crossbar, the corner of corners. The ball hit that point, and the net suddenly indented. The entire net stretched to its limit, then the ball bounced out. Then Bernabeu erupted. That sound wasn't cheering. It wasn't shouting. It was a physical impact. Tens of thousands roared simultaneously. Tens of thousands jumped from their seats. The sound wave rushed down from the stands. 3-2. Real Madrid took the lead again. Cristiano Ronaldo's right foot still hung in the air, frozen in the aftermath of his strike. Two of the three opposing defenders had collapsed, not from the ball's impact, but from the sheer momentum of their desperate futile lunges. They lay sprawled on the turf, one of them craning his neck to stare up at Ronaldo. His expression was one of utter bewilderment. He couldn't comprehend how that shot had been unleashed with three men pressing so tightly against his frame. 23 meters out. How had he found the top corner? Ronaldo lowered his right foot. There was no knee slide, no shirt ripped off, no celebration at all. He turned facing the center circle. His right hand rose, index finger pointing towards the center spot. The message was clear: kick off. Hurry up and restart the game. The match wasn't over yet. This gesture was more ruthless than any celebration. His Real Madrid teammates came charging over. Jude Bellingham was the first to arrive. He leaped onto Ronaldo's back. Luka Modric ran over and gave Ronaldo a firm slap on the chest. Vinicius Jr. was behind them, roaring with both fists raised. But there was no smile on Ronaldo's face. No excitement. Only that cold, unsettlingly calm expression that sent chills down one's spine. He pushed Bellingham away. Keep going. Just 2 words. Get back and prepare to defend. In the VIP box, the coffee cup held by the club executive was set back down on the table. A little coffee spilled, leaving a stain on the surface. His expression was impassive, but he no longer uttered those dismissive words about how anyone could score a header from a corner. He said nothing. Trailing 3-2, Girona had no choice. They had to attack. The defensive bus was abandoned. Their 10 men no longer packed the box. They began pushing forward. The midfield pressed higher, and the back line advanced 15 meters. This meant the space behind them was exposed. But they didn't care. No goal meant elimination. It was a desperate gamble, and the game descended into a brutal grind. In the 98th minute, Girona's right winger burst into the box and was barged over by Militao. The referee didn't blow his whistle. In the 100th minute, Bellingham and Girona's defensive midfielder tangled in the center circle. Both went down, elbows colliding with each other's bodies. In the 103rd minute, Girona's left back shoved Vinicius Jr. from behind. Vinicius spun around, glaring, a head-to-head confrontation nearly erupting. Soon the air was tinged with the scent of blood. Bellingham's lip was split open. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the turf, wiped his mouth, and kept running. At the 105th minute, the first half of extra time ended. 3-2. The teams switched ends. There was no break. The second half of extra time began immediately. In the 108th minute, Girona won the ball in their own half. Their midfielder took it and launched a long pass. The ball sailed towards Real Madrid's half. Girona's striker surged forward on the counterattack. Real Madrid's defense scrambled back, but a gap opened in midfield. Luka Modric was there. Modric, at 39 years old. He chased for over 30 meters. Just as a Girona midfielder took the ball, preparing to drive forward. Modric's body was already pressing in. He didn't try to tackle standing up, he went aground. His right foot slid out, studs grazing the turf, kicking up a spray of grass. His leg was ramrod straight. He connected with the ball. It rolled 5 meters forward, landing perfectly at the feet of the advancing Ronaldo. Ronaldo now faced only one center back, Girona's last defender. Everyone else had pushed up. One-on-one. Ronaldo drove forward with the ball, his pace not blistering, but his direction utterly resolute. A straight line. He advanced directly towards the goal. The defender retreated 2 steps, then made a decision. He slid in his entire body, going to ground. His right leg extended, studs up, aimed directly at Ronaldo's right ankle. The force of this tackle. It wasn't meant to win the ball. It was meant to break the man. The studs connected just above Ronaldo's ankle. A searing pain shot through him, and his entire body was lifted off the ground. Both feet were airborne. His body pitched forward, his balance completely shattered. He was going to fall. Everyone could see it. He was about to crash face first onto the turf. But in that fraction of a second before his body was utterly lost, Ronaldo's gaze swept across the field. Just one glance. The left flank behind the defensive line. A vast expanse of empty space. Girona's defenders had all pushed up. The left flank was completely exposed. Kylian Mbappé was sprinting, cutting from the right to the left at high speed. He was overtaking everyone. He surged past Girona's last retreating midfielder. Ronaldo saw it. From about 40 centimeters above the ground. In the instant before he smashed face first into the turf, his right foot moved. The outside of his boot swept from right to left. A flick, not a kick, not a pass. A flick. A motion that defied biomechanics. With his body tilting forward and no support, using only the rotation of his ankle and the explosive force from the end of his calf. He flicked the ball up. It soared into the air, arcing over the head of the sliding defender. It traced a perfect parabola. It landed with pinpoint accuracy on the empty space behind the defensive line. The next second, Ronaldo crashed heavily onto the turf. His right side slammed into the ground, mud splashing across his face. He lay motionless on the grass, but the ball had been delivered. Mbappé caught up to it. His speed in that moment reached its absolute limit. 36 kilometers per hour. Perhaps even faster. The ball bounced once in front of him. He cushioned it with his chest, and it dropped to his feet. Only the goalkeeper stood before him. The keeper rushed out, arms spread wide. Mbappé didn't hesitate. Not this time, unlike the first half. Unlike those earlier wasted one-on-ones. His right foot drove the ball, low, skimming the turf. It slipped past the keeper's left hand and rolled into the bottom left corner of the net. The mesh rippled softly. 4-2. Mbappé didn't celebrate. He didn't run to the corner flag. He didn't slide on his knees. He didn't spread his arms. He stopped standing right in front of the goal. Then he turned and looked back. His gaze swept towards the center of the pitch, towards the man who lay on the ground. Ronaldo was still face down on the turf, mud smeared across half his face. His jersey was caked with mud and grass stains. He was trying to push himself up. One hand pressed into the ground, but it slipped. He collapsed again. Mbappé watched the scene. He saw a 39-year-old man. Tackled into the air in the moment before he was about to shatter upon landing. He was still passing the ball. Passing it to him. That outside of the foot flick. That lob that defied every law of physics. It wasn't for stats. It wasn't to prove who was the star. It wasn't for any off-field agenda. It was purely for the win. A desire so intense it was distilled to its purest essence. Mbappé started a slow jog. He didn't run towards his teammates. He ran towards Ronaldo. Then he broke into a full sprint from the goal mouth all the way to the center of the pitch. And by then Ronaldo had finally managed to push himself up. He was on one knee, his knee caked in mud. Mbappé charged up to him, grabbed Ronaldo's right hand. He yanked him to his feet. Then he made a gesture. A forceful high five. Hard. Slap. Then he hugged Ronaldo. Not a perfunctory embrace. It was a hug with force, with backslaps, a real one. Ronaldo froze for a second when he was caught in it. Then he raised his hand. He patted the back of Mbappé's head, just like he had patted Modric earlier. Mbappé whispered something in his ear. His voice was soft and audible to the television broadcast, but Ronaldo heard him. What Mbappé said was, "I get it now, bro." Ronaldo did not answer. He simply patted Mbappé on the shoulder. Then he pushed him away. Let's continue. The match isn't over yet. But this time the run towards the halfway line was different. This time there were two figures. After 4-2, a change occurred in Real Madrid's forward line. It was subtle, yet everyone felt it. The wall between Ronaldo and Mbappé had shattered. Not melted away slowly, but smashed to pieces by that single high five. The most intuitive manifestation on the pitch was the movement. Mbappé's runs changed. He no longer fixated solely on the most direct shooting lane through the center. He began running to positions where Ronaldo could see him, the left flank, the half spaces, even dropping back into midfield. Any gap within Ronaldo's field of vision, he would run there. No need to shout, no need to wave. It seemed that wherever he ran, Ronaldo would see him, and the ball would arrive. This kind of trust didn't require 10 matches to cultivate. Sometimes a single pass was enough. The 119th minute. The final minute of the match. Girona's energy was spent, their defensive line was disjointed. Not a tactical disintegration, but the kind born from sheer exhaustion. Ronaldo received the ball just right of the center circle, his eagle eyes scanning the field. Then he dropped back 2 steps. He played a 1-2 pass feeding the ball to Mbappe. Mbappe didn't control it, he used his heel. With a flick he sent the ball back. It landed at the feet of Modric, who was making a diagonal run. Modric also played it first time. A right-footed outside of the boot crossed the ball arcing towards the right byline. Free players. Free passes. No one touched the ball more than once. Each played it first time. Ronaldo as the wall, Mbappe's heel flicked back Modric's diagonal pass. This wasn't rehearsed, it was something that naturally occurs on the pitch only when a certain chemistry exists between players. The ball reached the right byline and Vinicius Jr. surged forward to collect it. He didn't take on his man, not this time. He looked up towards the center. Then he played a cutback pass. The ball skimmed the grass traveling at speed. It passed through the legs of the last 2 Girona defenders. Where was Bellingham in the center? He had sprinted 15 meters to reach that spot. By the time the ball reached his feet, his right foot was already cocked. He swung a powerful volley. The laces, no fancy tricks. Just the simplest, most direct, most violent strike. The ball rippled the net. It went in just left of center. The goalkeeper had dived the right way, but the ball was too fast, too quick for his hand to reach. 5-2. The Bernabeu erupted. It wasn't cheers, it was collective delirium. Some were crying, some were laughing. Some hugged strangers beside them. Others hurled their scarves into the air, never to catch them again. Bellingham knelt on the turf, roaring at the sky. Modric ran over, pressing his forehead against Bellingham's. Vinicius Jr. jumped for joy beside them. Mbappe walked over, glanced at Ronaldo, and Ronaldo glanced back. Neither said a word. Mbappe extended his fist. Ronaldo tapped it. That was at a fist bump. But what this fist bump represented weighed heavier than any words. The final whistle blew. 5-2. Real Madrid overturned Girona with 3 goals in extra time, advancing to the next round of the Copa del Rey. The Bernabeu floodlights illuminated the pitch. The players acknowledged the stance. The applause was thunderous and unending. Ronaldo stood in the center of the field. His jersey was caked with mud and grass stains. His right hand rested on his hip, his face devoid of a smile. He was looking towards the VIP box. The lights in the box were off. The men in black suits had already left. Ronaldo averted his gaze. He looked down at his right ankle, the spot where he had been tackled. There was a bruise. He bent down and touched it. It hurt, but it didn't matter. A system panel flashed in his mind. Taunt value. It hadn't stopped. Not only did it not stop, it was still rising. The shock of the 3 extra time goals had passed. Replacing it was a new wave of commentary across global social media. Girona only lost because their stamina gave out. What did Ronaldo have to do with it? 2 of the 3 goals were scored by others. Ronaldo only scored 1 lucky long-range shot. Winning a relegation-threatened team in extra time is nothing to brag about. Try facing Arsenal in the Champions League. A flash of brilliance from a 39-year-old, that's all. Arsenal will show him what modern football is. This Real Madrid is a deformed product. London will be their grave. Taunt value 6. 8 million. Taunt value 9. 2 million. Taunt value 13 million. Ronaldo walked towards the tunnel. The corner of his mouth twitched a very slight curve. The Emirates Stadium in London. Arsenal. What awaited him there? Tens of thousands of Englishmen eager to see him fail. The most hostile away atmosphere in all of Europe. A team at its peak, young, hungry. A tidal wave of mockery and malice. Ronaldo entered the tunnel. The light inside was white, casting his long shadow on the floor behind him. London. Fine. See you in London then. The dressing room door swung open. Ronaldo stood in the doorway. The mud on his jersey was half dry, forming patches of spots. The right side of his shorts was torn, revealing the compression shorts underneath. Unwiped grass stains were on his face. His hair was a mess, his hair gel long since rendered useless. The entire dressing room fell silent the moment he pushed the door open. Everyone was looking at him. Those sitting, those standing, those taking off their socks, those pouring water over their heads. All movement ceased. The silence lasted about 2 seconds. Then Mbappe clapped his hands once. The sound was sharp. Bellingham followed. 2 claps, 3, 4. The applause spread, 1 clap after another. Modric, sitting in the corner, clapped the hardest. Vinicius Jr. stood up, clapping and letting out a whistle. Camavinga tossed his shin guards into his locker and clapped with both hands raised above his head. The sound of applause echoed in the dressing room. It wasn't polite applause. It was passionate applause, the kind that kept going even as palms stung. Ronaldo stood in the doorway without moving. He scanned the room. His gaze swept across every face. Then he gave a single nod. Nacho stood up. He was the captain. He walked to the center of the dressing room, back to the tactics board, facing everyone. The applause stopped. Nacho glanced at Ronaldo, then at Ancelotti's assistant. The assistant sat in the corner holding a notepad. I have something to say. Nacho's voice was not loud, but every person in the dressing room heard him clearly. From today onwards, during the pre-match tactical preparation, Cristiano has direct speaking rights. He paused. His tactical suggestions carry the same weight as the coaching staff's. The implication of these words was clear. It wasn't just permission to offer opinions. It was the authority to make decisions. The dressing room fell silent again. The assistant's pen stopped on his notepad as he looked up at Nacho. But Nacho didn't look at him. This decision bypassed the higher-ups. It bypassed those who sat in the VIP boxes making tactics based on jersey sales. Nacho didn't care. He looked down at the armband on his sleeve. The captain's power was to have the final say in the dressing room. Mbappé was the first to clap. It was natural, without hesitation, without the forced restraint of putting the team first. He simply agreed. Bellingham followed with 2 claps and a nod. Modric, leaning against a locker in the corner, curved his lips. The 39-year-old Croatian said nothing, but that smile conveyed the thought it was about time. Outside the dressing room door, Ancelotti leaned against the corridor wall. He had heard every word spoken inside. Nacho's announcement, Mbappé's applause, everyone's reaction. He never pushed the door open. The old man put his hands in his pockets. He smiled, the wrinkles around his eyes bunching up. Then he turned and slowly walked back down the corridor. After about 10 steps, he heard footsteps behind him. Ronaldo had come out of the dressing room, holding his wash bag, heading for the showers. Cristiano. Ancelotti stopped. Ronaldo stopped too. Ancelotti didn't turn around. His back was to Ronaldo. He dropped his smile. His voice was lowered just enough for only the two of them to hear. From now on, you don't have to hold back after scoring. Ronaldo stared at the back of his head, saying nothing. This is the Bernabeu. This is Real Madrid. Ancelotti paused. Next time you score, you can shout "shoo" as loud as you want. The corridor light was a warm white. It shone on Ancelotti's white hair. After saying this, he didn't wait for Ronaldo's response. He took a step and continued walking forward. Ronaldo stood in the corridor, his wash bag clutched in his hand. His lips moved. No sound came out, but the shape of his mouth formed the word "shoo." A few days later, Lisbon. The 3rd floor of the Portuguese Football Association headquarters press conference hall. Roberto Martinez sits behind the podium. A dozen microphones are placed before him, the flashes of cameras dense and relentless. Over 40 reporters are present, half from Portugal, the other half from Britain, France, and Spain. They all came for the traffic. Martinez knows exactly what they want to ask. The first 20 minutes of the press conference are just routine procedure. The schedule for the World Cup qualifiers, the framework for the training camp roster, the plan to scout young players. None of this matters to anyone. Everyone waits for that one question. At the 22nd minute, a British reporter raises his hand. Mr. Martinez, about last night's King's Cup match. Here it comes. Cristiano Ronaldo's performance in extra time has sparked great controversy. Considering his age and fluctuating form, will the Portuguese national team reconsider his position? Martinez looks at the reporter. His eyes narrow slightly, then he leans forward, his mouth close to the microphone. Cristiano Ronaldo is the absolute core of Portugal. Without exception. At present, there are no qualifiers. The upcoming World Cup qualifiers and the European Championship will be built unconditionally around him. The phrase, unconditionally, is spoken slowly, one word at a time. The shutter sounds in the press hall explode, the flashes of cameras never stopping. The British reporter opens his mouth to ask a follow-up question. Martinez doesn't give him a chance. Next question. These words fly out of Lisbon, landing on mobile screens across the world. In less than 2 hours, the British media exploded first. The headline of the Daily Mail reads, Portuguese football has become a pathetic relic of a 39-year-old man. The Sun is more direct. Martinez announces building around Ronaldo. This is the obituary of Portuguese football. The French are not idle either. Le Parisien posted a tweet. When a national team coach bets his future on an elder who can only win extra time against a relegation-threatened team, the outcome is already written. The comment section is particularly resonant. Portuguese youth training is all dead. A 39-year-old unconditional core, the biggest joke in football history without exception. Martinez is playing with fire. He needed extra time to beat Girona in the King's Cup. How will he play in the Champions League? Girona cannot defend long shots. Arsenal's Saliba and Gabriel will teach him a lesson. London is his grave. London is his grave 1. London is his grave 10,086. Global malice converges, all disdain and all mockery with all curses. From Britain, France, Spain, South America, North America, Asia, from every corner of the earth with network signals, it surges forward. In Ronaldo's mind, the system panel lights up. The number of mockery begins to scroll. Not jumping but rolling, the numbers spin wildly. 14 million. 21 million. 33 million. The speed of the number rise is 3 times faster than after the King's Cup match. Martinez's support not only fails to vindicate him, but makes the world's malice even more intense. In Ronaldo's villa in Madrid. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the night lights of Madrid are bright. Ronaldo sits on the sofa, his phone placed on the coffee table with the screen facing down. He does not look at any comments. The system panel in his mind unfolds. The total mockery value has reached a number he has never seen before. He does not hesitate. He flicks his finger in consciousness. Exchange for all body enhancements. In an instant, a subtle but precise power spreads along his blood vessels. Starting from the ankle, the bruise from yesterday's tackle disappears at an invisible speed. Then the knees, the Achilles tendon, the thigh muscles, the shoulders and back. Every muscle fiber rearranges itself. Not bigger but more precise. Ronaldo opens his eyes, he clenches his fist, then loosens it and clenches it again. The sense of strength is different from before. Not stronger, but faster, more accurate, more stable. He stands up and walks to the floor-to-ceiling window. His reflection appears in the glass. A 39-year-old body. A 25-year-old function. He looks at the lights of Madrid outside the window. London is in that direction. To the north, over 1,000 kilometers away. And at this time at the Colne training base of London. It is 1:43 a.m. The training base has all the lights off, only the security lights shine on the outer circle. The automatic sprinklers on the lawn hiss as they rotate. But a sliver of light seeps out from the crack of the tactical analysis room door. Arsenal manager Arteta is inside. The blue light of the screen shines on his face, his eyes bloodshot. 4 cups of coffee are on the table, 3 of them have already gone cold. Printed charts running heat maps, passing path diagrams, and shooting area distributions are scattered on the floor. He is watching the video of the Real Madrid match. Not the latest Kings Cup match. The last 6 matches in total. From the league to the cup, he has watched each match at least 3 times. The first time to look at Mbappe, the second time to look at Real Madrid's midfield passing. The third time to look at Ronaldo. The first 2 times there were no problem. Mbappe's running route is clear. Real Madrid midfield's passing habit is clear, all within expectations. But during the third time, Arteta discovered something. At first it was just an intuition. Ronaldo had very few touches. Less than 20 touches per game, which is normal but low for a forward. But the timing of each touch was problematic. He marked Ronaldo's touch moments separately. Then he superimposed Mbappe's running route, and they coincided. Within 3 to 5 seconds after each touch, Mbappe's running direction would change. Is it a coincidence? Arteta superimposed Modric's passing trajectory as well. It also coincided. Every time Ronaldo retreated to receive a ball, it corresponded to Modric's change in passing direction. He superimposed Bellingham's forward route again. All coincided. Arteta stared at the dense superimposition map on the screen. His hand began to tremble for no reason. It was a physical reaction when suddenly realizing the truth. Real Madrid's formation seemed to be centered on Mbappe. Mbappe had the most touches, the most shots, and the most opportunities. But actually, everyone's running position, everyone's passing choice, everyone's rhythm change, even the defensive position adjustment, all revolve around one person, Ronaldo. That 39-year-old forward who seemed to be just waiting for the ball in the penalty area. He was not waiting for the ball at all. He was the true core of the whole team. Every move he made, every time he received the ball, every seemingly casual running position secretly coordinated the actions of the other 10 people. Real Madrid might not even be aware of it. But data does not lie. Arteta stood up from his chair. His back was covered in sweat, his shirt stuck to his skin. But then he smiled. A strange smile that started from the corner of his mouth, gradually expanded, and finally reached the corners of his eyes. All of Europe said Arsenal could easily beat Real Madrid. The world's media all thought Ronaldo was a burden and Mbappe was the threat. Everyone was making defensive plans targeting Mbappe. Everyone. But not him. Mikel Arteta. Only he saw the truth. The whole world is blind, only his eyes are bright. Arteta walked to the printer and took out the defensive plan he had made earlier. All the plans targeting Mbappe. A thick stack. He took a look, then put them all into the shredder. Hiss, 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 hiss. The strips of paper came out from the bottom of the shredder. Arteta sat back in front of the computer. He created a new document. The file name was Godslayer. He started typing, just like writing a novel. Defensive core target Cristiano Ronaldo. Plan code meat grinder. Execution personnel 4 people. Saliba, Gabriel, Rice, Kierolf. Only 4 people to guard 1 person. No mistake, only this one. No matter where Ronaldo is on the field, in the penalty area, in the midfield, or even retreating to the backfield, there will always be 4 people within 3 meters of him. No space for him to receive the ball. No time for him to turn. No vision for him to observe. Cover his eyes, lock his feet, cut off all connections between him and his teammates. If the core is locked, the others will naturally be useless. Arteta typed faster and faster. His fingers flew on the keyboard. 3:17 a.m. The Godslayer plan was completed. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the dense tactical instructions on the screen. The smile on his lips remained. Ancelotti, you are old. You cannot see the secret of your own team. But I see it. I am the top coach of the new era. A few days later, it was a Champions League match day. London. At 4 in the afternoon, the sky had already darkened. That was London in February. The sun hid itself by 4 o'clock. Gray clouds pressed down upon the city, occasionally stirred by a faint breeze. The rain was light, but the bone-chilling dampness seeped through every crevice. Real Madrid's team bus pulled out of the hotel. Its white body emblazoned with the club crest stood out starkly against the dreary London streets. The bus was stopped in traffic 800 meters from the Emirates Stadium. It wasn't traffic, it was people. Arsenal fans had packed both sides of the road. Not hundreds, but tens of thousands. Red and white jerseys, scarves, flags, and banners. Ronaldo rip. Go home, grandpa. London is your grave. Some fans even held up something. It was a picture frame containing a photo of Cristiano Ronaldo. A black cross was drawn over the photo. In plain words, it was a funeral portrait. Inside the bus, all the players saw it. Jude Bellingham cursed under his breath. Vinicius Jr. pulled off his headphones. Kylian Mbappe sitting beside Ronaldo today, his face darkened as he reached for the curtain to pull it shut. but Ronaldo's hand pressed down on his wrist. Don't. Mbappe looked at him. Ronaldo's eyes were fixed on the window. The contorted faces, the raised middle fingers, the cardboard signs scrawled with venomous words. A faint smile curved the corner of Ronaldo's mouth, a tiny arc. In his mind, the system panel lit up. The malice of London was overwhelmingly thick. The taunt value wasn't just rising, it was exploding. 15000000, 22000000, 31000000. Before even reaching the stadium, before entering the tunnel, before kickoff. Just from that 800-meter bus ride, he had harvested nearly 100 million. Ronaldo withdrew his hand, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes. London. What a wonderful place indeed. Pre-match press conference media hall at the Emirates Stadium. Carlo Ancelotti sat on the dais. Below a sea of British journalists. The first 3 questions were routine formation injuries and his assessment of Arsenal. Ancelotti answered in his Italian-accented English, brushing them off with little effort. The 4th question came from a BBC reporter. Mr. Ancelotti, would you dare to start a 39-year-old striker who has scored 0 goals in the league this season at the Emirates Stadium? He deliberately emphasized the words 0 goals. Of course, Ronaldo was not actually scoreless, but the media loved to stir up trouble. A few chuckles rose from the media hall, but Ancelotti did not laugh. He stared at the reporter for 3 seconds, then raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and slammed it onto the table. Bang. The microphone jumped. The media hall fell instantly silent. Cristiano Ronaldo will start. Ancelotti's voice was not loud, but every word carried weight. He has unlimited shooting rights. Then he stood up. Any more questions? That is my stance. The room was dead quiet. No one raised a hand. Ancelotti swept his gaze across them. He turned and left. The video clip was quickly transmitted back to Madrid. VIP meeting room at Real Madrid headquarters. A senior executive watched the video, then set down his coffee cup. Then he picked it up and set it down again. The 3rd time he picked it up, he hurled the cup against the wall. Coffee splattered across the wall, ceramic shards scattering on the carpet. That old fool has lost his mind. A 39-year-old striker away from home in a Champions League knockout match with unlimited shooting rights. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Prepare plan B. If we lose tonight, the moment the plane lands, the coaching change procedure will be initiated immediately. He hung up. Standing by the window, he gazed at the Madrid sky outside. Madrid's sky was different from London's. Madrid's was blue, but the executive's face was dark. Emirates Stadium home dressing room. 90 minutes before kickoff. Mikel Arteta stood before the tactical board. Arsenal's players sat in front of him: William Saliba, Gabriel, Declan Rice, Martin, Odegaard, Bukayo Saka, and others. Arteta's eyes burned with an unnatural intensity today. That gleam was excitement and near fanatical certainty. All tactical plans you've seen before are now void. The players exchanged bewildered glances. New plan, codenamed Godslayer. He picked up a marker and drew a circle on the board. In the center of the circle, he wrote 2 letters. CR7. Tonight there is only one defensive target. He drew 4 lines from 4 directions, pointing toward the circle. Saliba, Gabriel, Rice, Kiwi. You 4 will do only one thing from the 1st minute to the 90th. He jabbed the marker tip into the circle. Lock him down. No matter where he is, the penalty area, midfield, even if he runs to the corner flag, the 4 of you stay within 3 meters of him at all times. Don't let him receive the ball, don't let him turn, don't let him lift his head. Ignore Mbappe. Saka frowned. Ignore Mbappe. Arteta shook his head. Mbappe is merely the limbs, Ronaldo is the brain. He tossed the marker onto the table. Cut off the head, and the limbs will fail on their own. The dressing room fell silent. Arteta scanned every face in the room. Tonight, let us slay a god. Player tunnel 15 minutes before kickoff. The 2 teams met in the tunnel. It was narrow, 2 rows of men facing each other, red and white, and white. Arsenal's players stood on the left, Real Madrid's on the right. Arteta stood at the front of the Arsenal line. He wore a dark gray coat, hands in his pockets. He spotted Ronaldo through the crowd. Ronaldo stood in the middle to back of the Real Madrid line. Arteta stared at him, then smiled. That smile radiated supreme confidence. He was waiting for Ronaldo to look back. But Ronaldo's eyes were fixed ahead. He was looking at the end of the tunnel, the green of the pitch, the white of the floodlights, the shifting shadows of the crowd in the stands. Arteta was not even in his peripheral vision. From start to finish, he never glanced at him. Perhaps even in his playing days, he had never paid attention to that defender. It was not deliberate disregard. He simply did not register. Both teams stepped onto the pitch. The Emirates Stadium was packed to capacity tonight, and the boos erupted the moment Ronaldo's foot touched the turf. A Champions League boo is not a boo. It is a roar. 80,000 people let out a deep, guttural roar that made the ground tremble. Even the hairs on his arm could feel the shockwave of sound. Ronaldo stood on the pitch. The floodlights shone down from above, casting his shadow long and distorted. This was the most hostile away atmosphere in the world. 80,000 people wanted him dead, yet his face betrayed no emotion. The opening whistle blew. Real Madrid kicked off. Luka Modric received the ball and passed it to the right flank. Bellingham surged forward to support. Mbappe began a high-speed inward cut from the left. It was a textbook opening. But Arsenal's defense made a move that no one had anticipated. Saliba did not follow Mbappe. Gabriel did not follow Mbappe. Rice did not drop into midfield. Kiwior did not shift to cover. All four moved simultaneously toward the same target, Ronaldo. Ronaldo had just received Modric's pass, stopping the ball with his right foot, preparing to lift his head and survey the field. But the moment he raised his head, the four were already there, front, back, left, right. A cage. An airtight cage formed by four bodies. Ronaldo was locked down. Mbappe was completely free on the left. Vinicius was completely free on the right. No one marked them. Arsenal used four men to lock down one. For an instant, the 80,000 at the Emirates fell into dead silence, then erupted into frenzied cheers. They had seen Arteta's killing blow. In the commentary box, the English broadcaster's voice cracked with excitement. Arteta has seen through it. He has completely seen that Ronaldo is the heart of Real Madrid. A four-man strangulation. This is a tactical masterstroke. At the center of that cage, Ronaldo's right foot rested on the ball. He did not panic, did not pass, did not lay it back, made no attempt to escape. He looked down at the ball beneath his feet. Then his right ankle moved. A minuscule, unnatural twist of the joint. That was a technical motion no coach on earth had ever taught. Saliba saw the angle of that ankle. His pupils contracted because he did not understand. That angle was not a shot, not a pass, not a dribble. The angle of Cristiano Ronaldo's right ankle was not for a shot, not a pass, not a dribble. Saliba couldn't read it. Rice couldn't, Kiwior couldn't, and neither could Gabriel. But all four of their bodies reacted almost simultaneously, tightening the encirclement. Too late though. Ronaldo's ankle twisted inward at an impossibly bizarre angle, the leather of his boot sliding under the ball from the bottom, flicking it upward. The ball soared, not an ordinary chip. It traced an arc that no one had ever seen. First drifting right, then curling left, wobbling lazily over the heads of Saliba and Rice. Both turned their heads to watch the ball. In that one split second, when their eyes left Ronaldo, Ronaldo's body moved. He launched himself forward like a projectile, forcing his way through the gap, less than half a meter wide between Saliba and Rice. Saliba's shoulder brushed against him, stumbling half a step to the right. Rice reached out to grab his fingertips, just grazing the edge of Ronaldo's shirt before being shaken off. The two were easily bypassed. Kiwior reacted fastest. He didn't chase the ball, instead sliding one step sideways to plant his body directly in Ronaldo's sprinting path. Shut the door. It's a defender's instinct. No matter how fast you are, if you hit my body, you stop. But Ronaldo would never stop. At full sprint, he executed a move. Twisting his waist, a dangerous maneuver. His entire upper body contorted in midair, dropping his right shoulder and driving it straight into the narrow space between Kiwior's defensive stance and his body. Thud. Shoulder against shoulder. Kiwior's body tilted left, his balance lost, his feet stumbling as he was carried half a body length off center. Ronaldo bulldozed past him. Three men, gone in an instant. From the very heart of the four-man cage, he had torn a gaping hole. For 1 second, the Emirates Stadium fell into an eerie silence. The jeers of tens of thousands caught in their throats all at once. The commentator's words stuck in his throat before he finally blurted out how. How did he do that? Ronaldo dribbled toward the edge of the box with only one man left, Gabriel. Arsenal's last line of defense, the 1.9-meter Brazilian center-back, the Premier League's highest dual success rate this season. The nemesis of every top striker in England. Gabriel watched Ronaldo charge forward. His eyes were red. The core of the god-killing plan was him and Saliba. For men locking one man down from start to finish, a tactic Arteta had shouted and pounded the table over before the match. And now, Saliba was beaten. Rice was shrugged off. Kiwior was knocked aside. 3 of the 4 chains were broken. Only he remained. Ronaldo was 5 meters away, then 4, then 3. Gabriel moved. He abandoned the ball. His eyes locked onto Ronaldo's body, not the ball at his feet. Arms spread wide, he threw himself forward. This wasn't defending. This was desperation. Gabriel's hands wrapped around Ronaldo's waist, arms tightening like a vice clamping down. Then he dropped his entire weight, pulling and dragging and wrestling. Ronaldo's speed was too high, the two tangled together, sliding another 2 meters under momentum. Then they crashed onto the turf. Thud. The sound was muffled, so deep that the broadcast microphones picked it up, so deep that even the fans in the farthest rows instinctively flinched. Ronaldo's body hit first, right shoulder, right ribs, right knee, each slamming into the grass, kicking up a spray of turf and mud. Gabriel lay on top of him, arms still locked around his waist, veins bulging on his forehead. Real Madrid's half of the pitch erupted instantly. Foul. Mbappe was the first to jump up, roaring at the referee. Bellingham raised both hands over his head, 10 fingers spread wide, chopping downward. Red card. That's a thing, red card. Modric sprinted from 30 meters away, the 39-year-old Croatian running faster than any of his sprints all game. Vinicius Jr. charged straight at the 4th official, his finger nearly poking the man's nose. The referee ran over, glanced at the 2 players tangled on the ground. Then he held his arms out to the sides. Play on. No whistle, no card, no punishment of any kind. The referee even looked down at Ronaldo still lying on the turf and flicked his wrist upward in a get-up gesture. Get up, don't lie there. Fair physical challenge. Those 4 words were never spoken, but everyone in the stadium understood. The Emirates fell silent for about a second and a half before erupting. Not in jeers, in laughter. Roaring laughter, tens of thousands of people laughing together. A laugh filled with malice, with pleasure, with a collective sense of I knew it. The North Stand fans started singing first. Diver, diver, diver. The rhythm was steady beat by beat. The South Stand joined and then the East Stand. Diver Ronaldo, diver Ronaldo, diver Ronaldo. A poster fluttered down from the stands. A Hollywood actor's face with the caption, Best Actor Oscar, Cristiano Ronaldo. The mockery of tens of thousands flooded the entire stadium, poured into the broadcast feed, and reached the ears of hundreds of millions worldwide. Ronaldo lay face down on the turf, grass blades pricking his chin. Tens of thousands were laughing at him. In that moment, a distant image flashed through his mind. Old Trafford, 2003. 18-year-old him in a red shirt was tripped in the box. No call. He got up and ran again, was brought down again. Still no whistle. When he hit the ground a third time, the away fans started chanting, Diver, diver. Back then he would feel aggrieved, clench his fists. After the game on the team bus, he would silently redden his eyes. 21 years. The same chants, the same mockery, the same turf. But the man lying on the ground was different now. A slight curve touched the corner of Ronaldo's mouth. A cold, cold curve. How vicious had Gabriel's tackle been? The drag, the pull, the combined weight of both bodies crashing down. For any other 39-year-old striker, it would mean at least a muscle strain, at worst a torn ligament. But Ronaldo lowered his head and felt his own body. Nothing. No pain. Really no pain. The massive tide of mockery before the match had already been exchanged for full-body reinforcement, now surging through his bones and muscle fibers. A 39-year-old's age, a 25-year-old's physiology. Bones, hard, muscles taut. What Gabriel had done meant nothing to him. In his mind, the system interface glowed scorching hot. Taunt points, 18 million. Taunt points, 24 million. Taunt points, 36 million. The tens of thousands chanting Diver Ronaldo, the mockery of the global live audience, the memes and jokes flooding social media. Every word, every laugh, every raised middle finger. All of it, was becoming his fuel. Ronaldo brushed the grass off his shirt. He stood up slowly, not because it hurt, but on purpose. He wanted everyone to see clearly. He straightened his back, turned his head, and looked at Gabriel. Gabriel had just gotten up himself, still patting mud off his pants. He felt the gaze, looked up. Then his movement froze. Ronaldo's eyes. Gabriel had played 4 years in the Premier League. He had seen the glare of a player after a red card tackle, the death stare of a goalkeeper after a last-minute winner. But that look in Ronaldo's eyes was different. There was no anger in it. Something colder than anger. That gaze was sizing him up. Not deciding whether to strike, but choosing which part to start tearing into. Gabriel's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked away. Real Madrid's players had already swarmed around, surrounding the referee and the Arsenal men. Mbappe walked up to Gabriel. He shoved him hard in the chest, finger pointing. Touch him again, I dare you. Gabriel was pushed back a step, opening his mouth as if to speak. Bellingham had already approached from the side, placing one hand on Gabriel's shoulder and pushing him backward. Vinicius jumped up and down in front of the fourth official, cursing in a mix of Portuguese and Spanish, his voice loud enough to be heard across half the stadium. Nacho ran up from the backfield. The captain's armband glinted under the lights. Instead of trying to break up the fight, he walked toward Odegaard, who was attempting to intervene, and shoved him aside with a firm hand. The shove was forceful. After pushing, he glared sharply ahead. The message was clear: no one should play the hero. On the sideline, Ancelotti stood at the edge of the technical area. This Italian elder, always wearing a smile, now had no expression on his face. He glanced down at the mineral water bottle in his hand, then tossed it away with an upward motion. The bottle bounced twice upon hitting the ground, scattering water everywhere. He turned toward the fourth official and walked over. The distance between them, so close their noses nearly touched. Ancelotti spoke in a low tone, but every camera captured the movement of his lips. Lip-reading experts later translated the words on social media. This is the Champions League, not your Premier League playground. If your referee wants to be Arsenal's 12th man, I can prepare a jersey for him. The fourth official stepped back, and Ancelotti didn't pursue. He turned around, looked onto the field once, and made a gesture, one that all Real Madrid players saw. The meaning was clear: since the rules were set this way, they would follow them too. The match continued, but its tone had changed. In the 18th minute, Arsenal's midfield organized an attack. Saka took the ball and burst toward the right wing, just taking his second step when Camavinga arrived. His tackle was swift and brutal. The studs gleamed as he sliced sideways, knocking both ball and player forward. With a thud, Saka was sent flying through the air, spinning halfway before landing on the turf and sliding more than a meter forward. A collective gasp echoed through the stadium. Camavinga stood up, brushed off his pants without even looking at Saka. The referee rushed over and issued a yellow card. Camavinga accepted the card with a blank expression. He tugged at his jersey, turning back to his position. The message was understood by everyone: know my limits, I'll mirror yours. From that tackle onward, this Champions League quarterfinal had taken a dark turn. Rice grabbed Bellingham's jersey from behind. Bellingham retaliated with an elbow strike into Rice's ribs. Odegaard stepped on Modric's Achilles tendon from behind. Modric said nothing and responded immediately in the next confrontation, using his shoulder to push Odegaard 2 meters away. The most violent collision occurred between Rudiger and Martinelli, both jumping simultaneously at the corner of the penalty area, foreheads meeting head-on. Thud. A dull impact. Martinelli landed weakly and collapsed onto the grass. When the team doctor rushed in, his gaze was unfocused. Martinelli was carried off, swelling forming on his forehead. As he passed Arteta, bloodshot eyes visible near him, Arteta placed a hand on his shoulder, but his face remained completely emotionless. In the 31st minute, during a struggle with Rice, Camavinga twisted his ankle. At the moment he landed, he knew something was wrong. He slammed his fist onto the grass and cursed. The medical staff rushed onto the field, examined him, then shook their heads. Camavinga was substituted. Walking toward the sideline, he punched the bench railing with a closed fist. By the 35th minute of the first half, 4 substitutions had been made total. The broadcast showed a wide-angle view. Water bottles, bandages, and spray residue littered the pitch. Not a single jersey on either team was clean. This wasn't the Champions League anymore. It felt like an unregulated street brawl. Arteta stood on the sideline, his gaze fixed not on the ball, but on Cristiano Ronaldo. Since kickoff, his God-slaying plan had been executed without deviation. Gabriel had targeted Ronaldo 3 times, first pulling him down, then tripping him from behind inside the box, finally elbowing him during an aerial duel. Rice struck Ronaldo's ankle twice, both times from the side, precisely targeting the junction between Achilles tendon and heel. Saliha knocked down Ronaldo 4 times. All frontal challenges legally, using body weight and strength to shove him away. 19 minutes into the first half, Ronaldo had been brought down 9 times. Arteta stared at the real-time data on the large screen. Then his brows furrowed. Something wasn't right. Ronaldo's sprint speed was 33.2 km/h in the first minute. At the 40th minute, it reached 33.8 km/h. Why hadn't it decreased? It had actually increased. After being tackled 9 times, kicked twice, and bumped 4 times. His speed only grew faster. Arteta wiped sweat from his forehead. His hands were drenched. He looked again toward the center of the field. Ronaldo stood near the center circle, his jersey caked in mud, his right shorts pulled askew, 2 red marks visible on his calf. Yet he stood there, relaxed, hands on hips, breathing effortlessly. 40 minutes had passed. He showed no sign of fatigue. Arteta's lips moved slightly. A thought surfaced in his mind, though he dared not dwell on it. A 39-year-old man subjected to such treatment for 40 minutes. How could he possibly remain unharmed? Suddenly a terrifying idea emerged. He refused to accept that answer. Meanwhile, Gabriel rubbed his right shoulder, secretly, while retreating into defense. The numbness had started around the 30th minute. During a recent set-piece defense, Gabriel tried to block Ronaldo's position with his body. They collided head-to-head. Just once, and Gabriel staggered backward, almost losing balance. His shoulder recoiled violently. He stumbled 2 steps before steadying himself. But Ronaldo didn't move an inch. Gabriel glanced down at his arm, muscles twitching faintly. It wasn't exhaustion, it was impact. He lifted his head and looked toward the attacking zone. There Ronaldo wandered slowly around the center circle, utterly relaxed. Gabriel suddenly felt absurdity setting in. For men piling on one, who really ended up overwhelmed. First half stoppage time. The referee signaled 3 minutes of added time. Arsenal earned a corner kick at the final moment. Saka stood at the corner flag. Arsenal's tall players crowded into Real Madrid's penalty area. The corner swung in. A curving shot aimed at the box, triggering a chaotic scramble. Rudiger jumped. The 1.9-meter German defender soared high, forehead connecting perfectly with the ball. Thud. The ball was headed powerfully forward, soaring high toward the attacking end. Most of Arsenal's team pressed deep into Real's half. Only 2 defenders remained behind. Yet Ronaldo never entered the penalty area. He stayed near the center circle, moving even before Rudiger leaped. The ball arced through the air toward him. Ronaldo tilted his head upward, tracking its trajectory, adjusting his pace. Step, step, step. Stop. As the ball descended, he controlled it cleanly with the outside of his right foot, the ball settling gently against his sole. Then he raised his head, for shadows converged on him again. Saliha, Gabriel, Rice, Kivier, 4 silhouettes closing in from all directions. But this time different, they're breathing heavy. 45 minutes of intense marking had drained much of their stamina. Gabriel's movements slowed noticeably. Rice's balance became unstable. Kivier's positioning left an opening. Ronaldo saw this. No pass, no layoff, no teammate involved. He nudged the ball forward slightly, then accelerated straight toward Gabriel. Direct, linear, full-force charge. Gabriel's eyes widened. He'd already been hit by this man once. His shoulders still tingled. But he couldn't let him pass. By the time Ronaldo closed in, just before contact, Ronaldo dropped his shoulder. He drove his right shoulder downward, lowering his center of gravity to the minimum point. Then he collided head-on. No evasion, no feint, no change of direction. Using his hardest body part against Gabriel's least stable center of mass, at full speed, maximum force, crushing through. Thud. Louder than any previous collision. Gabriel staggered backward. On his 5th step, his heel caught the grass, causing him to fall flat on his backside. Seated hard on the ground. The 9-meter tall, a 90-kilogram Premier League top center back, brought down by a 39-year-old striker. Emirates Stadium erupted in a collective gasp. Ronaldo didn't slow, he calmly dribbled past him. Only the goalkeeper remained ahead. The referee's whistle was already at his lips, ready to blow the final whistle. 2 or 3 seconds left, but that was enough. Ronaldo planted his left foot, drew back his right leg. No adjustment, no wasted motion. From 30 meters out, full force. Bang! The ball flew. Fast that the broadcast camera lagged 1 frame behind. The ball streaked low and straight toward the top left corner of the net. A pure line with zero curve. The goalkeeper dove, fully extending his arms. But the ball kept rising another foot higher. Struck the crossbar. Ding! The frame vibrated ominously. The ball rebounded over the line. Halftime whistle blew. Tens of thousands at Emirates held their breath, then erupted in relieved cheers and whistles. But the cheers lacked conviction. They saw the mark on the crossbar, a circular dent where the ball had hammered into steel. The shot looked deliberately aimed at the crossbar. Players began walking toward the tunnel. Arsenal players moved quickly. They longed to return to the locker room, to escape the field, to escape the figure standing at the center circle. Seastop turned around. Arteta stood in the technical area, hands in pockets, maintaining composure on his face, but his back was soaked, shirt clinging to his spine. Ronaldo watched him from 40 meters away. Lights shone from above. Ronaldo's face was half illuminated, half shadowed. Then Ronaldo raised his right hand. Palm slowly opened, placed beside his neck. Drawn horizontally across throat. Slit gesture. Lasted about 1 second. Short yet long enough for every camera to capture, for global broadcasts to freeze frame. Arteta watched the gesture. His lip twitched slightly. Ronaldo lowered his hand, turned, walked toward the player tunnel. Mud on his jersey had dried into hardened clumps. The tear on his right shorts leg extended further, from thigh down to knee. Stepping into the tunnel bathed in cold white light, his shadow stretched long behind him on the floor. Halftime ended. 0-0. Scoreline 0. But the story had only just begun. In the away team's locker room, Ancelotti pushed open the door and walked in. He didn't touch the tactics board. Standing in the middle of the room, he scanned the faces of everyone present. First half. His voice was not loud, but the 11 men who had been gasping for air fell silent instantly. You played like men. No preamble, no wasted words. Ancelotti's gaze swept from left to right, pausing for a second on each face. I don't care how those people outside are howling. You withstood the onslaught at Arsenal's home ground in front of tens of thousands, didn't concede a goal, and didn't lose your dignity. He gave a thumbs up. Bellingham still had an ice pack strapped to his leg. Modric's jersey collar was half torn, and Vinicius had several red marks on his calves, all left by Arsenal's players. But then Ancelotti's tone shifted. Still not loud, but every word began to carry an undeniable chill. But toughness alone won't be enough in the second half. He finally walked to the tactics board. Without drawing a single line, he merely tapped his fingers on its surface a few times. 4 of them are trying to lock down Cristiano. That means there must be gaps elsewhere. What you need to do is simple: let Cristiano draw their fire, and you exploit the open spaces. Ancelotti turned around. Don't try to fight them head on. They want to turn this match into a brawl, but we're not going to play their game. Be smart. Use your heads. The locker room was silent for a few seconds. Modric was the first to stand up. He pulled down the torn half of his jersey collar, revealing the compression shirt underneath. He then nodded curtly at Ancelotti. No words were needed. The 39-year-old Croatian never won games with his mouth. Just then the team doctor pushed a medical card over to Cristiano Ronaldo. Come on, stretch out your leg. Let me take a look. The doctor crouched down, holding bandages and an ice pack. Everyone in the locker room had seen what Cristiano Ronaldo endured in the first half. A 4-man siege. Gabriel's tackle that combined a pull and a throw plus at least 6 or 7 scattered body collisions. By all logic, his outer thigh and right shoulder should have swollen considerably. But when the doctor rolled up the edge of Cristiano Ronaldo's shorts, his hand froze. There was nothing. Not that the injury wasn't serious. It simply wasn't there at all. It was perfectly clean, without even a trace of a bruise. The doctor was bewildered. He instinctively felt the muscle of Cristiano Ronaldo's calf. Then his expression grew even stranger. Cristiano Ronaldo's muscles weren't in the stiff state typical after high-intensity clashes. On the contrary, the texture was remarkably relaxed, yet carried a taut, explosive readiness. How was this possible? The doctor looked up at Ancelotti. Ancelotti stood behind him. The old man's eyelids twitched, and he gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Don't speak, don't ask. The doctor withdrew his hand, was silent for a second, then handed over the ice pack. Cristiano Ronaldo reached out, but instead of taking the ice pack, he pushed the doctor's hand aside. No need. He then stood up, walked to his locker, pulled out a new pair of shorts, and put them on. The old pair was tossed into the laundry bin, stained with grass clippings and mud from the Emirates Stadium. Do not underestimate this jersey. It's a match-worn shirt. In player card blind boxes, it holds extremely high collectible value. Cristiano Ronaldo turned his gaze, sweeping over every person in the locker room. Finally, his eyes settled on Modric and Mbappe. Second half. His voice was cold and soft. Don't look for me. I'll bury myself in the dirtiest, most dangerous crowd. He raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers cutting through the air. The ball will be delivered from there. You only have one thing to do, be ready. Mbappé stared at him in silence for 2 seconds, then the Frenchman slowly nodded. Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room. The atmosphere here was the polar opposite of the away team's locker room next door. Silence. Saliba sat on the bench, raising a water bottle to his lips for several gulps. His jersey was soaked from collar to waist. In a half of man-marking Cristiano Ronaldo, he had run over 8 kilometers. Acceleration, sudden stops, turns, then acceleration again. The intensity of the duels was fiercer than an entire Premier League match. Rice sat beside him, legs splayed, head resting against the locker behind him. His eyes were closed and his chest heaved violently. Kiwier said nothing, gnawing on an energy bar. But his swallowing was unnaturally slow. It took nearly 10 seconds of chewing to get one mouthful down. Even chewing had become a struggle. At that moment, Gabriel stood up. He took off his jersey and vigorously rubbed his right shoulder with his hand. His movements were slow and a grimace twisted his lips. When he had brought down Cristiano Ronaldo with that final tackle of the first half, the combined weight of the two men, nearly 200 kilograms, had crashed to the ground. His right shoulder had also absorbed a significant impact. But it wasn't the pain that made him step forward. It was something deeper and need to speak. Coach. Gabriel's voice rang out in the locker room, drawing everyone's attention. Arteta stood in front of the tactics board, lost in thought, a marker pen clutched in his hand. Gabriel looked at him, hesitated over his wording for a moment, but still spoke. Cristiano Ronaldo's stamina hasn't declined. As soon as the words were out, Saliba's water bottle stopped at his lips, and Rice's eyes snapped open. Gabriel continued. No significant decline. It's completely unchanged. He rubbed his shoulder. In the last 10 minutes of the first half, I was marking him closely. His acceleration frequency was exactly the same as at the start. The air in the locker room turned cold. And the physical duels. Gabriel's voice dropped a notch. When I threw him down 200 kilos hitting the ground, my own shoulder is still numb. He paused for a second. But him. He stood up and brushed off the grass clippings. As if nothing had happened. Gabriel's gaze locked onto Arteta. Coach, he's 39 years old, but his physical power isn't declining. It's getting stronger. Those last 2 words hung in the locker room air. No one dared to respond. Gabriel pressed his lips together. He knew his next words might anger the man before him, but he said them anyway. I recommend abandoning the God-slaying plan. Arteta's fingers tightened around the marker pen. Switch back to standard zonal defense. For men marking one for an entire half, we didn't contain him, and our own stamina is running out first. His voice grew urgent. If we keep playing like this in the second half, our defensive line will collapse after 50 minutes. As the last word fell, the locker room became so quiet you could hear the buzzing current from the overhead lights. Arteta didn't speak immediately. He looked down at the marker pen in his hand, his thumb rubbing against its body again and again. Then he smiled. It wasn't a normal person's smile. It was a curl of the lips with no trace of amusement in the eyes. He still hadn't digested the look Cristiano Ronaldo had given him from the center of the field at the end of the first half, a glance directed at Arsenal's bench. And that gesture. His right hand slicing horizontally across his neck. A throat-slitting motion. In front of tens of thousands of people in front of him, Arteta, he had made a throat-slitting gesture. This image had been stuck in his mind for over 10 minutes. Bang! Arteta kicked the trash can in front of him. The metal bin hit the wall, bounced, and scattered tissues and tape across the floor. Everyone was startled. Rice sat up straight with a jolt. Are you teaching me how to defend? Arteta's finger jabbed toward Gabriel, his voice rising sharply. Do you think a man of 39 can maintain that intensity in the second half? Do you think he isn't just pushing through? Gabriel opened his mouth to respond, but the sound of Arteta's hand slapping the tactical board cut him off. Enough. Arteta took a deep breath and turned to face all the players, his hands resting on either side of the tactical board. I faced him back in 2005. His voice dropped suddenly lower and deeper, as if recalling something. The FA Cup semi-final. I was still playing for Everton then. I marked him for 90 minutes. No one spoke in the locker room. He was at his peak, but I held him to it. Arteta straightened up and scanned every player in the room. I shut down a 20-year-old Ronaldo. You can't handle a man of 39. His tone carried a cold mockery, not aimed at the players so much as at Ronaldo himself. He's faking it. That gesture of standing up and brushing himself off. I know it too well. He wants you to think he's untouchable to make you panic first. Arteta slammed the marker down hard on the table. The God-slaying plan remains unchanged for the second half. His eyes locked onto Gabriel. Stay within 3 meters of him, no matter the cost. Yellow cards, red cards, I don't care. Anyone who loosens their mark won't be on the next match roster. Gabriel's lips twitched, but he swallowed the words he'd been about to speak and sank back onto the bench. Soon the whistle for the second half began. As both teams stepped back onto the pitch, tens of thousands of fans at Emirates Stadium roared again. Arsenal's 4 defenders moved into position, bound by their orders. Saliba positioned himself at left center-back, Kiwier drifted inward from the right flank, Rice dropped into a deeper midfield role, and Gabriel operated centrally as the orchestrator. The 4 chains locked onto Ronaldo. But something had subtly changed. Saliba's pace, The explosive start he'd shown in the first half had slowed this time. Kivier's lateral movement was different too. His quick shuffling steps from the first half had become slightly wider, his stride lengthening. His calf muscles were beginning to lag behind his commands. Rice appeared to be in the best condition, but his breathing betrayed him. After just 30 seconds his mouth had opened, a stark contrast to the first half, when he'd breathed solely through his nose. Gabriel had been right. Their stamina red lights were flashing. On the other side, Ancelotti's clever tactics had already paid off within minutes of the restart. Modric received the ball, and Rice pressed in. Following the first half rhythm, Modric would have shouldered through to play the ball, but this time he didn't. As soon as Rice's hand touched his shoulder, Modric's entire body leaned forward with the momentum. Beep. The whistle blew for a foul. Rice looked down, utterly confused. He hadn't exerted any force, but Modric's fall was perfectly timed and angled. From the referee's perspective, it looked like a textbook charging foul. 2 minutes later, Bellingham mimicked the move. Saliba turned sideways to prepare for the tackle, but Bellingham deliberately nudged the ball forward one step, then deliberately buckled his knees at the precise moment Saliba's weight shifted forward. Thud. He went down. Beep. Another foul. The English commentator's voice grew impatient. What is Real Madrid doing? Are they giving a masterclass in acting? But the problem was that every single foul disrupted Arsenal's pressing rhythm. Each interruption and restart added to the fatigue of a defensive unit already nearing exhaustion. Modric knew it better than anyone. Ancelotti had instructed them to play smart. This was smart. This was how you won. In the 49th minute, Real Madrid pushed the ball into the attacking third. Modric passed to Bellingham, who made a run to receive it. By conventional logic, the ball should have been delivered to the left flank to Mbappe or near the edge of the penalty area. But the ball didn't move forward. The man near the penalty area wasn't there. Ronaldo was retreating. He had run straight back from the attacking third into midfield. He kept retreating all the way back to his own half, right up to the defensive midfield position. A stir erupted in the stands at Emirates Stadium. Tens of thousands of eyes without a word locked onto the white figure. Why was he heading back to his own defense? Saliba froze, his instinct warring against Arteta's orders in his mind. The order was clear: stay within 3 meters and mark him tightly. But if Ronaldo ran into his own half? He glanced back toward the Arsenal penalty area. If he followed Ronaldo out of the penalty box, who would cover that open space behind him? Mbappe was stationed on the left flank, and if he got that space behind him, no one could catch up. Saliba hesitated for a second, then followed. Orders were orders. Kivier followed too. Gabriel stared at the two teammates who had broken formation, then glanced back at the suddenly empty penalty area. His heart skipped a beat. Arsenal's defense had cracked. Ronaldo stopped at the defensive midfield position, his head down, casually standing. Saliba and Kivier, both breathless, caught up to him beside him. Then Ronaldo moved again. He ran 5 meters to the right and stopped. The two defenders followed. He ran 8 meters to the left and stopped again, and the two followed. He retreated another 3 meters, and they followed. A slight curve touched Ronaldo's lips. He hadn't even touched the ball. He was simply strolling. Emirates Stadium had deployed its 4 best defenders as ropes, tying him down with 4 ropes. He grabbed those 4 ropes and ran across the field slowly, pulling the formation tied to the other ends apart. This wasn't football. This was chess. A strange sight had taken over Emirates Stadium. Ronaldo stayed far from the penalty area and the goal, never touching the ball, yet nearly everyone's attention was fixed on him. Because anyone with eyes could see Arsenal's formation being pulled step by silent step into fragments. Finally, someone on the English commentary desk reacted. He's not taking a walk. He's dismantling Arteta's tactics. Using his own body as bait 1 meter at a time. On the sideline, Arteta's expression grew darker and darker. He stood at the edge of the technical area, hands in his pockets, but his thumbs outside, twisting nervously. He wanted to tell Saliba and Kivier to return, but what had he just said? Stay within 3 meters, mark him tightly. Anyone who loosens their mark won't be on the next match roster. He couldn't contradict himself. Not yet. The 55th minute of the match. Arsenal's attack in the forward area. Odegaard dribbled in the midfield, attempting to pass to the flank, but his pass had too much curvature. Just a little too much, and the ball speed was slower than usual, but Modric was waiting exactly for this kind of ball. The 39-year-old Croatian activated in that split-second window. His body suddenly lashed out, his right foot reaching into Odegaard's passing trajectory. A clean tackle, no unnecessary movements. The ball was now at Modric's feet. He looked up ahead. Just one glance was enough. Cristiano Ronaldo was at the center circle arc. Saliba was 3 meters to his left, Kivier 2.5 meters behind him. Gabriel was charging from 10 meters away. Without hesitation, Modric pushed with the inside of his right foot a low straight pass. The ball skittered across the grass extremely fast and perfectly straight. 2 seconds later, the ball was at Ronaldo's feet. Precisely, it rolled to a position 3 meters in front of Ronaldo. For a normal person, stopping the ball, looking up, and making a decision would take at least 2 seconds. But Ronaldo didn't need to, because he had no intention of receiving the ball. Gabriel had arrived. Rice had arrived. Saliba was approaching from the left. 3 men, a triangular cordon rapidly closing in. Gabriel's center of gravity had lowered his arms, slightly spread his body, leaning forward. This posture wasn't for defense, it was to prepare for a foul. Whatever the coach said, a yellow card or a red card, just bring him down. The distance between him and Ronaldo was 2 meters. Just before the three bodies were about to collide, Ronaldo moved. His body made a motion toward the incoming ball, but his foot didn't stop it. His back remained facing Arsenal's goal. His right ankle twisted inward to an extremely bizarre angle, exactly like the one in the first half inside that iron cage. But this time it wasn't a flick, it was the back of his heel. He used the back of his right foot to strike the rolling ball. Hardly a tap. The ball didn't stop, it didn't even change height. It simply changed direction. The ball shot across the grass, fast, leaving a light trail under the stadium lights. The trajectory was straight, almost unbelievably so. It passed between Gabriel's spread legs. Through the legs. Gabriel's mind went blank for a few seconds. He looked down at his own legs, the ball was gone. It skimmed just above Rice's sole. Rice instinctively tried to reach for it, but the ball moved faster than his neural reaction. By the time his foot extended, the ball had passed. The human barrier formed by the three men was pierced by the same ball at the same instant. And as Ronaldo struck the ball with his heel, he hadn't even turned to look at where the ball was going. He knew where the ball would go, because he had anticipated it before receiving it. Precisely, he had foreseen it in his mind all along. From the moment he started retreating, from the moment he lured Salba and Kivier out of the penalty area, from the moment a large vacuum appeared on Arsenal's left flank, he had already seen that route. All the retreating, the feints, the pulling, the exhaustion, all for that one pass. And then the hawk eye lit up in his mind. The ball reached the open area 30 meters down the left flank. This area was empty. The center-back Salba, who should have been stationed here, was watching Ronaldo near the center circle. Kivier, who should have filled in, was also at the center circle. Rice, who should have tacked in to protect, hadn't yet recovered from that through the legs pass. But Mbappe was standing at the edge of this empty space. He had been waiting a long time. Since the first half, he had been waiting for Ronaldo to unravel those chains one by one, waiting for the defensive rope to loosen from the last direction. The ball came. Mbappe started. How to describe that speed? Let's put it this way: when the ball reached Mbappe's feet, Arsenal's left-back Zinchenko was about 12 meters away from him. 3 seconds later, that distance became 25 meters. Zinchenko stopped chasing. It was impossible to catch up. Almost no one on earth could catch up after Mbappe reached full speed. This wasn't an exaggeration, it was fact. Mbappe charged forward with the ball, the entire left flank wide open. He entered the penalty area. Goalkeeper Raya came out his only option. He spread his body, trying to cover as much angle as possible. Mbappe didn't slow down. As his right foot pushed the ball forward for the final step, he smoothly nudged it with the inside of his foot. The ball went toward the far corner. Raya guessed the direction right. His fingertips touched the outer skin of the ball, but the ball headed straight for the bottom right corner of the goal. Thud. The ball hit the inside of the post. The entire stadium seemed to pause for a moment at that dull thud. Raya lay on the ground, turning his head to look. Tens of thousands of eyes in the stands followed the ball's trajectory. The ball bounced off the inside of the post, hit the goal line, and then rolled into the net. Silence. Emirates Stadium was quiet for about half a second. Then the away stand at the far end erupted. A sea of white surged in that section of thousands. Shouts, roars, the sound of railing beating. All the frustration, anger, and hope bottled up from the first half, plus 10 minutes of stoppage time, were released in a single second. Real Madrid led 1-0 away. The first action after Mbappe's goal wasn't a slide knee, wasn't kissing his jersey. He wasn't running toward the corner flag. He turned almost 180 degrees, facing the center circle. Then he started running. He ran across half the field, past Arsenal's defenders lying on the ground, past the dazed Rice, past the referee, all the way to the center circle. Cristiano Ronaldo was standing there. Salba and Kivier surrounded him. Both of their expressions were blank. Mbappe ran up to him, extended his right hand, and pointed his index finger at Ronaldo. Not pointing at him, but pointing for everyone to see. It was him. Mbappe's lips moved. The broadcast camera captured his lip movements. This goal was his. Ronaldo stood at the center circle, watching Mbappe sprint toward him. He didn't smile, didn't make any exaggerated expression. He just gave a slight nod. That action was light and subtle. It was just part of the plan. On the sideline, Arteta stood by the substitute bench. He pulled his hands from his pockets, letting them hang at his sides. The color in his face faded bit by bit. That face turned from red to white, then to something nearly gray. He remembered what he had said in the locker room 15 minutes ago. I can mark a 20-year-old Ronaldo. He's forcing it, he's putting on a show. Every word flew back and hit him in the face. As Gabriel ran back from the center circle, he passed the technical area without looking at Arteta. Not even a glance. But Arteta knew what he was thinking. Everyone in the locker room would know what he was thinking. Arteta's throat moved. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to the fourth official, or perhaps to call for a tactical adjustment. But in the end he said nothing. Because he had nothing left to say. Godslaying. He hadn't even touched the hem of the opponent's coat. Throughout the whole match, Ronaldo had touched the ball only once. A backheel flick, no stop, no turn, no dribbling. He had shattered the perfect tactical plan Arteta had designed over a whole week, one that poured all his coaching pride into named godslaying. The away stand at Emirates was still boiling. The home stand fell into dead silence. The silence of 80,000 people was more piercing than 80,000 boos. And at that moment, beep, a short whistle, the referee's whistle. Real Madrid players were running back to prepare for the restart. But the referee didn't point to the center circle. His right hand was pressed to his earpiece. His expression was serious. He was listening to someone. Then he moved. He ran quickly toward the center circle. It seemed he had something in that pocket. Mbappe's celebration stopped. Bellingham turned to look at the referee's direction, his face changing. Modric stepped forward 2 steps, blocking in front of Ronaldo. Ronaldo stood at the center circle. He looked down at the referee's hand reaching into his pocket. Then he looked up toward the screen above Emirates Stadium. The screen was replaying the slow-motion footage of that backheel pass. He was waiting. Everyone was waiting. The referee's hand was still pressed to his pocket. His steps were moving toward Ronaldo. The main referee did not halt his stride. He traversed the arc at the center circle, circumvented Modric, who stood in his path, his gaze locked unwaveringly on a single direction. Cristiano Ronaldo. The entire Emirates Stadium fell into an abrupt silence. The breaths of tens of thousands, the shouts from the substitutes bench, the commotion from the distant stands, all compressed into a layer of indistinct white noise. Every eye was fixed on the referee's right hand as it moved toward his breast pocket. Then he produced a yellow card. A yellow card held high directly in front of Ronaldo's face. Simultaneously, the referee's left hand pointed decisively towards Arsenal's half. The goal was disallowed, an Arsenal defensive free kick. The air at the Emirates Stadium erupted, not the slow simmer of a rising boil. It was the eruption of 80,000 people springing from their seats, simultaneously, a wave of sound crashing down. Arsenal fans went wild, cheering, roaring, stamping their feet, the metallic railings of the stands clanging under their palms. Some embraced strangers beside them, others hurled beer into the air. That sound was not the joy of celebrating a goal, it was the delirium of a narrow escape from disaster. The broadcast immediately cut to a slow-motion replay, frame by frame. In the instant before Ronaldo made that backheel pass, his right arm did execute an extremely subtle upward motion. It was the most natural balancing swing during physical exertion. Every professional player makes it when stopping abruptly or changing direction. But at the end of this motion, his elbow happened to pass near the chin of Gabriel, who was behind him. Whether it made contact or not, the slow-motion replay was watched 3 times, and even the commentary booth couldn't say for sure. "I need to see that again." The British commentator's voice wavered momentarily before he cleared his throat, his tone becoming decisive. "I trust the referee's decision is correct. The arm was raised too high. Oh, it's an offensive foul." The Spanish commentator on the other broadcast cursed out loud. "This is robbery. Under the physicality standards of the Premier League, this kind of contact isn't even a foul." In the first half, Gabriel threw Ronaldo to the ground from behind, and the referee called it a fair challenge. Now Ronaldo's elbow passes by his chin. No, passes by, not strikes. And that's an offensive foul plus a yellow card. Double standards. Naked double standards. But the referee had already made his final call. VAR did not intervene. The confirmation was complete. The goal was disallowed. The entire Real Madrid team exploded. Mbappe was the first to charge forward. The Frenchman's speed on the pitch was meant for beating defenders. In this moment, he used it to sprint toward the referee. He raced from the penalty area all the way to the center circle, the last 3 steps, almost a slide. When he stopped, his face was less than 20 centimeters from the referee's. "What the hell are you doing?" Mbappe's English carried a heavy French accent, but every word was gritted through his teeth. "Did you see the replay? How can that be a foul?" The referee turned sideways, his lips pressed into a thin line, offering no response. Soon Modric arrived. The 39-year-old Croatian didn't shout. He did something far more intimidating. He reached out and grabbed the referee's sleeve. 5 fingers tightened the veins on his knuckles bulging. "Please explain yourself." Modric's voice was not loud, but the referee clearly felt the force of that grip. He looked down at his clenched sleeve, then raised his eyes to meet Modric's gaze. There was no warmth in those eyes at that moment. The referee pulled his arm free and stepped back half a pace. Bellingham, Vinicius, Carvajal, figures in white jerseys converged from all directions. 6 or 7 men encircled the referee, their voices overlapping into an indistinguishable cacophony. On the sideline, Ancelotti grabbed the water bottle at his feet and slammed it to the ground. The bottle bounced high into the air. The 4th official expressionlessly raised the electronic warning board, its yellow base displaying Ancelotti's name. One more time, and he'd be sent to the stands. Ancelotti stared at that board for a few seconds, his chest heaving several times before he forcibly swallowed his anger. Meanwhile, the home stands of the Emirates Stadium were in absolute frenzy. The jeers had stopped, they began to sing. Tens of thousands joined in a chorus. The lyrics, when translated, conveyed a single message: "Go home, old man." Ronaldo stood in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by teammates with red-rimmed eyes, but he did not join the circle besieging the referee. He stood at the center circle, his face utterly expressionless. No, there was something. He was smiling. Not a bitter smile, not a sneer. It was a smile so faint. The corners of his mouth curved into an infinitesimally small arc so subtle that even the broadcast camera might not capture it. But if anyone could step before him at this moment and see what was in his eyes, they would likely feel a chill down their spine. Because there was no anger in those eyes. Not a trace. There was only one emotion: hunger. He licked his teeth, then crouched down again. It was the posture of a predator. In his mind, the system notifications scrolled like a torrent. Detected large-scale mass taunt event. Source 78241 live spectators at Emirates Stadium. Taunt value 3.0. Detected real-time. Social media taunt torrent. Source active users. In England region taunt value 1.3.0. Detected global haters. Carnival linkage. Source Twitter. Trending topic Ronaldo dive. Tops global celebrity chart. Taunt value 19.0. The numbers flashed before his eyes too fast for him to bother reading the specific figures. The power within his body surged from his ankles all the way to the crown of his head. Muscle fibers tightened, joint lubrication increased, the output of his cardiopulmonary system had its valve opened wide. His body at this moment was stronger than at the start of the first half, stronger than during the match against Girona, perhaps even stronger than when he was 25. Ronaldo rolled his neck. Crack. A sharp sound emanated from his cervical spine, so clear that Saliba, beside him, heard it. The French center-back instinctively glanced at him. Ronaldo looked down at his right foot, gently rotating his ankle. Then he raised his head. His gaze passed over his teammates, locked in argument over the stands, singing at the top of their lungs. It landed directly on Arteta, standing by the sideline. That look lasted less than a second, but Arteta felt it. A chill ran down the back of his neck. Ronaldo averted his gaze. He raised his right hand and made a gesture toward his teammates surrounding the referee, palm down, pressing low. The meaning was simple enough: come back. Mbappe turned and saw the gesture. He shot one last glare at the referee, muttered a French curse, and walked away. Modric released his grip. Bellingham was the last to leave, raising two fingers at the referee before departing. Not a victory sign, but a message: I'll be watching you. The white jerseys retreated one by one. Ronaldo stood at the front waiting for them. Once everyone was back in position, he spoke a few words. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for the forwards to hear. Let's continue. The match resumed with Arsenal taking a goal kick from the backfield. Arteta on the sideline had narrowly escaped disaster. It was truly a brush with death. If Mbappe's shot had been counted, the game would have ended. Not an end in score, but in spirit. His team was on the brink of collapse. One more blow would have sealed their fate. But heaven, or perhaps the referee, granted him a reprieve. Arteta rushed to the forefront of the technical area, cupping his hands around his mouth, shouting fiercely onto the field. Don't change. Stick to the pre-match plan. The God-slaying scheme remains unchanged. Mark him tightly, lock him down. Saliba heard the command. He closed his eyes, his legs already heavy with fatigue. But orders are orders. 4 chains reactivated. Saliba moved in from the left, Kivior drew in from the right, Rice retreated in front, and Gabriel took up central position to cover. For men, 4 directions, sealing Cristiano Ronaldo once more inside that mobile iron cage. Ronaldo stood in the center of the cage, head bowed, as if studying a single pebble on the turf. Then he moved. The 70th minute. Ronaldo received the ball 35 meters from goal. A simple cross from Modric, nothing flashy. The moment he touched the ball, the iron cage began to contract. Saliba pressed in from the rear left, his strides no longer as fragmented as in the first half, but still closing in. Kivior cut in from the right flank. Rice blocked head on. Gabriel covered from behind. The 4 walls were less than 2 meters apart. In half a second, they would be 1 meter. Ronaldo's window was only that half second, and he needed even less than that. He executed no flashy moves. No feints, no body feints, no ankle tricks that baffled observers. This time the simplest, most primal, most violent method. He used his body as a wall, turned his back to the goal, and pressed his back firmly against Rice's chest. Rice was forced back half a step by Ronaldo's weight and core strength. That half step was enough for Ronaldo to turn. From back facing to facing the goal, the turn so swift that Saliba's brain hadn't yet registered the command. His right foot lifted without adjustment, without looking at the goal. No preparatory motion. Just as he turned, the instep of his right foot struck the ball squarely. How heavy that kick was. To put it this way, as the ball left his foot, turf shavings flew up. The ball did not curve, it traveled in a straight line. Over the 35-meter distance, the ball skimmed the ground for the first 20 meters, then began to rise in the final 15. But the rise was minimal. The human eye could barely discern where it would head toward the goal. Ray, the goalkeeper, stood on the line, body poised to dive. Knees bent, weight lowered, arms spread wide. But he did not move. Not that he didn't want to. He dared not. His brain lacked the time to process direction, relay commands, and activate muscles within those fractions of a second as the ball approached. The ball struck the crossbar. Dome. The hollow thud rattled the entire goal frame. The ball bounced out of bounds. Ray maintained his half-crouched, diving posture, motionless. His hand remained raised. But his expression had changed. His mouth opened slightly, his eyes holding something pure, not anger, not despair. Fear. The ball launched from 35 meters away, spun insignificantly in the air, yet its speed and force were enough to shake the crossbar. This was the second time the crossbar had been struck in the match. At Emirates Stadium, the Arsenal fans fell silent for a fleeting instant. Only a moment, then the boos surged back, but this time mixed with something new: guilt. Arteta's mouth on the sideline twitched open. Then it closed. The assistant coach behind him leaned in to speak, but Arteta waved him off with a single hand. Meanwhile, the four men in the cage, Saliba, Kivior, Rice, Gabriel, shared the same emotion in their eyes at that exact moment. Not regret over failing to contain him, but despair that even standing a meter in front of him could not stop that shot. That despair was worse than conceding a goal for a goal, was merely an outcome, while despair was the process itself. The next 15 minutes turned Emirates Stadium into Ronaldo's private shooting range. The 73rd minute Bellingham intercepted at midfield laid the ball sideways. Ronaldo received it 30 meters out. Saliba and Rice lunged simultaneously, their speed slower than 5 minutes earlier. Ronaldo controlled the ball, turned, and struck, all in one fluid motion. Bang! The ball skimmed past the outside of the goalpost and out of bounds. Ray this time dived. His fingertips grazed the ball, but lacked the power to alter its trajectory. He merely touched it, then watched it fly away. The 76th minute Modric lofted a pass from the center circle, the ball arcing over Rice's head and landing on Ronaldo's chest. Kivior pressed in attempting to crowd him with his body. As Ronaldo cushioned the ball with his chest, he shoved his shoulder outward, sending Kivior stumbling back half a step. His right foot struck the ball midair. This time it went high, clearing the crossbar by a yard. Yet Ray instinctively retreated 2 steps. A goalkeeper should not retreat when facing a long shot. Hold your position, close the angle, and wait for the ball to arrive before deciding direction. This is the first lesson in every goalkeeper's textbook. But Ray retreated because he was afraid. He feared the ball would strike the crossbar again. He feared that thud. The 79th minute, another long shot. The 82nd minute, long shot. The 84th minute, long shot. Each strike thunderous. Each shot within 2 meters of the goal. No goal. No goal. Yet Arsenal's defense had been unraveling since that shot at the 70th minute. Every time Ronaldo received the ball, whether in midfield, halfway line, or anywhere, he drew the full attention of the defense. Arsenal defenders' center of gravity would uncontrollably lunge toward him in an instant. It was an instinctive reaction. No brain command needed. Their bodies simply ran toward Ronaldo. Because if they didn't, it would be too late. Any rational defender could not ignore a shot from 35 meters that could shatter the crossbar. But the problem was when all 5 defenders rushed in the same direction. The rest of the field lay open. Finally, the English commentator noticed. He set down his notes, staring at the tactical overview on the screen, brow furrowed. What's he doing? His long shots all missed, yet every time Arsenal's defensive formation was stretched out of shape by him. This wasn't about attempting to score. It was more like venting. He didn't finish the sentence. Because he wasn't entirely certain. A 39-year-old forward unleashing 7 or 8 long shots in succession, none going in. Was this the feeble struggle of a fading legend, or something else entirely? The answer would come in 3 minutes. The 88th minute, Ronaldo received a back pass from Modric in midfield. This time he didn't stop. He dribbled, and he headed toward the area with the most defenders. Rice stood directly in front. Saliba encroached from the left. Kivior converged from the right. Gabriel covered from behind. Even Odegaard drifted back. 5 men. 5-way encirclement. Ronaldo dribbled deeper into the crowd, deliberately moving toward the pocket. Everyone expected a shot. The 80,000 fans in the stands. The commentators. Even Arteta on the sideline. The reflexes built from those previous 7 or 8 long shots were too strong. Ronaldo would shoot as soon as he received the ball. This equation had been repeated too many times in the past 15 minutes. It had been etched into the muscle memory of every Arsenal player on the pitch. At the same instant, the defensive focus of all 5 men surged forward. The noose tightened. 3 meters. 2.5 meters. 2 meters. In the final fraction of a second before the 5 bodies collided, Ronaldo's right foot did not lift high. It skimmed the turf and flicked outward. Outside of the foot. Extremely light. Extremely deft. So delicate it seemed utterly unlike the violent long shots that had come before. The ball slipped through the less than 40-centimeter gap between Rice and Kivior. Their legs nearly closed together as the ball passed. But it was too late. They were off by that fraction of a second. The ball escaped, skimming the turf, heading left. To the left, a vast open space completely undefended. The truth behind those earlier long shots was finally revealed. The long shots were fake. Every thunderous strike, every shot that rattled the crossbar and post was not intended to score. They were decoys. The most expensive, most violent, most impossible to ignore decoys. Their sole purpose was to make every Arsenal defender instinctively, uncontrollably rush toward Ronaldo whenever he received the ball. Then, at the moment everyone lunged forward with a surgeon's precision, he delivered the ball to the empty space. That was the true killing move. Throughout the entire sequence there was only one killing move. When Mbappé received the ball, the world before him suddenly opened up. On the left flank corridor for a depth of 30 meters, there was no trace of a red and white jersey in sight. Saliba from behind tried to chase. He took a step, but his left calf muscle instantly contracted into a hard knot. He suffered a cramp at a critical moment. Cristiano Ronaldo at 39 had been running across the field for 88 minutes, exhausting all his energy in this instant. Saliba let out a cry and collapsed onto the grass, clutching his calf and rolling on the ground in agony. Reece turned to cover the position. He ran 2 steps, but his legs suddenly gave way. It wasn't a matter of being slow, they simply became weak, his knees bending until he dropped to his knees on the turf. He looked down at his legs wearing an expression of disbelief. These limbs were no longer obeying him. Endured for the whole match by Ronaldo's relentless off-the-ball movement and 15 minutes of intense pressure, Arsenal's stamina had been completely drained. Now before Mbappe lay a clear highway to the goal. He kicked off. When Mbappe runs at top speed, very few things in this world can compare. At the moment the ball reached Mbappe's feet, the left-back Zinchenko was about 12 meters away. 3 seconds later the distance had grown to 25 meters. Zinchenko had no thought of chasing. Not because he didn't want to, but because almost no one on earth could keep up with Mbappe once he had fully accelerated. Mbappe surged forward with the ball covering half the field's length. There was no one behind him, only one goalkeeper ahead of him. Raya came out of the goal. It was all he could do. He stretched his body sideways, trying to block the angle, arms wide open. Mbappe did not slow down. With his final step, he gently pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot toward the far corner. Lightly, almost carelessly, but the angle was incredibly precise. Raya had guessed the direction correctly. He launched himself forward, his fingertips brushing the surface of the ball. He touched it, but only barely. The ball slid past the tips of his fingers, striking the inside of the far post. Thud. That same sound once again. The ball bounced on the goal line, rolled halfway around. Then lazily, as if teasing the entire Emirates Stadium, it rolled into the net. Quiet. The Emirates Stadium fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 80,000 people in silence carried more power than 80,000 boos. Then the away stand erupted. Thousands of figures in white jerseys leaped from their seats, cries, roars, and sobs merging into a wave of sound that vibrated the entire corner. Real Madrid away 1-0. The 88th minute. The winning goal. Mbappe's first action after scoring. He did not slide on his knees. He did not take off his shirt. He did not run to the corner flag. He turned around, 180 degrees, facing midfield. Then he began to run. He ran half the field's length. He passed Saliba, still on the ground clutching his calf. He passed Reece, kneeling on the turf. He passed the main referee, still dazed. He ran all the way to the center circle like a goal that had been blown away. Ronaldo stood there. Beside him stood Kivier and Gabriel, their expressions blank, hollowed out, emptied. Mbappe ran up to Ronaldo. He stopped. Then he performed a move. He jumped with both feet, twisted his body in midair, and spread his arms wide to the sides. Mbappe performed Ronaldo's signature celebration. Thousands in the away stand shouted along with him, the syllable echoing over the Emirates Stadium. After landing, Mbappe turned around. He raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Ronaldo. Not at Ronaldo, but at everyone. The broadcast camera zoomed in, capturing the movement of Mbappe's lips. Lip readers made out those 4 words: "This goal is his." Ronaldo stood at the center circle. He looked at the panting Frenchman before him. He did not smile, did not embrace, did not make any exaggerated gesture. He merely nodded slightly, lightly, faintly. This was merely part of the plan. The final whistle blew. The score remained 1-0. Arsenal's players collapsed one after another onto the grass. Saliba was still on the sideline receiving treatment, his calf wrapped in an ice pack. Reece lay on the midfield, his face buried in the grass, his shoulder blades heaving violently. Kivier lay on his back, arms spread, motionless. Gabriel sat on the edge of the penalty area, hands on the ground, head bowed, panting heavily. His eyes remained fixed on a single stone on the grass, lost in thought. Perhaps he was thinking about what Arteta had said in the locker room. Perhaps he was thinking about his own suggestion to abandon the plan to slay the god. Perhaps he was thinking of nothing at all. Too exhausted. When the body is utterly fatigued, the brain automatically shuts down, leaving only the respiratory system working. Approximately 75,000 people at the Emirates were doing the same thing. Silence. Not silence after anger. It was the silence of being chased for 90 minutes, pressed for 90 minutes, surrounded with desperate effort for 90 minutes, and still unable to hold back anything. Arteta rose from the technical area. His face showed no anger, no regret, even no bitterness. Only gray, a gray that had drained all the blood from within. He did not walk toward the referee. He did not walk toward the players. He did not walk toward Ancelotti. Without a word, hands in his coat pockets, he walked straight into the player tunnel. As his back disappeared into the shadow of the entrance, the sideline camera followed him. But the frame captured only a receding, slightly hunched silhouette. This did not resemble a head coach who had just lost a match. It more resembled someone who had just been sentenced to something. And at the other end of that tunnel, Ancelotti entered the stadium. The old man wore his ever-unbuttoned dark suit jacket, arms outstretched, wearing a smile that was quintessentially Italian, tinged with cunning. He first hugged Modric. The two patted each other's backs without speaking. 39 versus 66, some things need not be said. Then he hugged Bellingham, Vini Jr., Carvajal. He patted each of them twice on the back. When he reached Mbappe, Ancelotti held the Frenchman's face in both hands, leaned in, and said something. Mbappe paused, then smiled. Finally, Ancelotti walked to the center circle. Ronaldo was still standing. Only he remained standing. Ancelotti did not embrace him. The two stood at the center circle a step apart. Ancelotti looked at him for a few seconds, then raised his right eyebrow. Ronaldo gave a barely perceptible nod. Then Ancelotti turned and walked away. Not a single word throughout. And 4 hours later, after the match, the internet erupted. It wasn't the slow kind of build-up. It was the kind that explodes simultaneously from every corner of the world the moment the plane lands and the phone reconnects to the network. The spark was a single image. A screenshot of the official UEFA post-match data panel. A simple white background table with black text stripped of all complexity. Following Cristiano Ronaldo's name was a string of numbers. Goals 0. Assists 0. Dribbles 0. Shots on target 0. Key passes 0. Post-match rating 5.8. The lowest on the team. Another label noted excessive reckless shooting. This image was first captured and published by British media within 10 minutes after the match ended. The headline was in bold size 6 font. The invisible man Cristiano Ronaldo completely vanished in the Champions League away match. 0 contribution, 0 threat, last on the team. The words were like dropping a lit match into a barrel of gasoline. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Reddit, Weibo. Every corner of the globe where football was discussed began simultaneously producing the same type of content. Mockery. Overwhelming, inescapable, endlessly inventive mockery. At 39, and still showing up to embarrass yourself? Isn't the nursing home taking you now? 0 shots on target. Even my grandmother could manage 1 shot on target. Mbappe carried the whole team by himself, while Cristiano Ronaldo stood at the center circle admiring the scenery. What's the point of staying on this team? 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 dribbles, last in rating. What exactly did this old friend do on the field? Real Madrid won because of Mbappe. Cristiano Ronaldo's only achievement was not being substituted out. Recommend retiring immediately. Don't tarnish the last bit of your reputation. The hashtag Cristiano Ronaldo is done topped the global trending list on Twitter within 2 hours after the match. 4 billion views. The ratio of mockery and insults in the comment section was 92 to 8. 8 were Real Madrid fans attempting to explain Ronaldo's off-ball movement and tactical distraction. 92 were global mockery. The next morning in Madrid, the Real Madrid club headquarters 6th floor conference room. The curtains were half drawn, only a narrow slit of sunlight from outside cut across the long table. 7 people sat on either side of the table. Florentino Perez was absent, but all the other top executives were present. The club vice chairman sat in the main seat wearing a steel gray suit with silver cufflinks. To his left sat the sporting director. To his right sat the head of the business department. Further down were the head of public relations and the youth academy director. At the farthest end of the table, the least conspicuous position, sat Carlo Ancelotti. In front of him lay an untouched espresso, his jacket draped over the back of the chair, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms. He had just arrived from London to Madrid after a 3-hour flight, heading straight to the headquarters without even returning home. The meeting room was quiet, the hum of the air conditioning distinctly audible. The vice chairman spoke without preamble. Fortunately, we won 1-0. The tone of those words didn't sound like someone celebrating a victory. More like relief. Then he reached forward and picked up a stack of A4 papers. Thud. The papers slammed onto the table. All printed news screenshots. The front page of BBC Sport, the special feature on Sky Sports, the Athletics in-depth analysis, the reprint from Marca, and the commentary from Sport. And also the official UEFA data panel. Cristiano Ronaldo's name had been circled in fluorescent marker. 0. The vice chairman said, tapping his finger on the panel, reading each digit one by one. 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 dribbles, 0 shots on target, the lowest score on the team. He looked up at Ancelotti. We let a 39-year-old player play the entire match, and the result was 5 zeros. Ancelotti took a sip of his coffee. He didn't respond. The business director picked up the conversation. The impact on public opinion has already manifested. He opened his tablet. Within 12 hours after the match, the total views of negative topics involving Cristiano Ronaldo and Real Madrid exceeded 60 billion. Brand partners, Emirates and Adidas regional managers, both sent emails last night. The tone was polite, but the message was clear: they are concerned about the direction of the team's image. Concern. Ancelotti repeated the word. The vice chairman tapped his fingers twice on the table. Mr. Ancelotti, let me be direct. His voice was low, but the meeting room's soundproofing was excellent. Every word was crystal clear. The higher-ups' decision is to revoke Cristiano Ronaldo's unrestricted shooting rights. Starting from the next match, he will be removed from the starting lineup. Let Mbappe and Vinicius form the frontline partnership, with Cristiano Ronaldo used as a substitute and rotational player. After these words were spoken, no one at the table said anything. The sporting director looked down at his phone, the youth academy director took a drink of water, and the head of public relations slowly flipped through the documents in his hand. They didn't need to express an opinion, because what the person in the main seat said represented everyone's view, or perhaps someone who wasn't even present. Ancelotti set his coffee cup down. The sound of the cup's base tapping the table was soft, but in the quiet meeting room it rang out clearly. He didn't stand up. He reached into his briefcase beside the chair and pulled out a document. Printed on A3 size glossy paper, the colors were vivid. Ancelotti reached out and pushed the document across the table. The paper slid smoothly across the glossy surface, stopping in front of the vice chairman. Thud. Ancelotti gave one final slap to the surface of the paper. Look at this. The vice chairman looked down. It was a heat map of player movements. Not the simplified version the UEFA publicly released to media and fans, but an advanced version exported from the coaching staff's back-end system. Detailed down to every minute, every sprint, every change of pace and direction. All annotated. Cristiano Ronaldo's name was at the top. The first line of data: total distance covered in the match, 12.8 kilometers. The vice chairman's eyelid twitched slightly. Ancelotti pushed a second sheet of paper forward. This one was a defensive attention distribution chart. Complex lines and color blocks intertwined with percentages marked at the corners. Look at the number in the bottom right corner, Ancelotti said. The vice chairman followed his finger. Arsenal allocated 73% of their defensive attention to Cristiano Ronaldo. More than 70% of Arsenal's defensive resources during the entire match were focused on him. 70%. 4 men guarding 1. Sometimes 5. The third sheet, sprint frequency ranking. All participating players were sorted by the number of high-intensity sprints per minute. First place, Cristiano Ronaldo. At 39 years old, he had the highest sprint frequency among all 22 players on the field. The vice chairman stared at the 3 sheets for a long time. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear the distant sound of a car horn outside. The sporting director put his phone down. The business director's tablet screen went dark. The youth academy director held his water bottle at his lips, unable to drink for a long while. Ancelotti leaned back in his chair. You're looking at the data panel the UEFA provided to fans and journalists. Goals, assists, dribbles. All of that. His voice was calm and steady. But that panel is for laymen. But you all are experts. The power of this statement was immense. Because the phrase outsider in a meeting room filled with club executives was equivalent to hitting someone in the face directly. The vice chairman's mouth twitched slightly. Ancelotti left him no chance to refute. Cristiano Ronaldo ran 12.8 kilometers at Emirates Stadium. At 39 years old, 12.8 kilometers. He sprinted to first place alone, absorbing 70% of Arsenal's defensive resources. Look back at Mbappe's goal. There wasn't a single Arsenal player within 30 meters of him. Why not? Ancelotti raised one finger. Because Arsenal deployed their 4 best defenders to guard Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo didn't score a goal, nor did he assist. But from the first minute to the last minute of the entire match. All tactical setups, all spatial manipulations, all the conditions that allowed Mbappe to face the goalkeeper one-on-one in open space. All created by Cristiano Ronaldo. Ancelotti leaned forward and delivered his final words. You call this invisibility? The meeting room fell silent again. This silence was different from before. It was the quiet of a superior conducting an interrogation. Now it was the silence of someone having been slapped awake. The vice chairman's fingers paused on the table for a few seconds before slowly retracting. He no longer mentioned revoking shooting rights or removing him from the starting lineup. But he didn't say you're right either. People like him wouldn't say such things. Their dictionary doesn't contain the phrase, I was wrong. After about 10 seconds of silence, the vice chairman spoke. His voice returned to its usual emotionless businesslike tone. I've seen the data. But the pressure from public opinion is objectively real, and the concerns of brand partners are factual. He pushed the 3 pages of high-level data to one side. How about this? In the next league match, arrange your troops however you think is right. We won't interfere. Ancelotti raised an eyelid. He knew there was a twist coming. But you must win by at least 3 goals. The vice chairman looked Ancelotti in the eye. If you fail to achieve that, the coaching team's complete autonomy and tactical arrangements will be returned to management. That means we decide who plays and who doesn't. After these words were spoken, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Everyone present understood the meaning behind them. This wasn't a KPI assessment. It was a noose requiring a 3-goal victory. In La Liga, given Real Madrid's current squad configuration and fixture schedule, demanding a 3-goal win in a single match. The target wasn't difficult. It was deliberately chosen. It appeared reasonable, but was extremely difficult to achieve in practice. If completed, no one would praise you. If not completed, the coaching team's authority would be reclaimed. Ancelotti looked at the vice chairman's face. The old man suddenly smiled. Not a mocking smile, nor an angry one. It was the expression of someone who had seen everything. He didn't argue. He didn't bargain. He didn't even mention who the next opponent would be. Because he didn't want to haggle with these people. He reached over his chair, grabbed his suit jacket, and draped it over his arm. Half a cup of coffee remained in his cup after standing up. Ancelotti walked toward the meeting room door. He turned the doorknob without looking back. Bang! He slammed the door. The sound echoed down the hallway for several seconds. The few people in the meeting room exchanged glances. The vice chairman looked down at the 3 high-level data sheets pushed aside, gently rubbing his fingers over them. Then he neatly stacked them and placed them into his folder. After completing this action, he said to the person beside him, "Next match against Real Betis won't be easy." The sports director nodded. Real Betis. This team ranks mid to upper this season with an excellent home record. But before the winter transfer window closed, Betis signed a player from Manchester United. A player once valued at €100 million, once called Brazil's next Neymar, then completely ruined his reputation. Antony, nicknamed Compass, or God of the Circle. He has a world-renowned signature move bordering on performance art. After receiving the ball, he spins 360 degrees in place. Sometimes one turn, sometimes two turns. Sometimes he starts spinning without even touching the ball. During his time at Manchester United, this move made him one of the most mocked players globally. Fans called him a genius. Haters called him a clown. But he believed he was an artist. Sevilla Betis training base. 10 o'clock in the morning. Coach Pellegrini sat in the tactical analysis room. The air conditioner was on, yet the old man wore a thin sweater. On the screen before him, footage of Real Madrid versus Arsenal played in a loop. The playback speed was set to 0.5x. Every detail was slowly dissected by his eyes. Cristiano Ronaldo's midfield retreat route was marked in red. Modric's passing trigger points were marked in blue. The 20-second spatial positioning changes before Mbappé received the ball were marked in yellow. Lines of three colors intertwined into an intricate mesh. Pellegrini tapped the keyboard twice, pausing the frame where Cristiano Ronaldo passed with his heel. He stared at it for about 10 seconds. Then he minimized that frame and dragged it to the bottom right corner of the screen. He opened a new window beside it. It showed match highlights from Cristiano Ronaldo's time at Manchester United 15 years ago. 24-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo was fast, versatile, and full of tricks. Pellegrini compared the two displays for a while. Then he took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "It's different," he muttered softly. "Completely different." 24-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo was sharp and aggressive, tearing defenses apart with speed and technique. 39-year-old Cristiano Ronaldo was calm and experienced, invisible in action, yet anticipating every move of his opponents. Pellegrini put his glasses back on. "Interesting." He turned off the video, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside on the training ground, Betis players were engaged in group drills. A section of the field was cordoned off separately. A poster hung on the fence, a magnified photo of Cristiano Ronaldo celebrating a goal from some match. Standing beneath the poster was Antony. He was practicing shooting, but not ordinary shooting. He began dribbling from 30 meters out, stopping at the edge of the penalty arc. Then he started spinning. His feet planted on the ball, his body rotated in place. One turn, two turns. At the moment the second turn ended, he suddenly kicked, his right foot striking the ball with the instep. The ball traced a beautiful curve, flying straight into the corner of the net. There was no goalkeeper on the training goal. The ball hit the mesh with a swish. Antony retracted his right foot. He didn't retrieve the ball. His gaze lifted, rising above the goalpost to land on the poster of Cristiano Ronaldo on the fence. He stared at that face for 3 seconds. Then his lips curled slightly. That smile contained no reverence. Only something young, bold, and utterly unaware of its own limitations. Provocation. He turned and walked back to the starting point, stepped on the ball again, and began spinning once more. 3 days before the match, the Real Madrid training base in Madrid. Sunlight flooded the entire Valdebebas training center, the air thick with the scent of freshly cut grass. But beyond the walls, the world was still ablaze. That official UEFA data panel was still spreading like wildfire across the internet. 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 dribbles, 0 shots on target, the lowest rating on the team. The media, the fans, the haters smelled blood. They swarmed around Cristiano Ronaldo, tearing at the bone, the topic's readership already exceeding 3 billion. Yet within these walls, not a single word of those sounds could penetrate. Ancelotti had given a strict order 3 days ago: cut the internet at the training base, only internal footage on the locker room TV, and anyone whose phone lit up during training would run 10 laps. Right now on pitch 1, the entire team was engaged in the highest intensity offensive and defensive drill. 11 versus 11, full speed, full power, holding nothing back. Vinicius Jr. took the ball, feinted continuously down the left flank, then suddenly cut inside, and played a diagonal pass. The ball wasn't heading for the box. It was heading for the top of the center circle to the number 7 with his back to goal. Cristiano Ronaldo controlled the ball with his back to goal. He cushioned it with his chest, the ball obediently dropping at his feet. Pizzella, temporarily assigned to the opposing side in the training match, immediately closed him down from behind. Ronaldo didn't turn. He backheeled the ball with his left foot, threading it through his opponent's legs. At that same second, Kylian Mbappé sprinted full speed in from the right flank. This run wasn't from the coach's playbook. It was Mbappé's own instinct. The moment he saw Ronaldo get the ball, he knew where it would go. No secret signals needed, no prior communication. Not even a glance was required. The ball arrived, Mbappé received it, drove forward at full speed, and struck the goal from the right side of the box. It was a perfect finish. There were no cheers for the training goal. As Mbappé slowed down, passing Ronaldo, he extended his right fist and bumped it against Ronaldo's. No one on the training ground discussed those 5 zeros from the data. No one consoled Ronaldo, no one defended him, no one even brought up the previous match. It wasn't callousness. It was because everyone on this pitch who had played those 90 minutes had personally witnessed Ronaldo after running 12.8 kilometers, standing in the center circle barely out of breath. They didn't need a data panel to tell them who the true architect of that victory was. During another attacking sequence, Jude Bellingham received the ball and distributed it wide, habitually glancing towards the center. Ronaldo had already made his run. Not a drop back to receive, but a forward surge. He drove straight into the box. Bellingham hesitated for half a second. In the last match, Ronaldo's style was to drop deep and pull defenders, acting as the team's invisible tactical core. In this training session, he had changed his approach. But Bellingham didn't hesitate. He played the pass. Ronaldo received the ball with his back to goal in the box, turned and shot. A fluid, seamless motion, and the ball was in the net again. Luka Modric jogged over from midfield and patted Bellingham on the back of the head. "Don't overthink it," the 39-year-old Croatian said. "Wherever he wants to play, that's where you pass it." Bellingham opened his mouth, then finally nodded with a smile. During the break, the players gradually filed back to the locker room for water. The only exception Ancelotti allowed was on the big screen in the locker room. A recording of Batti's pre-match press conference. On screen, Manuel Pellegrini sat behind the long press table, wearing a dark blue thin sweater. The veteran manager's silver hair was impeccably combed, his speaking pace slower than the air conditioning. But every sentence carried a barb. "I have studied Real Madrid's match footage against Arsenal." Pellegrini gave a slight smile. "Mr. Ronaldo's tactical value is indeed underestimated by many. Mikel Arteta made a fatal mistake. He stacked all his resources in the wrong direction." A reporter pressed, "And how will you respond?" Pellegrini's smile didn't waver. "I will not repeat his mistake." Few words, but the meaning was clear. "I see through you." A few players in the locker room glanced up at the screen, then lowered their heads to continue drinking. Then the image cut away. The next person to appear on screen instantly changed the atmosphere in the locker room. Antony, the Brazilian who transferred from Manchester United to Betis. 24 years old, meticulously styled dreadlocks, a diamond stud in his left ear. He sat back in the press conference chair, leaning comfortably. His first move was to run a hand through his hair for the camera. Then he spoke. "Cristiano Ronaldo." Antony let out a laugh, carrying that youthful, reckless arrogance. "I respect what he has achieved. But now come on, please." He spread his hands. "He's 39. His stats are all zeros, carried entirely by his marketing team. This is La Liga, not the Saudi Pro League. My pace will teach him a lesson." The locker room was silent for a second. Vinicius Jr. was the first to laugh out loud. Not a bitter laugh, but the kind that said this guy really has no idea what he's talking about. Kylian Mbappe leaned against his locker, a faint smirk on his lips, saying nothing. Luka Modric slowly screwed the cap back on his water bottle, without even looking up. This young man. His tone held no anger, not even sarcasm. Only a faint, almost transparent indifference born from seeing this kind of thing too many times. Cristiano Ronaldo sat in the corner, using a massage gun on his thigh muscles. From start to finish, he didn't glance at the screen once. The training session ended. At 4:17 p.m., the players gradually left the training ground and headed for the parking lot. The light was dim in the player tunnel, one of the fluorescent lights overhead flickering with a low buzz. As Ronaldo reached the middle of the tunnel, a voice came from the shadows. Carlo Ancelotti was leaning against the wall, holding an unopened bottle of water. Clearly the old man was waiting specifically for him. He handed the water over. Ronaldo took it, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Ancelotti didn't exchange pleasantries. Arsenal's tactic, using it once is a masterstroke, using it twice is a bit of a joke. Ronaldo didn't reply, just listened quietly, taking another gulp of water. Pellegrini is a wily old fox. Ancelotti's voice was low, unusually clear in the empty tunnel. He won't be led around by the nose like Arteta. If you try to drop deep and act as a playmaker from the center circle, he won't fall for it. Ronaldo lowered the bottle from his lips. "I know." Ancelotti looked into his eyes, and then the old man smiled. It wasn't a professional smile. It was a grin laced with a uniquely Italian cunning and indulgence, the kind an old hunter wears when he sees the hound's ears perk up. "Get back into the box. Get back to where you belong. Stop playing these invisible tactics. Take the ball, dribble, shoot, and score." In the simplest, most direct, most violent way, he reached out and patted Ronaldo on the shoulder. "You shouldn't have forgotten what I said. After you score, I want to see you do that celebration. The whole world is mocking your stats, so shut their mouths with goals." Ancelotti withdrew his hand from Ronaldo's shoulder. "Long-range shots are a luxury. The box is your battlefield. There aren't that many 35-meter missiles in the world that can save a team, but every touch in the box." He raised a finger. "Could be the match winner." Ronaldo didn't nod. He saw the change in Ancelotti's eyes. It was a subtle shift. Having lurked in the shadows for too long, he had finally heard the hunter say go. His pupils contracted, just for an instant. But Ancelotti saw it clearly. He had been in the industry for 40 years, seen the eyes of countless players. Beckenbauer's eyes were calm. Zidane's were elegant. Maldini's eyes were resolute. But Ronaldo's eyes, at certain specific moments, were bloodthirsty, a pure extreme bloodlust. Unmixed with anger, resentment, or the desire to prove himself. Only the will to kill. Ronaldo finished the last sip of water from the bottle. He crushed the bottle in his hand and tossed it precisely into a trash can 3 meters away. He gave Ancelotti a slight nod, then turned and walked into the light at the end of the tunnel. Ancelotti leaned against the wall watching the figure disappear. The old man pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was the latest message from the vice president. Remind Mr. Ancelotti win by 3 goals. Ancelotti stared for a few seconds. Then he put the phone back in his pocket. Late that night, Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo's private residence. The living room lights were off. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights of Madrid stretched into a sea of illumination. Cristiano Ronaldo stood before the window, his bare torso, every line of muscle etched with stark clarity in the faint light. A 39-year-old body. Yet the fullness and resilience of those muscle fibers, the reserve of strength, surpassed that of most professional athletes at 25. This was the result of the system's conversion of taunt value. The world's malice had become fuel within him. Then a prompt echoed in his mind. System notification: the temporary skill Eagle Eye has expired. The skill has been uninstalled. The sensation was peculiar, like someone removing an invisible pair of glasses from before his eyes. When Eagle Eye was active, he could scan the entire field at any moment, pinpointing every defensive flaw down to the centimeter. Every shift in an opponent's center of gravity, every time window for a passing lane, every space about to emerge. All presented on his retina with a clarity akin to a god's perspective. Now it was all gone. The tide receding slowly from the shore, leaving only damp traces which then dried up and vanished with the wind. Cristiano Ronaldo closed his eyes and opened them again. Madrid beyond the window was still Madrid. The lights were still those lights. But the way he perceived the world had changed from this moment onward. No more omniscient vision, no more centimeter-precise defensive analysis. No more assurance of a lethal through ball like a surgeon's scalpel. He was now just a 39-year-old striker with the peak physical condition of a 25-year-old. Just that. The corner of Cristiano Ronaldo's mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile, it was something sharper than a smile. Losing the cheat code meant he wouldn't use it, since he could no longer be the specter in the dark, the chess master maneuvering the entire board. Then he would return to the most primal place. The penalty area. That 16 by 40 meter zone. The bloodiest, most brutal, most ruthless battlefield in the world of football. There no god's perspective was needed. No centimeter-precise calculations. Only 4 things were required. Speed, strength, judgment, and killer instinct. Cristiano Ronaldo lacked none of these 4, and each tempered repeatedly by the system's taunt value had been honed to the edge of human limits. Cristiano Ronaldo raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The muscles of his forearm bulged, veins faintly visible. He felt no anxiety, no unease. There was even a secret thrill. It had been too long. Too long since he had torn opponents apart in the box amidst the close quarters, grappling with defenders before the goalkeeper's block, using the purest defensive instinct. In the match against Arsenal, he was the decoy, the chess player, the invisible tactical hub. Was it brilliant? Certainly. But it wasn't satisfying. He was not in essence a playmaker. He was a killer. A killer who stood in the penalty area waiting for the ball to fly to him, and then used every means to send it into the net. Cristiano Ronaldo unclenched his fist, turned, and walked toward the bedroom. As he passed the coffee table, his phone screen lit up. A push notification. Antony pre-match interview. A 39-year-old marketing guru, La Liga, will teach him a lesson. Cristiano Ronaldo glanced down. Then he continued walking, without stopping, without anger, without superfluous emotion. He would silently note the direction from which the sound came. 3 days later. Estadio Benito Villamar in Seville. 2 in the afternoon. 2 hours before kickoff. The plaza outside the stadium had become a boiling volcano. Over 50,000 Betis fans clogged the entire street. Green and white scarves waved in the air, the sound of drums thumping so hard it made one's chest feel tight. Real Madrid's bus slowly approached from the end of the street. It was practically forcing its way through a human wall. The crowd surged on both sides, fists pounding the windows. Thump, 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 as dense as drumbeats. The bus windows were plastered with things. Not banners, but printed screenshots of data panels. The official UEFA sheet, white background, black text. Goals 0. Assists 0. Dribbles 0. Shots on target 0. Each one enlarged to A3 size. Someone had added a line in red marker. This is your savior. Inside the bus, the players' expressions varied. Camavinga turned his headphone volume to maximum. Bellingham leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Vinicius Jr. leaned against the window, looking out, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Growing up in the favela, this kind of scene wasn't intimidation to him, it was fuel. Mbappe sat next to Cristiano Ronaldo. He turned his head to look at the frenzied faces and data screenshots outside the window, then turned to look at Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo had his eyes closed, his breathing so steady he seemed asleep. But Mbappe noticed a detail. Cristiano Ronaldo's right hand rested on the armrest, his index finger tapping the leather surface at an extremely slow rhythm. Once, twice, 3 times. The intervals between each tap were almost identical. It wasn't nervousness. It was counting the beat. Mbappe looked away, leaning back into his seat. He suddenly felt that compared to the crazed fans outside the window, The man beside him, eyes closed counting the beat, was the most dangerous presence on this bus. 3:15 p.m. The player tunnel. Players from both teams lined up waiting to enter the pitch. Cristiano Ronaldo led the Real Madrid formation. As his figure appeared at the tunnels and just about to step onto the field, the Estadio Benito Villamarin seemed to have a switch flipped. Boos, a tsunami of boos. The sound waves from 60,000 people invisible to the naked eye, but Cristiano Ronaldo could feel them hitting his face. Like wind, like waves. He walked out of the tunnel and stepped onto the grass. Looking up at the most prominent spot on the stands right in the center of the south end where the hardcore fans sat, a giant banner, slowly unfurled. 20 meters wide, 10 meters tall. In the center of the image, Antony was depicted as a deity from Greek mythology. He was airborne body spinning his signature roulette move adorned with a halo. And beneath Antony's feet, an old man in a wheelchair. Gray-haired, skin sagging, wearing Real Madrid's number 7 jersey with CR7 printed on the chest. His face was painted with exaggerated wrinkles and age spots. That was Cristiano Ronaldo, depicted as a decrepit old man, depicted as a stepping stone beneath Antony's feet. The moment the banner unfurled, 60,000 people in the stadium erupted in the season's most frenzied mockery. Old man in a wheelchair rolled back to the nursing home. Antony, spin him, spin him, spin him. Wave after wave of sound. Cristiano Ronaldo stood in the center of the field. He looked up at the banner. He looked for a few seconds, then lowered his head. Deep in his mind, the numbers on the system panel began to skyrocket. Taunt value, 12 million. 19 million. 26 million. The malice of 60,000 people combined with the real-time barrage of mockery from global livestream viewers turned into an invisible storm furiously pouring into the system. Every mocking syllable, every insulting word, every malicious glare was being precisely converted by the system into a reserve of power within Cristiano Ronaldo's body. His muscle fibers underwent fine-tuning at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Reaction speed increased. Explosive power increased. Core stability increased. They didn't know. They would never know. Every ounce of malice they poured out was feeding the monster they feared the most. Cristiano Ronaldo walked toward the center circle, head bowed. The corner of his mouth curved almost imperceptibly. 15 minutes before the match, the starting lineups for both teams were announced. As Real Madrid's formation appeared on the large screen, the analyst at the commentary desk paused for a moment. A 4-3-3 pure attacking formation. Cristiano Ronaldo returned to the center-forward position, this time not playing the withdrawn playmaker role he had against Arsenal last week. He is the most traditional and top-class number 9. Mbappe on the left wing, Vinicius Jr. on the right wing, both stretching out like wings. Modric, Bellingham, and Camavinga in midfield, a Rudiger anchoring the center of defense. This formation, the commentator swallowed hard. Ancelotti is clearly going for an all-out counterattack. Betis' starting lineup was equally transparent, Antonio occupying the right wing forward position. Isco returned to the attacking midfield role to link up play. Iglesias led the front line. Together, the two teams' starting 11s included 7 pure offensive players. This wasn't a match. It was 2 high-speed trains hurtling toward each other. In the VIP box, Real Madrid's vice-chairman sat on a leather armchair. Dressed in a charcoal gray tailored suit with a perfectly knotted tie, he had a glass of sparkling water beside him. When he saw the starting lineup, he didn't say a word. Instead, he tapped his fingers twice on the armrest, slowly. Then he pulled a folded A4 sheet from his inner pocket. When unfolded, it contained only one sentence: La Liga, Real Madrid versus Real Betis. Must win by 3 or more goals, otherwise tactical authority shifts to management. The vice-chairman refolded the paper and tucked it back into his pocket. He took a sip of his sparkling water and pursed his lips, a clear expression of disdain. To win by 3 goals, in an away fixture, against a team ranked among the top 5 in home form that also relied on offense to secure points. Real Madrid fielding a 39-year-old forward as their spearhead. To him, this mission statement felt indistinguishable from a death warrant. Exactly 3:30 p.m. As the referee blew his whistle, 60,000 fans at the Lopez Arena erupted in cheers for the home side. The match began. Betis showed no caution whatsoever. Barely 2 passes after kickoff, Betis' midfield snapped tight like a coiled spring released. 3 lines surged forward simultaneously in a full-throttle assault. Pellegrini's tactical intent needed no decoding. While Real Madrid was still settling into away footing, he aimed to overwhelm them with relentless aggression. The midfield battle turned brutal, a ground war. Within 90 seconds of kickoff, Camavinga executed 3 successful tackles. Modric was shoved from behind by the opposing defensive midfielder and lost possession. For the first 3 minutes, Real Madrid couldn't even cross half-court. Then came the turning point, the 5th minute. Isco arrived, the man once cheered by tens of thousands at the Bernabeu. Receiving a back pass near the center circle facing Camavinga's direct charge, he didn't pass. Instead, he controlled the ball with his right foot, leaned his body left, and as Camavinga's balance betrayed him, he dragged the ball backward with the sole of his left foot spinning completely around with both himself and the ball. A perfect Maradona turn. Clean textbook execution. Camavinga lunged past empty air, stumbling as he recovered. By the time he turned, Isco was already facing Real Madrid's goal. Without pausing, Isco flicked a lofted, over-the-head pass with the outside of his right foot. The ball arced through the midfield air, soaring past Real Madrid left-back Fran Garcia's head, landing precisely into the open space on the right flank. Antonio, the Brazilian winger, sensed the opportunity instantly. He received the airborne pass mid-sprint. His control was immaculate, one bounce off his foot and total possession secured. Fran Garcia sprinted back from left-back, closing within 2 meters of Antonio. As he received the ball, he positioned himself directly in front to block. But Antonio stopped. He looked straight at Fran Garcia, then planted his left foot firmly pressed down on the ball with his right. Suddenly he spun, a full 360 rotation in place. Like a compass needle, that signature move from his Manchester United days, loved and hated worldwide. Before 60,000 Lopez Arena fans, Antonio spun, with outrageous arrogance, utterly dismissive of his opponent. The stadium erupted. 60,000 voices roared with unrestrained frenzy, not encouragement, but mockery. A sonic slap across the faces of Real Madrid players. Fran Garcia, ignited with fury. Anger moves faster than reason. His body reacted before his mind could process. His right leg stepped forward, weight shifting ahead, but his brain hadn't yet registered Antonio's next move. As the compass spin concluded, Antonio nudged the ball outward with the tip of his right toe. The ball slipped past the outside of Garcia's extended leg. Suddenly, Antonio hit top gear, explosive acceleration, from standstill to full speed in just 2 steps. Garcia's center of gravity was entirely misaligned. He tried to turn, but too late. Antonio raced down the right flank. Before Garcia could recover, before Rudiger could cover from the center. With the inside of his right foot, he delivered a low cross. The ball skimmed the turf, racing swiftly toward the penalty area. Iglesias, the Betis striker, had already begun his run half a second before the ball arrived. He used his backside and hips to shove Rudiger sideways, just half a step. But in the penalty box, half a step meant everything. Right foot, meet the ball, strike, thud. The ball slipped past Courtois' fingertips and into the bottom left corner of the net. It bounced once inside the mesh, rolling slowly toward the goal line. Goal. 4 minutes in. Real Betis, 10, Real Madrid. The Lopez Arena's roar filled the entire stadium like speakers cranked to maximum volume. Antonio charged toward the corner flag. His celebration. Spin again and again. 3 full rotations around the corner flag, each one furious, exaggerated. After spinning, he halted, gasping, raised his right index finger, pointing to the center circle, pointing at Cristiano Ronaldo. He grinned into the cameras, that smile captured by every broadcast lens worldwide. Youthful, unrestrained, provocative grin. VIP box. The vice president of Real Madrid set down his glass of sparkling water with a blank expression. He did not speak, but the tapping frequency of his right fingers on the armrest quickened. From once every 2 seconds to once per second. The downward curve of his lips deepened further. Only one thought occupied his mind. A 3-goal lead. The score is now 0-1. Ancelotti, you need at least 4 goals. 4. Cristiano Ronaldo stands at the center circle. He had witnessed Anthony's celebration firsthand. Seen the finger pointing directly at him. Seen the mocking smile on that young man's face. But he showed no reaction. He was not restraining himself. It was truly unnecessary, because he had long since transcended base interests. He no longer contemplated anything regarding dignity, provocation, or mockery. He thought of only one thing. A goal. In the 12th minute, Betis continued their opening attack, launching another threat down the right flank. Bellingham read the passing lane from deep in his half, launching himself forward to slide cleanly. His studs made precise contact with the bottom of the ball, dispossessing the opposing midfielder. After winning possession, Bellingham immediately flipped to his feet, planted his boot on the ball, and looked up. He sought out Cristiano Ronaldo. In the previous match against Arsenal, Ronaldo would invariably appear near the center circle arc, facing away from goal, with his arms spread, waiting to receive the pass. But this time, the center circle was empty. Ronaldo was not there. Bellingham's vision raced forward across the pitch. And then he saw Ronaldo standing on the Betis penalty line. Not outside the penalty line. On the line. He was engaged in physical combat with 2 men. Pezzola to his left, Baltra to his right. 2 center backs over 1.85 m closing in on Ronaldo from left and right. Pezzola's elbow dug into Ronaldo's lower back. Baltra's forearm pressed down on Ronaldo's shoulder. Both men were using all their strength to shove this 39-year-old man out of the penalty area. Cristiano Ronaldo did not move. His back muscles formed an unyielding wall. Core power radiated from his waist and abdomen to his limbs, his feet planted firmly in the turf, making him immovable. The combined force of the 2 men could not shift him even a centimeter. Then Ronaldo's right arm rose high. His hand, open fingers spread, pointing toward the sky. The meaning of that gesture was understood by every football player in the world. Pass the ball up to me. Bellingham steeled his resolve and hesitated not an instant. Right foot instep. He kicked powerfully forward. An overhead lofted pass. The ball rose, tracing a high arc. It lifted from behind the midfield, cleared the entire midfield area, and began to descend toward the space above the small penalty area. Those 2 seconds the ball spent in flight. The struggle inside the penalty area continued. Ronaldo moved. Amidst the double team of Pezzola and Baltra, he jumped. But it was no ordinary jump. It was an explosive release like a spring pressed to its limit. Pezzola felt Ronaldo's back muscles suddenly contract, then a terrifying force erupted from that body. His elbow was popped open, not flung but snapped back, like hitting a wall that suddenly burst apart. Baltra's hand still gripped Ronaldo's jersey. The jersey tore in his hand, strands hanging long and short. But Ronaldo was already airborne. Baltra's fingers clung to the stretched fabric, his knuckles trembling. Instinctively he jumped himself. At 1.88 meters with all his jumping power. But his fingertips only grazed Ronaldo's knee. It was the knee. Ronaldo's knee reached higher than the peak jump of a 1.88 meters center back. It defied physics. Baltra looked up from midair, gazing at the dark shadow above. He had never seen anyone jump so high. Ronaldo was airborne. His body fully extended. His waist and abdomen folded tight. His neck muscles contracted. The ball fell from the sky. His forehead made precise contact with the lower middle portion of the ball. Then, he smashed it with his head. No finesse. No brushing. No clever change of direction. Pure violent, unreasoning rage. All core power flowed from his waist to his abdomen, up, through his neck, out, through his forehead, and into the ball. The ball's trajectory changed 90 degrees. It crashed down from the sky, toward the goal. Bravo saw the ball on the goal line. His hands reflexively raised. But the ball flew above his fingertips. It was too fast. His hand never touched the ball. The ball struck the turf inside the goal line, bounced, and hit the net. Silence. The Lopezra Stadium fell silent for the second time. 60,000 taunts were abruptly cut off, as if someone had unplugged the entire stadium's power. Cristiano Ronaldo landed. His feet planted firmly on the turf. Pezzola and Baltra lay on either side of him, one kneeling, one sitting. Ronaldo did not look at them. He turned, facing the goal net. He raised his right hand, index finger pointing backward, pointing at the net behind him. He did not shout. His lips moved slightly. Just one sentence. Very short. The lip-reading experts on the broadcast replayed it 7 times after the match before confirming those 4 characters. This is only the beginning. Then he turned and ran toward the sideline. He stopped near the corner flag, his feet planted firmly. Facing the stands. Facing that poster. Facing the poster depicting himself drawn as an elderly man on the verge of death, sitting in a wheelchair. He jumped. The familiar move returned to the world again. He rotated in the air, arms spread wide. So, that sound pierced the silence of 60,000 people spreading from the center of the pitch to the highest tier of the stands. The away stand erupted instantly. Thousands of figures in white jerseys leaped from their seats. They shouted along with him. So, the sound echoed over the Lopezra Stadium. A wild, unreasonable joy that left all mockers speechless. 1-1. 12th minute. The God of War has returned. The match has just begun. CR7's signature through still hovered above the Lopez Stadium. But less than 3 seconds later, a more furious wave of booms surged from all directions, with 60,000 mouths at home spitting saliva simultaneously at his face. Sit back in your wheelchair. A header counts as a goal. When was the last time you scored an open play? Anthony. CR7 walked back from the corner flag to the center, circle his pace neither fast nor slow. The roar of 60,000 people crashed over him, his expression unmoving. It wasn't endurance, it was genuine indifference. Meanwhile, the global live streams exploded. The Spanish commentary feed turned into a sea of green. Just a lucky goal, show you can do it again. 39, and still hacking headers. Aren't you ashamed? Anthony spins around him, showing off his whole performance. The English comments were even more direct. Tappan Merchant strikes again, LMYOO. Bro thinks he's still 25. Anthony owns this fraud. The Chinese section was the most active. The top trending topic, CR7's equalizer header, was just a flicker before extinction. The most liked comment below. Just this. Let Anthony spin around him 3 times, and he can't even block it, scoring a header and acting like this. Global malice converged into streams of data. Deep within CR7's mind, the numbers on the system panel fast-forwarded. Mockery value skyrocketed. 3, 2 million, 5, 8 million, 14 million. Broken, 800 million. Ding. A crisp chime sounded in his mind. System prompt: current accumulated available mockery value has exceeded 800 million. Deduct 500 million mockery value. Temporarily activate the skill Fox in the penalty area. Fox in the penalty area. Gain the penalty area intuition and extreme off-ball movement ability of a legendary striker. Duration until the end of this match. Note, this skill does not enhance physical attributes, only optimizes movement awareness and spatial perception. CR7 steps paused just for a moment. Then he continued walking, his lips twitched slightly. The previous match gave him the eagle-eye God's perspective, scanning the whole field like a chess player. This time directly Fox in the penalty area. In other words, the system was telling him, stop pretending you're a killer, go back to work in the penalty area. CR7 didn't laugh aloud, but the light in his eyes changed. At the moment the skill activated, his way of looking at the Betis backline changed. before he saw a wall Pizzella and Baltralla. 2 over, 185 cm, strong men's shoulders touching knees compactly positioned ready to grapple with him at any moment. Now he saw cracks in the wall. The 1-2 meter gap between Pizzella and Baltralla could be inserted into the 0-4 second delay when Baltralla turned back to look was enough. The flank space left when the right back pulled inward to protect was 6 meters wide. A truck could drive into it. The rhythm of the offside line Batiste backline lifting frequency was once every 7 seconds with a 0.3 second visual blind spot after each lift. These information wasn't calculated. It was instinct, like a hunter seeing half a hoof exposed in the grass. You don't need to think, your body just knows how to move. CR7 took a deep breath, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. The last time he had this intuition of knowing where the goal was with his eyes closed was probably 10 years ago. No, 10 years ago it relied on speed and explosive power. This one is more advanced. The referee's whistle sounded again. The match continued. Batiste didn't pull back. Pellegrini is an old coach. If I score one, I'll return one. The first to give up loses. Antony stood on the right side, hands on his hips. He stared at CR7 walking from the center circle toward his half, his eyes full of defiance. 1-1. Not enough. He wanted to win. He wanted to spin the ball to the bottom in front of CR7, not the ball CR7's face. A young man mocked worldwide as a flower boy at Manchester United, a genius who climbed out of a Brazilian favela. Antony needed this night too badly. He needed a game to become a legend. And his chosen opponent was CR7. This was the bravest decision he made that night. Or perhaps the stupidest. After the kickoff, the pace of attack and counterattack between the two sides was fast like table tennis. Real Madrid launched an attack. Batiste immediately countered. The transition time was almost non-existent. Antony received the ball 3 times in a row on the right side. The first time Fran Garcia learned his lesson, didn't rush forward, stepped back 2 steps to keep distance. Antony feinted with the ball, couldn't find a breakthrough angle pass sideways to Isco. The second time Camavinga came from the middle to defend, forming a 2-on-1 squeeze with Fran Garcia. Antony tried to accelerate and cut inside, but Camavinga squeezed him closely. He lost possession. Antony slapped his thigh. The third time was the harshest. Antony received the ball near the sideline, this time intentionally pushed the ball 1 step further, trying to use speed to shake off Fran Garcia. Fran Garcia didn't chase the ball, his shoulder went straight up. Antony was bumped, stumbled, and the ball rolled out of bounds. Fran Garcia stood still, watching him, expression cold. He didn't speak, but the meaning was clear. Your 360-degree spin doesn't work on me. Antony got up from the ground, bit his lip. He felt it. Real Madrid's defensive intensity was escalating. The chaos of the opening minutes had passed. Their defense was tightening. Real Madrid midfield intercept and counterattack. Modric received the ball and quickly passed to the left. Mbappe received the ball, took 2 steps, looked toward the middle. In the penalty area, Pizzella and Baltralla stood shoulder to shoulder. They were waiting for CR7, ready to crouch their waist, lower their center of gravity, even with arms slightly spread. How did CR7 score the last goal? Forceful jump, bounced the 2 off, then head the ball in. They lost once in physical confrontation. They wouldn't lose a second time. Baltralla cheered himself up in his heart, this time, no matter what, stick to him to the death, embrace, even if necessary. Mbappe passed sideways to the middle to Bellingham. Bellingham took a step forward, the ball crossed the midline. Then, Baltralla was confused. CR7 disappeared. Not really disappeared, but he was standing right in front of Baltralla, about 2 meters away, in a face-to-face confrontation position. But the moment the ball reached Bellingham's feet, CR7 suddenly moved sideways. Not forward. Parallel to the offside line. Small stride, extremely fast frequency, upper body, almost didn't sway. Baltralla's eyes followed him, moved. But his feet didn't catch up. Because CR7's movement route was too weird. He wasn't walking in one direction, but shuttling back and forth between the 2 central defenders' connection area. 2 steps left. Stop. 1 step right. Stop. Left again. Each pause was precise to 0.1 second. Each change of direction stepped into the gap between Pizzella and Baltralla's handover marking. Baltralla instinctively reached out to grab CR7's jersey. Palm open, grabbing forward. Empty. Nothing was caught. CR7's jersey fabric slipped past his fingertips like water. It wasn't that CR7 deliberately avoided his hand. But when his hand reached out, CR7 was already not in that position. Pizzella on the other side was also confused. He had originally prepared all his core strength, waist, legs, shoulders, all fully charged, waiting for CR7 to charge and collide with him. But CR7 didn't charge. CR7 floated past him in front. Float. No mistake, that's the word. Pizzella couldn't even hear CR7's footsteps. A man of 187 centimeters and over 90 kilograms moving silently in front of him. This picture had a surreal absurdity. Batiste's 2 central defenders looked at each other. They had practiced 1 week of confrontation tactics, positioning, body contact, locking arms. Why did all of them suddenly become useless? Just like how you fight against a shadow. Bellingham's final advance was eventually intercepted by Isco running back. The ball returned to Batiste's possession. But Baltralla stood still for 2 seconds. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. This man had changed. The CR7 who hammered headers with brute force in the 5th minute of the first half. And the CR7 now silently wandering on the offside line. Are you sure it's the same person? Near the center circle in the 24th minute, a Betis midfielder attempted a switch from the right flank to the left. The moment the ball left his foot, Camavinga arrived. He stretched his body fully, sliding in from the side. His studs precisely grazed the edge of the ball. The ball rolled away. After the tackle, Camavinga rolled half a turn on the ground. By the time he sprang up, the ball was already at Modric's feet. Modric controlled it cleanly. He looked up for a second. That was all Modric needed. He saw 5 Betis defenders lined up at the edge of the box, compact and well organized. But as a world-class midfield maestro, he naturally saw what others could not. In the instant Bartra turned his head to follow the ball, his body faced Modric. This meant his blind spot was behind him. And right behind Bartra, Cristiano Ronaldo moved. The timing of that run was impeccable. It wasn't an explosive burst of speed, it was a natural instinctive trigger, a muscle memory response. Cristiano Ronaldo slanted in from behind Bartra, darting into the space behind the defense. The distance between his running line and the offside line was less than 30 centimeters. He was practically hugging the line. Modric's response was so swift it seemed premeditated. Using the outside of his right foot, the ball skimmed across the grass. A pinpoint through pass. The ball threaded the needle through the 1.2-meter gap between Pizzella and Bartra, slipped past the outstretched leg of the recovering defensive midfielder and breached the entire Betis backline. Clean as a whistle. Cristiano Ronaldo received it at the other end. Inside the box left channel. He was perfectly onside. The assistant referee's flag stayed down. Goalkeeper Bravo made a decisive charge off his line, rushing out with his body low and arms spread to narrow the angle. Cristiano Ronaldo glanced at him. No pause, no adjustment, not a single superfluous motion. A side-footed shot with his right instep. Bravo's hand stretched out, but the ball slipped under his fingertips, missing by a mere 5 centimeters. The football rolled across the grass and nestled into the net. The Benito Villamarin fell silent. Not a brief hush, but a silence, as if someone had choked the life out of the crowd. 60,000 voices were collectively stifled. 2-1. Real Madrid took the lead away from home. Cristiano Ronaldo scored his second brace. This time he started to run. He sprinted towards the corner flag. Then he leaped high, arching his body in midair. Arms spread wide. So, this time the roar wasn't just from the thousands of traveling fans in the away section. In front of televisions in live broadcast rooms, everyone around the world waiting to see him fail heard that sound. It pierced through the silence of 60,000, through the screen, through all the meticulously crafted mockery. Cristiano Ronaldo landed, his gaze cold, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Antony stood at the center circle staring at the scoreboard, 2-1. Then he lowered his head, his brow deeply furrowed. In the first 5 minutes of the night, he had ignited the frenzy of 60,000 with an assist. But Cristiano Ronaldo with 2 goals had pinned all 60,000 to the ground. On the sideline, Betis coach Pellegrini stood in the technical area. He said nothing, pinching his chin with his right hand, eyes narrowed. He was pondering one thing. The previous goal was a product of Cristiano Ronaldo's leap and power smashed in with brute force. This goal was a product of his positioning and calm finish, so delicate it felt as if he had flicked it in with his finger, not his foot. 2 entirely different methods of scoring. From the same man. Within 30 minutes of the same game. Pellegrini let out a sigh. He wasn't angry, it was the feeling of having studied 100 possible ways an opponent might score only to be shown the 101st. He turned and shouted to the substitutes bench. Barella warm up. The 30th minute. Betis' 4th official raised the substitution board. Midfielder Fekir came off, a center-back Barella came on. The formation shifted from an aggressive 4-3-3 to a 5-4-1. 5 defenders for midfielders, leaving only Anthony up front. Pellegrini chose to cut his losses. Continuing to trade blows would only tear larger gaps in the defensive line. From this, he proved more adaptable and deeper than the younger Arteta. Cristiano Ronaldo's dual threat of power and finesse could tear apart any formation. The only solution was to overwhelm with numbers. Antony stood at the center circle watching Fekir walk off. He glanced down at his own position. He was alone up front. He understood the coach's tactical intent, but he was unwilling, his lips pressed tightly together. After Betis changed, the game's tempo slowed immediately. The 5-4-1 bus was parked in front of the box, severely compressing Real Madrid's space to advance. Modric received the ball, passed, and passed again. The ball hovered and drifted in front of the Betis box, unable to find a seam. Cristiano Ronaldo was marked by 3 men inside the area. His fox-in-the-box instincts told him where the gaps were, but 5 defenders and 4 midfielders blocked almost every route. He needed to wait. Wait for an opportunity. That opportunity came swiftly because Real Madrid had another man. Mbappe. Around the 35th minute. Mbappe got the ball. The Frenchman transferred to Real Madrid that season was on the left flank facing Betis right back Bellerin. Mbappe did nothing fancy, he did only one thing, accelerate. From 0 to top speed in just 2 steps. Bellerin was left a body length behind. He couldn't catch up. Not even Su Bingtian could. Mbappe burst into the box. Bellerin stuck out a leg from the side. Knowing he couldn't recover, he resorted to the most primitive method, a trip. Mbappe's standing leg was hooked, and he pitched forward, sliding 2 meters across the turf. The referee's whistle blew the instant Mbappe hit the ground. Without hesitation, he pointed to the spot. Penalty. A chorus of boos echoed through the Benito Villamarin. But the jeers couldn't mask the truth. The foul was clear and obvious, with no room for debate. Mbappe got up from the ground. He bent down, picked up the ball from the grass, and cradled it in his arms. Then he walked to the penalty spot. The camera zoomed in. Very close. Close enough to read every expression. Mbappe, holding the ball, stood at the 12-yard mark. Cristiano Ronaldo stood quietly just outside the arc of the penalty area. Hands on his hips, he watched Mbappe's back. His expression was placid. He didn't step forward to claim the ball, no sign of contention. He just stood there. This image was frozen by global broadcast cameras. Then the internet exploded. Completely. The live comments instantly switched from match analysis to gossip mode. I told you there's tension in the Real Madrid dressing room. Cristiano Ronaldo had a brace and a chance at a hat-trick. Doesn't he want to take it? No way. Mbappe didn't have the courtesy to step aside. Real Madrid civil war confirmed, folks. The new king tramples the old. The Frenchman shows no respect. Cristiano Ronaldo can't even keep penalty duties, and you still call him the dressing room leader. Dressing room war confirmed. 2 topics directly exploded on the Chinese social media hot list. Mbappe steals penalty, sparks dressing room conflict. Cristiano Ronaldo won't even fight for a penalty. The top-liked comments were increasingly harsh. A hat-trick ball right there, and he doesn't take it. Either he's afraid of missing and embarrassing himself, or Mbappe has usurped his power. Either way, it's a massive public humiliation. A 39-year-old veteran doesn't even have the right to take a penalty, and you're still calling him the dressing room leader. Mbappe is finally in charge. Squeeze out this retiree and Real Madrid will have a future. The mockery value surged again in the system's back end. But Cristiano Ronaldo stood his ground. Still motionless, hands on his hips, his expression unchanged. He watched Mbappe place the ball on the 12-yard mark. Then the corner of his mouth curved. A faint, subtle smile. Only Rudiger, standing closest to him, saw it. Rudiger paused for a moment, then smiled too. He seemed to understand something. But the rest of the world did not. The world was still waiting to see Real Madrid's implosion. The world didn't know. The man standing outside the box with his hands on his hips wasn't passively ceding anything. He was doing something far more terrifying. He was honing his blade. The 39-year-old fox in the box. His claws were only just beginning to sharpen tonight. Mbappe cradled the ball at the penalty spot. The boos from the Lopez Valley Stadium began to pour in from all sides. 60,000 voices roared their disdain at a single man. It was a rhythmic, synchronized chorus of jeers. Hum hum hum. The vibration numbed the eardrums. In the VIP box, the vice president of Real Madrid clasped his hands together. He was calculating in his mind 2-1 at the moment. If this penalty went in, it would be 3-1. Only one goal remained to fulfill the order of a 3-goal margin. He fixed his gaze on the Frenchman on the field, his Adam's apple shifting. His mind was in turmoil. He certainly hoped Mbappe would score the penalty, but if he did, his bet with Ancelotti would be lost. 12 yards out, Bravo stood on the goal line. His thumb rubbed his nose repeatedly. It was his habit. The old goalkeeper's eyes were dark and intense, locking onto Mbappe's hip and supporting foot. He was gambling on the direction. Outside the penalty area, it was even more chaotic. Anthony was deliberately pacing back and forth along the edge of Mbappe's run-up path. 3 steps left, 3 steps right. Hands tucked into his waistband, muttering something under his breath. No need to listen. It was definitely not pleasant. The shoving between the two sides grew more savage. Players shoved shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow, nearly coming to blows over the chance for a rebound. The referee's face turned black, blowing his whistle 3 times in succession. On the 3rd blow, his hand immediately pressed against the pocket on his chest. That pocket held the cards. The message was clear: one more disturbance, and he would show a card. Only then did the commotion subside. Everyone's attention refocused on Mbappe. Except for one person. Cristiano Ronaldo. He stood outside the arc of the penalty area, hands on his hips, body slightly leaning forward. At first glance, he seemed completely unrelated to this penalty kick. But his brain was working furiously. Once the penalty box fox was activated, the world before him changed. It wasn't based on analysis, not on calculation. He simply knew where the opportunity would emerge. The rebound trajectory after Bravo's save. The split second when Pezzola looked back at the ball, his waist and hips rigid. The open space on the right flank where Balchares' weight had shifted left. These weren't calculated. They were instinctive intuition. The referee finally blew the whistle. Mbappe took a deep breath. He began his run-up. 3 steps. A wide swing of his leg. He struck the bottom left corner with force. The ball, spinning, raced straight into the corner. But Bravo moved. This 36-year-old Chilean veteran had predicted the direction correctly. His body stretched to its limit. He flew sideways horizontally. One hand. He slapped the side of the ball. It was saved. The Lopez Valley Stadium erupted instantly. The roar of 60,000 people could have lifted the roof. The live chat instantly flooded with mockery. Ha ha ha. I knew he couldn't do it. Mbappe's penalty, a huge social death. But the cheers lasted less than a second. Because some eyes had already caught another scene. A white blur, shooting out from outside the penalty arc. That was Cristiano Ronaldo. At the very instant Mbappe struck the ball, not when it was saved, but at the moment of impact. He had already started moving. This was the power of the penalty box, Fox. You didn't wait for the result to move. Your body arrived before the result. As Bravo rebounded from the turf, his peripheral vision saw a white blur already positioned at the first point of impact. The old goalkeeper's pupils contracted sharply. It's over. Ronaldo firmly planted the ball under his foot. But he didn't shoot. Because he couldn't. Though Bravo lay on the ground, his limbs were fully extended, blocking the entire goal. The left side was guarded by the post. The right side was sealed by Bravo's hands and feet, the near corner. The angle was gone. The Betis fans had finally relaxed, their hearts returning to normal. Their mouths opened to shout taunts, but before they could speak, Ronaldo moved. With the inside of his right foot, he gently pushed. A back pass. The ball slid along a cunning route, passing beneath Bravo's body, toward the edge of the penalty area. This wasn't a clearance, nor a desperate move. It was a pass to create another opportunity. Modric arrived. This 39-year-old Croatian timed his arrival to the millimeter. As the ball arrived, his right foot landed perfectly. No need to stop, no adjustment. Just action. The Betis defenders' alarms went off the moment Ronaldo passed the ball back. 5 of them ran into the penalty area simultaneously. In 1 second the goal was packed. Foot touching foot, shoulder to shoulder, not a single gap left. A fortress. A true iron fortress. But who was Modric? Nothing terrified him more than a fortress. Facing the return pass, he didn't pause. His right foot's outside surface whipped the ball. The ball skimmed the turf, tracing an eerie curve. This wasn't a pass. It was like unlocking a lock. The ball precisely slipped through the Betis defense, through a crack barely visible to the naked eye. And Ronaldo, at the exact same moment Modric touched the ball, he moved. 3 defenders clung to him. 1 on the left, 1 on the right, 1 from behind. 6 hands, 3 bodies pinned him tightly. Ronaldo took a half step sideways. Just half a step. But this half step landed on a precise moment. The very second Baltra turned his head to watch Modric's pass. When a person turns their head, their perception of things nearby creates a blind spot. Ronaldo slipped into that blind spot. Then he exploded forward. A forward run. All 3 defenders' hands were empty. 1 grabbed air, 1 tugged the hem of Ronaldo's jersey, but couldn't hold on the last one, didn't even know when he had left. The ball passed through everyone's legs, landing perfectly at Ronaldo's feet. Left flank. Inside the penalty area. A 1-on-1. Bravo abandoned his goal, once again rushing out. This time he was risking his life. He launched himself from the goal line, arms outstretched, blocking the entire goal. Ronaldo glanced at him, just 1 glance. Then with the tip of his right foot, he gently nudged. It was incredibly light. The ball slid past Bravo's side, moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. Bravo's hand frantically stretched out. It fell short by about 5 centimeters. Or maybe 3. In any case, he couldn't reach it. The ball rolled slowly over the line. It rolled into the net. The net puffed gently. The Real Madrid players roared, all charging toward Ronaldo. But at that moment the whistle blew. Not for a goal, but for a foul. The linesman raised his flag. The referee followed with a whistle, crossing his hands to signal offside. The goal was invalid. The Lopez Valley Stadium's cheers exploded. 60,000 people jumped from their seats. The decibel level was enough to topple a building. Anthony laughed uncontrollably from afar. His mouth wide open, hands spread out, making a mocking gesture toward the Real Madrid players. Mbappe's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He charged toward the referee, spouting French curses too vulgar to translate. Bellingham followed, alternating between English and Spanish curses. The tension on the field reached a fever pitch. How could this possibly be offside? Chaos reigned over the pitch. Suddenly the massive stadium screen flickered to life. A VAR replay clearly displayed the offside line on the field. The instant Modric passed the ball, Ronaldo's body was entirely within his own half, right on the line. Precisely so. He was even several centimeters behind Betis' last defender. It wasn't an offside. It was a brilliant goal. Commentators from global broadcasts fell silent. Spanish commentators slammed their tables in disbelief. English commentators repeated unbelievable 3 times. Chinese commentators' voices cracked. How could this possibly be offside? But it was useless, utterly useless. The referee's whistle blew before the ball crossed the net. Once stopped by the whistle, the ball is dead. Under dead ball conditions, VAR has no authority to intervene. That's how the rules are written. A nearly perfect goal. A stunning sequence from a penalty rebound to a backheel assist to a through ball, then a solo shot to seal the victory. Just like that. Erased cleanly by an early whistle. Real Madrid's emotions teetered on the brink of explosion. Ancelotti grabbed a water bottle from the sideline and hurled it. The bottle bounced twice on the technical area floor. He muttered an Italian curse so loud the 4th official took a step back. Mbappe was practically face-to-face with the referee, jabbing his fingers into the air repeatedly. Just then Ronaldo approached. His expression was unreadable, not simmering anger, but something emptier. He grabbed Mbappe's collar and pulled him back firmly. Mbappe turned toward him, mouth open to retort. Ronaldo shook his head. Mbappe paused for a second, then closed his lips. Ronaldo didn't look at the referee. Not once he glanced. He turned his back to the situation, facing the stands where fans were still celebrating wildly. His gaze swept slowly from left to right. Cold. So cold that the roar of 60,000 fans momentarily stilled as his eyes passed over them. Then he raised his right hand, signaling to his teammates behind him. Defend your positions. Stop this nonsense. Keep playing. The match resumed, but Real Madrid's players hadn't cooled down yet. Modric's pass had been slightly off target, the ball was intercepted. Camavinga's tackle was too aggressive, nearly earning a card. Fran Garcia's positioning was disheveled, beaten, passed by Antony. Anger distorts movement, the most dangerous thing on the football pitch. Ronaldo realized this and began dropping deeper into defense again and again and again. Each time he received the ball while retreating, he'd raise his finger toward a teammate ahead and move his lips silently. No one outside knew what he was saying. Yet the effect was immediate. Those he pointed to slowed their pace and grew calmer. Modric was the first to understand his intent. Old Modric started circulating possession in the back line. Left foot, right foot, back passes, lateral taps. Unhurriedly, one touch at a time. He gradually steadied the rhythm. For the remainder of the minutes, Real Madrid launched no further threatening attacks, nor committed any fatal mistakes. The referee glanced at his watch. A long whistle signaled the end of the first half, 2-1. For the vice president, demanding a 3-goal margin, this score was far from sufficient. Halftime break. Locker room. As soon as the door shut, all the fury from the pitch erupted. Vinicius punched his locker hard enough to make it slam open. The door swung wide with a loud bang. Mbappe sat on the bench, hands clasped over his head, muttering the same phrase in French over and over. Bellingham was more direct. He dropped his shin guards onto the floor, gritted his teeth, and said, "What the hell? Is this even football? All right, everyone settle down." Ancelotti's voice came from the tactics board. The locker room went instantly silent. All heads turned toward their manager. Normally laid back, usually expressing annoyance by raising just one eyebrow, now the 65-year-old Italian had tight muscles across his face, fire blazing in both eyes. "Anger is good," he said quietly, every word heavy with force. "It shows you care. But if you let loose during the first 15 minutes of the second half." He paused, scanning faces from left to right, every young face. "Let me tell you plainly right now, if anyone gets sent off or we lose points because of your temper, your entire season is done." No one spoke. Even breathing seemed lighter. Ancelotti picked up the marker from the tactics board and drew a thick line on the whiteboard. "Swallow your rage, all of it. In the second half, I want you to answer with goals. Not just one, at least two." "Understood." He shouted it twice. The walls of the locker room vibrated. "Yes." Voices wavered unevenly, each carrying the grit of clenched jaws. Ancelotti took a deep breath and began outlining tactical adjustments for the second half. He spoke quickly but precisely. Instructions on when Mbappe should cut inside after stretching wide on the left flank, the running rhythm for alternating surges by Modric and Bellingham, and positioning choices for Ronaldo inside the penalty box. Every detail specified distances and timing. Everything covered in 3 minutes. Tension settled gradually. The locker room stabilized. Ancelotti set down the pen and turned around, preparing to let players adjust individually for the final minutes. Then crash. The locker room door burst open from outside. Not politely, but violently. The door panel slammed against the inner wall with a sharp crack. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. 2 security guards in black suits entered first, their broad shoulders nearly filling the doorway. They stepped aside to clear space. Real Madrid's vice president walked in, gray suit, dark blue tie, polished shoes clicking crisply against the locker room floor. His pace was unhurried, yet nerve-wracking. He ignored every player, his gaze passing past Mbappe, past Bellingham, past Modric. Finally stopping. On 2 people specifically. Ancelotti and Ronaldo. Instantly the air grew frigid. Ancelotti slowly turned to face the vice president. Words failed him. Ronaldo remained seated at the far end of the bench, wrapping bandages around his calf. His hands kept moving without looking up. Yet everyone in the room sensed it. A conflict loomed here, even more dangerous than the referee's misjudgment. The vice president's lips curled slightly in contempt. "Hey friends, do you prefer me posting 3 chapters at once or spreading them throughout different times of day?" The club's vice president stood at the center of the locker room. The clicking sound of his leather shoes on the tiled floor came to a halt. He scanned the room, his gaze sweeping across the young faces before finally settling on Ancelotti, who stood before the tactics board. "Carlo." His voice was not loud, but the condescending tone made everyone uncomfortable. 2-1 at halftime. He raised 2 fingers and wagged them. A 1-goal lead. That's far from the number we agreed upon before the match. No one in the locker room spoke. The players exchanged uneasy glances. The number agreed upon before the match. What number? No one knew about the secret bet between the management and Ancelotti. But everyone could smell it, the stench of something amiss. The vice president didn't wait for Ancelotti's reply. He took 2 steps forward on his own. "That disallowed goal. Do you and your players think it was unfair?" He tilted his head, offering a knowing smile. "I think so too. Unfair as it may be, it doesn't change one fact. The first half tactics were chaotic, the rhythm was lost, and the back line was breached once. So the substitutions for the second half. He lifted his chin towards Ancelotti. I'll decide them. The air in the locker room froze instantly. Vinicius turned his head, eyes wide. Bellingham's mouth opened and closed, his face a picture of utter disbelief. Mbappe sat on the bench, still holding his head in his hands, but his face was a mask of incredulity at the remark. Ancelotti did not move. He stood before the tactics board, still holding the marker in his right hand. After a few seconds of silence, he gently placed the marker on the shelf of the board. The movement was slow. Get out. The two words were spoken softly. But every spine in the locker room stiffened. The vice president raised an eyebrow. Carlo, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. I told you to get out. Ancelotti said it a second time, his voice still low. But he took a step forward. Just one step. It closed the distance between him and the vice president to less than a meter. The 65-year-old Italian man's face was a taut grid of wrinkles. His eyes were filled with fury, not the explosive kind but the kind that had been suppressed for a long time. During a match, there can only be one voice in this locker room. He spoke each word with deliberation. And that voice is mine. You can fire me after the game. You can announce my dismissal in tomorrow's papers. But during these 90 minutes you have no right to be here. No right to say a single word to my players. The vice president's smile froze for an instant, but he quickly recovered. He even smiled more deeply. That smile was nauseating, like acid churning in the stomach. Your players. He stepped back half a pace, averting his gaze from Ancelotti to the farthest corner of the locker room. Cristiano Ronaldo sat there. He was looking down, winding bandage around his calf loop after loop. His hands were steady, as if the scene unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. The vice president stared at him for 2 seconds, a slight curl to his lips. Cristiano. Ronaldo did not look up. The vice president didn't mind and continued. That goal called back for offside. I saw it very clearly from the box. He spread his hands in an innocent gesture. But if you were 10 years younger and your start was 0.3 of a second quicker, that ball wouldn't have been on the offside line, don't you think? Someone in the locker room gasped. The remark was brutal. It wasn't a discussion of tactics. It was a jab at the most sensitive spot for a 39-year-old player. You're old. You're slow. But the vice president wasn't finished. He even took a step towards Ronaldo, his voice becoming particularly solicitous. I have a suggestion. For the second half, you rest in midfield. Leave the box to the younger ones. He turned his head to look at Mbappe. Kylian is fast, his reflexes are sharp. The box needs speed, don't you think? With that single sentence, everyone in the locker room understood exactly what he was doing. Provocation. Naked provocation. Mbappe shot to his feet. The bench scraped back half a meter with a screech that exploded across the tiles. The Frenchman's eyes were red. Not from grievance, but from the rage of being used as a pawn. His mouth opened, a French curse word already on the tip of his tongue. Who did he think he was? He was the cosmic turtle. The sycophancy Real Madrid showed when they signed him still made him sick to his stomach. But he didn't speak, because another sound came first. Rip. The sound of bandage being torn. It was soft, not loud, but in the silent locker room it was distinct. All eyes turned to the corner. Ronaldo stood up. He tore off the last piece of bandage and tossed it carelessly onto the bench. Then he straightened his back, slowly feeling every muscle in his body. A 39-year-old body. Every muscle fiber was taut beneath the skin, clearly defined. He did not look at the vice president. Not once. He walked straight to the locker room door. His pace was not fast, but every step was firm. The vice president stood right in his path. Ronaldo did not go around. He walked straight ahead, their shoulders nearly brushing. This made the vice president instinctively step aside half a pace. By the time he realized his mistake, Ronaldo had already passed. Then a voice came from behind Ronaldo. Very soft, very cold. Go back to your box and hold your glass. Watch the scoreboard. With those words, Ronaldo pushed open the door and walked out. He didn't look back. The tunnel lights cast a long shadow behind him. The locker room was silent for a full few seconds. Then Modric stood up. The 39-year-old Croatian said nothing, picked up his gloves, and followed him out. Mbappe took a deep breath, swallowing the curse that had almost escaped. He grabbed his boots and strode over the bench. As he passed the vice president, he didn't spare him a single glance. Bellingham stood up. Vinicius stood up. Camavinga stood up. Fran Garcia, Rudiger, Diaz, Cruz, one after another, including Captain Nacho. No one spoke. No one looked at the vice president. 11 men filed out, their footsteps merging into a single rhythm in the tunnel. The same fire burned in every pair of eyes. It wasn't anger. It was a coldness far more terrifying than anger. The locker room was left with only the vice president, his 2 security guards, and Ancelotti. The old man still stood before the tactics board. He watched the direction the players had gone, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. But in that curve was the satisfaction of having everything under control. He turned and looked at the vice president. It was the first time that night he had truly looked at the man. You just did something stupid. You thought you were applying pressure, but you were actually lighting a fire. And the man you ignited. He paused. No one in this world can put out. With that, Ancelotti picked up his coat and walked out. The sound of his leather shoes faded. The locker room door slowly closed. The vice president stood still. The muscles in his jaw clenched and then relaxed. He straightened his tie, turned, and sat down on a nearby folding chair. A few minutes later, "Let's go. Back to the box." A whistle blew and the second half began. The 60,000 spectators at the Estadio Benito Villamarin were at the peak of their fervor. All of this had brought the home fans' emotions to a fever pitch. The advantage was ours. And then the jeers erupted once more. But the expressions of the Real Madrid players had changed. The uncontrollable anger and frantic movements from the end of the first half had vanished. A single word was written on every face: determination. That feeling of being looked down upon had transformed into the purest form of motivation. Cristiano Ronaldo stood in the center circle. His eyes swept across the opposing side. Real Betis' formation had shifted. Pellegrini had gone completely mad. 5-5-0. 5 defenders, 5 midfielders, not a single man left up front. Even Antony had been pulled back to the midfield line. 10 men were densely packed within their own 30-meter area. 2 lines of defense. The moment the fans in the Estadio Benito Villamarin saw this formation, their cheers nearly lifted the roof off the stands. They understood. They weren't going to play. They were going to defend until death. Then hit on the counter. Cristiano Ronaldo looked at this formation without any expression. He turned his head and glanced at Luka Modric. The old maestro gave a slight nod. The match began and Real Madrid held possession. Modric passed the ball to Bellingham. Bellingham knocked it sideways to Camavinga. Camavinga returned it to Modric. The ball moved back and forth 30 meters from the Betis penalty area. Over a dozen passes were exchanged. No gaps could be found. Truly no gaps could be found. 10 men blocked the way. The spaces too narrow even for the ball to squeeze through. Kylian Mbappe took the ball and charged down the left flank once. Just as he crossed the halfway line, 3 players converged on him. One pressed his body, one blocked his path, and the third came in from behind with his studs showing. A crunching sound. The studs scraped across Mbappe's shin guard the noise, even reaching the broadcast booth. Mbappe grimaced in pain, his face pale, as he sprang up from the turf. The referee ran over, hesitating for a moment. A verbal warning. Still just a damn verbal warning. 53rd minute. Bellingham drove forward with the ball through the middle. Just past the center line, a Betis defensive midfielder stuck out a leg from the side. It wasn't a tackle, it was a direct kick to Bellingham's ankle. The Englishman stumbled forward 2 steps, his toes catching the grass, just managing to stay upright. He turned and glared at the midfielder. The referee ran over again. Another verbal warning. The Betis players exchanged glances. A single thought resonated in all their minds: if the referee won't show cards, then go all out. 57th minute. Dead ball. A corner kick for Real Madrid. The ball skimmed over the grass, threading between the 2 players of the first midfield line. Then it swerved miraculously, curving inward. It slipped into the second defensive line through the half-meter gap, just opened between Bartra and Pizzella. The ball passed through cleanly. And Cristiano Ronaldo had already started his run before Modric even touched the ball. 3 defenders clung to him. One on the left tugging his shirt hem. One on the right driving an elbow into his side, another from behind wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Ronaldo shuffled half a step to the right. The moment Bartra turned his head to watch Modric's pass, Ronaldo sprang free. Not a run, an explosion. He dragged the defender, clutching his shirt 2 steps forward, the fabric stretching to its limit. Even the number on his jersey twisted. But he didn't stop, his core strength held him steady. The defender's grip slipped after being dragged those 2 paces. The elbow propping his waist missed its mark. The arm around his shoulder grasped only air. Ronaldo burst through the gap between the 3 men. The ball was already waiting at the edge of the 6-yard box. One-on-one with the keeper. Bravo charged out once more, the 3rd time tonight. The 36-year-old Chilean goalkeeper launched himself off his line, his body sprawling like a tidal wave. Arms wide, frame fully extended, he blocked every visible angle for a shot. Dead ahead, completely sealed. Ronaldo glanced at him, just one look. The fox in the box roared in his mind. It was analysis, but it was instinct too. In the split second before Bravo hit the ground, just as everyone expected, a right-footed drive, left foot, heel, a backward flick. The touch was impossibly light. The ball bounced off Ronaldo's heel, slipping through the gap between Bravo's diving body and the grass. Under his armpit, it rolled lazily past. Bravo stretched desperately, but his fingernails fell 3 centimeters short. The ball crept over the line. Into the net. Gently. 3-1. The Lopez Stadium died. Not silent, dead. 60,000 mouths hung open, but not a single syllable could escape their throats. The stands, which had been roaring moments before, fell into an instant hush. The Spanish commentator's voice cracked, shattered completely. Goal, Cristiano Ronaldo. His voice broke on the last syllable, but he didn't care, he kept shouting through the crack. A heel strike, he used his heel under a triple team. After Bravo sealed every angle, he chipped it in with his heel. The English commentator leaped from his chair. This isn't human, this absolutely isn't human. The Chinese commentator had completely lost control. Goal. Ronaldo 3-1, a hat trick. A hat trick at 39, how does he do it? That heel strike. I watched the replay from that angle, it was impossible, but he scored anyway. He's telling the world you can block my front, but not my back. You can clog the goal, but not me. The global livestream chat systems all crashed. Not lag. The simultaneous flood of comments exceeded server capacity. He's on fire, on fire, on fire. Is this even a human move? A heel strike. He sent Bravo home with his heel. A hat trick at 39. I'm crying, I'm really crying. Ronaldo, I'm not targeting anyone, I'm just saying everyone here. The Real Madrid players went berserk. Diaz was first to rush over Mbappe, second Bellingham third. They all lunged at Ronaldo. But he did something no one expected. He pushed them away forcefully. All of them. He didn't embrace a single one. Instead, he spun around, dashed into the goal, scooped the ball from the net, and hugged it to his chest. Then he started running with the ball, toward the center circle. Long strides. As he ran, he raised his right hand index finger pointing at the giant screen above the stadium. The score on the screen blazed: Real Betis, 13 Real Madrid. At a glance, it looked like the visitors were behind. Ronaldo's finger jabbed at that number. No smile on his face. No celebration. Only a bone-chilling coldness, as if he wanted to devour everything alive. His lips moved. No one heard what he said, but everyone watching the close-up around the world read those 3 words. One more to go. In the VIP box, the vice president's wine glass smashed onto the table. Not placed, smashed. The base hit the tabletop with a sharp crack. Red wine splashed from the rim, trickling down his fingers, dripping onto the tablecloth in a spreading stain. A few drops splattered onto his suit cuff. He stared at the giant screen. 3-1. A 2-goal margin. From the number in the bet, just one more. His face turned from red to pale, from pale to ashen. The staff beside him dared not breathe. The vice president's Adam's apple bobbed. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out, because he remembered the words that man had spoken as he walked past him in the locker room. Hold your wine glass steady in the box. Watch the scoreboard. He looked down at the red wine spilled across his table, and never found the courage to lift it again. The atmosphere on the pitch had completely shifted. Betis players were utterly deflated. A 5-5-0 formation, useless. 10 men blocking, and he still scored with his heel. How do you defend that? With your face. Bartra's face was ashen. One question haunted him. In the first half, Ronaldo powered in a header, calmly slotted a second, and now chipped in a third with his heel. 3 completely different ways to score. One man, one match. Tell me, how will he score the next one? Knee backside with a glare. He didn't know. No one knew. And that was the most terrifying part. Pellegrini stood on the sideline, lips pressed tight. He had no cards left to play. The formation shifted from 4-3-3 to 5-4-1, then to 5-5-0. He had swapped the right players, sealed the right gaps. But Ronaldo had shredded every plan and thrown them back in his face. The match continued, but everyone could see Betis' defense had changed. Not looser, more panicked. Panic breeds mistakes. In the 75th minute, Antony, tracking back, stepped on his own shoelace and nearly stumbled. In the 79th minute, Bartra's clearance smacked Pizzella in the face. The 2 center-backs nearly came to blows in the box. In the 83rd minute, Bravo's goal kick sailed long straight to a Real Madrid midfielder's feet. Total collapse. Their spirit had broken. The 87th minute. Antony had the ball. Throughout the match, after his first half assist, he had produced nothing of note. Pulled back into midfield, he was just an extra body. But he refused to accept it. He still wanted to prove himself. Near the center circle, Antony controlled the ball. The simplest of traps, a fundamental skill from his entire career. But the ball bounced again. It popped off his instep, hopping once. That one moment was all it took. Camavinga arrived. A tackle, clean and decisive. The ball was stolen. Antony stood frozen, staring at the spot where he had tried to trap it. Then the boos came. Not from Real Madrid fans, from Betis' own supporters. 60,000 voices turned on Antony. In the first half, they had cheered his spinning celebration. Now they showered his mistake with equal decibels of scorn. Antony's face twitched. He lowered his head. His lips trembled. No more spins. Not one. Perhaps never again. The match entered stoppage time. The giant screen flashed the added minutes for. Real Madrid pushed forward as a unit. Everyone knew one more goal was needed. One goal to complete the 3-goal margin. One goal to shred the vice president's bet entirely. Betis fought desperately to waste time. Every contested ball became a ground-level brawl. The 2nd minute of stoppage time. Mbappe received the ball at the edge of the box. He feinted, nudged it left. 2 defenders converged. One drove into his side, the other slid for his leg. All 3 tumbled together, tangled on the turf. The referee's whistle blew. A foul. Mbappe had been brought down just left of center at the edge of the box. A free kick. About 22 meters from goal. That spot, that angle. Everyone in the world who had watched Ronaldo play knew what it meant. Knuckleball range. The golden distance. Every broadcast zoomed in simultaneously. The focus flickered between Ronaldo and Mbappe. Ronaldo stood to the right of the ball. Mbappe stood to the left. Both stared at it. Who would take it? The Chinese commentator lowered his voice. Last minute 22-meter free kick. Both Ronaldo and Mbappe are standing over the ball. If this goes in, it's 4-1, a 3-goal margin. But the question is who takes it. The first half penalty was taken by Mbappe and saved. And Ronaldo has already completed a hat-trick tonight. If he scores this free kick, it's a 4-goal haul. The commentator paused. A 4-goal haul away from home at the age of 39. The whole world was watching those two. The chat had exploded. Let Ronaldo take it. He's got a hat-trick, let him shoot. Mbappe missed a penalty in the first half, but he shouldn't take this one. Don't fight over it, give it to the old man. Will Ronaldo give it to Mbappe again like in the first half? If he gives it away, it's proof of internal strife. If he doesn't, it's a power grab. Either way, there's drama. Who really runs the Real Madrid locker room? The entire internet was screaming. Ronaldo and Mbappe stood face to face less than a meter apart. Mbappe looked at Ronaldo. Ronaldo looked at Mbappe. Neither moved. The air solidified. The stadium noise faded into the distance. In this moment, the entire Lopez Stadium, the entire football world, the attention of 6 billion people, all focused on that less than a meter gap between the two men. The question remained who would take this kick. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, 22 meters from the goal line, the ball lay still on the turf. Cristiano Ronaldo stood to the right of the ball. Kylian Mbappe stood to the left of the ball. Less than a meter separated them. The two most expensive right legs in the world now aimed at the same ball. The breath of 60,000 people at the Benito Villamarin Stadium caught in their throats. Real Betis had formed their wall, 5 men standing shoulder to shoulder, hands crossed to protect their groins. Bartra at the left end of the wall sneaked a glance at Ronaldo and Mbappe. A faint, almost gloating smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, why don't you two fight it out first? Claudio Bravo stood on the goal line, shuffling left and right to adjust his position. His eyes darted back and forth between the two players. He was guessing too. Not just him, the whole world was guessing at this moment. Wang Tao's commentary was hushed. At the last moment, a 22-meter free kick. Ronaldo and Mbappe are both standing over the ball. If this goes in, they'll lead 4-1, a 3-goal margin. But the question now is who will take it. The English commentary was more direct. This is the decisive moment. 2 kings, but only 1 ball. The Spanish commentator had already started adding his own drama. My God, just so long as they don't start fighting. The global live stream's barrage of comments peaked at this moment, the highest of the night. Let Ronaldo take it, you can't deny him the chance for a perfect game. Mbappe missed a penalty in the first half, and he still has the nerve to stand there. Don't fight over it, leave the old man some face. If Ronaldo gives it up again, he's completely caved, though it's confirmed Mbappe is the boss. If he doesn't give it up, it's a locker room mutiny. Carlo Ancelotti stood in the technical area, hands in his suit pants pockets, right hand stroking his chin. He said nothing. No hand signals. No shouting names. He just stood there watching the two men. Ronaldo lowered his head. He looked down at the ball at his feet. The golden distance of 22 meters. He had taken hundreds of free kicks from this spot in his life. He knew the power and angle with his eyes closed. A perfect game of 4 goals. An away perfect game at 39. If he scored this ball tonight, would be nothing short of a legendary match. But he didn't move. He was watching Mbappe's hand. The Frenchman's hand was trembling, slightly imperceptible from a meter away. That trembling was likely the pressure he had been suppressing ever since missing that penalty in the first half. Intense pressure. Ronaldo was all too familiar with that tremor. He had trembled like that 20 years ago. After 2 seconds of silence, Ronaldo took a step back, then another step. He yielded the taking position. Quietly, without any superfluous actions. The entire stadium erupted. Doubt, bewilderment, accusations of play acting. In the Betis wall, Bartra's expression shifted from gloating to confusion. He gave it up. He actually gave it up. Is this still Ronaldo? You're going for a perfect game, and you give it up. The direction of the live stream comments did a complete 180. Holy crap, he gave it up. Ronaldo, what are you doing? A perfect game. It's over, he's caved. Mbappe is the king of Real Madrid. Where's the killing god we were promised? Where's the don't back down from a fight? At this moment, Ronaldo heard nothing. The noise of 60,000 people meant nothing to him. He stood 3 paces behind the ball, hands on his hips, expression calm. He knew what Mbappe needed. It wasn't the right to take a free kick. It was an opportunity to be trusted. It was for someone to tell him, here's the ball, brother, I trust you, while the whole world waited to see Real Madrid fail. This was more important than the goal. His 3 goals tonight were enough. A perfect game had never been his goal. Winning was. Mbappe watched Ronaldo step back. The look in his eyes changed too. The Frenchman's Adam's apple bobbed. His trembling hand slowly clenched into a fist, then relaxed. He looked down at the ball. 22 meters. He had taken kicks from this distance too. In Paris he had scored plenty of free kicks like this. But tonight was different. That damned penalty from the first half was still lodged in his throat, impossible to swallow. If he took this one now, if he scored, it would be a gift from Ronaldo. But if he missed, he dared not think. The referee whistle and mouth approached, signaling the Real Madrid player to take the kick quickly. In the next second, Mbappe lifted his head. He looked at Ronaldo 3 paces away. The 39-year-old man stood there, back straight as a rod, breathing steady, his face devoid of any condescension. Those eyes held only one message: your turn, kid. Mbappe's lips moved. Then he smiled. It was a smile of relief surging up from his chest after a moment of clarity. Hey, Mbappe spoke, his voice low enough for only Ronaldo to hear. Buddy. Ronaldo looked at him. I still have plenty of time. Mbappe took a step back, completely clearing the space in front of the ball. Tonight is your stage. You take this one. He paused. You're fourth tonight. Don't leave any regrets. Ronaldo's body stiffened. A brief moment, but Mbappe saw it. The Frenchman's smile widened slightly. He stepped back to the side of the wall and gently tapped his chest twice with his right hand. The meaning of that gesture was simple. Take it. My heart is with you. The entire stadium fell silent. Ronaldo stood before the ball once more. He didn't look back at Mbappe, but he knew the 25-year-old Frenchman was standing a short distance behind him, watching his back with a gaze that he himself had possessed in his youth. That gaze said, someday I will stand where you are. But not today. Today you go first. The look in Ronaldo's eyes changed. From the earlier calm, it shifted to coldness. He didn't pace out his steps. He didn't take a deep breath. He didn't perform any of his trademark pre-kick adjustments. He just stood there staring at the top left corner of the goal. 2 seconds. The referee's whistle sounded. Ronaldo took 3 steps for his run-up. Each step was heavy. His 39-year-old right leg from ankle to hip, every muscle fiber tense to its limit the moment his final foot planted. His entire body was taut to the extreme. His right foot swung up. It struck the ball squarely on the valve. The sound of that kick was wrong. It wasn't the crisp thwack of a normal shot. It was a dull, heavy thud. Thump. The ball shot out. No spin. Not a trace of spin. As the ball sailed over the heads of the wall, Bartra jumped instinctively. He felt the sensation of his hair being ruffled by the displaced air. The ball sliced past a mere 10 centimeters above his head. Then the ball's trajectory changed. After clearing the wall, it began to drop. It wasn't a normal parabolic arc, it was a sharp plummet. A straight line drop, accompanied by a visible disturbance in the air. The moment the ball left Ronaldo's foot, Bravo had judged its direction. His body launched toward the top left corner, arms fully extended, fingertips straining desperately for the angle. But his hand stopped in midair. Because the ball was already past him. It had rocketed past a mere 20 centimeters from his outstretched fingers at a velocity that defied all logic. Thwack. The back of the net was blasted half a meter deep, the goal frame shuddering violently. It was in. 4-1. Top corner. The absolute top corner. Bravo lay on the turf, not even attempting to get up. He just lay there, head turned, staring at the indentation in the netting inside the goal. His mouth hung open, unable to close. At that moment, the 60,000 people at the Benito Villamarin Stadium collectively experienced vocal cord paralysis. Those who had been booing just moments before. Those who had been laughing just moments before. Those who had been waiting to see Real Madrid's internal strife. All of them were struck mute. Not silence, but an inability to produce sound. Then the commentary box exploded. The Spanish commentator jumped to his feet. His chair skidded half a meter backward, crashing into the broadcast desk. Goal. Cristiano Ronaldo. A free kick, a knuckleball. No, this is not a knuckleball. Oh, a knuckleball doesn't have this kind of speed. This is a cannonball fired from a cannon. Bravo didn't even have time to make a save, the ball was already in. The English commentator's voice trembled. 4 goals, 4-4. He is 39 years old. 39. He just scored a free kick that I have never ever seen in my entire career. Wang Tao's Chinese commentary completely broke down. Goal, 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 goal. Ronaldo free kick 4-1. A poker away from home at 39. How did that ball go in? Can someone tell me how that ball went in? No spin, no curve, straight up and down like an axe cleaving down from the sky. A battle axe. This is a battle axe. Oh, it feels like a lifetime ago to see the young man again. He is telling the world it's useless to form a wall, useless even with 10 men. With one kick I can shatter the wall. The commentator choked up. 39. He is 39 years old. After this goal, Ronaldo turned and ran. He ran towards the corner flag. With long strides. At full speed. The 39-year-old man sprinted across the pitch of the Benito Villamarin, his jersey pressed against his body by the wind. He reached the corner flag. Spread his legs. Twisted his body half a turn. Jumped. Spun 180 degrees in the air. He finally executed that move. He flung his arms out to his sides, and then brought them down sharply. He landed. The entire stadium trembled. Then he turned. Towards the center circle. Mbappe stood there. Ronaldo pointed his right index finger at him. He didn't speak, but the meaning of that finger was clear to the whole world. This goal was your gift. Mbappe was stunned for about a second. Then the Frenchman smiled. A deep, heartfelt laugh that creased the corners of his eyes. He opened his arms and ran towards Ronaldo. The two collided near the halfway line. Ronaldo grabbed the back of Mbappe's head and pulled him into an embrace. Mbappe's arms locked tightly around Ronaldo's waist, their foreheads touching, saying nothing. Then the entire Real Madrid team piled on. Modric, Kroos, Bellingham, Vinicius, Camavinga, Diaz. Everyone. A dozen men crushed Ronaldo and Mbappe to the bottom, forming a human mountain. The pitch was filled with shouts, laughter, and the sound of slapping hands. It all mixed together, indistinguishable. Ancelotti stood on the sidelines. The 65-year-old Italian stood by the white line of the technical area, hands in his pockets. A slight curve of his lips, but the joy in that arc was palpable, brighter than any celebration on the field. He turned his head and looked up towards the VIP box. The VIP box. The vice president wasn't standing, he was sitting in a chair. More accurately, slumped in a chair. His entire weight sank back into the chair's backrest. The score on the big screen blazed brightly. Real Betis won for Real Madrid. 4-1, a 3-goal margin. The bet he had set. That betting agreement stipulating the loss of power, if not winning by 3 goals, was shredded word by Ronaldo with 4 different types of goals. Then thrown back in his face. He looked down at the table. The spilled red wine from earlier had congealed, leaving a dark red stain on the tablecloth. A wine glass lay tilted to the side, a clear crack at its base. He stared at the shape of the wine stain for a few seconds. The more he looked, the more it stung. Ronaldo's words in the locker room echoed again. Go to the box and hold your glass. Watch your scoreboard. He watched. He saw it 4-1. The vice president's hand was on the armrest. His knuckles clenched and loosened and clenched again, repeating 3 or 4 times. The accompanying staff beside him didn't dare to breathe. The air was silent for a long time. Let's go. The vice president stood up, tugging at the hem of his suit. His complexion had recovered, at least on the surface it showed nothing. But as he walked out of the box, his steps were much faster than when he arrived. The global internet experienced an earthquake within these 15 minutes. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were completely dominated. Ronaldo's poker. 39-year-old battle axe free kick, Ronaldo Mbappe pass of the century, fake riff, true legacy, vice president watch your scoreboard. Each post had hundreds of thousands of comments. Where are the people who said there was a rift? Come out and take a walk. This isn't a rift, this is a mutual embrace between the old master and the young apprentice. I cried, really. Ronaldo gives the ball, Mbappe returns it. Even a screenwriter wouldn't dare write this plot. A poker at 39, let me say it again, 39. A 39-year-old on fire. Ronaldo, a poker is just a side quest, my goal is 1,000 goals. But on the other side, the haters weren't idle either. Betis clearly led up in the second half, a losing 4 goals with a 5-5-0 formation is a joke. The referee adding 4 minutes of stoppage time is proof of bias towards Real Madrid. Normally, it would be just 2. Ronaldo only pads his stats against weak teams. Let's see him score a poker in the Champions League. Just wait, he'll be exposed in the next game against Arsenal. The level of mockery kept rising. The more the haters gnashed their teeth looking for faults, the faster the numbers climbed. But Ronaldo no longer cared. The final whistle blew, a sharp sound piercing the night sky of the Benito Villamarin. Real Madrid won 4-1 away from home. The moment the whistle fell, a cold notification sound echoed in Ronaldo's mind. The temporary experience skill Fox in the box has expired. Skill effects are removed. The feeling was very distinct. That previous intuition, like seeing through defenders, that millisecond precise sense of space and time, all faded away. It was pulled out in a whoosh. Ronaldo stood in the center of the pitch, feeling that hollow sense of loss. It lasted for about 3 seconds. Then he exhaled. The loss was gone. 4 goals tonight. Header, tap in, back heel, free kick. The Fox in the box helped him. But more than that, wasn't it also himself helping himself? A 39-year-old body, 39 years of experience, 39 years of willpower. These weren't given by the system. They were forged day by day, year by year, kick by kick. The system was a bonus. He himself was the foundation. Ronaldo took one last look at the pitch of the Benito Villamarin. He turned and walked towards the tunnel. His steps were steady. The moment the locker room door was pushed open, the noise inside nearly shook the frame off its hinges. Diaz and Vinicius had somehow gotten 2 bottles of water and were pouring them over everyone who passed by. Camavinga was jumping on a bench, shirtless, pounding his chest and howling. Bellingham sat on the floor, leaning against a locker, a smile he couldn't wipe off his face. He held his phone, video calling someone, the lens pointing at his own face, the image shaking uncontrollably. Modric was quietly changing clothes in the corner. The 39-year-old Croatian showed no wild behavior, exchanging words of mutual encouragement with Ronaldo after a high five. Mbappe was in the middle of the locker room. Diaz had poured water on him from behind his wet face, full of smiles. He wiped his face and saw Ronaldo approaching, but before he could say anything, Vinicius doused him with another bottle. Fuck. The Frenchman cursed and chased Vinicius around half the locker room. As the locker room buzzed with a harmonious atmosphere, head coach Ancelotti pushed the door open and walked in. The clamor subsided a bit, but didn't stop entirely. The old man stood at the door, scanning the room. Good game, he said. Then he added, but there are 18 rounds left in the league. What happened tonight stays in this room once you walk out that door. If anyone keeps talking about the 4-1 win or the quadruple for more than 24 hours, don't even think about starting the next match. The words were blunt but true. The players chuckled and acknowledged it. No one took it seriously, but everyone knew the old man was right. Ancelotti didn't say another word. He tapped the doorframe, turned, and left. The laughter resumed. The celebration continued. But no one noticed Ancelotti's expression. When he stood at the door, the corners of his mouth were slightly curved. But that curve was different from the one he wore after past victories. There was something more in it, something indescribable. But if anyone looked closely, they would have seen a hint of reluctance on his face. It was past 1 in the morning. Real Madrid's bus departed from Seville heading toward Madrid along Highway 4. The bus was quiet and most of the players were asleep. Mbappé wore noise-canceling headphones leaning against the window, breathing evenly. Bellingham had his jacket over his face, only his chin visible. Vinicius and Diaz sat together, their heads leaning against each other. A picturesque scene. Cristiano Ronaldo sat near the middle back, eyes closed. Whether he was asleep or lost in thought was unclear. At the very back of the bus sat Ancelotti. He wasn't asleep. Outside the window was the Andalusian night. Scattered lights from the highway flashed past the window, casting alternating bright and dark shadows across his face. He held his phone in his hand. The screen's glow illuminated his face, making the wrinkles appear deeper than they did in daylight. He was typing. He typed a few lines, deleted them, typed a few more, and deleted them again. After repeating this 4 or 5 times, he finally stopped and stared at the words on the screen. There weren't many words. It was a digital resignation letter. The recipient was Real Madrid's internal executive email. The reason was simple: personal reasons, age, wanting to spend the remaining time with family or travel and see the world. Thanking the club for years of trust and support. Polite and clean. Not a single word mentioned what happened in the locker room tonight. Nor did it mention the vice president nor the betting agreement. Ancelotti stared at the send button for about 30 seconds. He recalled the scenes from tonight. Cristiano Ronaldo breaking free from a triple team, chipping the ball into the net with his heel. Mbappé stepping back, patting his chest, saying, "Your turn." The young backs of the team as they filed out of the locker room. And the vice president's face. Ancelotti knew this type of person all too well. Losing the bet tonight wouldn't make him back off. It would only make him more reckless. The vice president would retaliate, and quickly. He would use the media, the power structure of management, and the invisible loopholes in the contract terms. He would do everything possible to reclaim the face he lost tonight, targeting the players. Ancelotti didn't want those young men to face this. Their job was to play football, not to become cannon fodder in the political battles of the upper management. So he had to leave. Besides, he was truly getting old. He had won everything there was to win. Perhaps it was time to walk away. Using a dignified resignation letter with the phrase, personal reasons, to draw all the conflict onto himself. If the vice president wanted to fire, let him aim at me. Don't touch my players. Ancelotti's thumb finally pressed the send button. Then he placed the phone beside his seat and leaned back into the chair. The night scenery outside the window sped backward. He closed his eyes. He kept them closed for about 10 seconds. Then he opened them again. It wasn't that he couldn't sleep. There was still work to do. He pulled a tactical tablet from the bag beside his seat. When the screen lit up, it displayed the schedule the assistant coach had prepared before the match. Weekend. La Liga Round 21. Real Madrid vs. Levante. Home game. Ancelotti glanced at the calendar. The international break came right after the Levante match. Bellingham, England national team. Mbappé, France national team. Vinicius, Brazil national team. Rudiger, Germany national team. Camavinga, France national team. Modric, Croatia national team. Diaz, Spain national team. Fran Garcia, Spain U21. 8 absolute starters would all be leaving. And possibly Cristiano Ronaldo as well, though Portugal hadn't announced their squad yet. Given his performance tonight and his status in the Portuguese national team, being called up was only a matter of time. Ancelotti took out the stylus and began writing the starting lineup for Levante on the tactical board. Heavy rotation. There was no choice. Without rotation, these players wouldn't survive the grueling upcoming schedule. He circled several substitute players' names and marked changes on the formation diagram. After finishing with Levante, he flipped the calendar forward. The first match after the international break. Copa del Rey quarterfinal first leg. Away game. Mestalla Stadium against Valencia. Ancelotti's pen tip paused on the word Valencia. Mestalla. No one needed to remind him how difficult that stadium was to play in. Tens of thousands of Valencia fans who hated Real Madrid to the bone combined with their relentless high-pressing style this season. There could be no carelessness in cup matches. He drew a heavy red circle around Valencia. Then he continued flipping forward. Next match. Champions League round of 16 second leg. Home at the Bernabeu. Opponent Arsenal. Ancelotti's pen stopped. In the first leg at the Emirates, Real Madrid won 1-0. It was an extremely ugly win. Arsenal dominated the entire match with Real Madrid having just over 30% possession. They only secured the result thanks to a counterattack and Courtois' extraordinary performance. After that match, Ancelotti told the players in the locker room, "We won." But what he thought was, "We stole it." This stolen one-goal lead was fragile. He opened the scouting report sent by the assistant coach. Arsenal's recent form, 3 consecutive Premier League wins. Saka was in blistering form. Odegaard had returned from injury and the midfield defensive trio of Rice and Saliba had reunited. What furrowed his brow even more was a media clip attached at the end of the report. Arteta's exact words from the pre-match press conference: "We will go to the Bernabeu and we will turn it around." The Spaniard's expression was calm as he spoke, but there was something in his eyes that Ancelotti knew very well. That something was called, "I've already figured out how to beat you." It wasn't empty talk. Arteta wasn't one for empty words. Though young, he had some substance. Ancelotti rubbed his brow. Levante, Valencia, Arsenal. 3 matches, each one harder than the last. And sandwiched between them was an international break. Players would fly halfway around the world and then have to jump straight back into battle. Was this a schedule meant for humans? He turned off the tablet, stuffed it back into his bag, then leaned back in his seat ready to close his eyes for a few minutes of rest. Just then, another phone placed beside his seat lit up, not the one he usually used. It was an old flip phone, black without any markings. The screen flashed once, accompanied by a special vibration pattern. Ancelotti's eyes snapped open. This vibration pattern. He had set it for only one person's communication. He picked up the flip phone. There was only one text message on the screen, and signed. No number displayed. He opened the message. It contained only one line: focus on the game. Everything will wait until I return. Ancelotti's back suddenly left the seat. He sat bolt upright staring at that line for 5 seconds. Then he took a deep breath. The light from the phone screen illuminated his face. The wrinkles that had been tightly furrowed moments ago all relaxed. The vertical line between his brows, the horizontal lines on his forehead, the nasolabial folds at the corners of his mouth, all relaxed. His eyes grew warm, not from sadness. It was a release, something that had been suppressed for a long, long time finally finding its way out. The tone of this message, this brevity, this tone of unwavering certainty. Only one person in the world used it. Florentino Perez, the president of Real Madrid. The old man who had disappeared for a month, publicly absent from duties, citing health reasons. He was coming back. Ancelotti closed the flip phone. A soft click. He leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes. But this time the curve of his lips was completely different from before. Not weary, not bitter. It was a genuine, heartfelt peace of mind. That resignation letter he had just sent. He hadn't expected it to reach the old president so quickly. The bus continued its journey through the night. The headlights illuminated the road ahead. In the distance, the lights of Madrid were faintly visible. Ancelotti kept his eyes closed. In his hand, he still clutched the black flip phone. Even if this were his last match, he would treat it with the utmost seriousness, including his disciples under his command.